In the middle of the battlefield, corpses, blood, and rainwater mixed together. This young man was the only survivor. He sighed as he looked at the scene before him. Ronald let out a long breath. So many of them were dead, now he was the only one left to witness it. An A2 Zute was way too careless. A voice rang out, making Ronald whip around in alarm. He bared his teeth. Who would have thought the hulking brute at his feet was still alive? He even had the strength to open his mouth and throw a few jabs at him. He belonged to the giant A2 Zute race. 20 days ago, he and 2 comrades had stormed the human empire to smash everything in sight. But now he was the only one not yet finished off. Ronald, furious, stomped down on the center of his forehead. Because of him, half the empire had become a graveyard, and yet he was still breathing. How was that even possible? Don't worry, it won't be much longer. Ada JT will soon be back at your side, he replied, forcing the words through the pain. Rana spoke of his 2 comrades who were already waiting in heaven. One had been roasted into a giant sausage by a fire-breathing dragon. The other had entered eternal hibernation thanks to an old soul reaper's lullaby. Got it, you idiot. Ronan smirked smugly at him, the defeated one. But the hulking Ada didn't care in the slightest about his 2 comrades. He knew those 2 had been buried together with those powerful humans. That meant strong fighters like Ronald were already doomed. It was a harsh truth Ronald didn't want to admit, but he still talked back because his foot was still on the bastard's face. Should have figured it out yesterday, the giant lectured him. One look was enough to tell Ronald didn't have much time left. If you'd realized your skill earlier and trained properly, you would have become a major obstacle to our ambition. As if he'd been poked right in the wound, Ronald ground his teeth. He knew his life was pathetic, but he didn't want to hear it from this foul-mouthed bastard. If you're going to die, then die quietly. You are a great human. You have the right to be proud, but in the end, your world will soon be drowned by starlight and vanish. Those were the brute's final bitter words before Ronald lopped off his head. With hollow eyes, he stared at the pools of blood soaking the ground. After all this, what was he supposed to do now? He forced himself forward, step by heavy step, toward his comrades, the ones who had given him good memories. And now they were right in front of him, but their breathing had already stopped. Since when, you damned idiots, Ronald swore through the pain. Why were they so arrogant they fought to the death? Just because he was strong, did they think everyone was strong? You should have known when to run and save your own lives. Ronald gently lowered his comrade's still-open eyelids so he could close his eyes and go in peace. He couldn't understand how the giants could deflect even Oral's sword, the Empire's strongest, yet be wounded by his blade, if he'd known sooner. A nobody soldier like him would have gladly gone to the front lines, then his comrades wouldn't have died like this. Guilt smothered Ronald. He truly hadn't known he possessed that kind of power. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight. While he was drowning in those dark thoughts, a weak voice sounded out. Is anyone there? The familiar voice snapped Ronan awake. He used his sword to prop himself up and dragged himself over to search. The owner of that voice was still alive. He spotted the figure by a massive boulder. Ronald felt as if he'd been thrown a thread of hope. Their commander-in-chief, Adessen, was still alive. Seeing blossoms and thinking you're home. But their commander-in-chief was also covered in wounds. Grinding his teeth helplessly, he staggered closer. Even their brilliant leader had a day she'd be crippled. Adessen couldn't hide her surprise at the strength of a common soldier like him, but more importantly, what she cared about were those hulking A2 brutes. I killed him, Ronald answered, understanding what she meant. It was exactly what Adessen most wanted to hear. As if 1,000 years of suffering had been lifted, tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you so much, Sergeant Ronald. Ronald silently watched as the leader, as cold as an iceberg, finally cried. Since she was thanking him anyway, he wanted to ask a small favor. Under the usual regulations, soldiers' bodies would be burned or discarded. But he couldn't bear to see his comrades treated that way. Ronald hoped Adessen would order their bodies handled a little more respectfully. But Adessen wasn't sure she could. Right now, she was even more broken than he was. Wouldn't it be better if he went and took care of them himself? As Adessen urged him on, Ronald suddenly erupted into violent coughing. A mouthful of blood spilled into his hand. He could die at any moment now. But Ronald didn't seem distressed. He only regretted that he'd spent his days partying and fooling around, done nothing at all, yet heaven was already dragging him into the grave. Adessen was speechless. Is this really how someone about to die talks? Curious, she asked. If he survived, what would he want to do? Of course I do. Ronald still wanted to live. But the one thing he was curious about was what it would feel like to enter the academy. Adessen was startled by his answer. The brute's final words earlier had forced him to think. More importantly, it was the last wish of the older sister he cherished. But what a shame, maybe in just a few more minutes he'd be. But he had listed her as missing. Those were just futile details. Raindrops began to fall slowly. From above, light gradually appeared. Both of them were startled. Suddenly, the storm ceased, followed by an earth-shaking, fiery tremor. Ronald was uneasy. What the hell was happening? Experiencing an earthquake at the end of his life. but the light before him made his heart stop. A giant 8-winged being named Grab appeared. Hundreds of thousands of other massive creatures landed alongside him. Where had they just come from? Adessen was desperate at the sight. 3 giants had already been overwhelming, now there were 3,000 more. Adessen's eyes went blank as she muttered, "In the end, I still cannot save the world 3 times over. Only one last chance remains. I can think of nothing more." "Commander," Ronald's call echoed, snapping Adessen back to attention. He was straining his voice hoarse to call her. He wondered what had happened to her. Now was the time for her to use psychic powers or something to fling him up there. On the ground, his sword could not even reach them. Adessen was dumbfounded, understanding nothing. In this situation, Ronald still had the will to fight. What else could there be? Ronan replied irritably, "I'd rather fight than sit here and wait to die. Even if I die, I must tear all the hair off their wings first to be at ease." Ronald's spirit impressed Adessen, though it was no surprise since he had always been this way. Otherwise, how could they have come this far? "Private Ronan," Adessen placed a hand on his shoulder. Ronan snapped, "What now? I'm busy, just jump a little." But Adessen's next action left him stunned. Before thousands of eyes, she pressed her lips to his, especially in a situation where both were about to die. From Adessen's mouth, a blue gem was transmitted. Ronan pushed her away, suspicious. "What did you put in my mouth?" Adessen blew with all her strength into Ronan's hand. He strained his hand to hear what Senkoda was saying. Adessen's words made him think she was delirious. About to die, she could only spout such nonsense. "Private Ronan, Adessen thou if we meet again. Can you promise me not to do foolish things and just be a tailor?" Adessen's words shocked Ronan. "I've done many things, but I've never tried that." Adessen smiled contentedly, seemingly accepting her impending death. Grab summoned Aura. He targeted the last 2 humans before him. A catastrophic explosion occurred, engulfing everything around. Adessen's gem glowed and then vanished into nothingness. Time passed until Ronald awoke, gasping, shouting Adessen's name. But the peaceful scene before him made his breath halt. A vast green meadow, a gentle blue river, and under his hands lush green grass full of life, not bloodied ground. Ronald could not believe his eyes. This was his homeland Nimbouten, meaning he had truly returned to the past. Ronald sat under a tree, sighing. He had thought the words of the commander were just illusions of power. At that moment, Adessen said what she had placed in his mouth was a gem capable of reversing time. It was what she used to rise from a simple tailor to the supreme commander of the army. The gem allowed time reversal 4 times. But she had used 3 of the reversals, and this was the last, final chance. Adessen decided to give it to Ronald. He had the power to destroy the giants. He would surely be the key factor in stopping the world's destruction. Ultimately, Adessen hoped he would not waste that final opportunity. Train diligently, especially attend the academy. Ronald was startled. At that time, it was only Lincoln speaking nonsense, and Adessen ignored it. She advised him to go to Filian Academy, where outstanding people would instruct him. Her final words were her wish. She hoped he could settle for being a tailor, without being greedy and climbing to become supreme commander or something else. Ronald now sprang up, swearing, "Unbelievable. If this is a dream, wake me up quickly. Even if I truly return to the past, what could I accomplish alone? Wait, the past." Ronald snapped awake. He picked up the wooden sword. If this is the past, he would meet that person again. Ronan ran down the familiar path, his heart constantly waiting. Just a bit more and he would see that person. A scene struck his eyes. It made him stop. Those bastards were hanging a child. And with these immature thugs, he was not surprised. Now he just wanted to go home. Wait, the child wasn't hung by ropes. Ronald intended to leave, but the child's magical suspension caught his attention. The magic user must be valuable yet rare on the battlefield. Yet here they were in this remote countryside. Only now did Ronald fully accept that he had returned to the past. He suddenly remembered perhaps they were also here. At this moment, a red-haired youth was using his magic to hang the boy up in a tree. But he trembled, fearing something would happen to the boy. "Please stop, I really have no money," the unfortunate boy cried. The boy begged because he needed the money to buy medicine for his mother. "So what do you want me to do?" The ringleader slapped him while smirking cunningly, saying he had no concern for the boy's mother's health. Then he swung his hand and slapped the boy, acting superior. "If you want to be a dutiful son, then you should earn more money, right?" After tiring of hitting him, he called the red-haired youth over and ordered him to pull the boy up into the tree. He trembled, too afraid to act. "What if you slip?" the ringleader sneered. "Isn't he already hanging there? Shut up and pull him up quickly, before you end up hanging with him." Azio was cornered. How did things get like this? Was learning magic a mistake? He just wanted to show everyone he was capable. His hands shook, unable to follow the ringleader's orders, yet he was also terrified. Agel's eyes were filled with tears. His conscience wouldn't let him give up. "Please stop." Azio mustered all his courage and shouted. Suddenly, a wooden stick hit the head of the red-haired youth, making him flinch in pain. Ronan appeared in time, stopping Azio before he used too much magic and harmed the boy. Out of control, the magic binding the boy's feet vanished. He fell hard to the ground. The ringleader scowled and turned to confront Azo. "He was right about you, huh? Did you think I was joking?" Azio backed away, frightened. Ronald told him not to worry about that Chu-bin kid. Just talk to me. The ringleader still yelled behind him, but Ronald ignored whatever nonsense he was spouting. He wondered where Isle learned teleportation magic. Igeo answered honestly. He learned it from a spellbook bought at a street vendor. The answer surprised Ronald. Learned from a cheap book, unsure if it was fake, yet used it so skillfully. This was truly a prodigy. Ronan decided to observe further before judging. Would teleportation magic work against the A2UT brutes? The sound of a drawn sword cut through Ronan's thoughts. The ringleader brandished his sword angrily. You dare ignore me. Seems like since I deliberately lost to you, you've gotten arrogant. But today I'll correct that. Saying this, he lunged at Ronald. Ronald remained calm, curious about where this poor kid got a cheap greatsword. His stance was pathetic, but his strength allowed him to dominate the surrounding area. Of course, that was before Ronald appeared. Ronald easily dodged his strike. The kid's eyes widened in shock that Ronald avoided his attack. It was outside the script. Unlike Ronald, even though he returned from the past, his skills remained intact. Discipline was inseparable from him. It never faded wherever he went. Plus, his combat instincts helped him defeat the giant A2 The black-haired, dark-skinned guy laughed foolishly, mocking. Ha, lucky, huh? I was going to make sure you couldn't lift a spoon for the rest of your life. Ronald admitted he was indeed lucky today, despite a lifetime of misfortune. The kid assumed Ronald only avoided his sword by chance. He said if Ronald wanted peace, he had to kneel. He would spare his life, but one arm must be left behind. Damn, so scary. Ronald scratched his neck, ignoring the nonsense. If I kill you, I'll make sure to treat your sister well. Mentioning his sister, Ronald became serious. The kid smirked arrogantly, saying every time he saw Ronald's sister, dirty thoughts popped into his head. Swish, Ronan angrily swung a wooden stick. Blood and flesh flew. One ear of the brown-haired guy was cut off. He dropped his sword. He clutched his aching ear, pale-faced, tears welling up. His minions watched from a distance, wincing. Who told him to mess around? Hey, you bastard! Ronald stepped closer, fury written on his face. You wanna die? The tension was suffocating. Three youths trembled, unable to believe their eyes as Ronald cut off the man's ear with a simple wooden stick. Hey, you idiots, enjoying the show? Ronald's words made all three step back. He chased them off, or else they'd lose the use of an ear for life. Ronald didn't forget to kick the one on the ground a few more times, making him groan. Of course, before leaving, they had to leave some money to compensate Ronald for the emotional damage, like paying for the blood on his beautiful stick. They didn't dare to argue. A heavy bag of money fell into the hands of the boy just released, leaving him stunned. He couldn't believe Ronald gave him all the money. This was 4 or 5 times the amount stolen from him. Ronald only took a few coins for himself, telling the boy to live without worry. Those cowards won't come back. The boy cried with joy, thanking Ronan. He waved his hand, telling the boy to hurry home. Suddenly, a strange noise from somewhere made them both curious. Turning back, I saw Azio hesitating as if he wanted to say something. I'm really sorry to you. After saying that, Azio hung his head. Tears streamed down his face. He knew he shouldn't have helped the villain do that, even though Han tried to threaten him, but Angel was genuinely too scared to do anything. She took all the blame on herself, but the freckled boy only smiled gently. Oh dear, you're getting all teary again. When that one-handed hand brought Irio here, he realized his companions were just the usual bullied ones. He placed a hand on Azio's shoulder, encouraging him. Don't blame yourself like that. To him, Azel had always been kind and talented. Still, he recognized the genuine desire to apologize in him. After speaking, the boy hugged the bag of money and left, leaving just the two of them. Only then did Ronald glance over to assess. He realized that Kid Azio wasn't that bad, just bullet. He nudged Ezel to snap him out of his thoughts. They had just mentioned there was something to discuss. Azel almost forgot. Ronald arranged to meet him here again in 4 days. Igeo stammered, confused. Ronald ignored it and left, not forgetting the appointment under the moonlight. Of course, if he didn't come, the consequence would be losing both hands, not just one. Azio was terrified, dared not speak. Only when Ronald left did he manage to grasp the information. Ronald hurried off to return home. He stood at the door, anxious. Looking at the bouquet in his hands, he wondered if he was overdoing it. He remembered his sister liked flowers, but not which ones exactly. Doing this for the first time made Ronald shy. He turned, wanting to toss the flowers aside to ease his embarrassment. Suddenly, the door opened. She wondered who was outside. It turned out to be his sister, Ronald. You're back already? Hearing her familiar voice, which he hadn't heard for a long time, made his heart skip a beat. In his past life, during his military days, he always wondered what he would say when meeting her again. Apologize for leaving without a word or say he missed her. Ronald had always thought about the moment of seeing her again, but now, standing before the one he always wanted to meet, his eyes stung. He lowered his head again. After all the ups and downs, the only thing he could say was, I'm back. Inside their warm house, Irin happily held the bouquet, exclaiming, Oh my, I never thought I'd live to see the day my cold little brother gives me flowers. Irin laughed uncontrollably, while Ronald blushed and coughed. As long as she liked them, that was enough. Irin asked if he was full and if he wanted more stew. But Ronald was already too full after 3 full bowls of rice. Eating more would mean he'd collapse before the giants appeared. More importantly, Ronald wondered about the past timeline. He asked Irin how old she was this year. The silly question puzzled Irene. She was already 22, yet her little brother forgot her age. She wondered if he'd hit his head somewhere, causing him to give flowers and ask her age today. But at that moment, Ronald was calculating. 10 years from now, those massive bastards would invade, destroying the empire. A warm hand touched his forehead. Irin was genuinely concerned for his health. Ronald, however, felt the scene was peaceful. His sister had always been like this, smiling, kind, and warm, after so much suffering. Ronald wished this moment could last forever. But to preserve this happiness, for the next 10 years he would protect the world and Irin. Ronald hesitated, then decided to talk to Irin. Are you planning to join the academy? The academy, Irin froze for a moment, then her face lit up with excitement like a child receiving a gift. Needless to say, she was overjoyed. Irene kept asking Ronald. Whenever she mentioned studying before, he never paid attention, so when Ronald took the initiative, Irene's surprise and happiness were clear. She couldn't wait and ran to the kitchen corner, leaving Ronald puzzled. Irene hastily rummaged through things. Even a sleeping mouse was tossed aside. Then she placed a large jar on the floor, which startled Ronald. Irene had always believed this day would come, so she had prepared a surprise gift. Ronald was amazed, a jar filled with glittering gold coins. Irene proudly displayed her savings achievement. She had been waiting for this day. If Ronald decided to study now, she would cover his tuition in full. Ronald was genuinely surprised, not knowing how long she had planned this. Yet he wanted Irene to use this money herself, because for him, it still wasn't enough. Irene was shocked that her little brother thought it was too little. She wondered where Ronald wanted to study that required so much money. The Royal School Filian Academy. The name left Irene dumbfounded. This revelation made her completely speechless. She couldn't imagine her little brother aiming for such a prestigious academy. Filian Academy is the leading educational institution, the best in the entire empire. It brings together the most renowned professors across the continent, backed by immense funding from scholars and the empire's great family. In short, it offers students the finest educational opportunity. Filian Academy is deserving of the title Hero Forge. Its reputation is immense, from General Edessin, the Swordmaster Sullivan, the most notorious criminal, the Ice Witch, and many more. Those coming from Filian are quite useful in battles against the big threats, so much so that Ronald understood why Commander Edessin wanted him to study there. Now Ronald is on his way to the meeting point. Naturally, with such a renowned reputation, Filian's entry standards are extremely high, accompanied by enormous tuition, especially for a poor boy from the countryside like him. However, Ronan felt a bit down about Irin's reaction. Perhaps she couldn't believe her timid little brother dreamed of studying at Filian Polytechnic, but it's fine. He would achieve outstanding results to make Irin proud. First, Ronald was surprised that Isel had arrived earlier. Of course, Isel didn't dare leave Ronan hanging, especially after being threatened with a deadly glare. Ronan told him to forget that incident and build a good image of him in his mind. Tonight's main matter was Ronald's test for Isel. He dropped his heavy backpack to the ground, leaving Isel wide-eyed in astonishment. He couldn't understand what Ronan intended to do. Nothing much. Use your psychic ability on me, Isel, Ronald said excitedly. He wanted to see how high Isel could lift him. Naturally, Isel couldn't believe what he heard and didn't want to try the so-called first step of reincarnation. But in Ronald's eyes, that wouldn't help him reincarnate anyway. He said they might as well try first. Isel hesitated but agreed. He shouted, and an invisible hand thrust a bolt of aura like lightning toward Ronald. Then Ronan's body gradually became light and hovered, stabilizing perfectly. Even better than he imagined, though still a bit lacking. In height and balance, the sensation was reminiscent of before. In the fight against ATGT, psychic power had allowed him to match that big opponent. This is called psychic power, a rare and extraordinary ability. This means Isel will become one of the most important factors in supporting the battle against A2. Something. Ronald smiled smugly. Starting like this isn't too bad. Whether it's good or not will only be known in 10 years. For now, Isel struggled to control the force. He wanted to let Ronald down immediately. But Ronan wanted to mess around a bit more. You don't have to lower me, I'll jump down myself. Isel was startled and confused. He didn't know how someone being controlled could descend by themselves. If you don't know, just watch. Ronan swung his great sword, cutting Isel's mana stream before his eyes in admiration, then landed lightly from several meters high. Isel, curious, asked Ronan about it. He thought Isel was asking about his smooth landing. Ronan said he practiced flips like Spider-Man at home, so he was used to it. But what Isel wanted to ask was how he could cut the mana stream. His answer, forget it, he didn't know either. Then he gave Isel a hard tap on the head. Ronald's homework today was to figure out his mana slicing skill. Why could his sword affect that massive A to Z? After collecting his thoughts, Ronald had something to do. He tossed the backpack to Isel and told him he was now his disciple. Now he should follow him for some pre-dawn tasks. Isel was anxious. He had never gone on a night adventure with a boy before. But Ronald didn't care. Today could very well become the first page in Ronald's autobiography. Go, Ronan, the greatest in the Empire, should too. On the way, Ronan told Isel about Filion Academy. Yet Isel wondered if his own hand was broken. They were actually on their way to Filion Academy, the prestigious school filled only with the Empire's elite. Right. Ronald was annoyed. It's true, stop asking, so don't you want to go? He asked back. Isel stammered in denial. Seeing Ronald's martial talent, he figured it would be fine. He himself had no talent, no knowledge, timid and reserved. Hey Isel, do you want to keep living like this? Ronald interrupted. He warned the youth. Isel had great talent but was wasting it. I'm making a joke of himself. Did he really want to live a life like that? Isel felt hit to the core. Ronald continued criticizing his shallow thinking. Cowardly, reserved, like a child who cries for every reason. More precisely, he's the type who always fails. All of this seemed to pierce straight into a corner of his mind. Last night, deep in Asil's heart, he found himself unable to argue back. However, for Ronald, that was fine because people can change. Only the time that has passed cannot be recovered. And one day, Agil will surely regret it, just as he once regretted it on the battlefield of his previous life. He doesn't want his second life to continue with unnecessary mistakes. After delivering his sermon, Ronald patted Ezel on the shoulder, encouraging him. He blushed, deluding himself that Ronald had cared and worried about him all this time. Ronald kept talking nonstop. Anyway, Isle's life is for him to decide. It's just that he's lost a wonderfully flawed companion. Seeing Azio dazed, he left in frustration. Go, he fumbled nervously. Wait, Ronald, I want to change. I'll go to Filion with you, so teach me what I need to do. Ronald smiled smugly, having caught his first chicken. He returned with a cold expression and said, all right, this is your first chance to show your manliness, Isle. Azio felt clueless like an owl but still followed him passionately, while the man with a gradually inhuman smile took pride in his psychological manipulation victory. A fire was burning in the middle of a forest. Azio's heart skipped a beat at the sight before him. He hesitated, asking Ronald to be sure. This is really the first time I have to go through this. Of course, he answered bluntly. We've searched the entire forest and found the only opponent. To let Angel display all his talent, it's the type of moon elf sitting there alone, isolated. Though it seemed so, it was actually the leader of the intoxicated moon elf group. What do you think, Azio? Isn't it great? Not great at all. Ayo couldn't understand why he was following this guy. Shall we start now? Looking at this face, who would believe you're the male lady? Moon elves are a type of elf commonly appearing in this area. Most people can easily distinguish them from regular elves by their bright yellow skin and deformed body. They're obsessed with gold and jewels. That's why they ambush merchants and plunder them. Then they gather all the stolen loot in one place and hold all-night parties, especially on full moon nights like tonight. Isel trembled, praying they weren't here for that today. But Ronald spoke confidently, a sinister expression on his face. It's been a long time since I went looting. Today we'll take all that gold and treasure. Azio had never heard of moon elves collecting treasures in one place to hold a festival. And more importantly, how did Ronald know? Ronald just hummed and let it slide. How could I say it's because in my past life I wandered and begged them for food? Suddenly, he grabbed Azio by the shoulder with a dangerous look. You just need to use your remote control ability to transfer all the treasure into this bag. Do it while they're still drunk. Easy, right? Of course it's not easy. If you accidentally drop the treasure on your head. What if they all wake up? Then we both get beaten to a pulp, right? That was Ezel's thought, so he panicked and begged to retreat. Ronald, frustrated by the incomplete revolution, continued his sermon. To get into Filion Academy, they needed two things. First, of course, was paying the tuition, and Filion's fees are expensive. Second was combat experience. Money is important, but experience is even more so. At Filion, all the nobles are professionally trained from childhood. So to compete with them, there's only one way: risk your life. I feel that Agil truly fears Ronald more than the elves, to be precise. In Ronald's assessment, the moon elves are perfect opponents. They have money and experience, even more than hunting Sope. Am I wrong, or do you have a better idea? Ronald's rapid-fire question froze Azio. Finally, Ronald patted Azio hard, sealing the deal. Tonight, under the clear moon and gentle breeze, the scenery is perfect for thievery. Gold coins, treasures, jewelry, and gemstones silently moved from the moon elves, stashed into Ronald's bottomless backpack. Isle held his breath, proceeding slowly and carefully under Ronald's guidance. Watching the sparkling treasures fill up, Ronald's smile gradually became inhuman. All the bags they carried were full. Today's KPI met. Ronald turned to pat Azio's head, encouraging, "Experience for you, and I'll keep the money." Azio felt more excited too. The thrill of a successful theft was amazing. Ronald looked at his #1 chicken proudly. He wasn't confident he'd adapt so quickly, but he was better than expected. Very promising at stealing, I mean. 3 arts potential. Most importantly, he had found a capable subordinate. The first time doing multi-level work had unexpectedly succeeded. Ronald rearranged the bag, telling Azio to get ready to leave. He was visibly excited. Is the mission really accomplished just like that? Ronald said calmly, the work went smoother than expected, so we can leave early. Staying longer might bring trouble. Mention Cow Cow and Cow Cow appears. 2 hunters ran while cursing. They shouted loudly, "Hey, you 2 brats, stop right there." The 2 thieves jumped in alarm. Ronan wondered which lunatics were screaming while running in the middle of the night. More importantly, the moon demon had been awakened. It wondered who had set such a loud alarm in the middle of the night. Its gaze fell on the empty chest and it screamed, "Which bastard took all my sparkling treasures?" It howled in alarm. Its loud shout woke up all the moon demons. They panicked. It was their first time as demons being robbed. One pointed and the group followed its gaze. Eyes landed on the 2 sneaking away. "Ah crap, it's over, master." Azio felt his life was ending as the moon demons charged at them frantically. He panicked and screamed, his words tangled, his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Ronald threw down the bag. I knew something would happen. Everything had gone too smoothly, it felt off. Azio stammered, should we drop these bags and run for our lives? Of course not. Without this money, you'd never afford tuition at Filion, even as a lifelong capitalist slave. But that matter wasn't important right now. Azio felt the most pressing issue was the freaks about to tear them apart. "Ah, they're charging Ronald," Azio screamed hoarsely. Meanwhile, Ronan calmly inspected the long sword forged from metal. Expensive in hand. Judging by its weight and hardness, he predicted it could strike 15 times, while the moon demons numbered around 30. As they leapt at them with fresh claws, Azio could only call out Ronald's name. Ronald had calculated 15 strikes for 30 demons would be enough. He swung once, decapitating the first 3. 3 heads flew past Azio's eyes, leaving him stunned. Now 14 more strikes. Ronald's expression alone made the moon demons hesitate. Under the moonlight, crows cawed, signaling bad omens. Bad for the moon demons encountering the lethal Ronald. He skewered the last skull. Thought it'd be hard, but it was easy. Azio still sat dazed on the ground. He wondered what he had just witnessed. Ronald decapitated 3 demons with a single swing. The rest charged from behind. But Ronald vanished and reappeared instantly. Only the demon heads thudded onto the ground. Azio swallowed hard. Luckily, he had agreed to follow Ronald. Otherwise, he'd probably be bouncing around with the demons in heaven now. Ronan finished handling the moon demons and asked what Azio was doing. Planning to sit until dawn and lose all the money? Azio snapped back. Sorry, sir. Ronald, by habit, rested the sword on his shoulder, coolly saying, "Let's go home." Exactly what Azio wanted to hear. Under the moonlight, they struggled, carrying the treasure on their shoulders. Ronan felt shoulder pain. He thought traveling would be easy, but it was this hard. Yet the reason for his pain was the battle with the demons. Could it be that his growing body couldn't handle it? Ronald gritted his teeth, cursing his past laziness. Now he had to strengthen his physical training. Azio suddenly remembered earlier. A terrifying scream. Ronald didn't know which idiots ran into the forest at midnight. He had just handled 30 moon demons. Suddenly an arrow shot from behind toward Azio. Feeling something at his back, he turned. Just as it was about to hit him, Ronald's hand grasped it. Damn, no sooner said than they appeared. Azio finally noticed the arrow. He felt like he had gone through hell and crawled back up. Ronald had no idea where the arrow came from. Could it be from the cursed forest? Since when were there so many lunatics there? Suddenly, the 2 from earlier appeared. The one holding the bow said, "What the hell, humans and kids at that?" Ronan angrily snapped the arrow. He was older than them but called a kid. "Sorry, kids." The archer patted their heads, approaching. He explained they heard something in the distance and thought it was monsters. His gaze fell on Ronald's sparkling backpack, then glanced at his companion. "Oh man, we almost killed someone, didn't we? Are you hurt anywhere?" Nonsense, they couldn't hide their expressions, Ronald said coldly, leaving the 2 looking completely cornered. Ronald told them to stop their pointless actions and reveal their identities before he exposed them. The 2 young men sprayed adhesive at Don On's terrifying face. The bow-wielding chatterbox stepped closer. "Ha, it really is our fault. We forgot to introduce ourselves, sorry kid." As he spoke, he silently drew a dagger from his waist. "We are Calibro." With that, he swung the dagger down at Ronan's head. Ronan remained calm. "Calibro, huh?" His left hand blocked the attacker's arm, while his other hand delivered an uppercut to his chin, making him spit blood in shock. Caliburo was another name for Chubin-e. Ronald asked coldly. The blond man lunged from behind, dagger in hand. The moment the dagger slid past Agia's face, he trembled and shouted using magic. "Ronald, danger!" The blonde gritted his teeth, unable to move. Rune widened his eyes and joyfully called out Azel's name. This lackey actually knows how to protect his master. In the next moment, Ronald seized his dagger. He swung it wildly. The confused blonde, wondering who he really was, had his body split into pieces. Every chunk of flesh from him fell at Agios' feet, making him shiver. "Ronan, is he dead?" Agios stammered, "Aye. What he cared about was the name Calibro, the bastard poachers. Kidnapping, trafficking living people. That lot will do any crime. They're the most brutal criminal ring in the empire. While explaining, Ronald finished off the gang leader, Tai Mai, and didn't forget to add that Azel was lucky to be allowed to tag along with him. Otherwise, his organs would be on their way to Cambodia by now. So yeah, this was him doing the empire a good deed. You know they're criminals. Are you really going to let them keep roaming around? Disgusting, now the two of them could finally go home. Suddenly, the sack behind them jolted, making Ronald jump. How the hell is this sack moving? Azel realized it was the sack those two criminals brought here. He guessed it was some hunted animal inside. Ronald thought so too. He loosened the ties to set whatever was inside free. A pair of bluish-green eyes appeared, then it let out a scree-scree and shot out of the sack. Ronald blinked. What the hell is up with this chicken? The blue bird flapped up into the air, chirping, as if asking why the black-haired guy was calling it a chicken. Azel might be a bit timid, but his head worked fine. His eyes sparkled when he saw the blue bird. A real blue bird, not something on an app. Ronald's face fell, so it's a bird, not a damn chicken. No wonder it can fly. His gaze stopped on the shackle around the bird's leg. It was a Calibro hunting shackle, designed to disrupt mana and restrict the target's movement. From what he knew in his previous life, they only used those on mystical creatures. So this blue bird was probably high-grade prey too. A golden magic circle appeared behind the bird. A voice came through. Hello, hello, 1234, finally got a connection. Azel panicked, grabbing Ronald by the collar and yelling, did the bird just talk? Ronald, annoyed, shoved his face away. It's a transmission spell, what bird talks? The moment it flew out, the link connected, so that sack must have been blocking mana. Are you this bird's owner? Ronald tested. On the other end was Valon, currently researching mystical creatures, claiming to be a guardian of the Dreambird Maid. ED tried to make contact countless times without success. He was about to report it when the connection suddenly went through. The voice asked who he was talking to. Ronald said he was just passing by, fought off poachers, and ended up with the bird. As for what happened after that, it was far too bloody to describe, so Ronald didn't quite know how to put it. Bottom line, he'd rescued the blue bird. The voice on the other end panicked when he heard the bird had been captured. He'd considered the possibility before, but never expected it to happen for real. So he was deeply grateful and wanted to repay Ronald. Ronald wasn't the type to take advantage. He just wanted to know how to get the bird home. It was exhausted from being bound and struggling for so long. After some thought, he said, if we remove this shackle, it can probably fly again. The owner agreed. A dream bird remembers the way home perfectly, so he didn't need to worry about it getting lost. All right then, Ronald drew his sword and slashed once, startling the bird into a quick chirp. The control shackle snapped clean off. Ronald sheathed his sword. Go back to your father, blue bird. Don't make him worry. That handsome face and the whole hero saves a blue bird moment made it fall for Ronald. The blue bird fluttered right in front of Ronald. He had no idea why it was sticking its tail in his face and wiggling it like that. Turns out it wanted him to pluck a feather before it left. That was proof it wanted to see him again. Once you pluck a dreambird's feather, it can guide its owner to you like a compass. After Ronald plucked it, the dreambird's owner hoped he could visit the research center to see the bluebird maimed and him. The owner would definitely repay the favor, and PSV's at alter speed travel had Ronald genuinely impressed. Suddenly, Azel wondered what Ronald was holding. Ronald looked down at his palm and only then noticed, what the hell is in my hand? A few days later, in a bustling Te Aerge Aveyeru Ikrakoi district, someone examined a blue gemstone and clicked his tongue in admiration, praising the craftsmanship nonstop. The pawnbroker paid Ronald 20 gold coins. He was Dual Caribal, head of the Caribal Merchant Guild. He felt lucky to run into a big spender like Ronald today and brought out nothing but premium goods. Ronald folded his arms, confident. Finally, someone who understood what this ring is worth. He'd gone all over the other merchant houses. A bunch of damn underlings making him furious. They'd only offered him 5 gold coins. But it was worth the running around. In the end, he finally met his soulmate, a merchant with eyes sharp as a surgeon. Two big thinkers finally meet. Only Azel let out a sigh of relief. She wouldn't have to stop Ronald every time he wanted to smash a merchant caravan. Duan asked Ronald if there was anything else he needed appraised. He immediately pulled something out of his pocket, a lump colored like the universe itself. He had no intention of selling it. He just wanted to know what it was. The reason he had it was because that night, the blue dream bird had left it behind. At first, Ronald thought the bird had dropped bird droppings into his hand, but it was. Panicking in disgust, he flung the dropping away. But it was so hard it shattered a rock to pieces. The only thing he knew for sure was that it was beautiful. It was extremely hard. Ronald didn't know whether it was an egg or bird droppings, but it was the product of a very rare mystical creature, possibly a treasure worth a fortune. Dual studied the hard lump in his hand with a serious expression. This color, this texture, his hesitant tone made Ronald eagerly await the verdict. It's definitely a treasure worth a fortune. Don't tell me this is horse droppings, right? Dual's conclusion made Ronald's heart shatter. Of course it wasn't from a horse. Duan scratched his head and laughed. He didn't know what it was either, but with how impressive it looked, it had to be something rare. He advised Ronald to take it somewhere professional for an appraisal. Ronald admired the galaxy lump in his hand for a while, then sighed and put it away. Duval guessed it was probably hardened Dreambird droppings, which was why it was that hard. Ronald set the galaxy lump aside for now. Ronald asked Mr. Duval if he sold any books about Fillion. He said they wanted to learn about the competition. The entrance exam for the Royal Academy. Duan was pretty surprised since he also had a daughter preparing for the entrance exam. She should be able to help. Right then a voice rang out. "What's going on, Dad? Who are they?" Duan smiled and introduced his only daughter to the two of them, Maria. The name Maria made Ronald flinch, and with her hair color, and her eye color too, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. Duong introduced the two of them as big shots he was currently doing business with. Maria blinked in surprise. "Seriously, these little kids? What kind of mouth did this brat have?" Duan snapped at Maria right in front of them, then turned to apologize on his daughter's behalf. Maria grew up in a merchant caravan, so her manners were a bit rough. Azel didn't mind, but Ronan, who knew? He had barely glanced over when Ronan was suddenly standing right in front of Maria. He asked if her middle name was Sen. Maria confirmed it, but wondered how he'd guessed so well. He muttered, "That's strange, the girl in front of me looks exactly like that person. Like someone he knew, just a more feminine version." So Ronald pulled Maria closer to ask a few awkward questions. Maria couldn't understand why this guy was grilling her the first time they met, but she still leaned in to listen as Ronan whispered, "So down there, do you have that thing? That precious thing?" Maria froze, wondering what kind of insane information her ears had just absorbed. Precious thing, the words kept echoing until Maria finally understood and she clenched her teeth in fury. Ronald was still standing there. Lost in thought, no matter how he looked, he couldn't see her having that thing. Could old Duan have another child? "Shut up, you lunatic." A thunderous slap from Maria twisted Ronald's mouth, but he didn't feel pain, only a strangely familiar sensation. A feeling only that person's slap could bring. Count Maria Sen. To talk about Maria Sen, you had to go back to his previous life. Back when Ronald was a military disciplinarian in a place called Amalin, Maria was in charge of equipment and supplies. She worked brilliantly, had an outgoing personality, and could strike up a conversation with anyone without hesitation. Maria was someone to admire. But whenever the guys talked about that precious thing, Maria would get unusually angry and slap him right across the face. He'd always been curious why. He thought he'd ask Maria after the war ended, but that day never came. Maria died before he could. Who would have thought he'd find the answer here? Count Maria, and she was a girl. The absurdity of it made Ronald grin despite himself. It was also the joy of meeting an old comrade again. But that smile only annoyed Maria even more. She lunged at Ronald, wanting to hit him again. Ronan flicked her on the head, tap, tap, telling her to stop. Maria clutched her head and sat on the ground, grinding her teeth. "So I let you slap me once and now you're getting carried away. I let you slap me because I was wrong just now, but I won't." Before he could finish, Maria slammed her head into Ronald's chin, making him choke on his own spit. They grabbed each other by the hair and wrestled, neither willing to back down. The scene left Azio and Dual staring with their mouths hanging open. The two shouted in unison, "Stop fighting." A while later, inside the hut of the Caribou merchant caravan, Azel gawked in disbelief. Just now those two were fighting like cats and dogs. And now they were getting along. Maria and Ronald were discussing their weapons. 3 swords and a single wand, that was everything Ronald had traded for. Maria wondered why they gave him 3 swords. Carrying all 3 would be cumbersome. Ronald replied nonchalantly. He said to carry 3 in case one broke. He uses swords rather recklessly. First, Maria checked all 3 swords. They were fine, but the dark iron sword stood out. The dark iron sword in her hands was the best. Dark iron is quite sturdy, making it a prized weapon sought by famous knights. She handed the sword to him. She didn't know how recklessly he would use it, but this sword could last a long time. Ronald carefully took it. The dark iron sword had been a weapon he longed for in his previous life, and now he could finally use it. Maria continued to examine the wand. It had a very fine magic gem, but since Ronald uses swords, Maria guessed Isle must be the mage. Isle was happy to be called a mage, but then he became hesitant when speaking about his remote control magic. Maria was amazed by Isle's talent. If he performed well, he could even receive the Fillion scholarship. This recognition delighted Isle, turning back to Ronald. Maria was curious about which techniques he would show in the practical exam. Of course, Ronald had no idea about techniques or the practical exam. Maria had to explain to both of them. To enter Fillion, they needed to impress the professors and demonstrate their skills in the practical exam. There was also a theory exam as difficult as IELTS, but the practical exam was still more important. So, doing well in practice meant passing. In other words, they had to prove their worth to be admitted. Ronald sighed, wondering why he had to bother with all this. A swordsman only needs to be good with swords. He wondered what people usually show to get admitted. Maria explained, most nobles display their family secrets. Most warriors and other applicants showcase their personal combat mana techniques. Wait, pause for about 2 seconds. Ronald didn't know what mana was. Could young swordsmen really use mana even if they weren't mages? The silly question left Maria bewildered. Billion students must use mana, and Ronald could sense mana to apply in combat. That was the most basic of basics. Ronald's clueless expression confused Maria. She trembled and pointed at him. Don't tell me you don't know how to sense mana. Of course, isn't it like using aura? The answer hit Maria like a lightning bolt. She slumped in her chair, sighing. She couldn't believe she was talking to someone who didn't know how to use mana yet planned to enter Filion. And on top of that, he thought, aura and mana were the same. Ronald scratched his head, seeming to have heard the word mana somewhere. She was overreacting. Suddenly, Maria stood up and told him to follow her outside. Then she borrowed his 2 short swords since hers were at the forge. Ronald stood up abruptly, annoyed. He didn't want his new swords damaged. Maria said not to worry, the duel would end before the swords broke. If they did, she would compensate him triple. Ronald sighed. Being a wage slave was tiring enough, now Maria added special training. Mana is the source of natural power. Like air, it's a natural energy present everywhere in the world. However, that doesn't mean everyone can use it. To use mana, humans need to see and sense the mana within themselves. To reach the mana sensing stage, humans must train. Talent, innate ability, and countless personal factors can affect this, but usually it takes about a year of practice to begin sensing it. Future Filion students have all passed this stage. After practicing their personal mana techniques, they apply to Filion. Do you understand now? Maria asked Ronald. To her, someone confusing aura and mana but ambitious to enter Filion was absurd. From Ronald's perspective, aura was also a kind of mana, but the difference between them was huge. Even renowned geniuses must train intensely for at least 10 years, shedding endless blood to awaken innate power. That is aura. After explaining, Maria concluded, understand anything? Well, not really, Ronald replied casually. He had encountered boastful fighters claiming to use aura and possess extraordinary power. They were annoying, but not truly terrifying. Because anyone who gets beheaded dies anyway. Maria sighed. She would explain later, now she wanted to start training. She thought he would learn better through practice. Ronald expected nothing from this training. To him, she was just a naive young girl. But watch how that naive young girl dashed in front of him at lightning speed, startling Ronald. He used the dark iron sword to block Maria's dual sword. You truly can't judge someone by appearances. They exchanged a few sword strikes, assessing each other. Ronald didn't expect Maria to be so strong at her age. Using dual swords and seemingly employing a mana combat technique, Maria was equally surprised. She intended to finish him in one move. She wanted to show him the power of mana, causing him to fail the test. That would be better than him facing humiliation during the test. But how the heck is she the one being pushed back by someone who doesn't even know how to use mana? What are you thinking? Ronald's voice snapped Maria out of her thoughts. He flicked away the twin swords pinning the dark iron blade. Then he immediately closed the distance, slashing straight at Maria's hand. She flinched and leapt backward in shock. Just a moment longer and she might have failed to enter the exam. Maria marveled. Ronald really isn't an ordinary person. He also complimented her. Besides mana, Maria had swordsmanship talent too. But her stance wasn't stable. If she corrected that, she would improve greatly. With that, Ronald sheathed his sword ready to leave when Maria quickly called him back. She stood up, irritated, saying, "Don't think pushing me back means you've won. Whatever, just remember your promise." I said it, didn't I? 3 times, just as she spoke, the sword in Maria's hand shattered into pieces before her astonished eye. Before Maria could even understand what 3 times meant, Ronald reminded her to prepare triple compensation for the sword, as promised earlier. Still stunned, Maria felt a hand poke her. Azio looked at her with sparkling admiration. Well done. Only Azio could understand Maria's current feelings. Hurry up, Ezel, I'm exhausted. Ronald's frustrated voice rang out, making Ezel rush. They ran off, leaving Maria frozen in place, wondering who the 2 game hackers in front of her really were. The next morning at the marketplace, Ronald arrived to collect the sword compensation from Maria, but what he saw surprised him. A meticulously prepared pile of supplies and books. For them, everything needed to study for Filion's theoretical test, which she had compiled. Azel's eyes widened in appreciation. Ronald, however, looked at Maria with suspicion. If she had some dark scheme, this dark iron sword would do its work. Maria waved it off, insisting she simply liked them and wanted them to be accepted into Filion to study together. Of course, it was free. Hearing free, Ronald sheathed his sword. Maria even wanted to teach them personally. But now she had to leave. Before departing, she didn't forget to encourage them to study diligently. If they failed, she wouldn't let it slide. Ronald laughed, bid her farewell, and promised to see her in the capital on exam day. After some experiences, Ronald realized his current physical strength was too weak. He also had to study hard, as luck alone wouldn't help. But the feeling wasn't bad. Ronald looked forward eagerly to the long, busy days ahead. From then on, Ronald's home life remained similar to before. but began to show small changes. He ate with Irene, eating so much that she was surprised to see her usually skip-every meal brother clear the table. After loading up on calories, Ronald went hunting monsters on the village outskirts, beginning to train endurance and adaptability. He trained so intensely that no monsters dared approach the village anymore. Besides practice, Ronald also studied diligently, an incredible thing for a disciplined soldier. While studying, he wondered why he had to memorize the northern region's eating rules. Still, he did his best to remember and follow them. A month flew by like a dog running across the field, and finally we readers reached the main stage of the story. In Valong, the capital city, whose central area houses the empire's top educational institution. The small city of White Tower. Isle marveled at Filian's architecture and scale. He couldn't stop praising it. "What are you doing standing in the middle of the street, Ezel? Don't act so rustic. We're late for the exam now." Ronald reminded Ezel, and he quickly focused his gaze. But looking at Ronald, he was even more surprised. Just 1 month and Ronald looked much bigger, as if he'd been injected with some growth serum. Ronan tapped Azio on the head out of habit, telling him to stop chatting and go inside. He pretended to walk, still thinking, "This is Filian, which means I might very well meet that person, the sword saint Sly Effin, a descendant of Grancia, a prestigious swordsmanship family. He is regarded as the Empire's strongest prodigy. Sly Effin is around Ronald's age, so they'll probably meet again at the exam, but that's not important." Angel peeked out from behind Ronald. "Ronald, do you have that thing?" "What thing is that?" he asked again as Azio reminded him. The blue feather from before would guide them to its owner. Ronald thought he was asking about something else. He had brought the feather, remembering the owner lived in the capital, planning to visit after the exam. Suddenly the feather stood upright, pointing to the top floor, where the blue bird's owner was inside a tidy, organized room. A voice rang out, "This really isn't easy. I'm still not used to this professor job. Should I just go back to doing research?" Hearing that, the little blue bird on his shoulder chirped, "Cheep, cheep," and his finger lightly flicked toward it. "Are you cheering me on, Mabe? Of course I have to keep trying so I can repay the hero who saved you." The owner of the blue bird, Mabe, was Filian's zoology professor, Varen Fantasy. He was a lion beastman. Varen Fantasy want to open a window. "Let some air in. If their hero drops by today, it'll be a real problem." The moment the door opened, Ronaldo's face and that terrifying grin stretched nearly to his ears filled their view. "I didn't even knock. Why'd it open by itself?" Ronald recognized the blue bird from earlier and realized its owner was a beastman. But he didn't realize the person in front of him was a lion, and that both the lion and the bird were scared out of their wits by him. So from the top floor of Filian, a lion's roar rang out, along with the bird's miserable cheep cheep. Professor Varen Fantasy stepped back, hugging the trembling Mabe in his arms. "Who are you? How did you get in here? And more importantly, you came in through the window." This was the tallest building in Filian. Ronald scratched the arm that had gone numb from the roar. "Yikes!" Behind him, Angel climbed in wearily. He told Ronald to take the stairs, but Ronald refused to listen. Varen Fantasy was 70% wary, 30% suspecting they followed his beautiful blue bird, especially since Ronald was holding a feather from Mabe. After standing there for about 2 seconds, the professor finally realized these were the 2 saviors who had rescued his precious little one. So the 2 of them were treated much more properly on a soft sofa. Professor Varen Fantasy kept apologizing for his reaction. Ronald didn't really mind. He said if they were assigning blame, it was that thing's fault. It climbed out the window on its own. Which thing? You're the one who told me to use remote control, because taking the stairs was a hassle." Ronald immediately clapped a hand over Angel's mouth to protect his noble benefactor image. He quickly changed the subject. It was unbelievably rare for a sphinx-type demi-human beastman to be Mabe's owner, and to be a professor at Filian, no less. The professor was also surprised that their hero was actually an academy exam candidate of his. "If I'd known sooner, I would have written you a recommendation letter." He hoped Ronald wouldn't fail this exam, or he'd regret it for a long time. "For crying out loud, you haven't even gone in yet and you're already talking like you're packing up and going home." Ronald didn't want to talk about exams anymore. There was something else he wanted confirmed, that battery-like lump Mabe had spat into his hand. Professor Varen Fantasy froze. His blue bird knew how to lay eggs too. He stared in shock at the Galaxy Dreambird egg in Ronald's hand. Ronald didn't understand the professor's stunned expression. What was so surprising about a bird laying an egg? Was the professor's bird infertile or something? The professor still examined it carefully. A bird egg was normal, but Mabe was a dream bird. More importantly, even he didn't know what might be inside that egg. What was he even saying? Ronald was speechless. An egg hatches a bird. What do you think it's going to hatch a dragon? Varen shook his head. Dream birds are different, kid. It depends on the surrounding environment. A dream bird absorbs unique mana and then lays an egg. For example, if there's lava nearby, the egg will hatch a fire phoenix. Or if it's in a monster nest, what's inside the egg will take the form of that monster. There were also cases where what hatched didn't resemble any kind of bird at all. The professor could analyze the mana radiating from the egg to predict the dream bird's form. but the galaxy lump in front of him contained far too many mixed mana signatures. Like melted alchemy stirred together into one mess. In short, they'd only know once it finally hatched. Ronald was stunned. It was just an egg about the size of a chicken egg. Did the professor really need to fuss this much? He wondered where that shameless bird had been wandering to end up spitting out an egg like this. Mabe tilted its head and chirped, "Cheep, cheep." Ronald was at a loss. He never met a bird with skin thicker than its feathers. Professor Varen Fantasy rubbed his hands, hesitated, then asked awkwardly if Ronald could take care of the egg. Mabe's egg? Ronald, of course, had no problem with that. Besides, the egg was hard as a rock. He couldn't crack it to eat it even if he wanted to. What he cared about was whether the egg was worth the money. The professor insisted it was extremely valuable, because a dream bird only reproduces once in its entire life. And since Mabe laid the egg right in front of its owner like that, it must have sensed something special. The professor also wanted to respect a companion who had been by his side for so long. So Ronald would take care of the egg. Of course, it's no problem. He was just curious what the hell was inside, like some guess right, win a prize game. Time was tight, so Ronald and Angel stood up and prepared to leave. The professor told them to wait a moment, then hurried off to fetch the gift he'd prepared. He hadn't known what to give Ronald before, but now he did. Something that will make it easier for Ronald to hatch the eggs. What exactly it is will be revealed in the next chapter. A little later, in the practical examination hall of Galilean Palace, this was the waiting room for the candidates. Everyone was nervous and anxious. Some even took the chance to pray for their ancestors' blessing. The proctor announced that candidate number 111 had finished the test. Candidate number 112, trembling with anticipation, stepped inside. In contrast to number 112, candidate number 113 was frustrated from waiting so long. No one else but Ronald, the egg hatcher. Sitting beside him was Maria, in her newly bought white outfit for good luck in the exam. Ronan wondered how she wasn't uncomfortable in such a tight outfit that made it hard to use the restroom. Maria was obviously fine. She even deliberately wore it to appear prestigious. Fillion was the private academy for all nobles. In the future, they would be the high-class clients she would bring to her family's trade guild. Ronald was speechless. He thought he was already the lowest slave of capitalism, but apparently Maria was even lower. She was frustrated for not meeting the adorable Azel. Since the magical exam hall was elsewhere, luckily she didn't collapse into tears. Quickly, candidate number 112 finished, looking decades older. Ronald stood up to prepare for his turn. Maria reminded him not to worry. Just follow the formula, and if he failed, she wouldn't let him live peacefully. Ronald waved and stepped in, cheered on enthusiastically. No one would dare fail with that support. Inside, he saw the 5 superhero-like examiners of Fillion in front of him. Everyone's face was tense. Being a Fillion professor meant excellence, but the old man in the center was the important figure, the headmaster of Fillion Academy. Archmage Grava Gratis. The woman beside him exuded an overwhelming presence that pressured Ronald. That was the swordsmanship lecturer, Grand Sword Saint Nibiru. Ronan bowed to all 5 proctors as the headmaster explained the test. He would fight a magical mannequin to showcase his skill. Curious what technique he would use, Ronan calmly drew his sword. No flair was needed, a single swift strike was enough. The headmaster and professors were amazed. A simple slash, no mana required. An unusual case, but there were always a few boastful types. Judging by the magical mannequin, indeed it was not simple. It had defensive abilities to counter aura and rapid regeneration. A truly sophisticated magical construct. The professor with cow-like hair mocked Ronan. Even a genius sword saint wouldn't fare well. What could rustic Ronan show them? The silver-haired professor joined in the teasing. The headmaster in the middle was annoyed. I can hear everything, you know. Saying such inappropriate things in front of a candidate embarrassed Fillion. But the headmaster was curious whether Ronan could prove the 2 old men wrong. He was startled seeing Ronald before the mannequin. The deadly aura he radiated shocked him. Ronan performed a textbook horizontal slash across the mannequin's head, then calmly sheathed his sword, announcing he was done. All 5 were stunned. The 2 big meme boy elders smiled awkwardly. He glanced at the headmaster for his opinion. But the headmaster hadn't even spoken when Nibiros suddenly stomped on the table. She lunged like an arrow at Ronald. The blade stopped at his neck without touching. He smiled coldly. This move only scares cowards, not him. Who taught you that sword technique? Nibiros interrogated Ronald with a face scarier than a lion. Ronald didn't understand her question. Nibiros rephrased, did you see my sword strike? Ah yes, you have superb swordsmanship. He could trace 3 strikes after her sudden draw, even he could barely replicate 3 slashes. Nibiros confirmed she had made 3 strikes, but she hated his arrogant strike. In her eyes, Ronald's swordsmanship was amateurish. He deliberately slowed the final strike to obscure it, pretending intense determination. But nothing escaped her. The headmaster and professors were puzzled, not understanding their exchange. Only Ronald knew that. Nibiru's was misunderstanding him. He adjusted his force, thinking the sword wouldn't withstand the last strike. But judging by her look like she wanted to devour him, nothing he said would get through. Nibiru sheathed her sword and left. Ronald was surprised it ended so simply, yet something. With the most terrifying expression, Nibiru declared she would personally teach him a lesson, then stormed back to her seat. The principal understood Nibiru's words implicitly. She had already wanted to take Ronald as her disciple. He sighed, lamenting his fate. "Well done, Ronald," the principal praised, then concluded the exam with a question. This was exactly Ronald's purpose in coming to Philin Academy, he thought. He didn't know how to answer that question. The scene from his past life when he stood helpless before fallen comrades still haunted him. It was the one thing he wanted to change. So, under the guise of a soldier, Ronald stated clearly, "I want to learn so I won't have regrets." The answer left the principal astonished. After Ronald left, he laughed at his wish. In 70 years of living, he had never seen such a case. "How should I go about teaching him?" Professor Thaumai, number 1 beside him, couldn't keep up with the situation. He didn't understand why both Nibiru and the principal were so interested in Ronald. Could it be some clever trick? Trick or not, just look at this magical mannequin. The principal could only call him a prodigy. The two old men initially mocked Ronald. Now they gaped in astonishment at the mannequin's hair spreading across the floor. The one responsible. Ronald pondered Nibiru's azure sword exam through Chop's master technique. Even in his past life, he wasn't sure he could win. She was worthy as his opponent, even more than that. His first steps at Philin had already brought gains, and Ronald was extremely satisfied. He was certain he would learn much more here. Now came the theoretical exam. He had been chewing through books all month. Always confident, nothing could faze him. This was him after taking the test, looking like candidate 112 after the practical exam. Ronald slumped, complaining, "This exam is impossible, teacher." Maria was also puzzled. Ronald couldn't even score 5 points. All exam questions were in the stack of books she provided. Turns out Ronald only took one book to study, focusing so much he forgot the other inside. Maria was furious. Oh my God, how does someone this dumb even survive? Since finishing the test, Ronald sulked alone. Maria encouraged him. After all, the practical exam was still more important. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the results board. Those who passed were immediately notified. Who topped the theoretical exam? Moreover, she ranked 12th in practical. Maria tied in both theory and martial arts. The two stared at each other in shock. Maria couldn't contain her joy, hugging Isle. "We passed." More importantly, Azio ranked first in theory. Even with two tying, it was still first place. Truly Maria's beloved. The two were reassured about their positions. Now only Lunan remained. His face was withered. On that board his name was absent. Maria gasped, pushing Ronald's eyes open to read carefully where his name was. Ronald muttered, "I've read every single name already. How could someone like me get into the academy?" Suddenly, a fireball shot down with a loud explosion. It was the fireworks ending the entrance exam for the top scorer. A fiery phoenix spread its wings proudly, then spat a fireball toward Ronald, leaving him stunned. Another explosion rang out, accompanied by the announcement. The top martial arts student was Ronald. Though weak in theory, he was strong. First in practical, last in theory. Everyone gawked, then two people hugged Ronald in celebration. Sulking all morning, it turned out he was the top martial arts student. Ronald was happy with the result, but paused for about 2 seconds. If he was first, that meant the Sword Saint lost to him, right? With that competitive streak, he would never be at peace. No sooner had Cao Cao been mentioned than he arrived. From behind Ronald, a fierce aura surged. "So it's you, the one who topped the practical exam." Ronald's hair stood on end, knowing this madman would come, Sword Saint Sleafin. The crowd panicked upon seeing the Empire's rising star here. Maria and Azel also flinched at the raging aura. Ronald gritted his teeth. The most troublesome thing about him was that he couldn't stand anyone better at swordsmanship than himself. It was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Ronald twitched a corner of his mouth. "I'm first, I had no idea." Lieven frowned. "Why are you lying?" Ronald tried to act naturally. "I told you, want proof? Don't start trouble, just move along." "Proof? I'll show you." Interrupting, Sleafin swung his sword at Ronald, but he blocked it. Azio panicked, worried for him. "We're just talking normally, why bring out a weapon?" "Is this enough?" Sleafin spoke. "If Ronald weren't top 1, he couldn't block my strike. If you can hit, go ahead, it's a fight." "Yeah, everyone knows that, you pigs." Sleafin gritted his teeth, wanting to see the skill that let Ronald surpass him. Ronald was annoyed. What a lunatic. He would make Sleafin shut up. Ronald swung 3 times in quick succession. Sly Eiffel flinched for a split second, then countered all 3 strikes with a single block. "There, you lunatic, happy now?" Ronan sheathed his sword, staring at the arm that was trembling after parrying. He admitted Ronald had the edge over him, but this wasn't over yet. He charged again, demanding a duel, confidently insisting that wasn't enough to beat him. "Wait, you've lost it, calm down." Ronald panicked at the thoughts written all over Sly Eiffel's face. "No way in hell I'm calming down." The two collided again. That was why Ronald never wanted to face this psycho head-on. Schlieffen would never stop until someone was dead. At this rate, he'd drag his aura into it too, and turn it into a real duel. Schlieffen could whip up a cyclone with a single slash. That aura-infused sword technique was called Swordstorm, something Ronan couldn't withstand. Then there was only one option left. Ronald turned his back and walked away, making Schlieffen furious. What the hell are you doing? Who turns their back on an opponent in a fight? Ronan's hand stopped on Ezel's shoulder. Ezel panicked, having no idea why his friend was dragging that. Psycho out here? Coward using a lady as a shield and still calling yourself a knight, Lee Evans shouted. I'm a lady with killer curves, Azio shouted too, while Donald lurked behind them, waiting for an opening to rush in and punch Sly Eiffel straight in the face. He smashed his face flat. A kingdom is hard to change, a nature is hard to shift. From his previous life to this one, Schlieffen always protected the honor of a knight. Seeing Schlieffen sprawled on the ground, clutching his head in dizziness, Ronan immediately signaled to Maria and Isel. Right now, run. Lee Evan was still stunned, not understanding what was happening when the three of them had already fled. Bowen finally ran over to stop the chaos. He panicked and called out Lord Schlieffen when he saw him battered and sitting on the ground. He wanted information from Ronald so the Academy security could pursue them, but Lee Evan didn't need that. He claimed that now he was just an applicant, a commoner, no longer the son of a ducal family. He stood up, brushing off his coat. But Lee Evan was astonished to see his finest Midwin-made sword crack. So that was it. Schlieffen thought Ronald just wanted to borrow the sword as usual, but his blade ended up cracked. Schlieffen laughed. What an interesting young man, he will be mine. The next day, in the outskirts of the capital, the boy who caught Sly Evan's eye was on a date in the tamarind forest with another boy. From now on, I confirm Azio's sexual orientation. He's gay, everyone. He was worried about Ronald punching the heir of the Rancia ducal family yesterday, breaking his nose. What if Schlieffen brought his whole clan for revenge? Ronald told him not to worry. He may look a bit crazy, but Schlieffen is a good person. Just a little sword-obsessed. Gilly F always maintains principles and faith, the ideal model of a hero for everyone. One could say the image of a perfect noble. Without Ronald, everyone would think Schlieffen is the main character. Based on this personality, Ronald guessed that yesterday Schlieffen was just seeking a fair duel. Otherwise, they would all be having state meals now, not on a date here. Azio agreed. Moreover, what they were looking for was right in front of them. The ley line Professor Varon mentioned, a soft, clear stream. The Fernando Spring. Nobody knows why mana flows across the world and gathers in one spot, forming pools called ley lines. With its presence, mana seeps into the surrounding area. Even a normal stone can become high-grade mana stone. Even a wild herb can turn into a magical medicinal plant. Ley lines are famous for these miraculous properties. The value of a ley line is immeasurable, so most people try to claim it for themselves. Professor Varon Fanasi was generous to let them come here to incubate an egg. Ezreal also felt a burning thirst upon sensing the dense mana concentrated here. At this place, he could cast magic stronger than usual. Ezel's gaze fell on the galaxy egg in Ronan's back. It was absorbing magical energy at an astonishing rate. Seems like it liked the mana here. Ronan didn't know much about this mana either. If Maria were here, she would love it. Suddenly, Azio realized something. The place was strangely quiet. Although this was a high mana area, fantasy creatures would usually come here to nest. Ronald was startled. They hadn't heard a single animal sound. He stood up, pulling his hair. Green beans, main character problems, trouble everywhere. Ronan told Azio to be ready, because he had smelled fresh blood nearby. Angel didn't understand Donald's metaphor. His eyes lit up. Someone arrived before us. Of course, someone was an uninvited guest. No sooner had he finished speaking than blazing red mana-tipped arrows flew from the bushes toward them. Without waiting for the arrows to land, Ronald charged, drawing his sword. He broke 5 arrows in an instant. The 4-sided arrows reminded Ronald of the past. He had seen them somewhere before. It was an evening at the disciplinary corps camp. His best friend was holding those 4-sided arrows, showing off their power. These special arrows can blow heads off idiots. Definitely a strong item, but not cheap. Ronan rested his chin on his hand, exasperated at his friend's boasting. He knew the redhead stole arrows to hunt and got caught, yet he still stood there showing off. The redhead wasn't ordinary either. He had traced the arrows' usage. Hundreds of times, successful hunts belonged to a senior member. Within their organization, a hunting dog of the Calibero branch. The annoying Calibero again, Ronald groaned. He recalled their hierarchy was like a pack of hunting dogs. An idea popped into Ronald's mind, clever but mischievous. He told Azio to hide somewhere, just don't turn into a porcupine. Now he had to execute his underhanded plan. Ronald dashed at lightning speed. Meanwhile, the Calibero hunting group remained alert as Ronald's single swing shattered all their mana-tipped arrows. Their guy wondered what kind of monster he was. A monster, all right. Ronald kept slipping between branches like he had some scout regiment mobility gear strapped on. The scar-faced man sensed danger and shouted for his buddies to spread out and surround Roland. Ronan figured this Scarface was decisively ruthless, nothing like those rookies he'd already cut down in the Black Forest. If they scattered, he just had to pull them back into one spot. Ronald stopped and yelled, "Stop, don't you recognize a teammate?" The Scarface froze. "Teammate my ass." Ronald curled a grin and started acting. "I'm the youngest hound from the Damask branch." The whole group crowded in around Ronald, suspiciously interrogating him. Ronald stayed deadpan. "Believe it or not, you're going to believe it." No way the Scarface would buy it. He scowled. "Dressed like some street punk and you call yourself a hound? I'd believe you were a rabid dog before that." Ronald shrugged. "If you don't believe me, why don't you ask your branch's wolf?" And seriously, judging others by your own rotten mindset is a bad habit, stray dog bro. Ronan's taunt and punchable look made the Scarface boil. He grabbed Ronan by the collar. "Damn it, you think you can insult me? Want me to tear you limb from limb?" The dagger pressed at Ronan's throat, but he kept that shameless expression, telling him not to swear. Swearing gets your tongue cut out. The guy grimaced, not knowing what to say. Then a teammate behind him urged him to calm down and not doubt Ronald just because he looked like some cocky brat. Because he knew about the Calibro ranking system, something only passed around internally. Ronald grinned, pleased his bait had landed. "Wait for the captain to show up, then talk. If we fight, we'll end up beefing with the Damask branch." "I told you to shut up and stand guard ready at all times. What the hell is going on here?" A booming voice echoed and the whole pack went silent. They called the bald, scarred man their captain from the Demir branch, Brom. The Scarface immediately let go of Ronan's collar. His attitude flipped completely. He hurried over and explained Ronald's story to his boss. Meanwhile, Lunan was calculating. If the wolf was here, then the whole den had gathered. Great, no need to search anymore. Brom called on Ronald to confirm. He demanded to know why someone from the Damask branch was here, when it had already been decided this mountain range belonged to Damien. Ronald chuckled dumbly. "Who gets what? I don't know, I don't care, because I'm basically nobody." That answer made Vrom snap. The men standing close to Ronald didn't even have time to react. His blade flashed and they were cut down in an instant. The Scarface went pale at the sight. As Vrom reached for his weapon, Lunan was already in front of him, wearing the most fake-friendly smile imaginable. A clean slash crossed Vrom's neck. A moment later, his bald, scarred head went flying, blood spraying out like a sudden eruption. The Scarface stared blankly as Vrom's head rolled across the ground. "Hey, big bro, didn't I tell you? People who swear end up with a nasty fate." Only then did he realize the 5 fingers on his right hand were gone. His face twisted. He sank to the ground, clutching his hand and shaking. Ronan told him to calm down and tossed him a sheet of paper. He snapped through the pain. Who stays calm after losing a hand? Ronald ordered him to write down the locations of every branch he knew. "What do you mean?" he barked. Ronald slowly stroked his blade, his expression chilling. "1 right, 2 die." He yelped that he'd do anything, but he didn't have a pen. Ronald got annoyed. "Quit the excuses. I already made you a pen right there by your right hand. If you're left-handed, I'll make 5 more pens." The man stared at his bleeding fingers in agony. In his whole life, he'd never met anyone as vicious as Roland. A little later, Ronald held the paper he'd drawn with the man's blood and praised him. "See, drawing with your whole hand looks way nicer." The man cowered, hugging his arm. "Thank you, so like you promised you'll let me go, right?" Ronald tucked the paper away. "When did I ever promise that?" He split the Scarface down the middle in a blink. "I'm not stupid enough to spare my enemy." "Hugh, hey Hugh," Ezel kept calling for Hugh by the tree, exhausted. Ronald looked at him with a judging stare. He told the kid to brace himself and he still reacted like this. Ezel hesitated and apologized, but what he'd just seen was simply too terrifying. Animal carcasses were piled everywhere in a sticky pool of blood. The stench made his stomach lurch. Calibro did all of this. That's why Ronald couldn't let a single one of them live long enough to lay eggs. They were all wanted criminals. Sooner or later, they'd all be put down. Anyway, if Professor V. Suddenly, the dream egg began to move. He opened the bag to see what it was doing. Angel called him, finger trembling as it pointed forward. The scene made Jonan's eyes widen in shock. Fresh blood was flying up and gathering in one spot. The sticky substance became damp like a flood. Sensing danger, Ronald stepped forward and drew his sword. As they prepared to retreat, they ran into more danger. Why was this happening? The dream egg glowed brightly and flew toward the pool of blood. It absorbed it powerfully, like a black hole. Azio asked Ronan in panic, "What's happening?" Ronald replied, "I don't know either. It's my first time hatching an egg." Still, Ronald held firm in his belief. Whatever was inside this egg was extraordinary. It could absorb all that fresh blood in a terrifying way. Azio peered closer. Suddenly, the egg cracked, the fissure widening. Both knew the egg was about to hatch. Ronald's face lit up with joy at his first successful hatching. Surely, the child inside had to be something special. Ronan, full of excitement, received a punch coming from inside the egg. He touched his nose in pain. Who dared harm this handsome face of his? The culprit was the beautiful mutated galaxy dream bird. Ronald looked but couldn't see any bird-like traits in the creature. Angel thought it looked more like a dragon, as textbooks suggested. He didn't understand where the blue maw pet had flown to lay something that didn't look like a bird, but the attack couldn't be ignored. Ronan gently touched its soft feathers, yet he was still annoyed by its questioning gesture. His sharp nose had almost been broken in two. The Galaxy Kelbia bird circled magically toward Jonan, and in an instant he felt the wound vanish. His eyes sparkled as he looked at it. Healing magic was truly amazing. Moreover, the way it treated Ronald showed he had caught its favor. Ronald had been annoyed moments ago, but seeing his firstborn so capable, he felt proud. Now came the naming part, the hardest part. Suddenly, the galaxy noticed movement. Its face became as dangerous as Ronald's. It darted like lightning. While Ezel was curious, Ronan realized his little one was sharp. It had sensed the presence of that mouse. The mouse was sprinting full speed to deliver news. It was Ban Ru from the Dumia division, an ordinary courier witnessing his teammates being killed piece by piece. Then he witnessed the galaxy egg absorbing blood. One day with too many shocks, but the horrifying part was just beginning. Ronald's galaxy pet was chasing relentlessly, startling him as if he had seen a ghost, tripping over a branch and falling to the ground. Ronald's little one immediately attacked, using magic to draw blood from him, making him cry out in pain. "Stop!" a voice rang out. Ronan calmly stepped in front of him. "Enough, Sita, if you keep going he'll die." Sita was the name Ronan had chosen. It seemed to like the name as well. Ban Ru, delivering news, sat on the ground recovering. He hadn't expected a reckless kid to be the owner of this blood-sucking monster. Before he could escape, Ronald called him. "Are you okay, Banru?" He knelt to thank him, but realized Ronald had just called his name. Swish, a sword swung before his neck. "Never thought I'd see you here. Egg hunting going well. Sir Bloodhound Calibero has many words." Banru flinched as Ronald called him a bloodhound. But now he was just a courier. Ronald laughed. Turns out Banru's rank was low. Anyway, he only needed him to do one thing, naturally. It wasn't much. Do it and live, don't do it and die. That night, Gronin excitedly watched every gold coin fall into his hands. This was the unexpected result of his even spring water turns to gold trick. At first, Isle thought he was keeping it to drink. Who knew when Father Maria saw the bottle, he paid such a high price. Thanks to Duan, they didn't need to worry about money. Both were already heavily indebted to Professor Varen Fanasi. He had planned to introduce Sita to him, but the professor went on a business trip. As for Ronan giving Banru the map from a bloodhound wasn't simple. He used a villainous face to make Banru beg for the task. Surely, that bloodhound wouldn't dare plot anything sinister. Isle was curious what Ronald would do with all the money. Being a top scholar, he was tuition-free and even supported, so now Ronald was like a newly rich man. Ronan pondered. He had never held so much money before, so he didn't know what to do. Now he remembered the upcoming welcome ceremony. Well, he would just go care for the little one. A few days later at the Va Long City carriage camp, the elegant coachman opened the door. "We have arrived, miss," the person on the carriage stammered thanks. Eyes shining brightly at her first visit to the city. It was none other than Ronan's sister, Irene. She couldn't help but exclaim at the lavish beauty of Va Long. Ronald was already waiting. Sita peeked out from behind him, and he asked his sister how she'd been while he was out. Irene shot back in a sulk. She never expected a gorgeous carriage to show up at the gate. She thought some handsome prince was about to whisk her away to be queen. More importantly, after half a month apart, Irene realized her little brother had been skipping meals. His face looked gaunt. Ronald said he'd been eating properly, and only then did Irene relent. Her gaze immediately fell on Sita, behaving so sweetly on Ronald's back. "Who's this? She's adorable." Sita flapped her wings and waved at Irene in a friendly way. Of course, Ronald didn't tell Irene the details about incubating the egg. He quickly tugged Irene along to leave. There wasn't much time. He was about to enter the academy. Before the deadline crushed him, he had to do this first. Something he'd never managed to do in his previous life. Inside a clothing boutique, Irene hesitated. She knew her brother had been making a lot of money lately, and with a scholarship he was living more comfortably. But she'd never worn an expensive dress like that before, so she still felt a little awkward. Ronald looked her over for a while. His sister really looked beautiful in anything. He immediately told the clerk to wrap up everything he'd picked. Irene stared at the pile of clothes in alarm. Only the clerk was quietly delighted to have landed a big spender. Irene had worked herself to the bone raising him, so now it was his turn to repay her. Hearing that from the little brother who used to do nothing but fool around moved Irene to tears. Her eyes glistening. When did my little brother grow up so much? Unable to contain her joy, she bounced around bragging to everyone that her brother could earn money, leaving Ronald so embarrassed he wished he could crawl into a hole. Ronald immediately called Irene to leave. His sword had been damaged the other day, so he had to stop by the workshop to get it fixed. All because of that lunatic who trained with a sword like a maniac, and that lunatic was already waiting by the door, just for Ronald to step out. Seeing Lee Evans' hulking face right in front of them left both Ronald and Irene stunned. Had this psycho been tailing him so closely he knew his every move. But in Lee Evans' eyes, this was simply a fated encounter. He'd come today to pick up his new sword and happened to run into Ronald. Since fate willed it, he had to pull out the new blade and test it against him immediately. Ronald didn't buy that coincidence for a second. Speaking of swords, his had just been abused by this guy until it chipped in several places. Ronald drew his sword and ground out, teeth clenched. Want me to show you what broken really looks like? Lee Evans was no less fired up. Perfect timing too, since he'd just gotten his new sword. Just as the standoff grew tense, Irene ran out to stop them. Ronald, I told you not to swear or curse. Ronald awkwardly explained that the guy behind her was a lunatic. But Irene didn't understand. She even asked back, wait, you called me sister. Lee Evans' villain face surfaced the moment he learned Ronald had a sister. Irene brushed her hair back and turned around, apologizing in her gentlest voice. That must have startled you, right? At that moment, Sleafin, heir to the prestigious Grancia family, the Empire's rising star, finally learned what it meant to be completely smitten. I didn't discipline my younger brother properly. So please forgive him. Irene bowed respectfully, leaving Sleafin so flustered he could barely speak. He took a deep breath to steady himself, and replied in the calmest tone he could manage, I was the one who was thoughtless. It isn't the young lady's fault. Faced with such amiability, Irene was delighted and out of habit, grabbed Sleafin's hand. I'm so glad Ronald has a kind friend like you. Who would have thought Irene's gesture would make Kim Sleafin's heart flutter like that? Off to the side, Ronald stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. What is this? Can even a hero not get past a beautiful woman? All of Sleafin's hostility vanished in an instant, and he even compensated Ronald for his sword. Since he hadn't brought any gold, Sleafin handed Irene a Grancia family identity token instead. It could be used anywhere in the Empire. Staring at the precious gold plaque in Irene's hand, Ronald was even more shocked. Lee Evans said that if he wanted to buy a sword, he should go to the smithy on the west side of the city. But Sleafin couldn't take his eyes off Irene, as if he were competing for the sword by talking to her instead. Thanks to having a goddess-like older sister, Ronald got introduced to a 500-year-old forge. Commoners could only dream of getting in, but with Sleafin's genuine gold token, you could come and go as you please. Then I hope you find yourself a fine sword. Lee Evans left with effortless swagger, leaving the three of them staring blankly behind him. Sita tapped at Ronald to snap him back to his senses. He was still reeling from Lee Evans' sudden, dramatic change in attitude. That gold token could buy an entire village, let alone his tiny little sword. Watching Sleafin walk away like a wind-up doll made Ronan wonder. Was that Sleafin the sword saint, that insanely strong madman? You know, the very next day, at the welcome ceremony of Filian Academy, Headmaster Grava Gratit proudly welcomed the Academy's 787th incoming class. Those who had passed both the theory and practical exams with flying colors. The principal spoke for a full half hour, making Jonan drowsy, yawning again and again. But thinking of his sister Irene, proudly attending her little brother's opening ceremony, he found the motivation to keep standing. After the speech, the principal suddenly snapped his fingers. A wave of mana spread through the students. Panic erupted as the sky seemed to shatter into fragments. By the time they understood what was happening, they had been moved to a different space. Ronald stared in shock as the principal effortlessly teleported upward. The entire vast grounds shifted with a simple snap, he announced. Only now does the real party begin to welcome the new students of Filian. A meetup between year groups, an encounter held between first years and second years at the very place they first met. The process is rather tense and a special event. This is a battle between the top scorer of the entrance exam, representing the first years, and the four best of the second years, each with their own distinct fighting style. The duels will proceed one-on-one in order, as Principal Grava Gratis declared. This event is closely tied to the faculty at Filian. It strengthens ties between upperclassmen and first years, so they can learn one another's strengths and capabilities. It's an educational battle. Through it, each year's representatives will show their first steps forward within the academy. To favor the first years, the principal allows them the right to choose their opponent. Meanwhile, Namhae is not allowed to back out once he's been chosen. In the end, the principal reminded them not to feel too pressured, since this was only a fight to learn from. Ronald grew irritated with the principal's way of talking. All that roundabout phrasing only made the first years even more confused. As for the second years, the top-ranked student was Nato, a martial specialist. Second place was Brahm, with Karun tied for second and Irina ranked third. Brahm was thrilled to fight Slyavan, the Empire's rising new star, whom Ronald claimed he had already defeated. Ronald's mouth twitched. He had a bad feeling this was going to go very wrong. But to prove himself to Sister Irin, Ronald had to be careful. He was weighing a battle plan that involved teaming up with that lunatic Sly. Right then, the principal announced that first years could freely choose their opponent. Ronald suddenly proposed that since first years could choose at will, he wanted to take all four of them solo. Naturally, the principal could hardly believe it. What's more, Ronald calmly told them to have all four second years come at him at once. The principal immediately called an emergency meeting. He sought Professor Naby Rose's opinion. She agreed to Ronald's proposal. Billion Academy's principle was simple. If you have talent, you can do anything you want. So no matter who won this match, it would carry great meaning and teach the other students a valuable lesson. If things went out of control, she would intervene immediately. Hearing that, the principal understood and promptly approved the 1 versus 4 match. The second years, of course, didn't like it. To them, Ronald was looking down on them just because he ranked first in the entrance exam. Nato instructed them to use this chance to teach him a lesson and to stay calm as they fought. From what they'd seen, Slyvan really was arrogant but talented too, an opponent they couldn't afford to underestimate. They would launch a full assault from the start to crush Brunnen and break ZF's morale. Irin sat in the stands, worried for her younger brother. She shouted that if he was in danger, he had to retreat immediately. Ronald smiled and waved to Irene. Those words were better saved for the other 4. The principal took his position, and the moment he declared the battle had begun, Nato surged in to close the distance. Ronald immediately twisted backward, avoiding his opponent's straight thrust. Truly the best of the second years, his speed and agility were far beyond Maria back when she fought him. They were on different levels. Even as his mind raced, Ronald noticed Irina with a dagger, power gathering on the left, and he used his newly forged sword to knock her attack aside. Irina ducked her head and Karun charged in from behind in an instant. The spear tip was only a few centimeters from Ronald's eye. He flipped his blade to block but was still forced back. Ronald marveled at their coordinated team combat, especially now, with Brahm already waiting behind him. He looked down at Ronald and said, "Kid, you've been underestimating us." He brought his blade down like an executioner. From the start, Brahm had wanted a hard-fought match with Ronald but not a drawn-out one. It seemed that wasn't going to happen. Ronald slipped aside, neatly dodging Brahm's heavy cleaver strike, fast and powerful, while enduring a relentless barrage from the other 3. All 4 were highly skilled, surrounding Ronald and pressing the attack. But at that moment, he blinked out of the encirclement. Brahm's blade slammed into the ground, and the other 3 jolted when Ronald's figure appeared behind them. In the blink of an eye, all 3 were hit by Ronald's strike while still midair. A crack rang out and metal fragments flew everywhere. Ronald landed lightly, but he didn't expect Brahm to be just as fast. So what? Ronald planted his hands on his hips and waited for Brahm to charge. "I fought with everything I had, so I'll be courteous to the very end." He turned sideways, braced on his right leg, and hooked his left leg to stop Brahm's step. The familiar stance shocked Brahm. It was Professor Naby Rose's stance. Ronald gave an amused grin, then executed Naby Rose's 3 textbook slashes. Another splintering crack echoed. Even though Brahm knew he would lose, Ronald's talent intrigued him. After the match, Ronald was thoroughly satisfied. He'd learned a great deal from this fight. Billion Academy really was something else. The entire stands fell silent after witnessing Ronald's swordplay. Then cheers erupted like an explosion. Who was that? So amazing, he looked weaker at the start, but in an instant he finished everyone off. All 4 second years just stared at their shattered weapons. Nato looked awkward. He knew he couldn't compare to Ronald, so he didn't resist at all. All 4 shared the same question. Where did that monster crawl out from? Ronald, meanwhile, was slowly studying Irene. She was so happy she was almost in tears, grabbing the person beside her. "Did you see that? That's my little brother." It seemed Irene wouldn't worry about him getting beaten up anymore. Now it was time for the next act. "You seniors have worked hard." Ronald stepped up to the second years, polite and proper. He bowed. "I learned so much today." He admitted he'd gotten overly excited about joining Billion, so he'd gone a bit overboard. The seniors' strength was far beyond what he'd imagined. In the end, Ronald offered sincere thanks to the seniors for accepting his challenge. Ronald's painfully realistic performance left Maria and Azel standing there dumbstruck. Who knew what he ate this morning to talk like that? Faced with Ronald's attitude, the 4 second years stopped closing in. They exchanged awkward looks at his bow. "I thought you were some nasty punk. Turns out you're not only strong, you're polite too." Brahm was the one who broke the awkward silence. He took Ronald's hand and raised it like a declaration of victory. He truly and completely acknowledged Ronald, even winking as praise for his skill. Ronald put on a smooth smile and replied, "You fought bravely too, just like your skills." He kept up the act so Irene wouldn't worry about him anymore. Needless to say, Irene cried so hard with happiness that she even tore the shirt of the young man beside her. That night in the hall, an overnight party was held. Azel still didn't understand why the academy was throwing an opening celebration. Turns out it was a free buffet. Maria happily gnawed on a chicken leg in her hand. As expected of the most prestigious academy in the imperial city, great food, and it was free. Today, Irene went back, not forgetting to tell her little brother not to pick fights with classmates. To be safe, Ronald sent the bodyguard Sita to follow her. After all, his beloved pet had a creepy hobby of sucking blood. Azel was pretty surprised that Ronald cared about his sister that much. He only replied, "Of course." And now came the part Ronald had been looking forward to most, enjoying Fillion's free food. "You're really going to eat it?" A voice like a 1,000-year-old ghost made Ronald's skin crawl. Annoyed, he slammed the table and stood up. Didn't the Grancha family teach you not to mess with someone's food? Schlieffen stood calmly with his arms crossed. Today he'd come only to gather important information. Ronald wondered what important information was worth collecting in person. Schlieffen pulled out a notebook and began grilling Ronald nonstop. Where does Lady Irene live? Is it far from the Imperial City? What's the transportation like? Is security good? Do bandits show up often? A barrage of questions from Schlieffen followed, his expression growing more severe as he asked about escorting Irene home. He suggested Jonah hire some mercenaries to take responsibility. Otherwise, Ronald was worse than that Rodaland prisoner. I already did, you bastard, I did, Ronald snapped. I even sent someone more reliable. Unless a wyvern shows up, nothing's going to happen. Hearing that, Schlieffen's face changed. What did you say? You mean if a wyvern appears, the young lady will be attacked? Seeing the pen in Schlieffen's hand snap in two, Jonah had to shout, enough, you lunatic. He didn't understand why this psycho was making such a big deal about his sister. More importantly, what right did Schlieffen have to act like this? He wasn't even Ronald's friend. Jonah suddenly went rigid. He was only worried something might happen to Irene on the way back. That was what a knight should do. While the two argued, a stream of violet mana spread from a girl and swept past everyone. She spoke up, this scene is quite entertaining. Is Grancha the wolf always this talkative? Slee Evan returned with his usual cold expression. What do you want? Akaluja, the long-haired girl with purple mana, is Erebit Akaluja, the top entrant in this year's magic department. She gave a sweet, flattering smile and said, Schlieffen, don't misunderstand me. Then she immediately shifted her gaze toward Ronald, whom she found intriguing. Ronald was taken aback. He couldn't believe a day had come when a girl was seeking him out for information. Lee Evans silently watched Erebit and then sighed. He was certain she was plotting something dark. Having seen this many times, he decided to leave first. Halfway away, Schlieffen wasn't satisfied and turned back to glare at Ronald. I think at least one of my family's guards should accompany you. Ronald was annoyed and wanted him to leave immediately, finding it ridiculous. Ezel's trembling hand grabbed Ronald's sleeve. He was frightened as he looked at Erebit, who had displayed herself. In the head-to-head duel, with her superior magical talent, she had continuously showcased her skills, devastating the Philian arena. It seemed a bit excessive. Erebit wore an unmistakably fake expression. She thought she should teach these brats a lesson. You get what I mean, right, Ronald? I don't get a thing, Ronald replied coldly. What concerned him was why this woman had sought him out. Erebit stepped forward, approaching Ronald. Impressed by his talent she had come here to present, she pulled out her signature purple necklace. Something a petty criminal could never even dream of. Ronan froze as he looked at the purple necklace before him. This was Akaluja's invitation. The Akaluja clan is special because they value talent over bloodline. They have trained countless gifted individuals, maintaining their position as one of the two pillars of the empire. This clan gives opportunities to those who show potential to become part of the family. The symbol of that opportunity is this necklace, Akaluja's invitation. Ronan wondered how she could hand it to someone else. But Erebit didn't answer his question, knowing Ronald understood the necklace's significance. Ronan thoughtfully said he had only heard about it from someone, and the someone was Commander Adessen Akaluja herself. That day, she had also given him the same item, as she was part of the Akaluja clan. Of course, before joining, he had to pass the clan leader's test, but talented individuals would surely succeed. At that time, Adessen had reminded him that, when he achieved merit in a battle, he might eventually receive the invitation. She was the first to recognize Ronald's talent, giving him confidence in himself. Back in the present, he saw it once again. Erebit didn't explain much and left, leaving Ronan with advice. Even if you are born a beast, if you stay too long among the flock, you will become like them. Once Erebit disappeared from sight, Azio dared to exhale deeply. Meanwhile, Ronan wondered if geniuses always acted according to their own will. Regardless, having a means of contact was good. The Akaluja clan would be helpful to him. Speaking of Philian Academy's program, they always prioritize students' abilities above all. Depending on grades, the environment could vary greatly, especially in the dormitory system. Nesha Hall houses mid-tier students. Each has a clean room, a premium cafe and other amenities, a beautiful, fully equipped dormitory. Conversely, the bottom 30% of students are assigned to Creative Hall. The first day at Gratis usually starts with students yelling. They refuse to accept being placed somewhere worse than even their family's stable. Staff simply repeat one phrase, if you're stupid, no one will serve you. All right, each room has 4 people. Bathrooms and toilets are shared. This is academy law, don't like it. Sleep here again next term. Thus began the first shock for the small-brain nobles. Finally, the top 10% of students, including Ronald at top 1, live in Nabigdozer Hall. Ronald could only describe his impression of this building with one phrase, insanely awesome. He didn't expect all these empty rooms were reserved for a single student. A pile of documents on the desk caught his attention. It was the class registration form. He wondered if he just needed to write down the classes he wanted to take on the timetable. As someone who overthinks, Ronald felt first-year students needed to adapt. so he wouldn't choose. Not too many, but the classes he randomly picked all sounded interesting. Yeah. Clearly, this was a typical harmful misunderstanding among first-year students who had never experienced the hell of deadline. After some deliberation, Ronald completed his timetable. It's a bit much, but he was confident that as a Philian student, he had to study diligently. The next day, on his first day of class, Ronald was kicked out by the professor. Ronald looked puzzled. Why? He had just started the lesson. But it wasn't because he was incompetent. The truth was Ronald had already mastered all the basic royal sword techniques perfectly. The academy's rules allowed students to leave class once they had completed the entire curriculum. Moreover, showing off his skills only discouraged the other students. So Ronald sat gloomily by the lake after being expelled from class. Weapon training and monster hunting. The reason was that he had completed the course excellently, but this wasn't what Ronald wanted, driving him insane with frustration. You look too familiar. Isn't this class time? Hearing the voice, Ronald turned and saw Professor Naby Rose wandering with a sword. Recognizing Ronald, Naby Rose immediately understood why he was sitting alone here while classes were ongoing. Ronald propped his sword and stood up. He thought Filion would be more advanced, yet he had already learned every subject. Naby Rose didn't take offense. For a first-year student to complete everything on the first day was truly astonishing. Moreover, he could mimic techniques after just one observation, a rare talent which made Naby Rose pay even closer attention. She asked Ronald to lend her his sword. Today she would personally teach him a lesson. Ronan didn't even understand why the professor took his sword when an explosion from behind startled him. Even from a distance, Naby Rose could make the water tremble, leaving him astonished. After just one strike, Ronald's newly repaired sword was even more severely damaged. In Naby Rose's eyes, it was merely a piece of iron that weakened the user, unworthy of being called a weapon. Watch closely. She drew her sword with such speed that Ronald had to strain his eyes to follow. A decisive slash with force that blew Ronald's hair back. But even more terrifying, the water was split in two with a single stroke. After the shockwave from Naby Rose's sword, the water returned as if it were raining. Seeing Ronald's stunned face, Naby Rose smirked. Can you see what you were lacking? Until now, Ronald's definition of a weapon was a block of iron solid and sharp enough to fight. At best, it should not break when held, because if it did, he'd have to find a new one. But now his entire perspective was completely overturned after witnessing Naby Rose's display. Ronald couldn't understand, just a different sword, and yet the gap was so vast. Naby Rose explained that even a slight difference in breadth or force could create a distinction. On the battlefield, such small differences could determine life or death. She advised him to choose a weapon suitable for himself when using mana. Of course, judging by his swings, Naby Rose knew Ronald didn't know how to use mana. Nevertheless, his skill compensated for the lack of mana. But one day, he would inevitably have to fight and use it. Ronald fell into deep thought, making Naby Rose laugh. She immediately invited him to join her class. Even though only second-year students and above were allowed, Naby Rose personally made an exception for him, leaving Ronald astonished. However, Naby Rose reminded him to find a proper weapon. Instead of holding a lump of metal, this was the minimum requirement to join her class. So on the first day off, Ronald dragged his two best friends to the forge as instructed, naturally carrying his immunity badge. But the three of them froze in front of the dilapidated wooden house, feeling as if a strong wind could topple it. Ronald prayed the guide wouldn't trick him and Irene. To find out, they stepped inside. They gently opened the door. A massive cobweb on the ceiling shocked them all. How could the inside be even more decrepit than the outside? Strangely, that up-and-coming knight didn't know the meaning of lying. From the wooden door, a gray hand with sharp claws reached out, accompanied by a deep voice. "Oh, it's too early, I was sleeping soundly." A huge foot appeared on the ground before them. He complained about being disturbed even though the lights were off. The sight terrified Agil, turning him pale, while Ronan remained calm. He was even surprised to meet a werewolf in a forge for the first time. The brat, the German the werewolf intended to interrogate but fell silent before GF's immortality badge. Ronald said he only came to buy a weapon. The werewolf recognized the Grancia family token and evaluated the three before him. Two radiated mana, but Ronald emitted none. Yet the werewolf did not immediately approve, because having a token didn't guarantee they were truly of the Grancia family. He panted, refusing to let the kids in, but there was a way around it. The werewolf's face turned inhuman. He pointed at Azio. "If I may tear off an arm of this scrawny kid, I'll consider it." He happened to be hungry, so he was being generous. This terrified Isel to the point of despair. Seeing his sharp, drooling teeth, Ronald coldly signaled, "You damn werewolf." His face was filled with murderous intent as he crossed the line. Ronald drew his sword and thrust it into the werewolf's stomach, leaving him confused. The werewolf clutched his stomach and stepped back in pain, but Ronald sensed a strange throbbing from the invisible armor he wore. But it didn't matter, he could just destroy everything along the way. The werewolf scrambled to explain it was all a test. It was the first step in Lozen's procedure for first-time customers. He had just created the transparent armor and wanted to test it. That was why he intentionally attacked them. In short, he had no intention of eating them. Ronald couldn't understand how he could come up with such a smooth excuse, proving he didn't trust them. The werewolf hurried to explain. This is the Grancia family's trusted forge, so the testing process is normal. If you're uneasy, ask Giasley Eiffel. Ronald pondered and sheathed his sword. This absurd procedure almost led him to kill. The werewolf stood up apologetically, genuinely friendly. Even as a wolf, he didn't like eating humans, so no worries. Angel smiled in response, though still pale. The werewolf then introduced himself as Diddy Khan. He was only Lozen's apprentice but served as Pastham's guard here. After asking for Ronald's name, he motioned for the group to follow inside, where valuable items were kept. They entered a sealed space. Diddy Khan pressed a hidden switch on the wall, warning them to brace themselves for what they were about to see. Gears turned and the floor gradually moved away, leaving the group astonished. The three country kids experienced an elevator for the first time, listening intently as Diddy Khan explained. It was made from mana stone and vertical lines, leading them to the best forge. The largest in the empire, Grand Cappadocia. Ronald marveled at the sight. Diddy Khan smiled and signaled them to follow, for they had passed the test. He would take responsibility and lead them to meet the kingdom's best craftsmen. The clanging metal and scorching heat from the forge made the three almost disbelieve their eyes. Didakan said this place reserved items only for royalty and nobles, but there was no discrimination. As long as one was a skilled master, they were considered a craftsman of the forge. However, among them, some stood out. A dwarf craftsman in this castle with 400 years of metallurgy experience. The dwarf was very stubborn, but Diddy Khan greatly respected him for his skills, so the werewolf kicked the door open. In the weapons room, an elderly man with a bushy beard focused on hammering a blade. The only one who could enter was Diddy Khan. The dwarf never remained silent while working. "Ah, what can you do? There were weapons at the entrance, so I couldn't open it. Had to clear them first," said Dorong the dwarf, stopping his work. He guessed that the guests personally brought by Diddy Khan were no ordinary people. Diddy Khan proudly introduced Ronald, the one who had passed his trial. He believed that Ronald's swordsmanship would astonish Dorong. Dorong was surprised when Ronald received Diddy Khan's praise. Moreover, he looked like just a brash kid who only knew how to snap photos and show off. Dorong then requested Ronald to let him admire his sword. Ronald pulled out his slightly chipped iron blade for him to see. Dorong frowned and tapped it lightly, causing the black iron sword that Ronald always prized to shatter, remarking with a critique, "Junk." Ronald got annoyed when Dorong ruined his sword. Dorong immediately pointed to the swords he had forged. He told him to pick any and display his swordsmanship. Moreover, he promised to compensate him with a new sword, so there was nothing to worry about, because any sword he chose would be 100 times better than the iron piece he carried. Really, Ronald was half in doubt, half in trust. Seeing Diddy Khan nod, he felt reassured. He grabbed a sword at random, but felt an entirely different sensation than with the iron piece. Even so, he did not yet believe it would feel different until he struck. Ronald asked Dorong again to be sure. If he broke anything, he wouldn't know where to put it. Dorong nodded, telling him to swing with full strength. He was wealthy anyway. Ronald fell silent, deciding to try the technique Nebai Rose had used. He gently drew the sword behind his back to gain momentum, his stance making Dorong suspicious. He recognized the technique. With a swift motion, Brunnen's hidden strike caused a massive explosion, startling the other blacksmith. Seeing the explosion from Dorong's workshop, they were curious. How could the forge be roaring at noon? The culprit was Ronald, standing there frozen. Dorong himself could hardly believe that this guy actually destroyed his workshop. "What just happened?" Ronald muttered, even as he was the one who created the long crack on the ground. Dorong realized it was Nebiro's technique. He guessed Ronald was her disciple. Dorong knew Nebai Rose because he had forged the sword she carried, the long blade that Ronald had found ridiculous. It was named the secret sword Yurusa, one of Dorong's lifetime masterpieces. Although the sword in Ronald's hand could not match Yurusa, the ruins showed he should choose another weapon, Dorong thought. He was just a novice swordsman, but after a long time he had encountered a talent like Ronald, and he couldn't help hitting Ronald's back with excitement, making both father and son spit. Still, because Ronald was so skilled, it was difficult to forge a sword suitable for him. The blade had to withstand Ronald's power, according to Dorong. Ordinary materials couldn't handle Ronald's strength, so he needed high-grade metal melted with special fuel. At least a byproduct from Weven. Speaking of byproducts, Ronald remembered he had something quite useful, Sita's galaxy eggshell. The sound of hammers resounded through Dorong's forge. He couldn't believe that the eggshell remained intact. After being hammered repeatedly, in his hundreds of years of life, he had never seen such a precious material. His eyes lit up as Ronald let him use it freely. This alone was enough to forge a sword. When the atmosphere surged, Dorong instructed him to return in 2 weeks. He promised to give Ronald the finest sword in the Empire. Ronald smiled in satisfaction, anticipating a new blade to wield. Maria and Azel would also benefit. Dorong couldn't let the friends of a noble leave empty-handed. Although he wanted to favor them too, his mind was entirely focused on the galaxy eggshell. Ahaha! Dorong's delighted laughter as he hammered the eggshell made the three think, this old man has gone mad. Meanwhile, underground, someone gritted his teeth in frustration at the chaos above. He wanted to incinerate them already. Another person angrily reminded him to hold back. Soon, from the dull blacksmiths to everything in the kingdom, all would be buried in light. After being trained by the Empire's best blacksmith, Ronald was confident about his sword. Maria and Azo also placed orders with other blacksmiths. This shopping trip would certainly cost all three a fortune, but he wasn't paying. He only needed to present the gold plaque that bound them more tightly than their future, and everything would be settled. If nothing went wrong, Ronald's swords would be delivered in half a month. What should he do during the long 2 weeks without weapons? Azo and Maria had to attend classes. Walking around, Ronald suddenly recognized something familiar. It turned out to be the Galerian Hall, the training area reserved for the older class. Probably Professor Navi Rose also taught here. Previously, he had avoided coming because the professor required a real weapon. Now that Ronald had this sword to try, should he enter? At that very moment, a cold face suddenly appeared, sending chills down Ronald's spine. Professor Naviro showed up instantly, as if she had been waiting for him there all afternoon. She grabbed Ronald's hand in greeting. Long time no see. I told you to come to class as soon as you got a weapon. Huh, why are you only showing up now? Skipping class, are you? Ronan didn't even get a chance to explain. He was dragged inside by the professor, his hand hurting so badly he had to shout. His voice echoed through the mountains and forests, yet no one responded, only staring at a girl's hand. Just then, a guy walking past bumped into her, causing the stack of documents in her hands to fall to the ground. He even cursed, damn it, don't block the way. What kind of teaching assistant is this slow? The girl didn't argue back, only cheerfully picked up the papers and continued on. At combat area number 1, which was also Navi Rose's lecture hall, she introduced Ronald to the students in the class. After the opening ceremony match, his name had surely spread throughout the southern continent, but the professor still formally introduced him. This is Ronan. Starting today, he'll be studying with all of you. Ronald politely greeted his seniors, and the class immediately began whispering about him. Everyone knew Ronald had ranked second among first years and had been allowed to skip a grade, but he looked pretty ordinary. They had expected some kind of main character aura or something. Ronan heard every single word clearly but said nothing. There were a few people here he wanted to meet, and also a crazy bastard he didn't want to run into. Just then the teaching assistant stepped in. I'm sorry for being late. I had something urgent to finish. Ronan suddenly found the voice familiar but couldn't remember from where. Navi Rose gave her a moment to catch her breath. After that, she pointed toward Ronald and introduced the new student. The teaching assistant greeted him first in a friendly tone. Nice to meet you, Ronald. I'm a second year from the martial arts department. She was the class teaching assistant and her name was Adessen. Ronald froze. Wasn't this his commander-in-chief? Adessen Akaluja, a woman of exceptional leadership ability, had become the first female commander-in-chief. She led the academy with composure and remarkable leadership, earning the nickname Iron Lady. Those under Adessen often passed around a saying, what flows through Adessen's veins isn't blood, it's molten iron. But who would have thought that the infamous Iron Lady would wear an expression like this? Adessen clearly had no memory left, but was this really the true face of his commander-in-chief? Back then, Adessen had asked him to stop her from becoming commander-in-chief and to let her live as an ordinary person. What should he do? What should he do? For now, he set that aside. He had noticed that Adessen had been incredibly busy, mostly doing menial tasks like a servant. Was this what being a teaching assistant meant? Hey, first year, you look bored. Want to have a match with me for fun? A guy walked up to him. Ronald had no idea who he was or why he suddenly wanted to fight him. The guy scratched his head. Oh, was I too abrupt? Sorry, kid. I'm Kai Dan Ogle 53. Kai Dan had heard the rumors about Ronald's opening ceremony match and wanted to challenge him, but Ronald currently had other things on his mind, so he refused. Still, Kai Dan persisted. I forgot. Why aren't I even carrying a weapon if I want to fight you? Then he changed his tone when speaking to Adessen. Hey, idiot, bring my practice spear over here. Adessen obediently complied. Meanwhile, Ronald found Kai Dan increasingly irritating. How dare this bastard call his respected commander-in-chief an idiot? Adessen brought the long spear over to Kai Dan. He snapped again. Damn it, are you stupid? Why'd you bring the long spear? I switched to a short spear ages ago. Adessen hurriedly apologized. He had clearly been using the long spear for practice in the previous class. Hearing that, Kai Dan tapped Adessen on the head with the spear like pecking at something. How dare you talk back to me? A teaching assistant who doesn't know anything. You've long since lost the qualifications to study in this class. If you had to beg the professor to let you in, then you should at least know your place. Even though she was in pain, Adessen didn't dare resist and kept apologizing to Kai Dan. The sight made Ronald's blood boil. He grabbed Kai Dan's spear, leaving him baffled as to why Ronald was interfering. But Ronald didn't care. Didn't he want to fight? Then it was time to teach him a lesson. Kai Dan chuckled foolishly. What's going on? You suddenly got mad. Is it because of that bitch? Do you two know each other? Or are you just like other filthy lowlifes messing around behind my back? Ronald handed the spear back to him. Shut up and focus on defending. Unless you want to die, keep your mouth closed. Ronan thrust his wooden sword straight into Kai Dan's spear. He braced himself to avoid being blown away. How could he be this strong without any mana? In the end, no matter how hard he tried, Kai Dan was still pushed back 8 meters. Seeing that he didn't want to use the long spear, Ronald personally switched it to a short spear for him, in a way only he could manage. Humiliated, Kai Dan flew into a rage and charged forward using mana. You won't be leaving here in one piece today. Ronald remained calm, without any flashy shouting. But in an instant, he sliced Kai Dan's spear into several pieces. He couldn't even take care of himself, yet he wanted to worry about others. Ronan unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Cotton no chance to respond. Let's see who won't be able to crawl out of here today. He should feel lucky this is an academy. If this were outside, Ronan would have sent him to meet his ancestors. Cotton went down in an instant and the classroom erupted. He was ranked in the top 5, yet he got beaten to a pulp. Ronan still wasn't done. On his very first day, he demanded justice for his commander. You pampered brats who made her carry your handkerchiefs, get out here now. If it stinks, wash it yourself. You've got hands, use them. Or what you think the commander, sorry, the teaching assistant is your servant. Ronan looked like a tattooed thug collecting debts, and Xavier and Adessen turned pale. But Adessen stopped him. She didn't know why he was trying to play the hero, but to her, it wasn't a big deal. Slap, Ronan told her to step aside and let him handle it. No one was allowed to treat his respected commander like that. At the very least in this kingdom, she shouldn't be treated this way. Stop it, Ronan. Professor Navi Rose strolled over. She wouldn't hold him responsible for what happened to Cotton. Accidents like that weren't rare in real life. But if he caused something bigger, she couldn't just turn a blind eye. Ronan tried to move, but his body trembled as a terrifying pressure flared. It felt like a colossal serpent was about to swallow him whole. So this was the professor's aura, the aura of an unrivaled sword saint. Navi Rose was in charge of the class. She wouldn't allow any more violation. Even though he was completely outmatched, Ronan still wanted justice for Adessen. The professor definitely knew her teaching assistant was being bullied, yet she stood aside and ignored it. That's between me and my teaching assistant. It has nothing to do with you. So this is my final warning. Stop now, Navi Rose replied coldly. Sword Saint or even his father, it didn't matter. Ronan still wouldn't submit. My answer is. Yet lost, Navi Rose sighed. There was no other way. She'd have to show him who was stronger. She ordered Van T, and it lunged as if to devour Ronan whole. The result was that he got to sleep earlier than usual. Ronan dreamed of the past. Back then, he'd wondered why Adessen volunteered to take the commander position that everyone refused. Adessen had only said that one day he would understand. There are things you can't force onto others, that's fate. Of course, Ronan didn't understand, and he had no idea what she'd always been carrying on her shoulders. Later, before she vanished, Adessen apologized to him. She even hoped he would never forgive her. The image of Adessen slowly walking away made Ronan scream. No, he opened his eyes and looked around. It had all been a dream. But then, why was the commander sitting by his bed right now? The commander's, Ronan blurted out, leaving Adessen confused. He immediately laughed loudly to break the awkwardness. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Just talking in my sleep. But Ronan couldn't figure out why he was in the infirmary. Turns out he'd fainted, and the professor told her to bring him here, along with a message for Ronan. I'll correct your behavior in today's remedial class. Ronan was done for. He was more afraid of the professor than he was of his own mother. Should he just keep fainting until the professor was in the grave? Only then did Adessen dare to ask why he got so angry when people treated her like that. Ronan forced out a reasonable excuse. Well, I care about manners, that's all. I'm a real man, you know. Adessen burst out laughing. Then she told him not to hate Cotton and the others. She understood how they felt, even if they treated her that way. Ronan froze. How could she say that when she knew she was being bullied? And she still tried so hard to be a diligent teaching assistant. He'd been confused before, but now he was completely lost. Girls really were complicated. And the professor knew about it too, yet ignored everything. It made no sense. Was the academy covering for the nobles? Adessen immediately defended Navi Rose because it was all at her request. It was because Adessen was receiving privileges she didn't deserve. Originally, anyone who wanted to take that class had to reach expert rank in swordsmanship. But even after a year, Adessen could only manage basic mana control. Those words startled Ronan. He couldn't believe it. Wasn't the commander someone who could release an enormous amount of aura? So even she had a period this difficult. Adessen had spoken privately with Navi Rose because she didn't want to burden her by accepting the role of teaching assistant. She said that if she was going to enjoy that privilege, then she had to pay the price by enduring this. In any case, she could handle it. But no matter what, I still thank you for speaking up today, Adessen said sincerely. She thought she was already used to ordinary things, but what Ronan did today moved her. Ronan fell silent, then decided to ask if the reason she endured so much was because she wanted to become the Legion's commander-in-chief. Adessen covered her mouth and suddenly asked, how did you know? Was I that obvious? That was true, but even she wasn't completely sure. My dream is to become the supreme commander of this empire. Ronan didn't know what to say. Adessen awkwardly explained, if something like this comes from someone like me who hasn't even reached expert level yet, it just sounds. It sounds ridiculous, but no matter what, I don't want to give up. You might not believe me, but I'm pretty confident in military technology and tactics. To achieve her dream, Adessen worked hard every day. Right then, the bell rang for the next period, and Adessen had to leave for her teaching assistant duties. Before she left, she reminded him to rest up before coming back to class. After Adessen walked away, Ronan's mind was in turmoil again. Back then, she'd asked him to stop her crazy dream, but now what was he supposed to do? He kept thinking about it, and several days slipped by. On a fine day, Donan, Maria, and Esau went to the forge at the dwarf's request, but when they arrived, no one came out to greet them. Late last night, a carrier pigeon had knocked on his door. Even though the old man claimed this was the masterpiece of his life, Ronald still thought it should have taken longer to finish. But what mattered was that now they were here and there was nobody around. What a sloppy operation. Just then, Ronald bumped into an iron helmet and irritably kicked it away. Damn it, why is there so much junk blocking the way? Don't you people ever clean up? Is this how you treat guests? The two girls looked at each other. They couldn't figure out why Ronald had been so touchy these past few days. Don't tell them guys got that time of the month too. Ronald ran out of patience and decided to go in himself. After all, the old man had summoned them first. There was nothing to be afraid of. He felt his way along the wall. Last time, Ronald had memorized the stone that opened the door. Youthful memory was truly amazing. On the way down to the fort, Maria and Esau only hoped someone would stop this boy in his cycle. But Ronald insisted on charging all the way in to see whether that old man was eating or sleeping. Yet the scene before them left all three stunned. The forge was engulfed in flames. Bodies were scattered across the ground, desolation and ruin everywhere. A giant was chasing the blacksmiths. They didn't know why, but they couldn't just stand by and watch the blacksmiths get hunted down. They couldn't let Zen be bullied. Ronald didn't waste words. He grabbed Azo directly, reminding Maria to support from behind and go find help. Then he and Esau jumped down, telling her to use gravity magic to slow things and cast invisibility. Azo was scared, but she didn't want to die, so she forced herself to use the invisible hand. The two blacksmiths were running on fumes. One step from the giant was worth dozens of theirs. Was today the day their lives would end? Whoosh! A sword slash cut straight down the stone giant's body. Ronald dropped in looking cold as ice. He'd been pent up for days. Today he was going to vent it all on these walking rocks. The giant swung a punch at him. Ronald scrambled up its thick arm in a flash, then lopped off its head. The stone head crashed down, making the two blacksmiths shield their eyes. They recognized him as Doran's young guest. What's more, he defeated the stone giant with a single move. After putting down the chaos, Ronald sat and listened as the two blacksmiths told him everything. It turned out the stone giants had suddenly attacked the forge. They burst up from the ground, smashed everything in sight, hunted the blacksmiths, and even began to capture Doran before fleeing. Diddy Khan had tried to stop them, but he wasn't good at fighting, so he got taken too. Ronald understood how urgent this was. If this kept up, his sword would vanish into thin air. There weren't any stone giants left at the forge now, so Ronald couldn't stay here any longer. He signaled Esau and Maria to check the survivors. Whoever they found, they should treat. With Sita along, first aid would be faster. As for him, Ronald had to go reclaim the sword. He still hadn't even seen one. Meanwhile, Doran gripped the sword tightly, holding the front line. Facing him was Diddy Khan, alone as he held off two stone men. Doran kept telling him to run, but Diddy Khan couldn't abandon him. If you've still got the strength to spout nonsense, then pick up a sword and do something. Is that sword in your hand just for decoration? Diddy Khan snapped. Doran barked back, no way, this sword is my life's masterpiece. With such a grand beginning, I can't stain my precious darling. Are you serious, you crazy old man? Diddy Khan was at his wit's end. Even with a weapon, he couldn't face this alone. Buddy, can you even swing a sword? Right then, two stone men rushed inside. A thunderous punch came down and Doran thought he was done for. But Diddy Khan blocked it for him. Even so, he didn't have much strength left, and the defensive runes on his armor were all shattered. Diddy Khan cursed it. If he'd known death would come like this, he would have forged things far more horrifying than anyone could imagine. Now all he felt was regret for those long days of indulgence. The moment Diddy Khan let go of life, a god appeared from nowhere and cleaved the stone giant's body apart. That god was Ronald. His perfectly timed arrival made everyone scream. Diddy Khan couldn't understand how Ronald had gotten here. There had to be dozens of stone giants blocking the way. Ronald curled his lip. He hated anyone who blocked his path most of all, so he dealt with every last one. More importantly, he had to find Doron and get his sword. After all that fighting, the sword in his hand was chipped to hell. Doron handed it to Ronan. He felt a little regretful that the sheath still wasn't finished, but Ronan could use it right away now. Ronald thanked the old man and drew his sword, ready to test the new toy. The two giants raced to see who would reach Ronald first, thinking that would determine the winner. But today no one would win, because no one could reach him. Ronald swung his sword lightly, the cut slicing through the cave, leaving all three in shock. Ronald never imagined he'd one day make a cut this sharp. Dalan was excited. So what do you think? Want to put on a little show? He took inspiration for the name from observing his own star. Above all, he was overjoyed to have created a sword so light yet harder than Midrin, capable of withstanding any sword technique. Sometimes no sword techniques or spells were added, yet it could absorb blood, giving the wielder a unique regenerative property. Ronan guessed this feature came from using eggshell in its creation, but he had to admit Doron's craftsmanship was truly top-notch. Gokhan, I don't understand why they still have time to gossip. We need to get out now, Mr. Taka. They're probably the last ones trapped here. Ronald nodded. If there's no one left to rescue, he had time to check a few things. With the sixth sense of someone who had faced death, Ronan sensed giant rats hiding nearby, including one enormous one. Ronald was familiar with the behavior of stone giants. They didn't move in groups and stayed silent unless provoked. Moreover, he had never seen suspicious markings like these on the back of them before. Dolar noticed the magic circle, but it was hard to identify since he wasn't skilled in that field. Yet the remaining mana was overwhelming. It was definitely tricky magic, controlling the stone giants and driving them insane. Who could be cruel enough to do this to the poor craftsman? Ronald didn't know either, so he had to investigate to find the answer. It felt like everything would be revealed the deeper he went into the cave. Ronald sped through the tunnels like flying. At first he wasn't sure, but the more he followed the stone giant's tracks, the more human footprints he found. The mana-detecting stone he carried also showed alert signal. There was definitely someone ahead orchestrating this. Just then, Ronald heard voices and saw light coming from a corner. He approached to see who they were. But what he saw made him exclaim, "Those two hunchbacks must be the culprits, but what the hell is that?" At that enormous size, the stone giants from before were like toddlers. It seemed sealed, but if the seal were broken. An intruder, two men in white robes, were talking. Judging by the brainwashing marks on each giant, it had to be the work of a third party. The man Eduin was angry at being discovered. Moreover, they had no stone to awaken the giant in front of them. Should I just wipe them out? Eduin laughed eerily. The girl Cyrilla shook her head to stop him. Since most facilities had been destroyed, the Empire's weapon crafting technology had significantly declined. If their identities were exposed, that person wouldn't let it slide. The safest way was to retreat. Eduin agreed, but before leaving, he wanted to deal with the eavesdropping rat. The sulfur smell irritated my nose immediately. Now, Ronan felt danger approaching. It turned out Eduin had spotted him earlier. He cast a fireball at Ronald, who couldn't react in time. An explosion and dust cloud followed, but Ronan's clothes remained spotless. Seeing him dodge the fire attack, Eduin realized he was strong. So he would tie him up first and kill him later. Their instant spellcasting made Jonah realize they weren't ordinary minions. "How did you get in here? This place isn't easy to access," Eduin said. But Ronald felt he was the one who should ask that. Who were these people to dare invade the Empire? But whoever they were, the outcome would be the same. Aitra, only this attitude made it fun to play with them. Eduin was delighted, but Cyrilla was not. He continued acting. "Enjoy yourselves while you can, Cyrilla. Time isn't on our side anymore." The day this kingdom would be buried under the stars was approaching. Ronan's face darkened. The giant had already said their kingdom would be buried and vanish under the stars. "What did you just say? Do you know what those words mean, you corpse rats?" Ronald gritted his teeth. Anger shifted his dangerous aura, making Eduin feel something was wrong. Ronald wouldn't kill them but would drag them to his base. Tonight he would interrogate them thoroughly. "What the hell, this kid's lost it. You want to capture us?" Eduin sneered, preparing to shoot fire again. "Piece of cake," Ronan said as he chopped off Eduin's arm, then his legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Cyrilla went pale. He didn't even finish speaking before being taken down. Ronan's hand grabbed her neck, "Milady. From this moment on, answer me if you value your life, unless you also want to be cut into pieces like that guy." Cyrilla gritted her teeth and shouted, creating a magical shield that pushed Ronald back. This meant Cyrilla refused to submit. Ronan's arm trembled slightly. That magical shield was strong, but his aura shone brighter. Ronald shattered her magical shield. This time he didn't strangle her but directly thrust his sword downward. Her cloak revealed Cyrilla's arms, a half-demon walking alongside a human sorcerer. What exactly is their scheme? Suddenly, a whirlwind of fire surged. Ronald used his sword to split the flame. Strangely, he had already cut off one of Edward's hands, but what had happened to his disgusting appearance? "Stay away from her, you perverted bastard," Edwin shouted when he saw Krat lying at Ronan's feet. Apparently, there was some misunderstanding. Rana spoke and stabbed Cyrilla's leg. Ignoring her screams of pain, they had touched his weak point, so everyone had to go. Ronald commanded Edwin, either follow him to the police station, or he would demonstrate the magic of cutting bodies into pieces with Cyrilla. Edwin gritted his teeth and finally followed Ronald. He didn't want to play the villain any longer, so he withdrew his sword, but for some reason she laughed like she had gone mad. At that moment, a gust of wind blew through, making Ronan's hair fly. It wasn't natural wind in the cave. A giant arm was swinging, hurling Ronald away. Edwin stepped toward Cyrilla to check her condition. She said a few words but fortunately survived. Thanks to Edwin pretending to attack and drawing Ronald's attention, she had time to blur his perception and activate the giant's spell. Though only one arm was activated, Ronan was definitely seriously injured. Edwin signaled her to report the situation at the church first, while he would finish off Ronald here to avoid complication. Careful, Cyrilla had to warn him for the first time. She sensed that inside Ronald was a bloodthirsty beast. Edward also realized he could no longer drop his guard. Ronald was not an ordinary beast, he had combat experience. If he didn't deal with him now, he would be a formidable enemy. Behind the dust, Ronald's figure gradually emerged. Edwin reminded himself not to lose sight of him. But a second later, his two arms, no, all four limbs were severed. Then came his head and torso. Did she think she was going somewhere? Ronaldo advanced grimly after dismembering Edwin. "I told you, I have many questions for you." Ronaldo's words were like the verdict of Yama. Cyrilla hurried to raise her shield. How he survived such severe injuries was incomprehensible. Ronald would never let them escape, but suddenly his body throbbed. He could no longer control himself. Cyrilla didn't understand why things suddenly turned worse. She had lost too much blood and had no chance of winning, so priority was to report to her superiors. "Prepare yourself. I will find everything that belongs to you and take it forever. Your family, lovers, and friends, the lives of all of them." Before fleeing, Cyrilla didn't forget to threaten Ronald a few words. Ronald was frustrated. He had found some clues but now couldn't restrain her. Would it end like last time? No, she mustn't leave. Ronald shouted helplessly, "Stop, yes, stop right there." Navi Rose's voice echoed and her aura immobilized Cyrilla. "I also have many questions for you. First, let me confirm something. You are the one who dared mess with my disciple, right?" Ronaldo had never been so delighted to see a professor. "It's great to see you again. I didn't expect to meet you here." Navi Rose saw he was still talking as much as ever and felt he was in good health. Now, to the main point, dealing with the one who bullied her disciple. Cyrilla's entire body went numb under her predatory gaze. Only the peerless sword saint could exert such pressure. Instinct told Cyrilla to run, but Navi Rose's hand grabbed her neck. "Verdict, you have committed many things you shouldn't have. But what angers me most is that you dared touch my student." Cyrilla saw Navi Rose's face, scarier than any boss. No time to scream, the snake's deep throat was in front of her. This is the open future awaiting her. After handling Cyrilla, Navi Rose returned to Ronald to conclude everything. Ronaldo wondered if the future of Cyrilla she mentioned meant Rodaland prison. Navi Rose nodded but didn't understand why he asked. Ronan first thought of that place, the screaming fortress Rodaland. The prison lies in the sea, holding criminals against the Empire. It is notorious for brutal interrogation methods, ready to use any means to make prisoners confess. In that case, Ronald would like permission to take part in interrogating the two of them. He pleaded with the professor because this mattered deeply to him. He had come back to life for this very reason. Back in Lausanne, the rescue operation was almost complete. Azo, Maria, even Sita were exhausted. Azo was worried. Where had Ronald gone and why hadn't he come back? Had something bad happened? Right then, Ronald's voice rang out. "Were you guys calling my name?" He returned with a new weapon slung over his shoulder, looking more battered than ever. He'd heard that by the time Maria arrived with reinforcements, Azo and Sita had already rescued more than half of them. They'd been buried under rubble and rock. The real question is, was anyone seriously hurt? Actually, we should be the ones asking that. Why do you look so wrecked? "You're injured all over," Maria shouted. Sita saw that her father was no longer clean and neat, but after pushing herself to the limit, she still wanted a hug and some comfort. Ronald didn't care about his wounds. Right now, all his attention was fixed on those two invaders. A few hours later, at the rendezvous point to transfer the prisoners to Rodaland, a cliff wall in the Greeno forest, the escort team from Rodaland flew in on the backs of giant eagles. Every member of the escort wore a black fruit mask. "Greetings, Canaveros. We have orders from the Empire to take custody of the prisoners." Navi Rose handed the two men over. She didn't forget to warn them that Edwin had a strange regenerative ability, so they should be careful during the interrogation. But it didn't seem to be a problem. If anything, it was a pleasant surprise that made their interrogator gleefully toy with him. After taking custody, the Rodaland team left at once. Navi Rose said it usually took about a week for Rodaland to pry answers out of him. When they contacted her again, she would let Ronald know so he could prepare to leave when the time came. The days that followed passed quickly. Repairs at the Cappadocia Forge went smoothly with the Empire's support. Ronald returned to the academy where Professor Naviro personally saw to his careful treatment. Time went on like that, while somewhere else things were the complete opposite. That place was Rodaland Fortress, where the screaming never stopped. An interrogator worked tirelessly, yanking out the prisoners' teeth one by one. He enjoyed it so much he forgot today was visiting day. At that moment, Navi Rose and Ronan arrived at Rodaland. A handsome, well-aged old man came out warmly to welcome them. "Greetings, you must have had a long journey. I'm the examiner in charge of this prisoner, Karaka." After introductions, he invited them to see the prisoner right away if they wished, just as Naviro wanted. Ronald felt strange. He never expected that the investigator from Guest Star Fortress would be a polite, friendly gentleman. Navi Rose didn't believe it at first either. When meeting Karaka for the first time, everyone said the same. But as the elders taught, never judge by appearances. It wasn't without reason that he was called the most terrifying nightmare of Dodaland. On the way, Karaka briefly explained the key points to them. First, as he suspected, the two of them came from the Glacier Nebula, and they were members of that organization. This was the first time Navi Rose had heard the name. According to Karaka, they were like the Caribolo crime syndicate but more dangerous due to their mysterious identities. From the fire that swept through the Nalanda granary to the explosion at the Technical Research Headquarters, the person behind last year's serious incidents of unknown origin was them. Ronan thought to himself, how evil can they be? And in his previous life, he had never heard of this organization. That was all Karaka had been able to find out. Ronan felt something was missing, so he asked if they had revealed anything like starlight or the appearance of the celestial being. Karaka froze. It was the first time he had heard those words. Ronald scratched his hand. "I just overheard it while tracking those bastards. It must be related to their purpose." Suddenly, Karaka picked up a black crow mask, radiating such intense killing intent that even Ronald felt uneasy. Karaka opened the prison door and stepped in. "Sorry, it's our first meeting and you already have to see this scene. It seems my heart hasn't reached my friends yet. We must show a little more sincerity then." Ronald didn't quite understand his metaphorical words, but what mattered to him were Edward and Cyrilla. Just the other day they laughed at him, and now they were disabled. Karaka was extremely fascinated with Edward because he could continuously regenerate his body using the unique power of dark magic. It was the perfect toy for an investigator like him. Karaka's way of bonding with people like this was simple. Just poke until they couldn't regenerate anymore. Edward trembled as he saw Karaka's scorching spear. He was meticulously peeling his flesh piece by piece. Ronald and Navi Rose remained silent, not daring to comment. His madness surpassed even Doran's obsession with weapons. Karaka was extremely frustrated when he couldn't interrogate everything. He grabbed Edward's head, making him scream, I've told everything already." "Really? Then why only now did your friend tell me about the appearance of the celestial being?" Karaka's question left Edward speechless. He then turned to Cyrilla. She didn't have regenerative power, so interrogating her took no time. If pushed a bit harder, she would die instantly. Cyrilla trembled, begging for release. Only now did Ronald realize how cruel the old man truly was. Despite all the battles he had experienced, he had never seen this. But if they were this terrified, what could they possibly hide? Why would he do this even after their identities were exposed? Ronald boldly hypothesized. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but that they couldn't. "Can't speak," Navi Rose didn't understand. According to Doran, this happens to soldiers holding battlefield secrets. To prevent enemy interrogation, they would place a sealing curse on them. Karaka fell silent, then released Edward. Good heavens. So embarrassing. The feeling of betrayal made me forget that ability. After saying that, he turned to fetch a few items, as if they were his final weapon. A moment later, Karaka returned with a secret weapon, the repulsive ugly eye. It was called the Absolute Eye, able to consume the curse from prisoners who couldn't speak. Very useful. Now, Edward had a new toy. Karaka placed the Absolute Eye on his head. It latched on, sinking into his skin and flesh. A beam of light shone, and the Absolute Eye turned blue, signaling that the curse had been consumed. Karaka asked again about the appearance of the celestial being. Edward panted heavily, then spoke clearly as if programmed. "The celestial being is an eternal existence, the sole blessing saving the weak in this land. We have always awaited the day the celestial being appeared. The celestial being transcends even time. Our mission is to eliminate anything that stands in the way," Cyrilla shouted. "No, shut up, Edward." It seemed this was the real secret they were hiding. Karaka found his narrative too long-winded. In short, something was about to fall from above. What exactly was it? "The children of the celestial being," Edward answered. Immediately, Ronald thought of the name Atgt, the enemy who would never forgive him. Ronald lost his composure and stepped close to Edward, his face radiating killing intent. Children because of the stars? You mean a two-jut? Ronald's question hit a nerve. Edwin looked up, voice rushed. A two-jut, how can you mention that name? Suddenly his face twisted, as if something inside him was about to erupt. Karaka immediately pulled Ronald back while raising a defensive shield. At that moment, Edwin's body exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Thanks to Karaka's shield, Ronald's clothes stayed clean. Karaka didn't expect that even after the curse was absorbed, he would still blow up. Now Ronald learned about this cruel sealing curse, but Karaka had seen it often. Apparently, they were forbidden from doing two things. First, never reveal anything about the appearance of the star to non-members of the organization. Second, never mention words related to someone. Otherwise, you would explode. Now he asked Ronald who exactly is a two-jut. If his hypothesis was correct, this seemed like classified information within the Glacier Nebula. But how did he get access to such high-level information? As the investigator of this case, Karaka had to figure it out thoroughly. It felt like he was about to torture him like the other two. Ronald calmly replied, I just overheard it. Perhaps Karaka also knew he was the first to discover the incident at the Cappadocia Forge. And at that time, he had overheard their words from afar. At first, Ronald thought it wasn't important and stood still. But now he sensed it was an important clue. Ronald apologized for interrupting due to excitement. Above all, would he be satisfied with his explanation? Karaka obviously couldn't fully trust him. He was sure Ronald was hiding something within the truth, but he didn't sense any malice from Ronald toward the Empire. Perhaps it was because of Ronald's eyes. He could see what was boiling in his eyes. Will, guilt, determination, or anger at those bastards. Before Karaka could investigate further, Navi Rose's sword was at his neck. That's enough, Karaka. Don't tell me you're interrogating my disciple. Right in front of me. Karaka immediately released his strength. Anyway, he didn't want to pick a fight with the previous holy sword. Because of the work nature, he didn't want to miss any clues. I was too rude, Ronald. Karaka bowed in apology. Ronald also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his head reacted quickly. It felt like this old man was about to pin him down for interrogation. Karaka just regretted losing a divine eye. It's harder to catch than most illusion beasts. Ronald was surprised. This tiny super disgusting monster is an illusion beast. Of course, look closely, they are also cute. Want to touch it? Karaka spoke while looking at the divine eye on his shoulder, noticing it had changed. They only change when absorbing a curse, like from someone new. It didn't approach Cyrilla. Could it be from Ronald? At that time, he placed it on Ronald's shoulder when casting mana, but could that short time be enough to absorb a curse? To verify, Karaka placed the divine eye on Ronald's hand. The feeling of it clinging through the skin made Ronald uncomfortable and itchy. But after just a few seconds, the divine eye swelled and exploded. Blood splattered on Ronald's face, making him disgusted. What the hell? Why did it explode? Karaka examined Ronald's hand. He had never seen this level before. Then Karaka made the final diagnosis. He had terminal cancer. Just kidding, actually Ronald had a curse. He asked if Ronald ever felt restrained when performing certain actions. For example, unable to jump high or unable to lift iron objects. Things others could do, but he could not. Ronald froze. This reaction confirmed to Karaka that he had a curse. If he wanted to hide it, Karaka wouldn't probe. Anyway, he couldn't break it. But he wanted Ronald to know the curse's malice was strong, so the curse's power was not small. After talking, it was time to leave. Karaka would pay attention to the seal while investigating Cyrilla further. Ronald kept thinking about the curse on him. Karaka could easily read his complex mood. Suddenly one day, Ronald discovered that his body had harbored a curse all along. Even more shocking than a terminal cancer diagnosis. Karaka sympathized but said he need not worry too much, as Ronald was a student of Philion, where the continent's best curse mage resided. That was Professor Maya Secret. On the way back, Ronald kept rubbing his eyes, making Professor Navi Rose itchy too. Since the divine eye touched him, his eyes had a tingling itch. According to Navi Rose, this was a sign that the curse was weakening, so there was no need to worry too much. The important thing was Ronald didn't know who had cast the curse on him. From his past life to this one, he had lived virtuously, surely not causing anyone to seek revenge. Navi Rose recalled his past fights and was speechless, no longer dared to accept him as a disciple. Ronald suddenly remembered to thank the professor for protecting him. The memory of that man's ruthless eyes back at Karaka still made his skin crawl. If she hadn't stepped in, he would have tortured him to death. Navi Rose laughed. I just did my duty as a professor, you don't need to thank me. The more Ronald looked at her, the more convinced he became that Navi Rose was a good person and incredibly capable. But why had he never seen someone as talented as her on the battlefield? Could she be connected to the Glacier Nebula? The next day, in the private training grounds reserved for the magic department in Sherry Forest, Ronald arranged to meet Adessen at the Pillar Park. Adessen greeted him with a bright, sunny smile. But Ronald couldn't match her energy. He hadn't been able to feel cheerful these past few days. He'd completely forgotten the promise he made to the commander-in-chief. Ronald's thoughts spiraled out of control, leaving him at a loss. In situations like this, all you needed was a confident smile and everything would be fine. You're mistaken, senior, she's doing just fine. Ever since that brawl, Adessen had made new friends, people who were all terrified of her. Every time he saw her face, he panicked. It sounded a bit awful, but it probably wasn't that bad. After that, she led him into the Pillar Park. Adessen had already heard about his vow, the same reason Ronald had gone looking for Professor Seacrest. Still, he never expected he'd have to come to a creepy place like this. The professor's tastes were seriously hard to understand. Adessen agreed the design here was extremely unique. If you weren't a magic student, you'd never be able to find your way through. So Adessen asked a close magic student friend to guide them. But at this hour, there was still no sign of her. Right as she mentioned it, someone came running up and threw her arms around Adessen. "I'm so happy, I missed you so much, Adessen." Ronald stared at the girl in front of him, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. Wasn't this Elizabeth Akalusia, the one who bragged about her beast and saved him before? But now she looked like a puppy reunited with its owner after days apart. She couldn't even hide the adoration in her eyes. If Adessen asked for it, it became an order to Elizabeth. Elizabeth was curious why Adessen was looking for Professor Seacrest. Then she sensed Ronald's presence. He was sweating buckets while Elizabeth froze for 5 full seconds. Ronald spoke first. "I asked her for help." "Hello, Elizabeth." "Ah no, it's Ezzy, right?" Elizabeth shouted, embarrassed. "Why are you here?" The cold persona she'd built at school had been exposed by Ronald. Setting that aside, Elizabeth followed Adessen's instructions and guided Ronald to meet Professor CX. Their destination was a shabby, one-story wooden cabin that made him suspicious. Wasn't she going to bury him alive for discovering her secret? Elizabeth was stunned when he mentioned the Super EZ nickname. Only Adessen was allowed to call her that. This irritated expression seemed to be her real face. Ronald also hadn't expected Elizabeth to be so close to Adessen. Impossible, she was an Akalusia. Could the two of them have some kind of connection? Elizabeth pushed open the flimsy wooden door. Inside sat an elderly woman in a chair. Ronald thought it was Professor Sigrid, but Elizabeth said not yet. They still had one more trial to pass. The two of them approached the old woman. Elizabeth cast some kind of magic. The cold persona she'd built at school had been noticed by Ronald. "Katsipa Alibaba, it's me, Elizabeth. Open sesame." Elizabeth recited the incantation and cast the spell on the old woman. A second passed, nothing happened. Ronald said flatly, "What is this? Are we at the part where something happens yet?" At that moment, the old woman's mouth cracked open. It opened so wide it could swallow both of them whole. What the hell is that?" Ronald panicked. Elizabeth said, "You don't need to worry. If they jumped into the old woman's mouth, they'd reach Professor Seacrest's real office." Ronald was stunned by this office. It was completely different from what he'd imagined, especially after that bizarre door. "So it's you," the student Navi Rose sent. A voice sounded from behind Ronald. Professor Sigrid floated in midair, touched his eye, and sensed something deeply malevolent. Truly a strange beast man of a young fellow. Ronald jolted. "Don't tell me the little girl in front of me is Professor Seacrest." "No need to be that surprised," the professor said. "I may look like this, but I'm 83 years old this year." Ronald was shocked. 83, not 8. Looking younger than your age took a massive amount of magic to maintain. Professor Seacrest told him they could talk about that later. She snapped her fingers, click. All around Ronald, his body was wrapped in bands of script, vows from his own words. The professor hadn't expected his body to be crisscrossed with so many vows. There was even an ancient curse incantation that was almost intact, dangerous enough to be labeled critical. With his amateur skill, Ronald couldn't even touch it. But that didn't mean she couldn't undo it. There were more vows than she'd expected, but Seacrest was ready to cut them out. A magic circle appeared beneath Ronald's feet, about to turn the curses into physical objects in the world. In his mind, the only thing he had to do was find the root of the vow that was restraining him and break it. Ronald didn't really understand what exactly was he supposed to do. The professor said, "You'll know when you see it. For now, take care of yourself." Ronald was shoved and dropped into a sudden space, the imagined world painted from the vow on the left. He thought it would be gloomy and pitch dark, but right in front of Ronald was his own house. Before Ronald could grasp what was happening, a child dashed past him. "Mom, I'm home." The voice sounded a little different, but it was his sister Iro. Iro stared at Ronald sleeping soundly and couldn't help wondering, "My little brother is so cute, but why is he always sleeping? Is he sick, Mom? Babies have to sleep a lot to grow up, just like you, Iro," their mother said, telling Iro to take good care of him later if her little brother ever got sick. Ronald was stunned. Looking around, he realized this was the scene at home right after he was born. So that tiny little bundle of fat was him. No way, Ronald couldn't believe he had once been a baby like that. He'd always thought he came out already grown like this. So this was his past, but Ronald couldn't remember any of it. Just then, the door opened. Rage surged in and he couldn't move his body. Who was the bastard slipping past right in front of him? Hiro ran out, delighted to greet the man, but every word about the man's name and status was missing from Ronald's memory. The man said something, but Ronald couldn't understand. His mother said, "The baby's in the crib. You must be curious to see Jonah's face, aren't you? Look, he's the spitting image of you." The man said something else Ronald couldn't hear, then raised his hand across her face, making her pass out. Ronald's face went dark, his body still unable to move. Then Iro, his sister, collapsed right before his eyes and his fury exploded. "You bastard, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Ronald roared, then he saw it, vows flowing from that man's hand, the same ones that had come from his body earlier. When it touched his infant self, a burst of light flared. Ronald was certain this was the root of the vow. He had to sever that arm. Outside, Segret was maintaining the mana. Even with careful preparation, her mana still hit rock bottom. What a bizarre, demonic vow. Elizabeth wondered how many vows were on Ronald. Segret wasn't sure either, but it seemed like 10. If they wanted to nullify them all at once, the professor would be done for. Cedric wasn't surprised there were 10 vows. What she was dealing with right now was only one of them. Back inside the vows world, the man said something to him and then left. Once he stepped out the door, the restraint was lifted. Ronald hurried over to check on his sister and mother. Thankfully, they were only unconscious. Ronald clutched his head and took a deep breath. Now was the time to stay calm. The only thing he could do was tear that bastard to pieces. Ronald summoned La Mancha. He cleaved the door apart and chased after the man. The scenery around him suddenly changed. The man was already waiting for him. Ronald ground his teeth. "Touch my family right in front of me and you'll pay for it." Ronald lunged like lightning, carrying an arrow of pent-up hatred. The man also summoned a sword to strike back. Ronald couldn't understand how a vow could control a sword and overwhelm even him. In just a few exchanges, cuts opened across his body. The man didn't hold back at all and charged in. Ronald fell, riddled with wounds. His blade couldn't even touch the man. And now the man was leaving because he couldn't do anything else to him. It couldn't end like this. Ronald clenched his fist. He had so many things to ask. "I'm not done yet," Ronald shouted. "Why did you do it?" The two of them had never shown affection or done anything to anyone. "I felt that gentle gaze exactly like the way you looked at me. No matter how I think about it, it can only be you. You're that person, aren't you? Why did you do it?" The shadow stayed silent, offering no answer. It seemed that was how the man chose to respond to Ronald's question. He gripped his sword tightly. After what he'd done to his sister and mother and then stamping vows onto him, was there really not a single explanation? Ronald rushed in and used mana to slash at the man's neck. If you won't talk, fine. He would investigate everything himself. For now, the man needed to get the hell out of him. A moment later, Ronald jolted awake. The space around him was definitely separation. "You're finally awake. How do you feel, Ronald?" a voice said. When Ronald turned his head, he couldn't recognize the person in front of him. "Holy Professor Segret," he guessed, startled. She laughed. "Ho ho, you recognized me. Sharp senses you've got." Ronald didn't understand why time had passed so quickly for her. Was it because she'd spent mana on him? Segret denied it, then asked about his condition. Had he noticed anything unusual? Ronald admitted he felt she was a different professor from the very first time they met, but looking again now, she was even more astonishing than he'd thought. Her mana flow was incredibly powerful, so it really worked, the professor said with satisfaction, and then the two of them sat down to discuss what Ronan had seen in his mind's eye. Who would have thought the curse inside him actually came from memories even he didn't know he had, and the one who placed the curse seemed to be Ronald's father. But she couldn't understand why he thought that, since at the time he couldn't see the person's appearance or hear their voice. It was all based on Ronan's analysis of what his mother and sister had said, and when that person struck at his family, Ronan felt something so alien he couldn't treat it as his own emotion, an unfamiliar anguish. Maybe that was why Ronald couldn't hold it in and grew even angrier. Was that how the man felt back then? He didn't even know how to explain it. Above all, Ronan and his sister had never thought about their family, never once considered that reason. Just like that, those memories had been wiped clean from their minds. Segres took a sip of tea, thinking. That meant not only was Ronald's ability to sense mana sealed, but even his awareness of his own existence had been concealed. It seemed his father had placed a curse and also tampered with Ronald's memory. In the process, some of the caster's memories were transferred to him. Memory-related spells sometimes have side effects like that. Based on that, she believed the imagined world that formed also contained the man's memories. The fact that he could use mana even before lifting the curse was likely because he could sense mana for a short time. It was the reaction of awareness returning after being interrupted. Only then did Ronald notice shimmering threads spreading from his hands in every direction. So this was mana. Segris confirmed it, but for now he could only see them the way other trainees did, and he'd be able to control them easily. That was if Ronald broke 2 more of the 9 curses clinging to him. Of course, it would take quite some time to break them. Every curse on him had an unknown origin and was extremely powerful. When you're ready to continue, I'll send word. As for today, you can go. Segris smiled, her face looking like an 8-year-old again made Ronald suspicious. Could it be that her appearance changed depending on the time of day? The professor told him to stay strong because he might be heartbroken by this sad truth. His coming days were precious, so he couldn't let the past bind him. Ronald nodded. The 2 of them would have to meet many more times, at least until he had dispelled all the curses. At the same time, beneath the Cappadocia Forge, a nobleman was examining a stone giant. Hard to believe a trainee stopped this instead of Professor Navarro's. Right here, Dahlin stepped forward to report the restoration work to him. In a week, everything will be back to normal, and his team had also investigated the culprit situation but couldn't find any more information here. Instead, through the footage they identified the trainee who had been active in this area earlier. Would you like to meet him personally, sir? My Duke, this is the head of House Grancia, Joseph Sinnevanger Grancia. While the Duke of Grancia was still thinking, the stone giant behind them swung its newly activated arm. Dahlin signaled for him to step aside so they could handle it. The Duke refused decisively. No need. Won't they be busy on the way here? As he spoke, he drew the sword at his side and severed its arm. Then he cut through the stone giant's entire body, easy as slicing tofu. Now they would leave this place and go meet Fillion's young hero. The next morning in the Navajo Hall dormitory, Ronald muttered in irritation as he went to open the door. What bastard knocks on someone's door at dawn? Dahlin stood sternly in front of him, expressionless. Ronald looked at the burly man and said, "Hey, Mr. Wrong Room, peddlers aren't allowed in here." Dahlin's veins bulged in irritation at the smell wafting from Ronald's mouth, and at Ronald's rude behavior in front of someone from Grancia. Ronald looked him over. He seemed like the guards of some noble household. But the mana Ronald sensed from him was far too dark. Something was mixed into it. He didn't know why, but it felt familiar. "That's enough, Dahlin." A hand landed on Dahlin's shoulder along with a calm voice. When Ronald heard Dahlin address him as Your Grace, his face went stiff. If this was a Duke of the Empire, then it could only be that man, Duke Grancia. When the refined gentleman appeared, the whole scene seemed to brighten, more so than when the protagonist was him. The 2 went inside for pastries and tea. Today, the Duke had brought the scabbard Doron made for the sword. Doron had personally begged him for it, leaving him with little choice. Besides, he also wanted to express his gratitude. House Grancia and the Cappadocia Forge had been allies for a long time. Even the Lord's sword he favored was made by Doron. So Ronald was the hero and benefactor of both Cappadocia and Grancia. And on top of that, the Duke had prepared a special gift just for him. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes. It was Grancia's proof of authority seal, and it even bore the stamp of the family head. With this, he could buy 3 villages, but the Duke felt it was only fitting for Ronald's merits and a proper show of Grancia's stature. By now, perhaps the blacksmith's gift and the proof seal have already reached Maria and Esso. Ronald could already hear them praising him. The greetings are done, now comes the main matter. The Duke seriously wants to hear you recount everything. What happened, especially what those shameless scoundrels caused. Ronald laughed. This is exactly the monstrous aura radiating from the head of Grancia. Truly not to be underestimated. I don't know how much you have discovered already, but everyone knows that those wretched creatures are far darker than we imagine, right? Ronald immersed himself in the story but sensed the mana radiating from the bodyguard Dahlin. From the start, he hadn't moved a single step. Yet when the scoundrels were mentioned, he reacted intensely. Now Ronald realized this aura was very similar to the filth he felt when facing those others. Could this guy also be involved? Lost in thought, Ronald forgot he was narrating, which made the Duke curious. Had he not woken fully, always appearing perplexed? What's wrong with the Duke? His subordinate is emitting such dense mana. You are nearly the strongest on the continent, yet you don't notice this change. Only you can see the mana spreading from that Dahlin. Then I'll try to toy with him. Duke, do you know anything about the appearance of the star entity? As soon as Ronald finished, bodyguard Dahlin's face darkened and his aura intensified. He recounted about Tin Van Glacier, but the Duke seemed unaware of that organization. Ronald even deliberately described how he amputated each of them to gather information. With a sly expression, it felt as if he were the one interrogating them. Ronald intended to go into detail, but the Duke signaled him to stop before calling Hugh over. Yet that was enough for Ronald to confirm. Since then, the bodyguard could no longer control his own aura. No one could have expected them to infiltrate Grand C, so Ronald would need an emergency measure. Before the Duke departed, Ronald reminded him that he would send a letter, particularly regarding A to GT. That alone would bait Dahlin tonight. Sure enough, that night, while Ronald was deeply intoxicated, a guest came carrying a sword over a kilometer long. Dalin's powerful slash, yet without a drop of blood, startled him. I knew you would come today, very pleased to see you. You wretched little rat number 3, Ronald shouted from the ceiling. Before Dalin could comprehend, on the other side, Sullivan sat watching him with an utterly affectionate gaze. A few hours earlier, Ronald had visited Sullivan's room. He thought he was invited to dinner, but it was actually a plan for a couple of ambushes. Ridiculous, what evidence do you have to say that? Sullivan said. In Grancia he was among the strongest and most loyal knights. Chosen as the Duke's bodyguard after only 4 years in the Knight Squad. Ronald smirked. In 4 years, Grancia would have been infiltrated in many places. In any case, Sullivan had to come to his room tonight. No matter which side Dalin was on, he would lose nothing. In truth, a mere rat was hiding in the Grancia clan, and now he faced the young master of the family. Sullivan pointed his sword at Dalin, his voice calm but sharp. I told you to explain what's happening, Dalin. Ronald laughed. If Sullivan asked and he answered, wouldn't he become a traitor? It was puzzling how Sullivan, so naive, survived in this harsh world. Dalin stretched out, his aura pressing down, making their bodies heavy. He struck Ronald first, giving him a massage of sorts. Dalin, why exactly? Sullivan shouted angrily. Dalin then charged at him, feeling lucky that Sullivan was still lacking an aura range control experience, so he couldn't use that fierce technique here without dragging 4 others into it. Still, he should apologize, young master. Their relationship would remain cordial if Ronald didn't interfere and ruin everything. Sullivan felt Dalin's abilities were not as he knew. Could it be he had concealed his true power and planned to betray them? Not a betrayal, I was never a Grand Knight from the start, Dalin declared, then charged at Sullivan. His face blank, expressionless. Is that so? I've confirmed, do what you wish. That was all Ronald needed to step into the arena, astonishing Dalin. Ronald mocked. Sullivan is indeed decisive. Why insist on stubbornness, only to hear words so injurious before you can endure? Sullivan just wanted concrete evidence, because after today, Grancia would face a storm of bloodshed. Sullivan acted directly against Dalin, completely unlike before. He couldn't understand how the guy could still swing that heavy sword while being surrounded by his aura. Could it be that Sullivan had been hiding his strength too? Or had he really grown that much in such a short time? Lost in thought, Dalin forgot there was another monster right behind him. Ronald paid him back for that little massage earlier. In the middle of a fight that was pulling in views, spacing out like that was just disrespectful to the audience. Dalin gritted his teeth. Why was there another beast showing up now? He threw all his strength into a leap to dodge Ronald's strike, then hurriedly whipped out a kick to send him flying back. Damn it, Dalin snapped. Ronald's shouting and all the commotion had definitely drawn attention. He needed to retreat now. Dalin sprang out the window to find a way out. Who would have thought things would get this complicated just because he wanted to capture Ronan? It was a mistake to think luck alone could beat those 2 monsters. You're right, Dalin. Sullivan's voice made him freeze. Sullivan truly still lacked experience, so he couldn't fully use the Tempest sword yet. But knowing that and still running into such an obvious trap was stupidity beyond words. At that rate, he might as well go meet his ancestors. Sullivan used the Tempest sword. The barrage crashed down before Dalin could block and he passed out. Once again, he called out the names of the stars. Sullivan sheathed his sword and declared, from today on, no one in the family will remember you. But it doesn't matter because you were never a member of the Grancia family to begin with. You went too easy on him, didn't you? Ronald jabbed at Sullivan again. If it were me, I'd chop him into pieces. More importantly, with him that badly injured, how were they supposed to bring him to Rodaland? He'd probably drop dead the moment he saw Karaka. Don't worry, I only severed his tendons, it's fine in theory. Sullivan said it, but he wasn't convincing at all. Either way, he needed to report back to the family as soon as possible. Sullivan's #1 target now was Ronald. It was dealing with the traitors. Handle things here. With that, Sullivan immediately sprinted home, leaving Ronald behind. Ronald was furious. Unbelievable. You're the one who wrecked everything and caused all this, and now you're dumping it on me. What happened, Ronan? Right then, the principal and Professor Navarro teleported in. Everything would have been perfect if he hadn't noticed the ridiculous pattern on the professor's pajamas. Wow, I really love your outfit, Professor. The professor blew up. The principal also felt her fashion sense was questionable, but the real problem was the thing lying on the ground. Ronald would explain in a few minutes. Right now, he needed to tell them something more important. Damn, A to GT, Ronan tried to act all dramatic. The principal didn't understand a thing, while Professor Navi Rose was already used to this kind of weird phenomenon. If only she could just give up on this disciple. The next morning, the principal summoned Ronald to the office. The matter of a little rat inside Grancia was more serious than he'd thought. But above all, Ronald had earned major merit again. Ronald decided to keep secret the fact that he could sense their special aura. He wasn't 100% sure, but if the information got out, the people around him would be in danger. The principal decided he had to reward him once again, from the blacksmith incident to this one. If he didn't, Fillion would get exposed. Ronald was over the moon. There was something he'd always wanted to do at the academy, but he needed the principal's approval. The next day in the main square, Ronald was preaching, promoting. Everyone, don't you get tired and suffocated when club activities are stuck inside the academy. So I made this for you all. It's called the Special Adventure Club. A guy hadn't even finished his question before Ronald cut him off. Great question, bro. An adventure club is a club built around extracurricular activities, focused on real experience. It's pretty great, real combat experience that can train us into talents to serve the Empire. Most importantly, with the principal backing it, this is the only club allowed to go outside. Lastly, anyone who wants to join should meet at the first arena of House Galerian 3 days from now. In the days after that, Ronald wasn't as fired up as on day one. He'd announced it in the main square, but no one stayed through to the final challenge except the familiar faces. Maria twisted her mouth. Let me break it down for you. Based on what Ronald called interviews, supposedly to test everyone's abilities, he crushed every candidate into paste, and for the ones who barely passed, he handed them a commitment form with a ready-made command to be willing to lay down their lives on missions. That's why the whole academy is gossiping that to join Ronald's club, you need at least 10 lives to survive. Real combat has to be like that, no resolve at all. Ronald fumed. Although the club's future seems distant, it doesn't matter. What I need are people with potential like this. Are you feeling better? I already said I don't need to test your abilities anymore, but you kept wanting to fight. Either way, it's clear you passed, Ronan declared. Ronan didn't forget to warn him. Activities in their club are extremely demanding. Brahm must prepare both physically and mentally before joining. So the newly opened club currently has 4 members, but there's still plenty of time, so he decided to wait a bit longer. Who knows, someone else might sign up. Time passed, the moon rose, but no one came to apply. It seems the interviews should end here. Ronan thanked Adessen for staying to advise him, helping out even though she was busy with a ton of teaching assistant tasks. She felt a little regret too. If she hadn't been busy with TA duties, she would have liked to try joining the club. Every time she was around Adessen, Ronan felt restless, because he didn't know whether he should mention again what the previous life Adessen had brought up. Even if she wanted to try, he didn't dare let Adessen risk her life again. Adessen needed to decide for herself whether to give up her dream of becoming the commander. That was an important matter she had to seriously consider. Luckily, a hoarse voice sounded, cutting through his thoughts. Ronan was delighted. You're here to apply for our club, right? The person said something too quietly for Ronan to hear clearly. She then pulled down her hood and said, if I join the club, can I touch it? That of yours. Ronald froze, then quickly put up his guard. Are girls these days all that aggressive? Not you, it's the one on your shoulder. The girl's words made Ronald feel a little embarrassed. If that's the case, you should have said so from the start. I'm just too handsome, girls are always all over me. Ronald told the girl that if she wanted to touch his darling, she had to join the club. If she were an ordinary person, he'd have allowed it already. But this girl was strangely ordinary. Ronald couldn't sense her presence until she got close. There was no way she was normal, she was a hidden talent. Ronald pointed to the magic puppet and gestured for her to give it a try. First, the applicant had to fill out the form. Without hesitation, the girl introduced herself, a third year in the magic department, Ophelia Denai. As soon as she finished, she cast a spell. Both Ronald and Adessen sensed a dense, powerful surge of dark magic. Incredible, something as hard to use as dark mana, and she could control it flawlessly. Adessen marveled at Ophelia's talent. But what shocked Ronald even more was the blood-dark crimson energy pouring from her right at the core of her mana. It felt similar to Sita. Dark claws, Ophelia called out, then fired 3 magical claws with pinpoint accuracy at the puppet. A massive blast erupted, filling the air with smoke and dust. When the dust cleared, Ronald felt there was no need to test her further. This was more than enough to qualify. So you saw it, didn't you? The voice transmission spell Ophelia used startled Ronald. She signaled for him to move somewhere else so only the two of them could talk. On the way, Ophelia heard Sita's origin, a bird demon born from compressed mana gathered from the surrounding. Interesting. No, she was even more interesting. Ronald said it, but it wasn't flirting, because Ophelia was a vampire, a race known to have left the Empire a very long time ago. Ophelia said not all vampires had left. A small number still existed across the Empire, choosing to live in seclusion, because they didn't want trouble. And the reason Ophelia was drawn to his sleazy club was because she could sense the blood magic energy radiating from Sita, a natural gift of the vampire race. Only then did Ronald learn what Sita's magic was called. After all, the first thing the kid did after being born was drink blood, so it wasn't surprising that it had something to do with vampires. Ophelia found it hard to believe Sita could use vampire magic right after being born. She immediately fired off questions like, how long has it been born? 3 years? No, at least 5 years, right? But the truth was Sita had only been born for about 2 months, yet the blood mana it gave off was incredibly dense, so much that Ophelia couldn't suppress her craving. So she wanted to ask him and Sita for a favor. In fact, Ophelia had planned to slip away right after getting to touch Sita, but if he fulfilled her request, then she promised she'd work herself to the bone for him. Of course, I have to start the research right away, so during this period it might be a bit difficult. But after that, I promise. Ophelia rattled on so much Ronald didn't even know where to start. What mattered was research on what exactly. The next morning in the Philian club quarters, nicknamed the Nest, the room that served as the base for the Special Adventure Club, Ronald was pretty satisfied with how generous the headmaster was, giving him an entire house as a headquarters. Putting that aside, today Maria and Azo brought their new weapons to do a little humble flex. Maria switched from a double-edged sword to a greatsword made by the commander-in-chief, better suited to her strength. And Oz received a magic bracer made using the methods of Del Pyong Sit. It allowed better mana control, so Azo's speed and power doubled. Ronald was pleased that his teammates had good gear to use. But today they had something important to discuss. In the board meeting room with 4 of the 5 members present, Ronald laid out the club's objective. It was to develop each of their latent potential through real combat experience, above all, to prepare for the approaching apocalypse. Their first destination was an uncharted mountain range the Empire had yet to develop, called Vidia. A vast, layered range no one had ever set foot in Brahm's dream, but someone else's nightmare. Ronald deliberately chose a place that was both unusual and full of hardship for their first field trip. Besides, he had personal business there too. But for now, Ronald needed to deal with an issue involving Maria and Azo. What issue? Maria asked, but Ronald didn't explain the details. All they needed to do now was get outside and have a one-on-one match. Ronald told Maria and Azo that what he needed to resolve was finishing the course ahead of schedule, leaving both girls utterly stunned. It'll take us a week just to travel, but we still have classes. Senior Brahm often finishes his modules early too, so it should be fine. Running the club while handling all that at the same time is exhausting, and the headmaster won't agree either. The way to handle it is to finish early like I do, then you'll be free, Ronan said confidently, decisively, and it was incredibly quick and neat. On the second floor in the club room of the training hall, Ronan began initiating the skill test for Maria and Azo. Ronan's intimidating expression as he provoked Maria and Azo, directly targeting them, made the 2 girls sweat in fear. Elle knew that now touching Ronan might make him bite. Maria quietly suggested Azo use that move so Ronan could see how much they had improved. Alright, little goat, Azo risked it all, immediately channeling energy with Maria's lethal sword strike, landing a powerful blow on Ronan. After the deafening explosion and countless falling rocks, Ronan emerged from the thick dust. A smirk on his lips, he gave praise to both of them. Suddenly, he realized Azo could now use mind techniques, filled with blue energy, constantly firing moves at him like a machine gun without him noticing. Agilely dodging, Ronan tried to counterattack Azo but ran into Maria, who aggressively swung her sword directly at him. "Stop trying to hit me, dodge," Maria shouted, charging down with a powerful strike. Ronan nearly soiled himself, feeling that if he dodged any slower, it would be the end. Missing the target, Maria frustratedly swung wildly, determined to take down Ronan. Ronan dodged endlessly and suddenly countered directly at Maria's sword, leaving her slightly dazed. While the 2 of them were locked in intense combat, Azo on the other side saw Maria in danger and once again unleashed all his mind power at Ronan, the force so strong the ceiling nearly collapsed. Ronan gritted his teeth, swinging his sword relentlessly, covering the area with debris and dust. When everything calmed down, Ronan finally smirked and praised Maria and Azo for becoming much stronger. "Turns out without me, you 2 weren't lazy at all. Both of you, especially Azo, have become completely different people. I have to be impressed." Maria and Azo were still in combat stance, radiating murderous intent. Hearing Ronan's praise made them beam with happiness. With Ronan's permission, the 2 girls temporarily ceased their energy use, panting heavily from exhaustion. Just as they were recovering from the fight, Ronan suggested starting a special training session, making Maria and Azo nearly faint on the spot. Right there, I needed to know if they agreed, but Ronan, eager for battle, swung his sword while running, flashing, forcing Maria and Azo to retreat, unable to cry from sheer effort. From that day, the 2 girls devoted all their focus to training, even sleeping less. Thanks to this, half a month later, the group completed the course ahead of schedule, leaving the teacher no choice but to allow everyone to go adventuring. Thus, the next day, the first activity of the Special Adventure Club began at the mountain and the tower. Abundant pure mana filled the area, astonishing Maria. Ronan acted secretive, saying he would explain what the group needed to do after reaching the central area and that they had to find something. amid the gusts of wind. A mysterious white-haired goblin heard the commotion, feeling intrigued at having guests after a long time. After a long journey, Ronan and the group reached their destination, right below a cliff. It was a snail village with countless aggressive snails living together. In rare border areas with few patrols, you sometimes see such scenes. For now, it was just a village. But the snails reproduced quickly, so soon their numbers could stretch across the entire mountain range. Then they would start attacking and looting nearby villagers. So before that happens, we must neutralize them. Ronan explained firmly, the first battle is this big, simple but fierce, right? Azo nearly fainted on the spot. She thought it was just one snail, but it turned out to be the entire brood, which was shocking. Ronan reassured her, saying the girls could definitely handle it. But he also didn't forget a variable that could appear: the species dominating this mountain. Oxer, this enemy was too difficult for Ronan's group members to capture, especially the two-headed leader, Oxer. He was so strong that even Ronan felt challenged, yet remained optimistic, telling himself to deal with it later. Suddenly a deep voice echoed behind them. I know you mean well, but I advise you not to proceed. This is not the right time, young adventurer. The voice startled Ronan, as he hadn't sensed the person's presence at all. Apparently this elf was no ordinary being. You don't need to be so cautious. I am merely a monk living on this mountain. He laughed heartily and continued speaking. He introduced himself as serving an ancient spirit known by the holy name Seni. Citing safety, he also called Sarante, suggested the group move elsewhere to talk. However, he was suddenly met with Ronald pointing his sword directly at his face. This rude action left the group stunned, frozen in place, speechless. I apologize, but recently there have been many crazed individuals. So listen carefully and repeat exactly what I say. A to Z-U-T-E, you bastard. Ronald shouted as if short-circuiting, leaving Sarante utterly confused. A moment later, though slightly embarrassed, Sarante successfully uttered the strange phrase. Afterward, he leisurely led Ronald and the group along, recounting that he had lived over 1,000 years, shocking Ronald and his team to their core. So that means he has lived even before the Empire was founded. Even if elves live that long, thinking this. Ronald suddenly recalled Sarante's earlier words. He wanted to understand what not the right time meant, as Sarante had said. Recently the monsters have been acting strangely. Normally nocturnal hunters, they now roam the mountain range every night. They usually do not leave their territory, but people have spotted them outside the mountains. Many unusual phenomena have occurred lately. Since we haven't determined the cause yet, it's best for all of you to be cautious. So why don't you rest here for a while? Sarante explained as he gestured, creating a swirling oscillation with his hand. Before everyone, the clearing instantly transformed into a magnificent temple, known as Sarante's Temple. Sarante's hidden protective magic was so impressive it left everyone open-mouthed, especially Ronald, who could barely sense that a temple truly existed there. He certainly isn't an ordinary elf like the others, Ronald thought. After following Sarante into the temple, the group once again gaped when they saw that the spirit Sarante served was merely a rock, nothing more. Sarante offered to explain that later, as it was too lengthy. He quietly invited the group to store their belongings and rest. Maria recalled that Ronald was searching for something, so she urged him to ask Senian immediately. Hearing that Ronald was seeking that cursed thing, Sarante immediately guessed it was likely due to the curse on Ronald, leaving him paralyzed from a blow to the heart. I had a faint sense of it thanks to the strange and dangerous auras around you. Ronald, can you spare me a moment? I wish to speak with you, Sarante said, stroking his chin softly. While pouring tea for Ronald, Sarante revealed that from the first meeting he had recognized Ronald was no ordinary disciple. Ronald forced an awkward smile outwardly, but internally his mind was in turmoil. What was happening? He was being drawn into Sarante's tale without realizing it. Am I being too sensitive? Could this man really be unrelated to those bastards? I can't sense their aura from him. And he showed no reaction, even when I mentioned A to GT. If that's the case, lost in thought, the clink of a cup suddenly cut through Ronald's musing. Sarante gently invited Ronald to drink tea to clear his mind. Ronald hesitated, wary of any enchantments in it. The aroma wafted from the cup, striking Ronald's nose with a rich fragrance. In an instant, Ronald's eyes widened as a stream of magical energy suddenly appeared before him. Crystal clear, observing Ronald's bewilderment, Sarante merely smiled. With a mysterious gaze, he asked Ronald how he perceived the scent of the tea. Do you like it? Do I like it? It's as if I have new eyes. What just happened? How could he do that? Ronald was so astonished he stammered, unable to speak. This tea was made from an extremely rare herb from Layla. It could heal and enhance the senses by emitting abundant energy. Normally, you couldn't perceive all of the tea's effects at once, but perhaps because the energy sealed by your curse was partially released, you could sense so many of its wonder. Sarante explained this before handing the formula to Ronald. He also reminded him not to use a cursed eye to block or dispel a curse within himself. Removing a curse while simultaneously taking another's life once or twice is fine. but if overused, your own life would be in danger. Don't claim you know the method and still attempt it. Durante's words only made Ronald sweat more, because all he wanted was to erase the vow inside him as fast as possible. Durante gently advised Ronald to avoid doing that from now on, because if anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Come to think of it, Professor Secret had said the same thing. Even the professor couldn't erase the vow within himself. He had prepared countless things to break the vow, but in the end he was powerless. The vows inside him were simply too strong. Even knowing many people were trying to help, I'd been losing patience ever since. Since facing that entity, one careless move and I'd die before I could grab those bastards and the mission would fail too. And anyway, who exactly is this old man? I don't think I ever met him in a previous life, but somehow he looks strangely familiar, Ronan thought to himself. He also told Sarante about Daniel's followers, those people who kept rambling on about the master's return, making Sarante briefly taken aback. Sarante's eyes snapped into full alert. That night he couldn't sleep, thinking about the fanatics Ronald had mentioned earlier. He feared that if they plotted again like before, thousands of lives would be stolen by disaster and agony. Sarante was torn. Should he just sit still and watch it happen? And was Ronald the answer he had been searching for? So many questions spun in his head that Sarante felt like his brain would explode. Suddenly, Ronald's voice sounded from behind, cutting through his thoughts. He had gone out for a drink of water and found Sarante spacing out. Ronan wondered about the hidden meaning behind the sacred stone idol Sarante kept venerating. Sarante smiled and explained, once every millennium our poet relocates the stones to a holy place. Far from the royal territory, that's where storms always erupt. Most stones can't last even 200 years before they're blown away or shattered. Yet even in those conditions, some stones stand firm for 1,000 years, showing an unyielding will against time. Noble soul, are placed into such stones and become the sacred idols of Sinian. Sarante still remembered the day he moved this stone with his brother. But now he was alone. Everyone had their own personal circumstances. It's complicated, there's no way to tell it all. Dedicating an entire life to God, yet never receiving an answer. No matter how long I waited, I lost my faith again and again and again wanting to leave this place and be free. But every time an intuition made me stay, a feeling that Xinians will still exist here. Inside this stone, one day, will become a catalyst that helps save our beautiful world. To me, that feeling is like fate. It always pushes me to protect this place and wait for the day the mission is fulfilled. And I think that moment is very close now. Sarante said this and firmly patted Ronald on the shoulder. The next day, with Sarante's words in mind, the whole group steeled themselves early. That miraculous tea proved quite effective. Energy spread through every cell, sharpening everyone's senses. Ronald followed Sarante to gather more herbs, trekking across mountain ranges he had never set foot on. Sarante showed kindness to someone he'd just met with thoughtful, delicate gestures. The more Ronald watched, the stranger it felt. And so 2 peaceful weeks passed. But as always, calm comes before the storm, and afterward it leaves only pain. At last, the inevitable arrived. The day Ronan was drenched in blood, using his sword to protect Sarante beneath a blazing red sunset. Back to the present, on the day they set out to subjugate the orc village, despite Sarante's worries, everyone was ready to depart. Seeing Ronald's awkwardness, Sarante only murmured a quiet send-off, then recited a spell over the whole group. The spell lets you enter and leave the temple freely. If anything happens, don't hesitate to run here and never let your guard down. You may be strong, but the forest is extremely dangerous. Sarante reminded them carefully. In the pitch-black forest, countless blood-soaked orc corpses were piled into heaps on the ground. Beside that came the clunking sound of footsteps and the faint drip-drip of blood on a sword's edge. The one responsible was a snow-white-skinned elf woman, her face twisted with hatred, determined to track down Sarante with her own hand. In front of her, the orcs were howling with laughter, gleefully splitting the pile of treasure below. Ronald guessed they'd probably been looting nearby villages during that time. Seeing the whole team ready to move, Ronald signaled to prepare for battle, so those orcs would learn what a real festival looks like. While the monsters chatted happily, Maria and Brahm quietly dropped down right behind them, under Azo's mind control spell, then swiftly swung their swords. Their blades swept low, shredding them like pig feet. The remaining orcs saw their comrades fall and instantly went into attack mode, roaring as they charged, only to be sent straight to the afterlife by Azo's psychic arts. Ronald stood to the side, clapping excitedly and praising Azo for never missing a shot. Looks like she'd already mastered this mind technique. Ronald's cheering pushed her too far. Azo was terrified, sobbing without a sound. Desperate, she threw her arm out with all her strength, forcing herself to unleash a mind tech strike. The mind tech attack swept everything away, wiping out the remaining monsters in an instant. As the smoke cleared, a scene of death and bloodshed appeared before them. Azo trembled, afraid she'd be severely punished. Luckily, Ronald and the others stayed by her side, cheering her on. Everyone was showing what they could do in battle, proving the long journey to these mountains had been worth it. They could probably raise the difficulty of the next stage a bit. While Ronald was thinking, Sita poked his cheek and screeched nonstop, forcing him to stop and look. What happened? Following Sita's cries, the group discovered in horror an elf covered in blood, tightly bound to a tree. With Sita's healing magic, the elf slowly opened her eyes. She stared at everyone in shock, then suddenly coughed up blood. Ronald couldn't understand it. Why wasn't Sita's healing magic working? Could the mana covering you be coming from that shrine? If so, please take me to that person. They're coming here. If we arrive even a little later, Sarante's life will be in danger. The elf trembled violently, screamed, and then abruptly passed out, leaving the whole group confused and stunned. Sarante was at the shrine, busy wiping down a stone slab, when Ronald rushed in so fast he startled them both. Ronald had the elf on his back, asking Sarante to help save her. One glance made Sarante's eyes go wide when she recognized her. It was Briar. Her face darkened at HOW Chinese letter she looked. While Ronald carried the elf to Sarante, the others were assigned to check the surroundings, but they found nothing suspicious. Only Azo was utterly bewildered when she saw corpses strewn all over the ground. Strange magic circles had appeared above the heads of the bodies around them. After giving the elf first aid, Sarante thanked Ronald for helping save her older sister. She was one of the few remaining worshippers of the spirit left in this world. She used to be a devoted follower. Her faith ran deeper than anyone's. I don't know how to repay you. You saved her life. Sarante thanked Ronald over and over, making him scratch his head in embarrassment. That reminded Ronald curious. He quietly asked Sarante who those people were that had threatened the elf so badly. To the point she was that frightened and even warned him. Sarante fell silent, looking toward the stone in front of her, then replied calmly, "Honestly, I don't understand what they're saying either. All I know is they're a cult that worships a mysterious creature like a god, and they've done so many evil things I can't even make sense of them. They hide their identities, but they operate out of the Nebula Cathedral." Hearing that, Ronald jumped in shock. He hadn't expected the people targeting Sarante to be from the Nebula. Seeing Ronald react so strongly, Sarante just chuckled and said they'd visited before too. But there'd been no sign of movement for a long time. Now they were acting again. Sarante's casual attitude made Ronald anxious. He urged her firmly to find an organization and take refuge. "No," she said, "I can't abandon the place where so many souls reside. Besides, wherever I go, the people there will be dragged into it. I don't want that, so you and your teammates should leave this place quickly. I also hope you won't get pulled into this danger. Do you understand me?" Sarante stated firmly, leaving Ronald with nothing more to say. When it was time to part, Ronald promised he'd bring the strongest senior he knew to help Sarante, on the condition that she hide well and do nothing reckless. Sarante giggled softly and handed Ronald a ring as a gift for saving the elf. It was an entry pass to the Magic Tower. If you go to the Dawn Magic Tower, show it to the librarian there. They'll definitely help you find clues about your vow. Safe travels, Ronald. These days together have truly been a gift to me. Sarante held Ronald's hand, bidding him farewell with a heavy heart. Embarrassed, he hurried off and vanished like the wind. That night, Sarante stood before Rhea. Her gaze was ice cold, her heart completely clear, staring straight at her, like an assassin from the Briar Cathedral. She no longer looked weak. Her body bristled with killing intent, and she curled her lips into a grin at Sarante that was terrifying. They just chose her as the assassin and sent her here truly malicious. Sarante said coldly, "Someone who gives their patient poison." "You a cripple say that? Are you looking for an antidote? Don't make me laugh." Rhea chuckled loudly in response. She said she had tried to get Sarante's attention using monsters, but it was all useless. Then she encountered Ronan's group, who carried the scent of Sarante. Out of respect for her comrades, Rhea chose to pretend she had been kidnapped by the Auk instead of slaughtering Ronan's entire group. Upon hearing this, Sarante's eyes narrowed, his expression darkened, and he firmly asserted he would not allow her to do such a thing. Brian EA laughed arrogantly. "Scary. I'm scared I won't joke anymore. Anyway, that's enough talking. I'll pass the church's orders to you and convince Sarante Limason. If he refuses, kill without mercy." As soon as she finished speaking, the power from Sarante and Brea collided, exploding with a deafening roar. After leaving Sarante's house, Ronald felt a strange, inexplicable sensation rising within him. Maria Hong Hawk's group ran to inform Ronan that Azo had found a suspicious cache of magic atop the Auk. Ronald froze in confusion, lost in thought. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Realizing the sound came from the temple, Ronald paled, thinking of Sarante. He feared Sarante might have already perished. A tremor shook violently, followed by a two-headed oxer rampaging wildly. It charged toward the group. In the ruined, dusty temple, Greya and Sarante were fiercely battling with their dark magic and other spells. Immersed in Sarante's magic, Rhea showed no fear. She smirked, saying this was exactly what she wanted, with a blood-stained sword in hand. Brian Yadin charged wildly, creating a quake that destroyed everything around. In this desolate scene, battle-hardened Rhea swung her sword like Sarante's shield, appearing a step faster. Immediately, another shockwave erupted, throwing both of them back. Rhea wiped the blood from his face, laughing faintly. Damn, you're a crafty old fox. Your power is wasted. Maybe you should join me. If it were you, you could definitely hold a high position like me. I refuse. I am a devout person. I cannot serve dark faith. But it seems you've weakened. I didn't expect Roham's shadow to be so slow. Does the dark faith teaching not suit you? Sarante sneered. Of course not, I'm just a little bored. It's only because you're too busy delaying time so those kids could escape that you didn't notice me. You acted pitiful to keep that boy from being involved, didn't you? So he could leave safely. That's why I'm curious. Why would someone with no interest in this world like you protect him so fiercely? Ryan laughed sharply, each word hitting Sarante's heart. Sarante startled, his hand on his face, glaring and threatening her. If you touch Ronald's group, you won't escape my hands. Oh, terrifying. But what can I do now? I've already touched them. Briar laughed with delight. Roars reached Sarante's ears, making him realize the direction it came from. Ronan's group was on the move. Taking advantage of Sarante's distraction, Greya swung his sword straight at him. Caught off guard, Sarante staggered. Blood spurted, soaking the cold blade. Ronan's group was tense, not a drop of blood left unshaken by the two-headed, bloodthirsty oxer. Ronan shouted for everyone to move behind him, but it seemed too late. Brahm, through carelessness, was struck by the savage ox. A mere physical blow caused Brahm's soul to leave his body instantly, frightening everyone. After dealing with Brahm, the monster tried to strike Maria, but Ronan arrived in time, blocking with his sword, saving her in the nick of death. Take Sita and tend to Brahm. This one is my guest, Ronald said, eyes wide, teeth clenched, his hand trembling on the sword hilt. Urged repeatedly by Ronan, Maria swallowed her fear, led Esau, and fled. Ronan braced against the oxer's overwhelming power, sweating, thinking. The magic circle in its eyes resembles the one controlling the giant in the cave. They must be from the Nebula Guild. Unable to hold on any longer, Ronald loosened his grip and was struck by the ox force, sending him flying into the ground. Yes, survive, immortal. Ronald charged again, slashing at the creature, but it didn't falter. The ox grew more violent with each attack. Ronan's strikes barely scratched it. It swung, and Ronan and his sword were thrown aside like a frog, filled with rage. The ox became increasingly aggressive. Ronan's sword, in essence, could barely irritate it. One punch sent Ronan and his sword flying, like a sharp frog being struck, with hatred radiating from its eye. Seeing his comrade attacked right before his eyes and unable to do anything, Ronan trembled as he clenched the sword hilt. His gaze sharpened, he growled as he forced himself to steady his nerves again. He took a deep breath, resolve blazing, then charged straight at the monster in a surge of fury. The reason I couldn't bring this monster down the first time I met it in my previous life was because I couldn't pierce its tough hide to land a lethal blow that would wound it enough to make it falter. But now it's different, with this sword and the techniques I've learned. Ronald poured all his strength into the blade in his hand. Using the Navi Rose fighting style, he burned with determination, swinging his sword and sweeping horizontal and vertical cuts into the monster. A second of silence passed. Then the beast that had been raging just moments ago was cleaved into pieces by Ronan's strike. At last, Ronan finished it off, though it cost him more time and stamina than he'd hoped. Maria and Azo hurried over, carrying Brahm on their backs, saying that, thanks to Corsita, Brahm had received first aid, but he still needed a professional healer. Hearing that, Ronald felt a little more at ease. He quietly told the group to return to the academy first, while he went to check on Mr. Sarante. The moment he reached the gate, the sight of the temple in ruins, collapsed and devastated, shocked Ronald to his core. Still panicking, he saw Sarante with only one arm left, his miserable, battered state sending Ronan into a frenzy. He rushed to support him, desperate to know who did this. It's fine, calm down, you have to get out of here first. Somehow we made it through this, but we don't know when they'll attack again. Before he could finish, a mysterious throwing technique pierced straight into the center of Sarante's chest, and he collapsed on the spot. Fresh blood surged from his chest, splattering across Ronald's face as he froze in shock. Sarante crumpled at Ronan's feet, his breathing weakening until it slowly stopped, while Ronald stood there, stunned and clueless about what was happening. Rhea descended along a sudden flow of aura like a goddess. She spoke with a mocking tone. That was close, I almost died. How could you do that to an old comrade? Using such a dangerous skill on me, so dangerous it blasted your arm clean off. I could have died from that, you know, I would have, if I didn't have the blessing of the stars. She let out a scornful laugh, then turned to Ronald with arrogant pride and whispered in his ear, praising him for surviving a clash with the two-headed oxer, making Ronan grind his teeth in rage. Who are you? He snarled, knowing Ronald had never seen him with this face before. Rhea curled her lips, brushing her hair back to reveal the pretty face of the pitiful elf girl from yesterday. Thanks for saving me, you reckless hero. I'm truly grateful. Thanks to you, I was able to cross the temple's boundary. In return, I'll send you to your grave, Rhea said. Ronald was still reeling from the trick, and now Bria's artifact assaulted him in a relentless barrage, leaving him terrified. With a loud boom, Rhea saw Ronald still manage to evade her spell and smirked in praise. Ronald stood silently beside Sarante. After entrusting Sita with saving him, he rose with sword in hand to face Briar one-on-one. Not only did you destroy someone else's territory, you even had people tailing the Duke, and you still have the nerve to show up here. Nebula Klaja. Ronan's eyes went wide as he screamed in fury. Bryania realized Ronald was the one who had disposed of the devotees carrying out their mission, and she found it rather amusing. So talented at this age, no wonder my children were taken out. Bryania nimbly dodged each of Ronald's sword strikes while openly taunting him, driving him mad with rage. With her curiosity fully stirred, Briar unleashed palm strikes in rapid succession, and Ronald trembled slightly under the sheer force. She's too strong, she can read every move I make. I need to finish this in a single blow while she's still off guard. Ronan told himself, trembling, as their forces collided with thunderous impacts before exploding outward. Watching Ronald strain with all his might, Bryania grew delighted and tried to recruit him. Even as she made the offer, she swung her hand to attack Sarante lying nearby. With arrogant menace, she threatened that if he refused, she'd skewer Sarante in the most painful way possible. Sarante trembled and whispered, urging Ronald to run. Ronan fell silent, gripping his sword hilt tightly. Briar's whisper pressed at his ear, pushing him to decide, making Ronald tense to the breaking point. My choice is to tear you into pieces, you filthy dog. Ronald suddenly poured all his power into a decisive lunge, thrusting at Brianna. That only made her more thrilled and even more hungry for him. As the two fought so fiercely, the surroundings shook and fell to ruin. Sarante, seated nearby, weakly trembling, whispered Ronald's name. Brian Yae hadn't faced a rival as evenly matched as Ronald in a long time, so he was extremely excited. He fought like never before, the final strike thrusting powerfully straight into Ronald's chest, catching him off guard. When he opened his eyes, the spiritual light would greet him. Dry Ear leapt up, hair flying, laughing, pointing his sharp sword straight at Zonan's face. At the life-or-death moment, luckily Master Sarante managed to summon a shield in time. Mana precisely helped Ronan block Briar's sword strike. Briar missed his blow and was furious. Turning to Sarante for interfering, Briar said, I thought I already told you. Rhea, if you touch him, I won't let it slide. Sarante spoke up, though near exhaustion. He still summoned his strength to create a protective shield around Renette. Ronald, worried for Sarante's strength, shouted for him to stop, but Sarante poured all his energy, growing ever more intense with each moment. You've done very well, Lonan. You've bought me time to prepare. So please, leave the rest to me and step back. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarante immediately gestured to pull Ronald away, leaving the center of the area filled with surging, deadly spiritual energy. Brian Yae gritted her teeth and charged, relentless, but suddenly countless flashes of lightning streaked across the sky. She hesitated for a moment, her face turned pale, trembling as she spoke. You've already suffered so many injuries, how can this be possible? Rhea, our connection ends here. Farewell, you were once my sister. Sarante spoke and decisively severed the bond, the rays of light striking Brian's body, making her scream in pain. Ronald watched in horror as each white beam of light descended upon Brian. Beside her, Sarante strained every last bit of strength to control the energy. This must end at any cost, even if it consumes all my mana and life force, Sarante thought, blood spilling from his mouth. Briar, in agony and hatred, let his accumulated rage explode into murderous intent, enveloping his entire body. We are disciples chosen by the stars. As long as his blessings remain, no one will dare to stop us. In other words, I don't need to hold back for trash like you anymore. So you're dead meat. Briar gripped his sword and stepped toward Sarante, hatred blazing in his eyes, scorching the memory of the day Citizet flew into the arena right in front of her. Help me deliver my final words to Ronan. Do you hear me, Ronan? We're out of time, so I'll get straight to the point. Looks like she can nullify my attacks with a skill called Star Blessing. Right now, Brian E's movements are severely limited because she's injured. So stay away from here and prepare for the battle to come. Leave this petty jealousy to an old man to sort out. Bria was boiling with rage, raising his sword to strike at Sarante, but Ronald suddenly stopped him. Don't even think about giving up. Sarante isn't finished yet, and there's something she doesn't know. From long ago until now, I've never run away. So trust me just once, Ronald Gothit said. Briar had already let Ronan go, yet he kept crawling back to interfere. So infuriating it made her blood boil. A wave of dark power shot at Ronan. Suddenly, the thunderstorm Sarante created surged in and powerfully blocked Briar's horrifying strike for him. Blanketed by the sweeping assault, Brian E once again used Star Blessing. He would wipe out Sarante's entire household, along with Ronald with that fated sword strike he was about to unleash. The scene abruptly shifted to Briar slowly collapsing. Her body had been chopped into bloody sections, like a slab of frozen pork. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes unfocused, blood at the corners of her mouth, and a faint trace of regret in her expression. In the end, she had been just one step away from getting an answer from Sarante. She watched Brian E's ruined body fall at her feet. Ronan let out a breath of relief. Good thing she let her guard down because of that blessing or whatever otherwise I'd be finished. In my previous life, no one but me could so much as lay a finger on those people. Those colossal assassins of the nebula could use that power in the form of a blessing, Ronald thought in a daze. Then he heard Sarante's faint cry from across the way. Ronan sprinted over and shouted angrily, "Sita, heal Sarante now." Covered in wounds, she trembled as she reached out and tightly gripped Ronan's hand. Sarante whispered, "I'm fine. I'm sorry, but can you help me one last time?" At Sarante's request, Ronald helped him lean against a boulder. Seeing Sarante coughing up blood so violently terrified Ronald. He thought it was his fault. "Don't say that, it's only a matter of time. It's no one's fault, Ronald. This will be a brutal war, long and drawn out. You'll be hurt countless times and lose so many things. It's shameless of me to ask, but please go all the way to the end. If it's you, I believe you can do it," Sarante said with a faint smile. From within his body, a stream of blue light suddenly burst out, gradually blinding Sarante and turning her into a stone statue before she completely lost her mind. He managed to reach out and touch Donald's tearful face, softly saying, "Thank you, Ronald, for becoming the answer for all of us. Together with Xinyan, I'll walk with you to the very end." As soon as he finished speaking, the light flared and then slowly condensed into a small floating orb. After the farewell, Ronald's group left the mountain range and returned to the academy. And so the team's first expedition ended, along with everything Sarante left behind. The headmaster knew Ronald had been through a lot and wondered whether he could get over the death of a loved one. "Someone so close to me, right? If I say I'm fine, I'd be lying. But if I just sit here blaming myself, I think he'd be really sad. So please don't worry. Thank you for caring," Ronald replied with a smile. Then he promised he wouldn't do anything reckless that would endanger his life. He always looked so carefree, like he had a motor and could dash out as fast as the wind. Come to think of it, does he have no classes because he's already finished everything? Then he probably hasn't heard the news that it's about to start soon. The headmaster stroked his beard and muttered to himself. A moment later, at the Special Adventure Club building, Ronald was stunned to see Sullivan standing tall inside. The two quickly sat down together and discussed the Nebula Clashier matter. Pen said he had launched a large-scale internal investigation within the family to root out the rats. As far back as 15 days ago, they had already identified 19 traitors. 5 of them I dealt with personally. The rest will be thrown into Rodaland prison so they can be interrogated more thoroughly. But a problem came up. I suspect the truth-binding ban may have been nullified on them. Sulepan suddenly lowered his voice, making it sound mysterious, which instantly put Ronald on edge as well. "What do you mean, the truth-binding ban doesn't work?" "Exactly. From a preliminary interrogation of all 19 of them, just like Lee, no ban worked at all. So we couldn't extract a single piece of information. If we go by what happened this time, it means someone has figured out how to counter our ban," Pen replied, clutching his head, his voice flat and even. Just listening made Ronald feel a headache coming on. He quietly felt that Senza had no other option. There was no way to inspect it except by using his magic. And the jailers with their brutal interrogation methods. After finishing today's discussion, Pen suddenly stood up to bid Ronald farewell, not forgetting to remind him they would meet again at the exam. The upcoming midterm. Good grief, if Pen hadn't mentioned it, Ronald would have completely forgotten about this term's exam. 2 days passed, and the live combat test, the midterm assessment, officially began on Desert Island, part of Filion Phalan. After all the cadets lined up neatly, the new female instructor began explaining the rules and how this exam would work. Instead of testing every type of terrain and battlefield with different challenges, the Academy brought everyone to this island for a lawless survival battle. There's no need to worry about injury or death. I've prepared safety equipment. The moment whoever wears these bracelets loses the ability to fight, the teleportation spell inside will activate and send you back to the shore. Also, professional priests and healers have been assigned to wait there, so no matter how serious the wound is, it won't be a problem. In other words, everyone in this battle must go all out. Any method or scheme is acceptable. Kill and be killed. Carve that into your bones, at least for today. The instructor's bloodthirsty excitement made all the cadets below break out in cold sweat. Now came the lineup to receive the bracelets when your name was called. As soon as you put one on, it would send each person to a pre-assigned set of coordinates. The first name called was unexpectedly a Descent, exactly as Ronald had anticipated when he saw the commander joining in. The cadets behind whispered among themselves, saying a Descent was just a weak repeater who had no shame. Ronald simply stayed silent, calculating to himself, was there going to be a surprise performance here? But those were the most objective evaluations of the commander's current strength. He wasn't expecting anything from the commander here at all. If she entered the battle with skills like that, the only thing waiting for her now would be death. So what choice would the commander make? After waiting a while, it was finally Ronald's turn to receive a bracelet. In a flash, he was transported to some wild, overgrown coordinates. He gave a faint, steady smile, and urged the senior who was hiding behind a distant tree to come out, startling the man half to death. At that moment, another person tried to ambush Ronald from behind, but Sukarnathe was instantly turned from hunter to hunted by him. The cold edge of a blade pressed to his throat. Ronald narrowed his eyes, guessing there were countless others here allied together. As expected, this was a vast forest filled with traps, so the ambush set up here really was a fairly sophisticated plan. Before he even finished speaking, Ronald whipped around and struck with force, sending someone who was lying in wait up in a tree crashing to the ground. Realizing their plan had been exposed, the whole group of upperclassmen decided to gamble big and swarm Ronald all at once. With their numerical advantage, they surged forward, burning for battle, to attack Ronald Chichu. It took quite a long time before Ronald finished dealing with them, driving them all back to the starting line. This whole nuisance was truly a waste of his time. Suddenly, Ronald thought of Adessen, curious whether she was doing all right now. Adessen was not all right at all. She was surrounded and pressured by countless other cadets. Her entire body was about to give out. Fresh blood smeared all over her, yet they showed no intention of stopping. Adessen was exhausted, but the starving wolves in front of her still snarled, locking onto her. Knowing Aeon and his lackeys were lacking in their guard because they were confident they could never lose, Adessen seized the chance and struck straight at their opening. Caught off guard, her surging force quickly brought the underlings down, their bodies forced out of the battlefield. With no strength left, Adessen still wouldn't allow herself to stop, because Aeon was still standing. But just as she tried to gather power to strike him, Aeon suddenly delivered a fatal blow straight to her chest, sending Adessen flying more than 10 meters away in agony, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing Adessen trembling and barely breathing on the ground like a little puppy pleased Aeon greatly. I was curious what you were trying to do, but it turns out it was just a few cheap tricks. How pathetic, Adessen, you're smart, aren't you? You should have realized it. No matter how you struggle, you can't stand against me. Aeon glared and burst out laughing in mockery. He didn't notice that Ronald had been sitting behind him, watching for who knows how long. Everything played out exactly as predicted. All in all, she really did give it everything in that last fight. After harassing the enemy by using favorable terrain and their complacency, she seized the opening brilliantly to take down those two. Her progress with such a solid foundation is truly commendable. It's just that for now, there's still a skill gap she hasn't been able to overcome. For sure, as soon as this test ends, she'll need to keep learning, Ronald told himself. But just as he was about to quietly leave, Ronald was suddenly startled to see Adessen trembling as she forced herself to stand. She blocked Aeon's sweeping strike in an instant, catching him slightly off guard. I didn't expect you to still have the strength to fight back. The test isn't over yet, and I haven't given up, Adessen said as she fiercely swung her sword and charged at Aeon. A slash immediately cut across his face. Though it wasn't deep, it was enough to leave a scar on his cheek for life. Aeon roared in fury and rushed at Adessen with all his might. Only when she collapsed did he finally stop, asking softly, "Why do you push yourself this far? I've always been curious. You don't just lack foundation and skills, you don't even have talent like the other new cadets. So why? Do you struggle like this, refusing to give up? Everyone says you're hopeless, that you can't improve anymore. Honestly, you know that better than anyone, don't you? So why go this far? Because I have to become a commander." Adessen trembled, tears streaming down her face as she recalled the past and spoke softly. Hearing that, Aeon looked at her with contempt. "A commander, what a joke. It's not about giving up or not, it's because I believe nothing can stop me from achieving my dream. My fate must be decided by me," Adessen replied firmly. Aeon refused to listen to her nonsense any longer. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, intending to bury Adessen along with her foolish dreams. But at that very moment, Ronald suddenly stepped in, said a few words, and thrust his sword straight into Aeon's abdomen, ending him in an instant. Adessen was stunned to see Ronald appear. Her eyes widened in confusion. Only then did she finally come back to her senses. She softly thanked Ronald and wondered why he had come. He didn't answer her question but gently helped her up. Saying there was something he needed to hear from her, the two quickly walked to the cliffside. Adessen was bewildered when Ronald asked why she wanted to become a commander. Seeing that he insisted on knowing, she fell silent, wondering if Ronald had already heard about the Night of Can. Adessen told him about the infiltration carried out by the Beastmen 10 years ago. It was the first battle between the Empire, which sought to expand northward, and the Beastmen Federation, who wanted to stop them. That night I lost my family, Adessen said sadly. That evening, her mother and brothers said goodbye before going out, and it became her last conversation with her family. Later, she heard that the village's knights had been summoned for an operation to block the wall at the lock. It was no different from sending them to their deaths. They were defeated by the Beastmen's strength. It was a complete tragedy. You probably know that not long ago, negotiations took place between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance in exchange for territorial integrity. The Beastmen had to merge into the Empire's army. In the end, our village's sacrifice was repaid only with useless memorial stones in the cemetery. Some people say that day was a noble sacrifice, but I disagree, because they could have lived, Adessen cried out in anguish. She felt they could have survived, but in the end they died in vain because of the incompetence of those in command. unable to accept that truth. Adesin resolved to become a perfect commander, so she would never cause such wasteful sacrifices again. A tense silence filled the air for a moment. Adesin suddenly snapped back to herself and gave Ronald a small, apologetic smile for talking too much. But through what happened today, he understood many things. Just as I thought, making her give up is impossible. Still, I can't just stand by and let her die meaninglessly because I don't want to experience that painful feeling again. Ronald recalled the past with bitterness. At that moment, a surge of mana suddenly poured in, leaving Adesin utterly shocked. Ronald stood beside her, letting out a quiet sigh before hurriedly asking if she knew what dark mana was. The conditions to awaken it are harsh, but if you can use it, you'll become much stronger. Someone I once knew became famous because of it. And that person was just like you, so you can definitely do it. Let's try first, Ronald said as he quickly grabbed Adesin's hand while she was still completely confused, and pulled her toward him. Don't worry, you just need to know that I want to help you. I'll help you, so let's do everything we can. Commander, Ronald chuckled before suddenly pushing Adesin straight off the cliff. She gasped as she fell freely, staring at Ronald with a look of existential doubt, before gradually disappearing completely. Inside the system, that's enough for today. Now only Ronald and his thoughts remain here. He had defeated everyone before coming here. Both of them were burning with fighting spirit, looking at each other with mocking affection before immediately drawing their swords and charging fiercely at one another. Those two really wanted to find out who was the craziest at this academy. Adesin jolted awake, drowsily realizing in front of her were the students lined up densely. Seeing this, she recalled that she was in Filion. Her body had been healed, so she had been eliminated and sent back to the academy. Now remembering, Ronald had said she placed third. So the ones who remained till the end of this test were the two of them. On the screen now was the intense showdown between Ronan and Sly Fen Solo, witnessed by the students. Both were charging at each other with fierce, explosive blows. Ronald struggled a bit as Sly Fen split his storm of swords for the attack. He realized the opponent was formidable, but at this moment his power was scattered. Ronald thought quickly and charged again, striking with successive meteor sword blows that unintentionally caused the surrounding rocks and trees to topple. Amidst the smoke-filled wreckage, Ronald finally exhaled and stopped. He had managed to block Sly Fen. If that had been the full extent of his power, he would have been done for. What was happening? Everything had far exceeded his expectations, compared to the last time when he faced that mouse-like Dahlin. Sly Fen's control over the storm swords had improved remarkably. The speed, once slower than his, was now matched. Could it be that he was now even stronger than in his previous life? Ronan assessed his opponent, sweating and terrified by Sly Fen's immense strength. Even while restraining his storm sword power, was he compensating for a lack of strength? Could he really absorb demonic energy to enhance his power? Moreover, he was executing the instructor's sword techniques so flawlessly. I had always been confident in my swordsmanship, but that gap had now narrowed. Even boosting with demonic energy had reached its limit. It was time to take a risk. If he adapted further to my movements, I wouldn't stand a chance. I couldn't hesitate any longer. I had to end it in one strike. I regained composure, suppressing the oppressive feeling his presence brought. I gripped my sword tightly and charged at Sly Fen. Coincidentally, Sly Fen had the same thought, aiming to strike Ronald. They both lunged, eyes locking, and the situation erupted. As the force surged like a storm, flashes ignited and exploded, leaving nothing intact. Sly Fen's body was slashed and bloodied by Ronald, yet his resistance remained stubborn. Under Ronald's incoming blade, Sly Fen moved faster, evading while countering, drawing blood from Ronald as well. Both, battered with countless wounds, continued fiercely, refusing to yield to each other. The scene left the students outside in awe, mouths agape. They couldn't believe a first-year student could fight so fiercely. The destructive impact on the terrain was monumental. Adesin, both fearful and worried for Ronald, watched the battle with anxious eyes. The female instructor curved her lips, praising. Both had matured greatly since enrollment. However, whether willing or not, with the next collision this fight would end. She mused. Currently both were evenly matched. Both were injured. Ronan felt that choosing Filion had been his best decision, as it allowed him to encounter a rival like Sly Fen, just as expected. Sly Fen wanted to end the fight and Ronald felt the same. Continuing at this level would make them feel almost like friends. Sly Fen's eyes turned cold, swinging his sword toward Ronan. I will not regret this battle. You should show me all you've got. Saying that, Sly Fen unleashed his full power. Seeing this, Ronald also assumed a combat stance. A dangerous expression appeared on his face. He wanted Sly Fen on his side, but first had to defeat him to establish rank between them. Ronald switched to attack mode, charging at Sly Fen like lightning and striking with a blow. That startled Sly Fen. Ronald's speed was like light, too fast for Sly Fen to catch. Sly Fen thought Ronan was insane. Using such speed must come at a great cost. I've learned something from you again, Ronan. As he spoke, he thrust his sword straight into the ground, releasing energy forward to defend. Ronan also found him quite crazy. With his wounds, controlling magic at will was impossible and would also worsen his injury. He was so determined to win. but Ronald refused to yield, channeling all his strength into breaching Sly Fen's defensive. However, this move played right into Sly Fen's calculation. He released all his power and demonic energy into this strike. A surge of power erupted, summoning the Storm Shield technique. A beam shot straight into the sky, and an extremely violent wind reduced everything around to rubble at the center of the vortex. The two teenagers, covered in wounds, still held their ground. Ronald, blood crusted over, cursed under his breath, "Bastard, if you want to die, go die alone." Who the hell unleashes a sword storm so powerful it ends up swallowing even themselves? What a reckless, bloodthirsty maniac, an absolute lunatic with the blade. A razor-cold smile appeared on Ronald's face. He was determined to end this fight right here. Ronan raised his sword. A crimson force surged out from within the blade. Outside, the cadets watching the battle all held their breath as they stared at him. Adessen clenched her fists, anxiously following every move. Canaveros, on the other hand, was fairly excited. The fight was reaching its conclusion. Back to the battle. Ronald and CFN swung their final strike. The two swords collided, and a thunderous explosion erupted. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. What an incredible fight. Hard to imagine a match more spectacular than this. Both Ronald and CFN collapsed together. Even exhausted, he still forced out the words to Sly Eiffel, "You lose." "But I won." After saying that, he finally dropped. They fell side by side, bodies riddled with wounds, blood splattering everywhere. Outside the stands, the spectators were utterly stunned by their strength, and then everyone shouted in unison. The midterm practical swordsmanship examination officially ended. In the recovery room, Ronald slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake." Hearing the voice, Ronald looked over. It was Adessen speaking to him. Beside her was Instructor Naviros. "I'm with you too." Ronald didn't finish before Instructor Naviros cut in. "That's right, the exam is over." Even though it was difficult to decide the result, because both of them were severely injured. It was a wonderful battle. Ronald and CFN made this match truly worth watching, especially for the Academy's cadets. But because Ronald woke up first, he was certified as having a slight edge over Slyafin in stamina. Hearing that, Ronald grinned smugly, thinking he had beaten Slyafin. He hadn't even finished celebrating when Instructor Naviros announced that, because the two of them woke up at the same time, the battle was a draw. Both of them took first place. After hearing the announcement, Ronald stayed calm, his face completely unreadable. Both Instructor Naviros and Adessen were surprised to see him so calm and accept the result so quickly. In her mind, she had imagined that Ronald would scream and say, "I can't accept such a ridiculous result." She had even kept her sword ready, waiting to smack him with it the moment he started yelling. Ronald scratched his head, speechless at the two of them. He only looked at how the fight went and felt that outcome was perfectly reasonable. Slyafin was really strong, stronger than he had imagined. "So I'll train more and work even harder. Next time I'll win." Hearing him say that, Instructor Naviros curled her lip into a smile. She felt he'd grown, not only in skill, but in mindset as well. "That's right, there's no need to be angry. This was definitely a good experience for both of you, especially for you, Ronan, because you're someone who can use demonic power, something you've wanted for a long time." Hearing demonic power, Ronald was stunned. Agitated, he pointed at himself and asked Instructor Naviros again, seeking confirmation. Seeing how worked up he was, Instructor Naviros looked slightly puzzled. "Didn't you use it in the finals, Sword Aura, when truly powered by demonic energy?" Hearing the instructor say that, Ronald finally remembered. He looked at his hand and recalled using that move, indeed. His body had felt strange back then, so he really had used demonic power. Canaveros closed their eyes and nodded in confirmation. "That's right, that was Sword Aura you were able to release once you gained control of your demonic power. Based on the inner power you've accumulated so far, the intensity of your Sword Aura seems quite strong. From now on, you'll need plenty of practice to master it." Ronald clenched his fist. He stared at his hand, his expression taut as if thinking about something. Adessen was also shocked by Instructor Naviros's analysis. Right now, Ronald still hadn't developed keen enough senses to wield demonic power at will. Instructor Naviros sighed because Ronald was unlike the other cadets. Since no one knew when Ronald's body would unlock another restriction, he had to act now. Instructor Naviros ordered Adessen to take Ronald to meet that useless bastard this afternoon. Adessen wondered, was the useless bastard she meant Professor Jardin? She was also a bit surprised to hear Instructor Naviros call Professor Jardin a useless bastard, because he looked rather mysterious, didn't he? The next day, Adessen took Ronald to meet Professor Geraldine, just as Instructor Naviros had instructed. It had been a long time since she'd seen this professor. Ronan was curious too. This teacher must be impressive. Otherwise, a strict professor like Canaveros wouldn't have recommended him to Ronan. Adessen also happily turned to, told him that this teacher has the strongest magical power. That's why other professors often ask for his help. Adessen said that sometimes during class, if a student's mana gets blocked, their heart will stiffen, and at that moment they will need Professor Jerdon's assistance. He can handle it quickly, which makes him seem exceptional. Adessen explained this to Ronald as they walked. Ronald raised both hands to his head. He gently ran his fingers through his hair out of habit while thinking. He wondered why Navi Rose wouldn't like someone like that. Adessen tilted her face toward Lunan. Her expression was calm, but tension hid behind her eyes. She told Ronald that she didn't fully understand the situation between the two professors, only thinking that they didn't get along. Ronald would understand when he met Professor Geraldine, since he's a bit unusual. Ronald smiled lightly. Anyway, this didn't matter much. The important thing was that he could use his mana. If that place is so mysterious, the teacher will also know about the commander's mana. Dark mana is an unknown type of mana from a past life, so he didn't understand much. But if both he and Adessen learned, it would be beneficial. While walking, Adessen suddenly remembered and turned to ask Ronald, since before Ronald met Sly Eiffel, she didn't know if he had agreed to that outcome. Ronald placed his hand on his chin and smiled confidently. Of course, it was an agreement he wouldn't refuse. He recalled the scene at that time. He was sitting with his chin in his hand in the classroom. Saifen stood before him and asked, "After discharge, come meet me. I think we're on the same wavelength." Ronald's expression changed 180 degrees as he finished speaking. He thought Ronald felt the same as him, unhappy with the draw result of the battle. Saifen was angry, his body tense. He drew his sword, telling Ronald to come to the training room, then concluded the midterm battle. Ronald calmly looked at him and told him not to glare like that. Although he didn't like the result, today's purpose was not about that. Saifen calmed down, suspecting the issue wasn't about the draw but something else. Suddenly, Ronald called his name and threw a punch forward. It startled him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a piece of paper. Ronald held it in front of him. It was an invitation to join the club. Ronald smiled, inviting him to the club. Saifen was shocked, as if thinking, "What's wrong with this guy?" Ronald promoted the club warmly. He said he could leave anytime and gain practical combat experience. He wouldn't get bored in my club. Saifen angrily turned away. He thought, "Do I have that much free time?" Curious, Ronald sought him out to see what was going on. He didn't want to befriend someone he would defeat in the future. Saifen left in anger. Ronald watched him go, then suddenly spoke with a rather perverse smile. "Ah, what a pity. A member of the club planned to hold a party on his island. That's also when she would come to the party, my sister, Iro." Saifen imagined Iro smiling beautifully at him. His expression darkened and he clenched his fists. Turning angrily, he shouted, "Iro is going to that island with you." The brave boy approached Lunan and said, "Give me more details. Where exactly is the area safe? Have you prepared escorts for the day she goes?" Ronald knew that just mentioning Iro would provoke this reaction. As expected, he teased Saifen with a smirk. "No way, I won't tell you. Why should I inform someone who isn't even a club member? Who knows if he joined before it ended?" Saifen took a pen and signed in one stroke. The pen glided across Ronald's face and then onto the paper. He signed decisively, in a posture like wielding a sword, causing ink to splatter everywhere, even onto Ronald's eye. Saifen closed the pen, his face dark, and coldly emphasized each word. "Now tell me in detail." The memory ended and Ronald recalled that the bastard Sleefend would become Grantia's lord, feeling tense. At that moment, Adessen said they had arrived. Ronald stopped, looking at the gloomy tower ahead, Tower 40. He felt this place was terrifying. Previously, Professor Secret had been bad enough. This person seemed even worse. Then a voice came from behind. "What do you two want? Are you the students she recommended?" Indeed, the speaker was Professor Geraldine, wearing a black robe, her hair partially covering her eyes, very cold. Seeing this, Adessen carried her huge backpack and extended a hand to introduce Ronald. "Hello, Professor." "Well, Ronald is having difficulty controlling his mana. So we received your advice and came to see you." Geraldine looked at them coldly. Was she teaching them only about mana control? They must be potential students. After speaking, she stepped in front of Ronald. "Ronald, what do you think?" Ronald stood a bit intimidated before Professor Geraldine. When he greeted her, he was rebuked. "Forget the questions. Ask how much you've prepared." Ronald didn't understand as Professor Geraldine extended her hand. Without the slightest emotion, I told Ronald I don't do charity. If you want after-hours lessons, you pay tuition, because I'm working overtime. "So how much have you prepared then?" That's right, he was demanding extra tutoring money. Ronald was stunned, unable to believe it. Even Adessen was just as shocked. "He's really charging money?" Geraldine saw UD caught on and explained it to Ronald. "At least 10 gold coins per hour per person." Both Ronald and Adessen froze. Unbelievable. Was he joking? No, he looked dead serious. One look at Geraldine's face and you could tell. He'd been indifferent the whole time, but the moment money came up, his eyes lit up. Ronald awkwardly admitted he was broke too, and asked if there was another way. The second he heard there was no money, Professor Geraldine's attitude changed instantly. His face twisted with open disgust. "Then go home, and on your way back you'd better get 10 gold coins from those Naviro bastards." Hearing that, Ronald knew there really was another option. After that, Geraldine turned back and told them to follow him. He offered a deal, and it involved the Sarante ring. While he was answering questions about the Sarante ring, Ronald and Adessen were immediately taken to a room. Looking around, they couldn't tell where they were. This place was not only clean but deserted, nothing like a prison. Once inside, you couldn't hear anything from outside anymore. He'd probably used magic to seal the tower off. Every lock was reinforced with enchantments. Ronald grew even more curious. What was here that made Geraldine guard it so tightly? Geraldine sat down at the table, facing Ronald and Adessen. Before we officially begin, may I see it? Ronald understood at once, took out the ring, and handed it to Professor Geraldine, still repeating that it was very expensive and to be careful. Geraldine took the ring and told him not to worry, he treasured it too. He brought it close to his eye for a better look, then let out a low exclamation. Seeing it up close really makes you feel it. Mana this pure means the dragon spent at least 2,000 years gathering nearly every magical element. No, could it be a demon? Ronald took the ring back and asked if Professor Geraldine knew about it. Geraldine tapped the table. If you want to be a professor at Filion, you should at least know that much. Then he laid out his condition for the two students. Extract a small amount of mana from the ring because he was conducting an experiment he'd been working on for a long time, one that required mana from beings who had lived long lives and used magic for ages. Of course, Filion has powerful creatures too, but none of them compare to this ring. Geraldine guessed the ring's owner had a good relationship with Luna. That's right. Ronald closed his eyes, gripped the ring tightly, and beautiful moments with Shenyang flashed through his mind. He agreed to Professor Geraldine's request. Professor Geraldine promised he would support him wholeheartedly if he allowed the experiment. Ronald thought the terms weren't bad, but added one more request. He wanted Professor Geraldine to help Adessen as well. Adessen was startled when he heard that. He pointed at himself and stammered, me. Geraldine's expression darkened. With a grim face, he said, "You're bargaining with me over such a tiny amount of mana." Ronald stood up and slammed the table. "If you don't want to, fine, then I'm leaving." Professor Geraldine said that wasn't what he meant. He just wanted to renegotiate with Ronald. But Ronald firmly told Adessen they were going home. Geraldine had a headache. He'd run into someone who wouldn't budge. He reluctantly accepted Ronald's request and even praised his negotiating skills. "They're pretty good, Ronald." Hearing that, Ronald stopped leaving, sat back down, and grinned smugly. "You flatter me, Professor Geraldine." Geraldine didn't want to waste time anymore. He stood up and smacked the table. "Then we'll deal with your problem first. If she planned far enough to send you to me, then it must be urgent." After saying that, he adjusted a magic circle and told Ronald to step inside. Ronald stepped into the magic circle. Professor Geraldine stood behind him and placed a hand on his back. He closed his eyes and said it had been a long time since Ronald's senses were open, and there were no traces of mana use in his body, meaning Ronald had never used mana. Ronald told the truth. He could only see it, but he'd never been able to use it because some bastard had blocked him. Geraldine said this wasn't an ordinary blockage either, because whenever the mana flow was opened, something tried to shut it again. Suddenly he realized something. "Wait, I'll channel my mana into you and try to force it open. But you'll have to endure pain like a knife carving into your spine. You can handle that, right?" Ronald froze. "Huh, you mean?" Before he could finish, a wave of agony hit and Ronald screamed, what the hell is this?" Adessen looked terrified for him. Geraldine cast a spell, sending his consciousness into Ronald's mana flow. It seemed fairly simple, so he thought breaking the seal would be quick. But his satisfaction didn't last long. He ran into some kind of power. Geraldine focused his senses on what lay ahead, and his eyes went wide. Unbelievable, because Ronan's body was made entirely of muscle. Then he gritted his teeth, using all his strength to resist, but it made no difference. Professor Geraldine was knocked away. Both Ronald and Adessen were shocked by this. They rushed to Professor Geraldine. "Are you okay, Professor?" Jadino was vomiting a lot of blood, but he didn't stop. He continued trying to cast a spell, Kaswa Lunagear. Delphi Rim open. When Ronald saw this spell, he immediately remembered the one Ellen Li had mentioned before, Paraxios. At that moment in the library, Professor Secret suddenly sensed a surge of energy. Yaredin suddenly opened the door. What could be happening? She immediately entered Tower 41 and saw Ronan, Adessen, and Professor Geraldine all vomiting blood. She was shocked what was going on here. She told Ronald and Adessen to step back, then ran to treat Geraldine. Geraldine kept murmuring non-stop. Hearing this, Professor Secret turned and asked if Professor Geraldine had transmitted mana into Lona's body. No, Ronald didn't hide it and replied, "Yes, he said he would expand the flow of mana within my body." Professor Secret had no doubt after hearing that. She told Ronan that perhaps the curse within his body had been compressing mana and transferring it to Jar. And that was something no one could easily stop, a curse of a great demon. At this rate, Professor Geraldine would die. Ronald stood frozen, thinking, is the professor about to die because of me? Secret said Geraldine was gravely injured. If not treated immediately, he would surely die. Luckily, the curse hadn't taken root yet, so he could still be saved. Then Professor Secret cast a spell, and a disgusting demon filled with eyes emerged from Professor Geraldine's mouth. Secret grabbed it and threw it toward Ronald. At that moment, Ronald reacted just in time. He immediately drew his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. He slashed continuously at the creature, cutting it into many small pieces. Edison hurried over to Professor Geraldine as well. By now, he seemed a little better. He sat up, wiping the blood away as he thanked Professor Seacrest. Thanks to her, he had kept his life. Sigrid said it wasn't exactly because of her, it was because Geraldine had reacted quickly. If the curse had sunk any deeper, even she would have had to give up. I told you before, didn't I? Recently, I saw the most terrifying curse I've ever seen on a student today. Hearing that, Geraldine guessed it was Ronald. At that moment, after dealing with the monster, Ronald ran over to check on Professor Geraldine. With Edeson's help, he stood up and answered Ronald. Among all the things I've experienced, this one was truly something else. Unbelievable. To think a curse that horrific exists in this world. Looks like your life won't be short on hardships. Anyway, I've kept my promise. After saying that, he turned and asked Professor Secret, can you examine Ronald's condition? Secret's eyes widened. She stared at Ronald in shock. Ronald's body had a stream of demonic power. Then she rushed over and pulled open Ronald's clothes, freezing him in place for 5 seconds. Unbelievable. The bloodline was weak, but it had been awakened. She kept asking Ronald whether he'd recently come into contact with any curse related to bloodline. For example, falling into a pit full of cursed eyes. Ronald said he'd never run into anything like that. Sigrid kept staring at him, eyes wide. She still couldn't believe the curse sealing his demonic bloodline had weakened. Some mysterious energy was currently wearing that curse down, the way a storm grinds away at stone. Of course, the curse was still trying to seal the bloodline. It was extremely difficult to deal with, like many other mysterious energy. And since Geraldine had forced the demonic bloodline wider, this flow of demonic power wouldn't be easily sealed again. After hearing Professor Secret's analysis, Ronald was overjoyed. He asked again excitedly, so I can use demonic power now. But Professor Secret's next words were like a bucket of cold water. In theory, yes. But since the curse keeps attacking the bloodline, it'll take time before you can use demonic power freely. Still, if you work hard, about 20 more years should do it. The number 20 years nearly drove Ronald insane. He snapped at Professor Secret. What did you say? How am I supposed to wait 20 years? Professor Seacrest crossed her arms and shook her head. The fact you can use demonic power at all is already a miracle. You don't need to risk your life to break the curse. Just train diligently and you'll be able to use it. Suddenly, footsteps approached. There was still a way to shorten the time. It was Professor Geraldine's voice as he came over with Edeson's support. Professor Geraldine continued, depending on your inner strength. The time can be shortened significantly if you use the demonic cultivation method I created. Cut to the library, where Geraldine was preparing to continue widening his demonic bloodline. He warned Ronald, right now, the demonic power you can control is only a tiny wisp. The newly opened demonic bloodline is also much narrower than other students. But if you learn this method and cultivate persistently to widen it, the amount of demonic power you can control will increase. It depends on your talent, but maybe in 5 years you'll be able to control an amount comparable to everyone else. After saying that, he sent demonic power into Ronald to guide the path of his bloodline. It would drain some of Professor Geraldine's inner strength, but he could only do it because the curse was gradually weakening. Ronald was deeply grateful to Professor Geraldine for helping him so much. And then, just like before, another wave of pain hit him. Professor Geraldine continued explaining. The difference between this method and others is that you must control the speed and direction of the demonic power to the extreme at every point it passes through. Ronald hurt all over, sweating profusely. Professor Geraldine advised him never to rush. He had to guide the demonic power carefully in every moment. Use demonic power to mend the parts that were damaged from being suppressed for so long. Then follow the current of demonic power and sense it slowly. There will come a day when that power becomes yours. Ronald took a deep breath and followed Professor Geraldine's instructions, slowly moving along the flow. Professor Geraldine was stunned. He'd only guided him once, yet Ronald could already do it, and his circulation was flawless. Seeing that, he laughed loudly. He hadn't misjudged him. Professor Geraldine reminded him, from now on, work harder, make time to practice every day. Ronald slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Now he could wield demonic power. He clenched his fist, recalling the months of slaughter in the past. Demonic power was something he'd never even dared to imagine back then. Now, things were much better. Thank you so much, Professor. Why were your demands so harsh? But when he turned his head, he panicked to see that Professor Geraldine had collapsed. Still, he reached tremblingly toward Ronald, calling him as if to say something. He told him not to worry about his body. There was something far more important. It was in the laboratory, filled with body parts and goblin corpses. And there was his most precious possession, a girl preserved in a glass cage. Professor Geraldine used the last of his strength to speak to Ronald. Now give me the ring. Professor Geraldine grabbed Ronald's shoulder, urging him to hand it over. At that moment, Rolla was stunned to see the lifeless eyes of Professor Geraldine. Professor Secret saw this and explained, It must be a temporary emotional disturbance. It seemed that ring was crucial to Professor Geraldine's research. Secret looked at Yaredin with sympathy. Yaredin, my friend, how long will you keep burying yourself in the past? Ronald carried Professor Geraldine with a Dessen. The three entered the magic circle to transport him. Yaredin headed to the nearest medical room in the Legend building. At full speed, it would take about 5 minutes. But the door at Gate 41 was still locked, and its protective barrier seemed stronger than before. Professor Geraldine murmured some spell and said, I'm going right back to you beside you. Then the protective barrier of another door opened. Ronald said the professor had opened the wrong path. Not this way, but Geraldine ignored him, continuing his cryptic words, we must go down. For you, before the rose withers. Ronald had no choice but to carry Professor Geraldine through that gate. Edessin followed. They slowly walked down a long corridor. As they entered the room at the end, Edessin gasped, covering his mouth. Ronald was equally shocked. They seemed to have seen something they shouldn't, the body of a beautiful woman preserved in a glass cage. The cage was surrounded by many roses. Clearly, this woman was the reason Professor Geraldine acted this way. Ronald placed Professor Geraldine beside her and asked for help. Edessin tended to the professor, then walked around to inspect the room. It was full of suspicious material, eyes, hearts, and traces of experiments on monster bodies. A glance made it clear this was no ordinary lab. Ronald approached a book on the table. He never expected Professor Geraldine to go this far. He glanced at the professor, thinking, what on earth is this old man doing? Yaredin had lost consciousness, but his mouth kept uttering strange words. Almost done. Wait a moment, just a moment, Sunia. Scene transitions into the memoir in the Imperial era, date unknown. In a laboratory room, a young man looked sorrowfully at a girl's corpse. Indeed, the youth was Professor Geraldine in his younger days. He preserved her body before it could decay. He believed the body housed the soul, so preserving it would allow revival. The mysterious corpse was his wife, Sunia. People said no one had successfully used resurrection magic. But he didn't care, he would never give up. These were his records of experiments to control resurrection. The 54th attempt, a heart bought from the northern black market, was useless. Scheduling experiments at the magic tower was nearing its limit. The 76th attempt led the magic tower to revoke his position due to working overtime improperly. At this time, he carried a bag outside to earn money for his experiments. With Principal Cutter's help, he became a professor at the academy. He moved Sunia to the magic tower basement in Filion. Geraldine stood before her body, admiring her. Though he hated teaching foolish students, this was the only way to earn money. The 81st resurrection, the 96th, the 101st, then the 115th, 120th, 127th, and the 134th attempts. Still no significant progress. Ronald read the lines in the book, finally understanding. This was why Professor Geraldine loved money. Indeed, the materials in this lab were hard to obtain. In short, everything Professor Geraldine did was for love. Ronald stood at a distance, turning to look at Professor Geraldine. He recalled past lives, seeing people who lost everything for love. Suddenly in his mind, he saw the scene of that foolish sword saint meeting Iro for the first time. Returning to the present, he placed his hand on the table, examining the book. He pondered and realized a problem. Such people usually meet tragic ends, especially when someone exploits their vulnerability. Suddenly he saw a line in the book about unethical research. It stated, perhaps we have no choice but to deal with them. Ronald sensed something suspicious. Deal with them. He held up the letter tucked inside the book. Ronald couldn't believe this letter had come from them. At this moment, Professor Geraldine had woken up, supported into a seated position by Edessin. Seeing Ronald acting suspiciously, he shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" His face showed clear anger. "You're touching my things, aren't you?" Ronald quickly closed the book. He nervously explained, "Nothing like that. I was just checking if there was anything that could help you recover faster, Professor. Besides, I still can't control my magical power, so how could I know what works with what?" He tried to find an excuse to hide their letter in his shirt pocket. Scene shifts to a different gloomy location. A crow perched outside. Inside the cave, a voice echoed, "Everything is going according to plan. I've managed to contact him." This was probably their hideout, the people mentioned in the letter. The subordinate continued, hesitating slightly. "But getting him to comply is only a matter of time. Only the master can grant him that. He did this because he urgently needed blood essence. Many people were tied up here, heads bowed. Seated before them was a mysterious figure with golden hair and sharp nails. He was sipping a glass of red liquid, likely fresh blood. He pushed the glass aside and wiped the blood from his mouth. Ridiculous. Even Giarodin was ultimately ruined by a woman. Humans are truly foolish. Once finished, Professor Geraldine handed the ring back to Ronan. Ronald took it, turning it over in his hands. He wondered, why does it look the same as before? Professor Giarodin emphasized again, "I told you only a small amount was released. Moreover, the magical energy contained in this ring was already substantial. Anyway, thanks to you, one of the challenges in the next experiment was easily resolved. I must thank you." Ronald placed the ring in his shirt pocket. Without Professor Geraldine, he'd probably be running around frantically trying to find someone to break the curse. So lending it to Professor Geraldine was nothing. Professor Geraldine also considered that Ronald and Adessen had seen his wife in the basement. He assumed Ronald had partially figured it out. "Sorry to rely on you, but please keep this secret." Ronan waved his hand and scratched his head, saying, Okay, I understand. I don't want to get involved in other people's matters anyway." Geraldine thanked him once more, then turned toward Adessen. "This is your matter, I'll look into it when I have time." Though not as complicated as Ronald's case, clearly she also did not possess a very positive aura. Professor Geraldine's words startled Adessen slightly. Leaving Tower 41, Adessen went to prepare the lecture for the professor and said goodbye to Ronald. Ronan told her to go ahead. She had already worked hard today. So they went their separate ways. Ronald took out the paper he had stolen from Professor Geraldine. He didn't know if the contents of this paper were evidence of their involvement. If Professor Geraldine was one of them, he had only one choice. He opened the purple sheet. There were no words, only blood. He was confused. Could this be a secret message created with magic? If so, it would be very troublesome. He decided to show it to ASO, but suddenly the blood on the paper floated up in large amounts above Ronald. Suddenly, a distant voice startled Ronald. "This is a letter written using vampire magic." The voice was Ophelia's. She had come sensing a blood magic aura but didn't expect to find Ronald here. "Long time no see, Ronald." Scene shifts to the Special Adventure Tower. In a room of the guild, Ronald and Ophelia sat across from each other, talking. "You startled me. A few days ago I took Sita because I needed her help with some research. After that, she went missing. I thought you were busy," he said. Ophelia rested her chin on one hand, playing with Bayek with the other, and replied, "Yes, thanks to you and Sita, my research has made much progress. To thank you for teaching Sita some blood magic. Her talent really exceeds expectations. Next time we meet, I'll surely surprise you." She also asked Ronald why there was a blood letter. Ronald didn't know what a blood letter was. He asked if it was the letter from earlier. Ophelia explained that a blood letter is one of the basic blood magics. It can store a large amount of information in a single drop of blood, usually used by vampires to send secret messages. After explaining, she demonstrated to Ronan. Ophelia infused magical power into Ronan's blood letter. The blood floated up, revealing lines of text. "If you wish to obtain the blood essence, come to this location to meet us. Signed, Blood Cauldron." Ronald was shocked when he saw the message. He thought, could it be that they aren't the Nebula? If so, lucky. But he also wondered who Blood Cauldron was. Ophelia knew a bit about Blood Cauldron and explained. To Ronan, Blood Cauldron was founded by vampires less than 200 years old. It's a young organization but specializes in evil deeds. Their goal is to restore the golden age of Makazu. They're just a bunch of reckless brats. Ophelia was curious too. How did they end up with bloodline essence, something incredibly rare? Even in this world, dragons are hard to find, let alone that. The more she thought about it, the shadier it felt. Ophelia stood up and asked Ronald if he could tell her who the owner of this letter was. Ronald didn't know how to explain it, but Ophelia went on to warn him. If that person rashly accepted the offer, they could lose something even more precious than their life. Hearing how serious it was, Ronald finally told Ophelia the truth. He found the letter in Professor Geraldine's laboratory. Ophelia flinched. She hadn't expected the letter's owner to be a professor at the academy. She wanted to confirm. Is Geraldine Stone a former tower mage of Moonwatch Tower? Only then did Ronald realize Professor Geraldine was a tower mage. Is his magic really that strong? Ophelia slammed the table. Of course. His sorcery is famous even among vampires. His rank is top tier across the entire continent. Hearing how powerful he was, Ronald figured he wouldn't be in danger so easily. He could just go there, deal with those kids, and take the item back. But Ophelia didn't see it that way. Sure, with Professor Geraldine's strength, he could wipe those brats out with only a few moves. But if what he wanted was bloodline essence, that was different, because it's a special kind of vampiric power. It forms in the bodies of those who have used vampiric blood for a long time. It holds an enormous reserve of energy. Depending on how it's used, it can unleash extraordinary power. And more importantly, without the cooperation of the vampire who possesses it to release its power through magic, it's useless. In other words, if they refuse to cooperate, Professor Geraldine still can't take a complete bloodline essence. After Ophelia finished explaining, Ronald clenched his fists, his face tight with worry. You mean the professor has no choice but to accept their offer? Ophelia nodded to Ronan. The fact they targeted Geraldine is enough to guess what their offer is about. Ophelia's expression turned stern. The blood cult definitely wants him to shift locations to Professor Geraldine's trading site. 4 people were waiting there. From a distance, they saw a cloaked figure approaching, and the white-haired man quickly confirmed that Geraldine had arrived. He even told the teammate beside him that Tower Mage Geraldine Stone was a candidate for the subordinate their master had mentioned. The hooded figure came closer. The white-haired man turned to the black-haired one and asked, Why can't I sense any special mana at all? Wasn't this guy supposed to be incredible? The black-haired man told him not to drop his guard. He might look ordinary, but he once faced the sword Saint Naviros at his peak. Seeing him arrive, a soldier stepped forward to greet him. "Greetings, sir. Are you Geraldine Stone?" The cloaked figure admitted he was Professor Geraldine. Then he asked where their master was. The man said their master was waiting inside. But first he asked him to remove his hood. They needed to confirm he really was Professor Geraldine. Ronan did as they said, pulling back the hood while sneering. "So this blood cult thing sounds pretty grand. Turns out you're just a bunch of cowards." The hood dropped, revealing the face of Professor Geraldine. "Is that enough?" The group thanked Geraldine for cooperating and invited him inside. But then one of them suddenly noticed something suspicious. "Isn't Geraldine a mage? Then why is he carrying a sword?" The moment Ronan saw he'd been spotted, he closed in and drew his blade, startling him. Before the man could even react, he was cut down. His teammates were struck down just as quickly, still not understanding what had happened. "Isn't it obvious? This man is Professor Geraldine. He's Ronan in disguise." A few days earlier, after discussing the blood cult, Ronan had asked Ophelia to make a shape-shifting potion. Now she'd finished it and brought it to Ronan. She also warned him it would only last 30 minutes. To mimic Professor Geraldine, it didn't last long, but it was enough to fool that organization. Ronan took the vial, deeply grateful that Ophelia had made it for him. It must have been hard to make, right? Ophelia was worried for him. "Are you going alone? Are you sure you'll be okay? They may not be fully grown, but they're still vampires, and they've lived at least 100 years. Ophelia offered to go with him, but Ronan waved her off immediately. He didn't want this to put Ophelia in a difficult spot against her own kind. Ronan said firmly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Of course, that might not be true for them. With that, he tucked the vial into his pocket. Back to the present, after Ronan cut down the vampire guards. He kept one alive. Seeing his comrades go down, the man panicked. "No, that can't be you. You're not Geraldine." Ronan lunged in, grabbed him by the throat, told him to shut up, then leveled his sword at him and snarled, "From now on, you only answer what I ask, unless you want to become a skewer." After getting the information, Ronald entered the cave. There really were no traps here. Ronald sighed. If he had known that guy was so honest, he would have spared him. But oh well, feeling a bit sorry, whatever. Going deeper, he looked up and saw a temple. The temple gave him a very strange feeling. It seemed to come from the patterns above. He had the sense he had seen them somewhere before, but it seemed there was something more important. At this moment, he was standing in front of a mysterious gate. Inside emanated thick, dark energy with a pungent stench of blood. He wondered what they were doing, that he could smell such strong blood from outside the door. Suddenly, the door opened. Ronald was startled, mouth agape, unable to believe the sights before him. A vampire was drinking from a severed arm. Another was sucking blood from a woman's neck. The woman, along with others, was enjoying their meal. But the most notable was the blonde man holding a wine glass sitting at that table. He sipped blood like wine while waiting for Geraldine. "So you've arrived. Must have been a hard journey. Welcome, Geraldine Stone. I am the leader of the blood sect, Joel von Ansuven." He set the wine glass down and apologized to Geraldine for letting him witness such chaos. He even complained that Geraldine was a bit late, and since they had waited, they had a meal. Then he invited Geraldine to join if he hadn't eaten yet. Ronald, in Geraldine's form, was completely frozen. He hypnotized himself to stay calm, but it was too late to save those people. It seemed no one had survived. Now he could only focus on his original goal. Ronald approached and Su Fen, "Thanks, but I won't eat. I feel a bit nauseous. Besides, it's just a single pact and you call so many people." The vampires stopped eating when Ronald spoke. Their eyes glared at Geraldine, currently disguised as Ronald. Azufen told him not to be shy, to welcome such a remarkable talent. This was nothing. It had been a long time since the group gathered like this. This showed they were seriously awaiting him. Ronald told him to present the conditions, as he just wanted to understand. Just the blood essence, nothing else mattered. He didn't care. Asufeng also said plainly, very simple, just a blood pact concerning his life would suffice. That's it. Then he grinned wickedly. Just that, and he would become a puppet under his control. Jard thought it foolish to demand such a thing. "You want me to become your slave?" Asufel shook his head. "Oh dear, why would you think that? This is something far more valuable than a lowly proposal. Instead, it was an opportunity to rid ourselves of weak human flesh and achieve honors beyond imagination." "Yours?" He used magic, swiftly gliding past Geraldine, then gestured as if to show. "You would bring a new life to our assembly. To do that, we must eliminate the old generation of pacifists." Sufin leaned back laughing and continued, "I am offering you the chance to be the pioneer of that historic moment. A proud warrior of the holy war for the revival of the species. What do you think? Isn't this an unimaginable honor for a human?" Geraldine looked down from above. "Honor? I don't know what that even means, but I really think you're crazy." Hearing such words, and Su Fen still smiled. For a human, not grasping his profound ideas was normal. His hand condensed the essence Geraldine desired. His voice slowed considerably. "This is your only chance to obtain the bloodline essence. I guarantee if this pact is broken, There will be no other way to get it. Even for us this is extremely rare. Then he returned to his place. Jard clenched his fists, looking around. I guess you won't let me go if I refuse, right? And Su Fen praised Geraldine's intuition like other magical wizards. He snapped his fingers and a group of vampires appeared instantly. Surrounding Geraldine, well, have you made your decision yet? Asuf jumped onto the table, staring at Geraldine, voice threatening. Don't even think about refusing. You've noticed the mana flow isn't normal, haven't you? Because all the magical tools around here are top-notch. Even if Geraldine is skilled, as a human, using magic is extremely difficult. Even if you use mental mana, it quickly shatters, and you'll never be able to use mana again. Asufeng advised that since things have come this far, think positively. He picked up his wine and continued sipping. His face was full of cunning as he threatened Geraldine. You wouldn't want your beloved wife to become a tasty blood bag like those corpses, would you? Two large vampires grabbed Zierodi by the shoulders, urging him to accept the pact. It would only take a moment. Having silently endured the vampires' nonsense so far, Ronald was also running out of patience. He extended his demonic tendril. The disguise potion had just worn off, and Su Fen's handsome face stunned him. Those bastards really came prepared. I have no other choice. Luckily, I came instead of Professor Geraldine. And Su Fen asked, who are you and how can a human get in here? Ronald drew his sword as quickly as before in the blink of an eye. The underlings split into 5 directions, blood spraying everywhere. The scene shocked in Su Fen, even as Ronald slung his sword over his shoulder in a heroic stance. Does that matter? Shut up and sit still over there, you blood-sucking bastards. Today is the day all of you die. What a beautiful day to wipe out vermin. Seeing how fearless Ronald was, and Su Fen had to scream. Who are you? How dare you not know my status, you lowly human? Ronald tossed his cloak aside and shot straight toward Su Fen at terrifying speed, not giving him time to react. He was just about to counter when Ronald chopped off his arm. Then came a flurry of slashes, severing both arms and both legs. And Su Fen roared, trying to threaten Ronald. Do you think you can walk away from this with total victory? But a sword hilt slammed into his face, sending him flying into the wall. Ronald replied coldly, stay right there and wait. I promise I'll deal with you so you'll wish you were dead. Other members of the Blood Tide saw this and panicked. They never expected and Su Fen couldn't withstand even one move from Ronald. They warned each other that guy isn't ordinary, then closed in around Ronald. Ronald looked at them with contempt. He remembered Ophelia calling them rotten-nosed flies. Using blood as a weapon to attack really did fit. They formed weapons and rushed to attack Ronald. Using the blood parasite technique, they created a pool of blood under his feet and clamped onto his legs. They attacked all at once, but who did they think Ronald was? His swordsmanship was no joke. Whoever came at him got cut down. But there were too many of them, like a swarm of filth. Their regeneration was so fast that he started to struggle. One of them from afar used the blood bullet technique and fired at Ronald. The shot grazed past him, missing by only a few millimeters. Luckily, he dodged in time. This was magic. Mid-tier mage magic. But Ronald quickly realized this was probably the full extent of the Blood Tide's strength. A full-blooded demon charged straight at him, but a second later her head and body were already saying goodbye forever. Ronald cut down everyone who rushed him. Only one remained, terrified by Ronald's power. He couldn't believe his eyes in a place where human mana was suppressed. What's more, Ronald's legs were still bound by his magic. Ronald faced the last survivor. Why are you just standing there, not going to fight me? Now it's only you left. Ronald drove his sword into the blood parasite. Then Bong Kua said to him, I only pretended to fall into your trap so you'd let your guard down. I felt awful coming here, but now I can do what I want. Ronald told him to look closely at his sword, showing just how special it was. The demon backed away in fear, trying to run, but it was too late. Did he think he could escape Ronald? Ronald dashed in and brought the blade down. The full-blooded demon was split in two. Ronald turned his head to look at him. Running isn't the answer, you bastard. Now that I've dealt with these little shrimps, it's time to come back and have a chat with you and Su Fen. And Su Fen slowly opened his eyes. His body ached like needles were stabbing him. It seemed he still wasn't fully conscious. Ronald walked up, stabbed his sword straight into Su Fen's thigh, then leaned in close with a vicious look. Awake! I was so worried about you. I thought you were dead. Only then did Su Fen truly come to, staring at the chaos around him. In such a short time, all of his underlings had been taken down by a human brat. Seeing Su Fen go rigid, Ronald smiled as if nothing had happened. Sorry, looks like your buddies are pretty badly hurt. I tried to help them regenerate, but I couldn't restore them the way they were. So if you don't want to share their fate, hand over the blood essence quietly. And Su Fen clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept it. He howled, damn it, what the hell is going on for it to end up like this? You're the one who can save everyone. Why? Ronald frowned in confusion, thinking he'd gone mad. Why was he talking to himself? But Ronald sensed something was wrong. He turned around and what he saw made him freeze. Someone had been standing behind Ronald this whole time. yet he hadn't sensed a thing. The man warned Ronald, "I won't say it a second time, human." Ronald was thrown far back. He touched his neck. Luckily, that guy didn't intend to kill him. If he had, Ronald would have been logged out by now. The mysterious figure approached, and Su Fen looked down from above, disappointed that he was proposing a deal with her again. "You swore you would make Jaredin your subordinate." He criticized Su Fen for being all show. And Su Fen trembled as she looked at him, trying to deny it. She begged him for one more chance. There was a chance, but it was too late. The mysterious figure ended her life in an instant. At this moment, Ronald became reckless. He was furious that the man dared to brazenly steal from him. "If you are truly the master of the blood essence, then cooperate with me." To survive and return, Ronald aimed straight at him. The mysterious figure began to show interest in Ronald. This person was just as arrogant as he was. "Interesting offer, but what if I refuse?" Hearing him refuse, Ronald immediately charged into battle. He swung a critical strike, but the man blocked it with one hand. As a result, Ronald's sword only lightly cut his hand. "Your sword is sharp too, kid. It can injure me even though my body is enhanced by the Blood Clan's magic." He looked at Ronald. "Seems you have some skill, daring to risk striking me." The mysterious figure's face was revealed. He was a very handsome vampire wearing a patterned vest. A red pin adorned his collar, looking very noble. He was powerful and looked at the wound on his hand. He wanted to see what other talents Ronald had. His gaze turned cold, then he unleashed blood slash at Ronald, making him uneasy. Ronald blocked the blood slash with his sword. As soon as he broke the attack, the man followed with blood bullet. Ronald recalled Tepjiu's previous attack. Perhaps it was the same type of magic. Ronald continued to strike the blood bullet with his sword, causing a large explosion. The vampire saw swordsmanship like this for the first time. Ronald not only nullified his magic but could also strike the magical energy itself. "Although I didn't expect much, you are just as interesting as he is." Hearing this, Ronald felt like he was the chief of a swarm of mosquitoes, all buzzing loudly. Ronald told him to shut up and angrily charged. "Hand over the blood essence." The vampire laughed at Ronald's audacity. He laughed and unleashed a very strong move. "Impressive spirit. To reward your performance, I will show my respect." Before either could strike, a voice from afar made them both stop. The newcomer spoke and both immediately ceased their attack. The vampire seemed to recognize the voice. She stood in front of Ronald as if shielding him exactly. The one who blocked their attack was Ophelia Dana. She appeared and directly announced the identity of the mysterious figure. "Long time no see, Banjayik, although I am not glad to see you again." Ronald interrupted, slightly angry. "What is it, Sister Ophelia? I told you not to come here, so why did you?" Then he continued, "More importantly, do you know the leader of those red mosquitoes?" Ophelia looked at Banjayik, her voice cold. "Of course I do. Banjayik von Wasawa, a pureblood lineage ruling the vampire world and the most trusted right hand of the vampire duke." Banjayik frowned at Ophelia, his expression softening. "Didn't expect to meet you here. In a place like this, I really wanted to see you." Ophelia, now on Banjayik's face there was only gentleness. "Are you well?" He approached, talking a lot as he walked. It had been 83 years since he last saw Ophelia. He wondered why she had brought little Ronald along. But that didn't matter. Banjayik said warmly, "What matters is that I am here with you now." Ophelia told him to stop because she didn't want to hear meaningless words. Then she told Banjayik not to come closer. Ophelia reminded him of that day, leaving Banjayik speechless. He closed his eyes, recalling that day. It was an unforgettable nightmare. That day, heavy rain and continuous thunder. Ophelia held her sister lying in a pool of blood. She wept uncontrollably, then looked up at Banjayik with eyes full of hatred. It seemed Banjayik had killed her sister. The memory ended. Banjayik said Ophelia still needed more time to forgive him. Ophelia's face darkened. She knew it wasn't entirely his fault. "I know it was unavoidable. You were just trying to prevent my sister from harming the Duke. You had no other choice. Moreover, my sister had completely lost control. Looking back, it cannot be considered normal behavior, as if controlled by someone. But you also know the past cannot be changed." Banjayik clenched his hands. He understood Ophelia's feelings. He had regretted deeply. Ronald stood behind, watching their conversation. Though he didn't understand everything, it seemed the matter had been resolved. Ophelia asked Banjayik why he cooperated with Blood Surge, since she knew he wouldn't deal with those brats, and even lent them the blood essence. "Could it be that you also need to rely on Geraldine's stone?" Banjayik's face turned solemn. He raised a hand to cover half of it and coldly replied to Ophelia, "If it were you, you'd have guessed the reason too, wouldn't you? There's still an unfinished match between me and him." Banjayik recounted that day, how he happened to run into Geraldine on the far western edge of the continent. The two of them fought as warriors. Banjayik said he had battled many powerful opponents, but true equals could be counted on one hand. If the sun hadn't set so early that day, it might have been a battle to be remembered for a lifetime. Banjayik glanced at his fist and continued. He tried to search for Jaredin after that fight, but Jaredin had vanished. Gone without a trace, even he couldn't find him. He had suppressed his thirst for a rematch with Jaredin. for many years. Then one day, the Nsu Fen came to the palace to see him and proposed a deal. The Nsu Fen knelt before Ban Jayek, trying to flatter him, saying they knew Geraldine's whereabouts. All Ban Jayek had to do was hand over the bloodline essence, and they wouldn't just bring Jaredin to him, they would also turn Jaredin into Ban Jayek's loyal subordinate, so Ban Jayek could indulge in endless battles. Back then, Ban Jayek sat on his throne and looked down at the Rinsu Fen. He chuckled softly. Though he knew exactly what they were after, he didn't care. After all, they were just a bunch of kids. And the outcome was exactly what everyone saw. Everything fell apart because of a human brat named Ronan. Ronald stood with his arms crossed, clearly displeased with Ban Jayek's words. Obviously, Ban Jayek was the one who started trouble first. Ban Jayek watched Ronald, hand on his chin as if deep in thought. He also reflected to himself, even after limiting his own power, that brat Ronan had still managed to hold out. That meant in just 10 years, or maybe only 5, Ronan would surely become a formidable opponent. What's more, Ronald possessed a strange aura that was difficult to sense. Truly fascinating. Ban Jayek was about to strike to eliminate a future threat. But he suddenly stopped because the timing wasn't right yet. Ophelia was still here, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake a second time. He didn't want Ophelia to be hurt ever again. Ban Jayek handed the bloodline essence to Ronan, which stunned Ronan, because it was something incredibly precious to the vampire clan. Ban Jayek turned away, leaving them only his back. He waved his hand as if to say no thanks were needed. Then he added, most of the clan can never obtain it, even if they trade their lives for it, but I think it's worth it. This is a gift for my future prey, the friend I've made after 80 years. Ban Jayek turned his head to look at Ronald. He felt that giving the bloodline essence to Ronan was not wasteful at all. Ban Jayek's actions took Ophelia by surprise. She silently watched him. Ban Jayek suddenly cast a spell, striking the wall on the far side. Then he told Ronald and Ophelia to look over there, because ever since earlier, there had been a strange aura behind that wall. With that, he vanished. Before leaving, he also left a message. Next time we meet, I hope you're stronger so I can enjoy myself more. Ronan asked Ophelia, is he always that dramatic? It left Ophelia not knowing how to answer. He looked toward that wall. There was a strange aura there. Could it be? At that thought, Ronald's expression turned cold again. Back at Tower 41, Jaredin could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the blood essence. Ronald excitedly handed the blood essence to Professor Geraldine. He didn't forget to mention how hard it had been to obtain it. Geraldine grasped Ronald's hand, then knelt to thank him. Thinking of his wife, he felt even more grateful to Ronald than ever. Tears streamed endlessly from Geraldine's eyes. Ronald didn't know how to respond to such a gesture. Jaredin sighed, reassuring him that he hadn't yet heard Ronald's full story. Meanwhile, Ban Jayek stood outside the tower, watching Ronald and Geraldine. Suddenly he said, nothing is more boring than fighting someone who has lost the will to fight. Today, I came only to check on my old opponent. I'm just curious, so don't worry, Ophelia. It turned out he had realized Ophelia was standing behind him. Ban Jayek assured Ophelia that he wouldn't do anything further. Ophelia knew Ban Jayek wasn't that kind of coward. She had come today to thank him. Thank you, Ban Jayek, for helping my friend. Ban Jayek clasped his hands behind his back, turned to look at Ophelia, and was surprised to hear her words. I mean it. Ophelia's words made him smile. Only 83 years and such progress already. Perhaps he should thank that kid Ronald. He turned to face Ophelia. Though he wanted to stay here forever, he knew he couldn't. Before leaving, Ban Jayek reminded Ophelia that a dark force had recently appeared in the vampire world. They are causing chaos. It seems they are the ones manipulating the blood surge. If you need my help, just contact me. Saying this, Ban Jayek disappeared even more dramatically than before. His voice still echoed in the air. I'll always await your invitation, Ophelia, my immortal rose. After obtaining the blood essence, Professor Jaredin immediately used Saran's magic and the blood essence to begin experiment number 144. Ronald and Professor Geraldine stood before the glass chamber containing the corpse. Due to the nature of the experiment, it would take a long time to yield results. But seeing Geraldine so happy, Ronald knew this was the hope that would allow the professor to continue living. Suddenly, Geraldine remarked that Ronald had seemed strange lately. The mysterious curse within him appeared to be wearing away, yet he had grown much stronger. Geraldine asked Ronald, could it be that you encountered some kind of fortune while fighting the blood surge? Ronald didn't know how to explain, only that he had been lucky. He recalled being with the blood surge when he entered beyond the wall. Where Ban Jayek had broken through, Ronald saw a statue of the god Sinian inside. Approaching the statue, he couldn't believe such a thing was hidden here. Perhaps even the blood surge didn't know. Ronald guessed it was the ruins of an ancient temple. Suddenly, the statue glowed, and a stream of energy from Sinian flowed into Ronald's body. He looked at his hands, unsure of what was happening. Back in the present, Professor Geraldine grasped Ronald's hands. Though we don't know what kind of fortune this is, it's certainly a great blessing, a gift of life. Thanks to this energy, your magical blood lineage has also expanded. Though it still needs stabilizing, in this state, you can control magic to a certain extent. Hearing this, Ronald stared at his hands in astonishment. It truly was different from before. It seemed he had begun to understand some of it. Ronald gently pushed the sword out of its sheath with his fingers. He thought, so now I can truly wield sword energy, not just imitate it anymore. A dangerous gleam appeared in Ronald's eyes, reflected on the blade. 4 days later, the sky was clear and sunny. In Mavax, people hurriedly evacuated, and even the Empire's army was dispatched there. Ronald, Flipfel, and Ozzo were all present. They rode horses forward. Seeing the scene, it seemed the wyvern had truly appeared just as Slipfin had said. And the reason they arrived at the Romra Mountains, Ronald's homeland, was because of the message Slipfin sent 4 days earlier, just before his sister Iro moved away. Going back 4 days, Slipfin suddenly received news. The monsters around the Romra Mountains were going berserk and attacking. They attacked indiscriminately. Everyone gathered in a room, and Slipfin explained that luckily Nim Burton remained unaffected. The Grancha family also dispatched part of their knights, but vigilance could not be relaxed. This morning, wyverns were even spotted flying over the mountains. Ronald broke into a sweat. Wyverns are monsters with superior flying abilities. Their venom is extremely dangerous. Even veteran mercenaries must be cautious. Slipfin added seriously, if they come in large numbers, we cannot guarantee 100% safety for my sister. Because of that, they decided to prepare the journey earlier than planned. Back in the present, just thinking of Iro made Slipfin furious. He gritted his teeth. Because of them, Lady Iro's perfect moving plan was ruined. Absolutely unforgivable. Slipfin angrily held the reins tight. He gritted his teeth. As long as Lady Iro reaches safety, I will destroy all the monsters on this mountain range. His fury affected Ronald, who was sitting beside him. Ronald told Slipfin to stop muttering. They were almost there, so he told Slipfin to go ahead. The commander of the night squad has been dispatched here, while you and Aso will follow later. Slipfin was startled and asked why it had to be done this way. Ronan said he had a bad feeling and wanted to check the situation. Still angry, he pointed seriously at Slipfin and told him not to take advantage while he was away, to cause trouble for his beloved sister, unless he wanted to die early. Slipfin was also angry, shouting at Ronan, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to a Grand Cree Knight like that?" Then he suppressed his feelings. HMPH, but if verification is needed, it can't be helped. The longer it takes, the more danger Miss Iro is in. As a knight, I won't allow that to happen. Saying this, he spurred his horse and rode off. Ronan shook his head, puzzled. Aso stepped forward and asked Ronan, "What bad feeling did you mention?" Ronan explained that the usually gentle monsters suddenly became aggressive. Then giant monsters started to appear. This pattern seems familiar, right? Gajin Cappadocia in the Vadian Mountains was also destroyed this way. Because of their scheme, Aso exclaimed, so the ones behind this must be the Nebula Classy. Ronan said that was just his guess. First, they need to go where the monsters appeared to investigate. Speaking of them, when the ceiling barrier is broken, only he can trace their unique magic. Scene shifts to an area full of monsters. A red-haired man sits on the shoulder of a giant monster. He rests his chin, feeling regret that he has tamed all the monsters in the area, but cannot punish the heretics here without the Baron's order. But he decides to follow his superior's instruction. The monsters suddenly roar, making the red-haired man sense something unusual, because logically the controlled monsters shouldn't feel affection. From afar in the forest, a giant black tiger wielding a great sword approaches, frightening the red-haired man and the monsters. The red-haired man couldn't believe his eyes. How could this happen? The black tiger looked at him and spoke coldly. "Hiding here, are you? Why are you here?" Nebula Glacier. Then the black tiger lunged, grabbed Nebula Glacier's head, and with one strike separated his head from his body. The monsters, seeing their controller's head in the black tiger's hand, became even more terrified. They charged at the black tiger, but the entire army was wiped out. After eliminating those monsters, the black tiger left a message. "Cowardly clowns, too afraid to show yourself. The hunt has only just begun. This tiger is the sword Saint Guy Patterson." Ronan and Aso, seeing the guards at the gate, felt trouble. These guards are also knights, making it even more troublesome. A knight at the gate ordered those wanting to enter the city to stop. "Today, this city gate is only for those on duty. Take another route or wait here." He added that this was the order of Sir Zeppa T. Dan, captain of the Empire's elite troops, who is participating in the monster extermination campaign. Ronan and Aso were slightly surprised. He knew this captain was the leader of the Empire's most elite squad, the one who defeated Professor Navi Rose and is currently the strongest swordsman in the Empire. Hearing that Sword Saint Zeppa is also here, Aso guessed that the situation must be serious. Ronan also sensed something was wrong, because mobilizing the Empire's elite troops just for a monster rebellion seemed suspicious. His guess was likely correct. It must be the Nebula Classy's doing. Ronan turned his horse around, telling Aso to prepare for telepathy. They needed to scale the city wall and search the nearby forest. They would surely find traces. Scene shifts to the sky, where a girl, member of the Nebula Classy, is using magic. She is flustered because she lost contact with her red-haired teammate on the ground. Something must have happened. The blue-haired girl considers acting according to the plan immediately, but then thinks, after all, their target is the wyverns, so they cannot waste energy on minor matters. If the plan is delayed, the Lord of Nebula Classy will not forgive her. The blue-haired girl orders the wyverns in flight. Continue on your route, no mistakes allowed. Ronan and Aso looking up from the ground at the wyverns flying above, their eyes lit up. Finally, there they are, got it. So let's begin. A flying wyvern is suddenly struck by a massive rock. The sudden attack startled the Nebula Classy. Aso used his manipulation magic to make nearby rocks explode and fly up, striking the red wyvern. This caused severe injury. The blue-haired girl stared in shock. Could it be the top sorcerer? How is that possible? At that moment, Ronan soared from afar, slashing at the black wyvern with his sword. He proudly said that this wyvern was perfect for testing his true sword aura. One slash from Ronald sent the wyvern's head flying. Ronald was very pleased with the power of his sword aura. It was stronger than he had expected. Both the range and force surpassed what he achieved without channeling magic. The blue-haired girl froze in fear at the sight of another wyvern being eliminated. Ronald stood behind, explaining that it was impossible to see the rocks in this area. He smiled brightly and teased, because I'm a local here. Stupid rats, the blue-haired girl, a subordinate of Nebula Classy, angrily unleashed magic at Ronald. Who are you to block my path? Before she could finish her technique, Ronald's sword had already severed her hand. He even politely apologized for being a little clumsy. Just the hand, who knew the whole arm would go too? She cried in pain. Ronald approached, mocking how quickly she was defeated, truly a bunch of weaklings. With this ability, you can't pull off something big alone. Where are your teammates? She lay on the dragon's back, moaning continuously. It hurts. Ronald pressed his foot onto her body, pointing his sword at her face. You scum, how many villages have you destroyed already? Is that all the whining? Ronald told her to stop pretending and quickly reveal their true plan. What are these Nebula Classy rats? Ronald stabbed the sword near her face. She cried, but her eyes still showed cruelty. Even beaten like this, she remained defiant. Ah, fine, she gave a cold laugh. A person chosen by the light like me. Do you think a lowly fool like you can ruin my great mission? Then a massive amount of magic erupted from her. Ronald wondered what she was about to do, only to see her summon a giant wyvern. Luna looked at the massive wyvern before her. She had hidden such a huge creature high above, where he couldn't sense its magic. She laughed triumphantly, claiming it was the strongest wyvern. It was too late for Ronald to regret. The giant wyvern opened its mouth to swallow Luna, but suddenly it was slashed. It was cut in half. Of course, it was Ronald who did it, but the holy sword. He had never seen Zeppa before, but heard the girl scream. He was surprised to see Zeppa. Zeppa raised her hand, swiping her claws toward Ronald. He froze at the move. But it wasn't an attack on Ronald, it struck the wyvern he was standing on. Ronald was terrified of the power, unable to believe his eyes. How can she be this strong? The enemies were obliterated. Zeppa grabbed Ronald by the neck. Who are you? You're not like those blind fanatics. Ronald shouted, gritting his teeth. You damn cat. Are you siding with those filthy rats? Wanna die? Ronald, enraged, swung his sword at Zeppa, making her release her grip. The strike was light. He only wanted to test Zeppa's strength. But to his surprise, Zeppa didn't block, standing still. Ronald panicked. No wonder she defeated Professor Naviro. Of course, you can tell without fighting. Ronald realized he was still not skilled enough, but standing still wasn't the solution either. He couldn't just wait to die. Ronald planned to slip away when Zeppa let her guard down, but Zeppa suddenly spoke. You are a warrior. Ronald didn't understand her intent. Zeppa told him to greet properly, withdraw his sword, and then slash straight downward. Zeppa swung the blade downward, instructing Ronald to block. He managed to block her strike. She praised his effort, though his force was weak. But his defensive technique was perfect. Then she noticed Ronald's attack style was familiar. Are you Naviro's student? Ronald admitted candidly. I'm Ronald, a student of Filian Academy. He arrogantly said, so, you want to be his student too? Sorry, you're not qualified. Zeppa looked at Ronald, feeling he was very arrogant. A tiger father begets a tiger son. Zeppa seemed apologetic. Her greeting had been a bit harsh. A duel would be more meaningful than words. As a warrior, you understand my meaning, right? Ronald coldly smiled. I understand. He charged forward, ready to attack Zeppa with full force. He added, take my greeting, you damn cat. Zeppa calmly watched Ronald. Before Ronald's sword could touch Zeppa, two of her mounted knights blocked him. One grabbed his neck. Another intercepted his sword. The black beast blocking Ronald was Bia, captain of Team 3 of the Lichen classification under Z3. The orange beast choking Ronald was Biddy, captain of Team 2 of the bear classification under Z3. Bia wondered who this kid was to dare attack Zeppa, but he thought Bia's question was ridiculous. Anyone attacking Zeppa must be those fanatics. You can tell just by his sword draw, yet you ask. Biddy threw Ronald aside, telling his comrades not to interfere, letting him handle it. Ronald flipped in the air and landed successfully. Betty slashed at Lunan with her claws, but he reacted quickly, catching her movements with ease. Ronald stood just behind, his temper flaring slightly, and Betty sensed he was no ordinary opponent. Just as they prepared to deliver their finishing strikes, someone intervened. pointing two swords directly at Lunan and Betty. It was Nemia, the deputy of the Lion Beast team under Zeppa's command. Zeppa and Beer approached as well, with Zeppa telling Betty to stand down. Ronald is not an enemy. I was merely accepting his greeting, Ronald said, leaving Betty wide-eyed, unable to believe someone like him could manage that. This deflected a strike from a third-rank sacred sword, a feat only a few in their team could achieve. Then Zeppa revealed something that shocked Betty even more. Ronald is a disciple of Naviro's school, a sacred swordsman who had caused many setbacks for his team. Betty shivered at the thought of Naviro's. He suspected she was a formidable presence hidden among humans. Betty rushed forward and grabbed Ronald's hand. He smiled warmly, saying, "Sorry, kid. I can be hot-headed and sometimes act without thinking. Can you keep this a secret?" Ronald looked at him, realizing he was likely one of Navi Rose's students, having endured many sword strikes from her. The third-rank swordsman approached Nemia, the lion deputy. Has everything been settled? Nemia gave a detailed report. All rampaging monsters were eliminated and suspects captured. They were cult members just as Zeppa had instructed. At that moment, Ronald noticed a group of beastmen in the sky. They were Zeppa's subordinates. Zeppa stepped closer, introducing himself. I am Zeppa Tossin, captain of the Empire's most elite beast squad, the one entrusted by the Emperor to eliminate Nebula Classy, those hiding within the Empire. I lead the squad responsible for purging the cult. Meanwhile, in the Romra Mountains at the village of Mimbiate, an army appeared, startling the villagers as the area was remote and rarely visited. The sudden arrival of a cavalry unit was unusual. Iro looked at the young man before her. Can someone explain? Are you a friend of Lunan? It was indeed Slipfin. He apologized to Iro for the shock, explaining that the cavalry was assembled hastily without prior notice. Slipfin knelt on one knee before Iro. Please forgive this oversight. I am Cavalier Slipfin. By the honor of House Grancia, I shall escort Miss Iro. He looked up, blushing as he addressed her. Let's begin moving the belongings. Ronald was surprised hearing Zeppa introduce the cult-purging forces. Such a force had never existed before. Perhaps the imperial court created it after he captured the rogue. What astonished Ronald further was that the Emperor appointed a third-rank sacred swordsman as leader. Ronan wondered how they tracked down the hidden cult members scattered everywhere. In his view, interrogation through ceiling arrays was no longer effective, so he inquired with Zeppa, who praised his insight. He guessed Navi Rose had discussed this with the third-rank swordsman. As Ronald prepared to speak, Azo's voice called out. Ronan turned to see Azo being held by Zeppa's subordinate, suspended by his collar. Azo cried out for help to Ronald. The wolf subordinate said they had captured someone along with gold nearby, and asked Zeppa whether to deal with the girl since she kept crying. Hearing this, Azo's cries grew louder, insisting she had only come to find a friend and had done nothing else. She wept, pleading not to be harmed. Zeppa asked Ronald, "Is this your friend?" Ronald, embarrassed, covered his face and reluctantly admitted it. The scene darkened as Nemia captured several cult members and reported to Zeppa. I report what we gathered after eliminating the surrounding monsters. They had used controlled beasts to create chaos. But that was just a prelude. Their true target is the center of the mountain range. Hearing center of the mountains, the third-rank swordsman immediately deduced the real objective, the Romra Mountain Trail. It is a vital trade route, transporting a third of the Empire's goods. If this route were destroyed, the Empire would lose a major pillar. Ronald realized the gravity of the situation as the swordsman analyzed it. No wonder the cult targeted this path. Ronald approached the cult, drew his sword and shone its light on them, questioning their intentions. This route is crucial. It must be heavily guarded and cannot be ruined by just a few controlled beasts. Ronald pressed his sword to their throats. If you want to live, reveal what you're hiding. The blue-haired girl from the Nebula Classy church closed her eyes. Facing death, she still appeared arrogant. Do you think we fear death, you filthy heretic? Saying this, their bodies glowed, gathering their magical power in one place and uttering their final words. O stars, even if my abilities are limited and I cannot complete the mission, let those who will dedicate their entire soul to burn those filthy heretics who dare resist the punishment of the stars, burn them all. A beam of light shot into the sky as a signal to the others. The rest of the Nebula Classy church noticed this as well. Old Baron of the Nebula Classy sent a farewell message to his comrades. Oh, our brothers have chosen such a noble path. It seemed ordinary followers could not stop the Zeppa forces. A pity for their noble sacrifice. Outwardly, the old man spoke thus, but no one knew his true thoughts. His true feelings remained unknown. Other subordinates approached to ask what to do next. They suggested, "Sir, if we cannot hold back Daipa any longer, should we retreat and reconsider?" He opposed immediately. Retreating now would only give the enemy more time to prepare. To carry out their noble mission, they must not hesitate. Saying this, he produced something resembling an eye and placed it down. Although not the center, start from the Romero mountainside. He smiled dangerously, punished the heretics. Then a golden magic circle appeared. That eye-like object was actually a detonator. It was a masterpiece of the great inventor Albrihi, engraved with 30 layers of magic. After absorbing magical power from the earth, the 30 amplification layers would become an explosive. It would flatten everything around. He ordered 2 subordinates to guard the device until it absorbed enough magic and remained undetected. The 2 shouted, "Yes, sir." The Baron's 2 subordinates on the left was Evan, former knight captain. On the right was Brewer, former head mage of the 6 towers. Evan asked, "Baron, sir, I heard after this mission, you will succeed Bria as commander. Have you received the grace?" Baron proudly admitted, "I have received the grace. What pleases me is that usually the grace is given only after taking office. But he was granted it in advance by the later, because this mission required strength to protect himself from the explosion. He said that although his strength was not equal to Brian's, with this grace he could handle any incident easily. Sensing an attack, Old Baron quickly formed a shield to block the strikes. This also protected the bomb. The slashes tore the ground but could not break Baron's circular shield. Despite the surprise attack, he remained calm. Baron asked, "Amazing. Even if they trace the Earth's ley lines to locate us. Once it starts absorbing magic, approaching is nearly impossible. How did they find us?" Third Sword Baron calmly asked, "Do you really think you can escape? Since I arrived at Romero, I knew your position. I was just waiting to see what tricks you'd try." Third Sword pointed to the church members, blindly arrogant, indulging in illusions, struggling with all their might. 10 minutes earlier, when 3 church members were about to self-detonate, Pachyonymia and other subordinates stepped back. He intended to stop them, but before he could act, Ronald jumped up to block their beam of light. Ronald's action surprised Zipa, Nemia, and Azo. Not knowing his intention, Ronald used his sword to shatter the church's light. She was terrified by Ronan's power but couldn't deny it. His strikes not only destroyed their final flame, but also severed their head. Before losing consciousness, she opened her eyes wide at Ronald. Seeing the villain's plan, Ronan acted preemptively. He pushed them westward, preventing them from executing their final scheme. Zipa stared at Ronald in amazement. Not only did he clash with the destructive magic, but he also cut through their inner power. Ronan sheathed his sword and asked the holy sword Zeppa, "You already knew about this, right? Since you fought them many times before." He approached the third sword group. Ronan was certain these enemies had other plans. Moreover, it was a major issue directed by the top church hierarchy. Ronald stared Zeppa in the face, his voice firm. "I don't know who you are, but if you're a vanguard of the hunting unit, you must have a way to track them down, right? Then work with me, I'll help you win the Emperor's favor." Back in the present, Baron studied the traces left by Zeppa's technique. He fell into deep thought. He hadn't sensed Zeppa's presence at all until that strike hit him. In other words, Zeppa's attack carried no inner force, only a wave of wind pressure born from sheer, absolute power. So that really is the holy sword. Zeppa, a true monster. Baron asked his 2 teammates if they could withstand such an important guest. Evan and Brewer answered solemnly, "If it's the Star's mission, we're ready to endure it." With that, they began casting spells. Jaya the Third saw their team had only 1 knight and 2 high-ranking mages, and he found it intriguing. "If you bring your army here, these people will make good opponents for my subordinates to train on." Evan charged at Zeppa. He believed this was the Star's guidance, a battle that would earn him the highest title a swordsman could attain. He couldn't wait to see how strong the Empire's sword saint really was. If he won and claimed that position, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But before his fantasy could take hold, reality crashed down. Jaya the Third threw a single punch. Evan's sword was knocked aside. When Jaya the Third heard him call it a battle of honor, he flew into a rage. He didn't just smash the sword, he blasted Evan's head clean off. A man like that deserves the word honor. Don't stain the honor of a true warrior. Denbrew saw his comrade fall so quickly and began to panic, but he didn't have to wait long. Jaya the Third struck at once, injuring him as well. He leapt up and kicked at Baron, but Baron blocked with his shield. That shield was unbelievably sturdy, like a rubber ball. There wasn't a single opening. Jaya the Third found him oddly familiar and asked, "Has he been hiding in the church with the faithful all this time?" Perhaps Zeppa recognized him, the wanted man who had slaughtered thousands of villagers in the western village called A. In Athens, in an experiment decades ago, he vanished without leaving a trace. Baron was the butcher of Athens village. Baron was pleased the sword saint knew his name, but he had long since abandoned being a former disciple of the Star. Zeppa didn't care which side Baron was on now. Wherever he stood, he was still a target to be eliminated. Baron's sturdy shield was finally crushed under Zeppa's stomp, but Baron didn't panic, he even smiled. Baron summoned the power of the stars. Shimmering purple currents laced with darkness coiled around him. He said that ever since the disciples he had carefully selected were wiped out by Japa, he had understood Japa's strength, just how powerful the sword saint truly was. But surely, even a sword saint couldn't break the star's mighty authority. Baron laughed like a madman. "You're nothing but a mortal flickering beneath the stars." Japa was left speechless by this lunatic. Not only that, Baron raised both hands and asked Japa what it felt like to witness the star's greatness for the first time. "Go on, tell him already." Jaya the Third looked at him and found it utterly ridiculous. He was living in a delusion, unaware his life was still in danger. Jaya the Third drew his blade. "That's why I'm killing you, blind and drunk on your illusions." With that declaration, he struck down at the prey before him. For a full 3 seconds, the sword radiated pale blue energy. Then it slammed down where Baron stood. Baron raised his hand and used an energy called starlight to resist. A massive pillar of light crashed down on Baron. Extraordinary, this is the Empire's #1 sword king. The terrifying power forced him to give everything he had. Zeppa's slash carved a long gash, as if it meant to split the forest in two. After a moment, the dust cleared, and the blade in the Sword King's hand came into view. Jaya III had finished his strike and still held the same stance. In the distance, a protective ring appeared around Baron. He was shocked, just Sword Aura alone and the Sword Saint could display such terrifying might. In front of him and behind him lay devastation, the earth torn and churned up. He grew uneasy. This martial art really was on par with what they called them. But what a pity, he spoke smugly, spreading his arms, looking up at the sky as he said, even the Sword Saint's ultimate sword aura is nothing but a cheap parlor trick before the divine power of the stars. He controlled the golden sphere overhead and issued a challenge. So what will you do now? Even now, the magic sphere kept draining mana, and countless rays of light burst out from where it hovered. Baron grinned viciously and warned, if you back off now, you'll still have a chance later. You alone could escape the blast radius. Who knows? Hearing that, Jebba shot him a furious glare. His pride wouldn't allow him to be trampled on. The old man kept laughing and threatening. Of course, the weaklings besides you will be reduced to ash along with this entire mountain range. Jebba looked at him and said, completely neutralize the attack. What an irritating power, just like that kid said. If they didn't prepare properly, it would become a huge threat later. Staring him down, fully focused, he decided, then I'll deal with it properly. Jebba stepped forward and a blue energy spread out from his footsteps. That energy also surged over his entire body, his stance ready. He said, let's see how much of this Star Fortress force I can withstand. The oppressive aura released by the Sword Saint made Baron uneasy. He raised an arm to guard himself and realized the pressure far surpassed the attack from earlier. So this is what they call battle aura. Jebba charged in, striking with his blade and claw. Hiding behind his protective barrier, Baron laughed loudly in provocation, defying heaven and earth like a beast begging to die. Impressive, Jebba, you have my respect. The ground shook and rocks burst upward even though the battle had only just begun. Baron drew back his hand, poured more energy into the shield and challenged him. Then show me everything you've got, the strongest in the world. Let's see how much you can break. Without another word, Jebba swung his blade, packed with battle aura. His eyes were filled with resolve, determined to settle this. Suddenly Ronald shouted, are you leaving or not? From far away he called, stop. If this keeps up, you'll flatten the whole mountain range before you even detonate the bomb. Baron flinched at the boy's sudden appearance. Ronan's voice continued, have you forgotten what we've been suffering for? Jebba stopped, turned to look at him and said, so you finally came, later than I expected. Ronald stepped up behind Zeppa, moving so fast had left him slightly winded. He lifted a hand lightly and said, seriously, that's the first time I've ever heard that in my life. Don't you think it's because you're the one moving too fast? Enough, if we've confirmed what the Star Fortress force is, then retreat now. He offered sincere advice, no matter how strong you might be. You can't do anything about it right away. Baron froze. It looked like that young man was throwing his plan into chaos. Ronan asked the Sword Saint, the situation's urgent, you're not going to stubbornly do something pointless, are you? The man replied, a reasonable judgment. Right now, Ronald. You're more suitable. Baron stood there listening, baffled. What? Talking so arrogantly to the Sword Saint, who the hell is that brat? The boy called to Baron, hey, old man, is this some kind of blessing? Then he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, ready to draw it, and continued. Thanks to your loudmouth rambling, I've got the whole picture. In the end, if I deal with you, then disable the magic bomb behind you, this mess is over, right? With that, he clenched his sword and pointed it at the old man. Ronald smiled. Now it was his turn to be arrogant and question him. By the way, old man, so you really are a high-ranking devotee. Then your ridiculous blessing is probably real. Either way, that lunatic Bridja I cut down. You're not even half of him. Hearing that familiar name, Baron trembled slightly and asked, what? How do you know that name from that day? He turned purple with rage, eyes wide, veins bulging, roaring. Don't tell me Lord Bridja wasn't Sarantima and was killed by a nobody brat like you. Fury exploded as his body began to transform. He spat curses. How dare you use that filthy tongue of yours to insult Lord Brizia's honor? Something burst out from within him. Countless tentacles shot from Baron's body. He screamed, I'll make sure you die in pieces. The tentacles stretched out, each bearing huge eyes. He continued, Lord Bridja is one of the cult's top devotees. He rose to the rank of branch leader through true power, a devotee of honor. Someone so noble, while a lowly wretch like you with your trivial magic. Massive tendrils loomed down from above toward Lunan. He looked up at them. With razor-sharp fangs, the tentacles were like enormous serpents. Baron kept his voice booming. How could you possibly have brought him down? He roared in rage, stop your blasphemy at once. A godless one, someone who isn't even a devotee, dare speak that name. There must have been a witness who saw my lord's death, he demanded. Tell me everything that happened that day. Then the tentacles lunged to attack. Huge maws lined with sharp teeth aimed for Ronan. He smiled calmly. The truth, if you want to know that badly, then I'll tell you myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ronan and his sword shot forward. At first, he charged straight at where Baron stood, ignoring the annoying tentacle. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Old Man Talit watched and said, "So you're not just all talk, I'll give you a little test." Baron raised his hand with a sneer. "But with only this, you'll never be able to defeat my lord. Even if you take advantage of his distraction, you still won't be able to reach him." But the old man didn't get to finish his sentence. Ronan's sword strikes tore him into pieces. Everything happened so fast that he could still speak even after his head was severed. Ronald defeated him, passed through, leaving behind floating fragments of flesh. His body fell right in front of the orb, along with Lonan's voice. "That's right, that crazy woman babbled just like you, and she also died the same way." You stepped forward, thrusting a sword straight into the orb. This caused the orb to gradually lose its power, water stains appearing. At the same time, the formation around it began to fade. Ronald stood before the fanatic's head, wiping his face. "Well, have you satisfied your curiosity?" Baron died without closing his eyes. Even with his head fallen and blood flowing, Baron couldn't believe what had just happened. His head rolled, wondering how a child's sword could pierce the spell of the stars and cut him down. His eyes widened, blood veins forming, his power surpassing all rule. It seemed to belong to a high level, a supreme position he couldn't even dream of. Looking at Lonan's shadow, he wondered, who is helping him? Another sword mark appeared across his face. You coldly stepped forward, splitting his head in two. Jiaiba stepped up and asked, "Did you kill him?" Ronald replied, "I thought it would be easier this way. Remember, the self-sacrificing believers, ordinary believers fall into that state. So they will certainly face worse consequences." He continued, "Because they chose an extreme approach, we'll have to be cautious for a while." Jiaiba considered that a wise decision. "We cannot be blinded by our goals." Kim Than continued, "It's unfortunate that I can't fully counter the spell of the stars. If I could fight it." Ronald bristled. The man spoke as casually as if he wanted to blow my homeland away. "You turned the forest into this with nothing but sword force. So have you ever imagined what would happen if you used aura?" There was no way to argue back. Dapa sheathed the saber on his back. "Thanks to you, everything ended easily. So I'll save that curiosity for next time." When Zipa said he should just tell the man whatever he needed, Ronald was a little surprised. Why was the sword saint acting like this all of a sudden? Jiaiba folded his arms across his chest. He went on, "The emperor said I should reward those who help punish the cultists. Tell me what you want, within my authority and the empire's budget." Hearing that, Ronald lit up. "Really? Amazing. I've been needing someone strong like you." Elsewhere, the escort continued moving through the night. Truok Fan led the group, utterly focused. Inside the carriage was the person most important to Ronan, his older sister, Iro, who was headed to the imperial capital. With Truok Fan escorting them, the convoy moved silently without pause through the darkness. The atmosphere was quieter than usual, putting everyone on edge. Earlier, the young master Truok Fan had told them to prepare thoroughly. There was a strong chance they'd have to fight a monster horde, but it would be a relief if they could advance safely. They whispered to each other, curious about the woman in the carriage. They still didn't know she was the young master's guest. One soldier wondered aloud. Just how high-ranking was she? That night Grantia had to protect her. Seeing Truok Fan's awkward tension, it was obvious she was someone very important to the young master. He raised a hand, cleared his throat to start a conversation, and asked, "Iro, have you felt any inconvenience during the journey? If the trip isn't comfortable, please don't hesitate to tell me." She smiled and waved it off. "Of course not. Truok Fan is even more comfortable than my home." Iro suddenly realized something, clapped her hands together, and said, "Isn't it you who must be exhausted from riding all day?" She suggested. "If you don't mind, you can ride with me in the carriage." Hearing that, he scratched his head shyly and smiled. Then he politely refused. "I can't do that. I'm carrying out an extremely important mission." He also looked relieved. "Either way, I'm glad you're comfortable on this journey. If you need to rest, please just say so. I'll find a place for us to stop." Suddenly, the horses grew restless. Something was coming and agitating them. Truok Fan tightened the reins. The escort did their best to restrain them, and the horses gradually settled down again. Young Master Grantia sensed something off. Something was approaching. The horses kept whinnying in fear. Truok Fan felt a terrifying presence closing in. He leapt off his horse, charged forward, and ordered all forces, "Prepare for battle." Truok Fan stood at the head of the troops and reminded them, "Protect Lady Iro at all costs." He gripped his sword tight for the honor of Grantia. The Grantia soldiers drew their swords and shouted in unison, "For the honor of Grantia." Truok Fan thought, "This is unbelievable. This isn't a threat on the level of a wyvern. It has such overwhelming power just from drawing near." A pair of eyes carrying immense pressure. He wondered, what in the world is it? A familiar-looking foot appeared. Truok Fan didn't hesitate, sword in hand. He dashed forward. His eyes widened when he realized the opponent was striking at him. Kim Saint Jiapa, a massive saber in hand, was bringing it down. Truok Fan raised his sword to block. The impact blasted rock and dirt into the air, lighting up the whole area. A voice rang out. I've been caught off guard a few times today. I heard the rumors, but they still underestimated you. The voice was Jia Ba's as he continued. That was splendid defense, the Empire's rising star. If the next generation's Sword Saint is human, then it must be one of you too. It seemed the current Sword Saint held Truok Fan in high regard. Staring at the huge figure before him, he shouted, "Why are you pointing your blade at Grancha's banner, Jia Ba?" The man replied calmly, "It was just a simple greeting. No need to worry." Then he tightened his grip on his saber and went on, "A warrior like you should know. A clash matters more than 100 words." From behind Jia Ba, someone roared, "Damn it. I told you to greet them the northern way where you live." Truok Fan recognized that familiar voice. It was none other than Ronan. He hopped down lightly and then waved with a smile. "Well done, Truok Fan. We're here to support you." He jerked a thumb behind him and added, "Don't be too angry about what just happened. Because we've got a special group of porters on the way." A beastfolk army was charging toward its leader. The Grancha escort broke into an uproar. "Porters? That's clearly Lord Jia Ba's beastfolk army." Truok Fan was utterly stunned by it as the ferocious monster troops gathered. Dawn asked beforehand, "Anyway, you'll escort my sister safely, right?" The next morning, on a beautiful day in the capital of Valon. The capital of Valon was large and bustling, with unique architecture. They arrived at an incredibly beautiful white mansion. Inside were rather lavish decorations. Iro asked in astonishment, "Is this real, Ronald? Is this really where we're going to live?" Before her stood the most luxurious living room she had ever seen. Everything sparkled brilliantly. Ronan said proudly, "Good grief, how many times have you asked that? You just need to live here from now on. It's right across from Villian, we can meet often. The security is excellent and it's very convenient." Dawn placed a hand over his chest in sincerity. "I had our family's craftsmen handle the interior decoration and installation. I told them not to worry about the materials, so I hope you'll like it." Iro took his hand and smiled happily. "Of course I like it. It feels like something out of a fairy tale." She was thrilled about the new house, not forgetting to thank Lord Dawn many times as well as Ronan. Iro turned back to the two of them and said, "It's just, I can't let you leave on such a special day. If you have time, please stay for a meal." She was extremely confident in her cooking skills. Ronald was delighted. It had been a long time since he'd had a home-cooked meal. As for Dawn, his heart felt like it might burst at the thought of sharing a meal with Grant. The clatter of wooden clogs approached the mansion. The voice of instructor Navi Jones rang out, explaining, "Two-legged beast." From outside, an ant's voice shouted thunderously, "What are you doing here?" The two young men waiting for the meal hurriedly turned at the familiar voice. It was definitely instructor Navi Jones. The two stood face to face. Their auras clashed as if in opposition. One was the current Sword Saint, Jabba. The other was the former Sword Saint, Navijos. Around them stood Zeppa's beastman army. They only dared to watch, not react. Jabba greeted her. "It's been a while, Navizos, still as hot-tempered as ever." He mocked her. "With that temper, how can you properly teach your students?" Navi Jones shot him a sharp glare. She retorted, "What right do you have to meddle in how I educate my students?" She drove him away. "This isn't a place for someone as lowly as you. Don't cause trouble, get lost, you two-legged beast." Jabba was somewhat annoyed but restrained himself. He replied rather mildly, "Your tongue is still as sharp as ever." Then he challenged her. "I'm curious whether you're capable of taking responsibility for what you just said." The atmosphere between them grew heavy. Jabba brought up the past. "Have you truly reflected on your defeat?" Jabba looked at her provocatively. "The day you lost the title of Sword Saint to me." At that, Navizos faltered slightly. That defeat had been long ago. The air fell silent for a moment after Jabba's barbs. Her pride wounded, Navi Jones silently gripped her sword. A powerful aura surged from her entire body in response. "If you're curious, I'll let you find out for yourself." Her pressure spread across a vast area. Zeppa's soldiers were rooted to the spot, unable to move. The force numbed their bodies. The beastmen were utterly terrified by the overwhelming aura. She fixed Jabba with a murderous glare. A massive green serpent appeared behind Navi Jones. It was called Manza. The serpent slithered forward, eyes wide open. Zeppa's hands trembled slightly as he wondered, "Without even using your full strength, you've already frozen me in place. Have you become stronger than before?" He tightened his grip on his blade, slowly gathering energy. "How interesting, you she serpent." A familiar blue aura appeared at the tip of his blade. It gradually spread through his eyes and across Jabba's body. He decided, "I'll indulge you." Jabba stood there, and behind him appeared the imposing eyes of a tiger, the king of beasts. Their two auras collided, creating a massive explosion. Ronald immediately stepped forward. He shouted, startling them both, "Are you two insane?" Standing upstairs, Ronald called down, "What do you think you're doing in front of someone's house?" Iro rushed out and grabbed him, stopping him from charging down. Ronald, visibly angry, shouted, "Do you even know who you're standing in front of? If she so much as gets a scratch, every one of you will die today." A moment later, he stood before the two Sword Saints and stomped his foot in reproach. Ronald looked at them and said, You sword saints are no different from children. Do you realize what almost happened because of your little clash of auras? He scolded them both without hesitation. Aren't you ashamed? Strangely, neither of them resisted. Jabba closed his eyes and admitted his fault. Indeed, I was a bit impulsive. Yet he couldn't resist adding, to be provoked by a she-serpent and lose my temper, how disgraceful. I apologize for the rudeness. Navi Jones was furious but could do nothing. He turned to leave and added, it seems the escort mission has been completed safely. My team will withdraw. He did not forget to leave Ronald with a message. Ronan, the next time we meet, I hope you will have become a stronger warrior. After that, he and his close subordinates, who had been waiting there, bid him farewell. They almost vanished instantly before Ronald's eyes. He sighed in relief. Finally, I can breathe easy. A sword saint wouldn't be a sword saint without causing a scene, I suppose. Ronald turned back to ask, only then remembering why the professor had come so early. Navizos flew into a rage, her face hard. Ronan explained, don't leave out a single detail. When she finished, Donald looked a little irritated too. A while later, they were still at the sisters' new estate. The two women sat facing each other in the sitting room. After a moment, Ronald recounted everything that had happened. Your father is still alive, the professor said. I understand now, so that's what it was. So as a reward for your achievements at Loam, that beast escorted you? Navizos asked. Ronald replied, yes, more or less. Navizos found it hard to believe. He actually granted favor to humans, looks like you're quite liked by him. Still, she warned him that it was best not to get involved with him anymore. That beast is extremely dangerous. Ronan frowned, confused, and asked, dangerous, what do you mean? The professor began to explain. 10 years ago, the great beast invasion in the north, the Night of Fangs. The leader of that horde was Zeppa. Hearing the name, Lunan jolted. Navizos ground her teeth and continued. Now there are various ceasefire accords. The beasts joined the Imperial army and he became the Empire's sword. But I still can't fully trust him. Back then, instead of fighting the Empire to the bitter end, Zeppa gambled on himself and came to negotiate. He offered to turn the beast warriors into the Empire's forces on the condition that no one would touch the lands of the North. The Emperor valued his strength and accepted, on the condition that a blood pact be forged. Most of the Empire rejoiced at having the strongest sword in hand, but to me, he's only hiding his claws for now to protect his own kind. One day, when the blood pact is broken, he'll become a threat far greater than he is now. That is a third-tier death breath. Hearing the words death breath, Ronald grew uneasy, tapping the chair as he thought. He suddenly remembered that third tier hadn't appeared in the war with ORU either. Like other powerhouses, they might have been eliminated by the church, but other possibilities couldn't be ruled out. The mention of third tier made the room fall silent. Navizos dipped her head slightly. I've rambled too much, we're off topic. Then she looked at the student before her and continued. Anyway, was what you said earlier true, that you freely released Sword Aura back then? Ronald smiled. Yes, that's right, but compared to the professor's terrifying sword aura, it's still very weak. The professor smiled. Geraldine, that useless name, at least managed to keep her reputation. After that, she stood to leave and told Ronan. Then we'll begin training right now. Before the practice dummies, Professor Navizos' voice rang out. Show me your progress. Ronald gripped his sword, ready to execute his technique. At the same time, the others were happily enjoying a delicious meal with crab. Standing in the academy training yard, Navizos said the method to test progress was simple. Just show me your sword aura. As she finished, the two of them turned their eyes to the row of practice dummy. She added, what matters isn't a slash powered by raw physical strength, but sword aura whose core is mana. Ronald tightened his grip, eyes sharply focused. I understand, from the tip of the blade. When a red aura appeared, that energy gradually cloaked his entire body. Ronan swung his arm and slashed horizontally toward the dummy. The sword aura shot out at high speed, the wind shrieking. But in the next instant, the arc of aura faded and dispersed before it could reach the dummy. Ronald stared in shock. What the hell? Why did it vanish the moment it came out? He couldn't believe it, eyeing the sword in his hand with deep suspicion. No way, just a few days ago it was still strong. Ronald gathered his breath again, channeling mana into the sword. Let me try again, Professor. Navizos stopped him. Stop, just as I expected. Her gaze made it clear she'd anticipated this. Simply being able to pour mana into a sword is already a major achievement. But you still haven't reached what can be called sword aura. Ronald listened in admiration as she continued. What you have is only an extraordinary slash, reinforced by a bit of mana. Of course, even that is tremendous power for a first-year student like you. After all, you decapitated a wyvern with a single strike. Ronald still couldn't accept it and asked, Professor, I don't really understand, can the difference be that huge? The professor explained that boosting power with mana might not seem very different if you think sword aura is merely compressed mana. It can still deal massive damage, she went on, but treating mana as nothing more than a tool to increase strength is a shallow view. Mana's true power is that it helps you carve a path to the next level. Navizos continued her lecture. That's why I wanted to test your sword aura first, to gauge your current understanding of mana, and figure out what you still need to make up for. Looking at the untouched practice dummies, Ronald perhaps still hadn't fully grasped her words. But clearly in her practical eyes, luck wouldn't always be on Ronald's side. This difference will decide whether you live or die in the future. Hearing that, Ronald flinched slightly, recalling the opponents he had just faced, starting with Brian. Giarudin and even Sword St. Guy Pa with her experience. Navi Jones immediately noticed the clear disappointment in Lonan's eye. She stepped forward and patted his shoulder encouragingly. This is just the beginning. You can gradually make up for what's lacking. The professor approached and stood beside him, affirming, "And I'm here to help you do exactly that." She took the sword from Ronald's hands. Now it's time to solidify the fundamental. Then she held the sword before her chest, pointed it skyward, eyes closed tight. Soon, things like this will naturally become possible. Ronan asked in curiosity, "Professor, why does my lamentia?" The sword in Navi Zos's hand suddenly glowed. The red magic on the blade merged with the professor's blue energy, forming a potent bipolar force that made him instinctively raise his hand in resistance. His body felt pushed back. Navi Jaws remained calm and graceful, yet her power was immense. She said, "Pay attention, this is the true form of lamentia." Ronald asked in astonishment, "The true form of lamentia, that bright red one?" The professor swung the tip across her body and replied, "Yes, it resonates with the magic I infused and unleashes its hidden strength, much like my Urusa or Duke Grancia's Palero. Weapons forged by masters and earning the title of legendary sword always conceal their true power." She swung the sword back behind her, preparing to strike forward. Navi Jones cut across in a motion similar to Ronald's earlier, but much more effortless. When its true power is revealed, its force multiplies many times over. A tremendously strong sword aura erupted from lamentia. The professor marveled. Doran's words about creating a masterpiece were not exaggerated. Ronald, witnessing the scene, was astounded by the destructive power. Before him, everything seemed nearly obliterated. The arena floor was protected by magic, yet all this from a single strike. He wondered, when I channel magic, nothing happens at all. Navi Jones returned the sword to Ronan and explained that his magic was too weak to resonate with lamentia. The sword itself could sense the weakness of its wielder. He felt slighted and a bit annoyed. His eyes lit up as he looked at the sword. Now he clearly understood his immediate goal. Ronan stepped forward resolutely and asked decisively, "Where do we start, Professor? I want to show this insolent fool who its master is." Navi Zos looked pleased, smiling in approval. "Determination. Then we'll begin by training to maintain your magic." No sooner had she spoken than Ronald assumed a ready stance, beginning to channel magic into the sword. On the first day, he maintained it for 48 seconds. The professor constantly reminded Ronald, "Do not let your focus lapse even for a moment." By the third day, he could sustain it for 1 minute and 32 seconds. By the sixth day, he held it for 2 minutes 12 seconds. Lon remained fully focused, occasionally meditating to enhance efficiency. The duration gradually increased, 2 minutes 50 seconds over 3 minutes, then beyond 5. On the 14th day, Navi Zos's stopwatch ticked. This time 13 minutes. She said to Ronald, "You've long surpassed the magic sustained time you aimed for." The professor considered this an achievement that would take ordinary people years. "As you requested, now maintain it and display your sword aura." "No need to repeat the warnings, right?" Ronan focused, gripping lamentia, directing his magic into it. Slowly, he lifted the tip and responded, "Of course, I've learned." "From whom, indeed?" Then he swung in a smooth horizontal slash, far more graceful than 2 weeks prior. The area around them remained quiet, wind barely stirring, and Ronald sheathed the sword with a soft click. The blade rested fully in its sheath. Now, the training dummies began reacting to the previous slash, shaking as Ronald's sword aura swept across the floor. The sword aura, thin yet powerful, sliced through the heads of the dummy. He spun, retracting the blade as the dummy heads separated from their necks. Ronald smiled. "Who else could be my master?" The severed heads rolled before Navi. She chuckled, praising her student. "Quite good. Do you understand a bit now? Why do we perform this exercise?" Ronald raised his hand, answering, "Ah, yes. Through each session I feel more clearly. The magic in my hand, simply focusing on maintaining it has heightened my awareness of all senses. And furthermore, I recognize the immense potential of the latent magic within me." His magical flames seemed to blaze within his heart and veins. The professor was pleased. It seemed he had grasped the basics of magic. Professor Geraldine's voice rang out. "The voluntary zeal to train students harder is admirable." He stepped forward, continuing, "The passion for education remains unchanged." He referred to Navi Jules as the arrogant longsword. Both were slightly surprised to see Geraldine. He said seriously, "Apologies for the interruption during your busy time. Could you spare a moment? I have something important to discuss regarding the student you value." Seeing him, Ronald wondered if Professor Geraldine had come all this way. Judging by his expression, he also questioned, why does he always seem so vigorous? Navi Jones stepped before Geraldine, asking, "If this concerns my student, is it about his magic?" he answered straightforwardly. As you know, Ronan has a special constitution, so he needs regular checkups. Hearing that, Navi Jones looked a little displeased and issued a warning. You're not using that as an excuse to profit off him, are you? Then her killing intent flared as she reached for the sword on her back. That alone was enough to make Jaredon shrink back. He hurriedly explained, no, don't think that, calm down. This isn't a mercenary unit, so take your hand off your sword. I'm only here to keep my promise. He continued, thanks to Ronald, after all these years, Suna has finally shown progress, there's hope. Suna reacted, her eyes open. Hearing that, Navi Zos blurted out in shock, what, Suna? Jaredon went on. There's still a long road ahead, but it would be good if you could visit her sometime. Suna really loves hearing about your adventures. At that, Rose fell silent for a moment. He continued, and there's more, the reason I came here right now. It has to do with your teaching assistant, not Ronald, she asked. You mean Adesan? Jaredon nodded. Yes. At Ronan's request, I started investigating Adesan some time ago. Ronald also turned his attention to the matter of Adesan. Jaredon warned, I can't be sure enough to draw conclusions yet, but if my hypothesis is right, that child is in danger. He was more serious than ever. She has power that even she can barely control. You noticed it a long time ago, didn't you? The risk that power carries. Navi Rose fell silent for a moment, then clenched her fist and asked, is that why you kept her close to monitor her? He explained, so that if anything unforeseen happens, the girl can make all of us. Navi Jones cut him off. Stop there, Jaredon. My assistant isn't as fragile as you think, she said with a serious look. So don't decide that child's future on a whim. Jaredon couldn't say anything more. If that's what you say, I understand. I'll let the child make her own choice. Ronald himself also needed time to think about this life and Adesan's previous one as well. The two men only dared to stand at a distance, watching Navi's back. Ronald could tell the professor was truly furious. He turned and asked, that reminds me, you mentioned mercenaries earlier. Were you two mercenaries? Jaredon replied, that's right. About 10 years ago, we were fairly well known down in the southern region. He reminisced, it didn't start as a pleasant meeting, but that was also when I first met Navi Jaws. We accepted a contract to kill each other. When we clashed, the memory of that day is still vivid. I was wounded and kneeling there. Back then, Navi was truly death incarnate, that dread. Even now, I can't put it into words. He scratched his chin and nodded. Compared to then, you could say she's more mature now. Still stammering all the time, so that's more mature. Maybe you think your professor is still too aggressive. Jaredon went on, in the end, that day I was utterly defeated and nearly crossed the threshold of death. He recalled, if not for Suna and the villagers who helped me, I'd have died. Suna cared for me back then, devotedly, like I was an empty shell. And from there, we naturally became husband and wife. After that, maybe because we'd been through battle together, Navi Jaws and I became something like comrades. Of course, the only reason we kept that relationship was thanks to Suna S and Navi Joss's innocence and purity. It was entirely my fault. She was furious at my incompetence. Because I couldn't protect Suna and because of my foolishness, because I still couldn't let Suna go. Even so, Navi kept the secret to the very end, and Suna's treatment up to this day is also thanks to her concern. So if Suna can recover, I believe Navi Jones will gradually let go of her resentment as well. She may look like that on the outside, but she's actually very soft-hearted. The next day, in the Hall of Truth of the main magic faculty building. Inside the dark magic laboratory were large test tubes and preserved specimens. Ronald exclaimed, I didn't think there could be a place even gloomier than the professor's lab. He wondered aloud, are we really allowed in here? Jaredon replied, even if it's grim, we have to come because only here can it be used. He stood before something like a machine. On the floor, characters appeared in the shape of a magic circle. It was the device needed for this. He called it a mana extraction machine for humans, an ultimate artifact capable of drawing out the primal mana hidden within a living body. Jard added, Adesan, even people like you who can't understand their own mana would be willing to stake their entire fortune just to try this device. He pointed to the circle in the middle and said, girl, stand there. It's time to face the secret of the power hidden inside you. Adesan complied. She stepped into the device and stood in the central circle. The professor asked her again, on the way here, you've already prepared yourself mentally, right? Then Geraldine placed his hand on the blue sphere in front of him. We'll begin right away. A wave of deathly aura flowed out of Adesan. She asked anxiously, Professor, what is this? Something black is leaking out of my body. The deathly aura kept increasing, spreading through the whole room. It even seeped into the test tubes holding other beasts. Those specimens seemed agitated by the deathly aura, starting to react and growl. Ronald thought to himself. It hasn't even activated any energy, yet it's already exerting an influence. He recalled his previous life. The power that once let the great general from his past life command the battlefield like a ruthless queen was truly astonishing. This was the kind of power, the strongest and most terrifying in the Empire's history. Even its current owner was shocked. Trembling, she asked, what is this? Why does my mana have this kind of color? Jaredin pondered in silence. There was no doubt that strange energy was dark mana. Adessen stood there repeating dark mana. Her entire body was now filled with that black mana. She said, "I've heard Ronald mention it before, but what is it? I've never heard of mana like this." Jaredin replied, "That's only natural. Dark mana is considered top secret, so secret that it's hard to find anyone who knows about it, even here." He turned to look at Ronald and continued, "I also don't understand how that guy found out. Anyway, let's not get hung up on the details." Jaredin continued, "Even if it weren't classified, there still wouldn't be much information to learn. Dark mana usually lies hidden in the body. It might be only a few short years, or it could last for centuries, and even when it erupts, most people can't withstand it and die. It's only leaked a little, yet you've already felt it, haven't you?" Hearing that, worry showed plainly on Adessen's face. The professor continued explaining, "It was something completely different, unlike the mana we use. This kind of power can grant those who can't control mana strength on par with a swordmaster, even turning what seems impossible into reality. That is the power of dark mana, surpassing reason and order. The problem is, it erupts suddenly, not according to the owner's will. And the owner usually can't control it, and it ends up destroying the entire area, turning the place into a disaster zone. When its energy is exhausted, the bearer will ultimately burn themselves to ashes." Jaredin asked the girl, "So do you truly want this power?" "Adessen, if you want, I can place a binding." She froze, thinking, the risk this brought was far too great. The professor added, "To prevent the mana from erupting or to find a way to remove dark mana completely." He warned Adessen, "Think carefully. Throughout history, those who possessed dark mana, whether they could control it or not, none of them ever ended. Well, they were either executed by beheading, or they destroyed themselves and died." Jaredin repeated, "Are you ready to accept the double-edged power of dark mana?" Adessen fell silent, thinking and struggling. What would she decide? Adessen's eyes sank as she remembered her childhood, the losses she had endured, the image of the young man who had stepped forward to encourage her. "Don't worry, I'll help you, do your best." General Adessen had her answer. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. She looked toward Ronald, the one who had once told her, "Don't worry, keep going." Adessen smiled, full of confidence. Ronald was also briefly stunned that she was taking his words to heart at a moment like this. She continued, "So I can't let myself give in. Please help me, Professor Jaredin." Hearing that, he silently placed his hand on the sphere, then smiled at her. "That's a good way to think. That's right, maybe you should have courage like that too." Jaredin channeled energy into the sphere. It began to glow. "Then, now that everything is clear, we'll begin right away." He began purifying Adessen's demonic power. Once again, the machine started up. This time, her body gave off a red aura, not the dark demonic power from earlier. It slowly spread out and condensed into a small orb above Adessen's head. It shone brilliantly like the sun. She turned back, puzzled. "Professor, this familiar feeling, could it be?" Geraldine answered, "I've extracted the demonic power you've accumulated up to now." He continued, "To explain why, let me guess what you've been through. I'd guess you've always thought you had no talent at all when it came to demonic power, and there were times when, no matter how hard you tried, you still couldn't keep up with others of the same rank." Adessen was shocked. How did you know that?" Jaredin tilted his head up at the two streams of demonic power above and replied, "Of course. As I said, dark demonic power is a force beyond common sense. A power like that will never stay quiet. Dark demonic power constantly clashes with the demonic power you've accumulated, and it has been suppressing Adessen's growth." He also looked surprised. "Even so, the amount of demonic power you've managed to accumulate is truly astonishing. You've worked very hard, but perhaps you should try letting go of that result." Hearing that, Adessen asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" As the two streams of demonic power collided, the professor continued explaining, "The solution is very simple. If the two sources of power keep hindering each other, then we just remove the unnecessary one. I'll make it so only dark demonic power remains in your body." At the same time, the dark magic above completely swallowed the red magic orb. He glanced at Ronald, interesting. Those two were rather special. One of them couldn't accumulate magic, while the other couldn't get rid of excess magic. Hearing that, Ronald grew a little uneasy. This situation made him anxious. "Don't tell me it'll take another 5 years like last time," Jaredin replied. "Exactly, great potential, you guessed right." He continued, "Once magic takes root, it isn't easy to remove. Thanks to the extraction device, it has been separated temporarily. But once it stops running, it will return to the body immediately." Ronald asked, "If there were a way to remove the magic instantly, would it cause serious damage to the body?" The professor looked at him and answered, "No, nothing like that. The body would simply return to a state with no magic." "But why do you ask?" After hearing the answer, Ronald immediately drew his sword and slashed at the magic. Both Adessen and the professor were utterly stunned, not understanding what he was doing. Jaredin was shocked to see that Adessen's magic had disappeared. As for Ronald, he sheathed his sword again. This was far too easy. He He smiled. Waiting 5 years was far too long. He still had so much to do. Adessen stood there as the dark magic erupted again, surging even stronger than before, her body seeming to radiate an almost limitless well of power. In an instant, it nearly covered the entire laboratory. After a while, Adessen slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Ronald. He asked, "Awake?" Behind him stood Professor Geraldine. Ronald beamed. "Thank goodness, Sister Adessen." A little embarrassed, she asked, "Ronald, why is my head on your lap?" She still didn't know why she had passed out. Just then, the beasts in the test tubes began to react. It seemed the magic had agitated them. Their faces twisted with fury, sharp fangs exposed. The monsters howled in unison as if provoked. Adessen wondered why the experimental subjects that had been asleep were suddenly waking up. "This is clearly your work," the professor explained. "Listen, when the original magic vanished, the dark magic that had been suppressed temporarily surged out, and that led to this." He looked down at her. "Congratulations, no matter what, you've succeeded. The foreign energy mass in your heart's core is the nucleus of pure dark magic. This is the power you must nurture from now on, Adessen." She could truly feel something cold and heavy, different from ordinary magic. Geraldine said it was currently overactivated due to a side effect from removing that magic, but it would shrink back down to about the size of a fist. She didn't seem too bothered. Her gaze drifted toward the test tubes. Following her eyes, the professor continued. "As for the abilities you gained from awakening dark magic, you can explore them slowly later. But first, we need to calm everything down." He raised his hand, about to deal with the monsters. Ronald hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, Professor, could you let Sister Adessen handle it?" Then he turned to the girl. "Could you tell those experiments to be quiet? In your current state, you should be able to." Adessen parted her lips and said to the monsters, "Be quiet." After that, the noise died down. The beasts fell silent and sank back into a deep sleep. "So that's mind control?" Geraldine scratched his head. "Mental manipulation usually requires an enormous amount of magic and powerful artifacts. Yet you did it with a single sentence. It seems this power is far more dangerous than we thought." Worry was written clearly on Ronan and Adessen's faces as well. Ronald silently contemplated the new power the Grand General had obtained. The ability to control minds, an ability that lets you impose your will absolutely upon living targets, like manipulating the psyche of an entire massive army if you have enough magic. If it's limited to perception, it's merely an efficient tool of control. But on the scale of a military unit, it could create people who charge forward without fear of death, not a shred of hesitation. And the Grand General had not hesitated to use this ability against vicious enemies. In the war of the previous life, such an army threw everything aside, sacrificing themselves to fight the horde. Back then, Adessen used this skill on the Empire's troops. Ronald was there too, standing behind her. He had once asked, "Is this truly the only way, Grand General?" And the answer he received was, "Yes, this is the only way to claim victory. So focus on preparing for the final battle." It left Ronald thinking for a long time. She had said that was the only reason he and she were still alive. Back in the present, looking at the girl before him, he remembered how she had once been forced to live like a woman of stone. Ronald clenched his fist, thinking, "If one day I face a similar situation, what can I do?" He wondered what choice the Grand General would make then. The three of them stood in the magic laboratory. Everything had returned to its usual quiet, gloomy stillness. The next morning, on the way to the academy, Ronald said to her, "Sister Adessen, today really is a lucky day, isn't it? You look pretty upbeat. Not only did you awaken a new power, but the professor also promised to train you personally." John turned back and asked Adessen, "Well, how does it feel to be closing in on the rank of general?" He looked excited, but she froze. Adessen kept circling the same thoughts. The terrifying power, the dark magical force now in her hand. Adessen asked Ronald, if this power keeps growing, could it one day affect people too? She stared into her palm, worried. Was it really okay to use something this dangerous? At first, I was genuinely thrilled to gain new power, because I felt I'd moved closer to my dream. But when I faced what this power truly was, when those beasts were provoked, I grew even more uneasy about what I was holding. Someday, I'm afraid I'll get swept up under the banner of protecting the greater good and turn innocent people into puppets, sacrifices for that goal, and treat it as something obvious. I'm afraid I'll become a monster no matter what. What she just said was exactly what had happened in their previous life. That left Luna stunned. He thought, so she's already recognized both sides of the ability she had. In their previous life, the Grand General's strategies were almost always flawless. His exceptional judgment saved countless lives, becoming a guiding light that led them toward tomorrow. But behind it all were soldiers controlled by that power, and their sacrifices were impossible to deny. Even so, I'm in no position to say whether the Grand General's path was right or wrong. Adessen cut through his thoughts. If it really happens, when that moment comes, will you stop me? The sudden question flustered him, and he couldn't answer in time. Adessen beamed. I feel like if you're beside me in that moment, I'll have the strength to get through it. Just like right now, she'd pushed past those negative thoughts. Out of nowhere, Ronald fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled. Don't regret those words later when you make it big. Ronald turned and walked off, not forgetting to warn her. And when that time comes, there'll be a lot you can't foresee. Adessen blinked, confused. Auntie, that's a bit really. From that day on, the few rare peaceful days passed by in Philian. Adessen, along with Professor Geraldine, began a dark magic training course. At first, even controlling a single sparrow was difficult, but now she could command 5 at once, and she was about to test herself on larger beasts. Ram was still diligently doing his usual solo training, and Ophelia, someone you almost never saw during the day, seemed completely absorbed in teaching Sita blood sorcery. She trained Sita to attack. Its spells looked pretty formidable. The destructive power was no joke either. It blew the head clean off the training dummy. Even Ophelia was stunned. "Oh my, your very first try and you pulled off Bloody H perfectly," she praised it. Sita really is a genius. The two of them were cheerful and excited about the training. "Next time, what skill will you teach me? Close quarters combat with blood cutter, or something suited for mass destruction like blood mist?" Ophelia looked a little too fired up about training. And Vernon, too, had his own peaceful moments, practicing swordsmanship with his wooden sword. Ronald watched him and challenged him. "Feels like you've gotten a bit faster. You've been secretly grinding hard again, haven't you?" Vernon laughed. "Your technique's gotten sharper too. Did you get some special training?" But both of them still thought the other wasn't enough. They stared like enemies, then lunged at each other. Each insisted he was better than the other, so much that Maria, watching from the side, started to worry. She asked, "You two have been sparring for hours, aren't you tired? If you're that eager, why not go do it on the battlefield? Why fight here? It makes no sense." Behind them, Ozzo scratched her head. She was a bit too innocent and asked, "Huh, really?" But before she could finish, Maria smiled. "You mean Ronald's charm, right? The way he gets so excited when he trains." She even turned back to confirm with Ozzo. "Right, kid?" Ozzo beamed, blushing a little. Yeah, back home Ronald was really strong, someone to admire." She tapped her index fingers together, her shyness obvious. Maria blinked. "So in your eyes, Ronald is that amazing too?" Ozzo lowered her face a little and murmured shyly, "Maybe I should become more like Ronald too." Maria burst out laughing. "What's this? Don't tell me you're jealous, kid." Then she threw an arm around her shoulders. "You're adorable, don't worry. No matter what, in my eyes, Ozzo is still number one." "No, wait, that's not what I meant, it's just." Then the two girls walked off. "Come on, let's finish the coordination drill. Next time, we've got to teach Ronald a really painful lesson during sparring." "Well, good idea, cute kid," Ozzo answered half-heartedly, but in her heart, Ronald already held a different place. Another day at Philian Academy, Ronald raised his teacup and said, "The professor suddenly called for me, so I guessed this would happen, and it turns out my hunch was right. Just catching the scent is enough to awaken my senses. This flavor is exactly like the one I once tasted at the Temple of Saran." Ronan went on, saying he wouldn't waste even a single leaf. Now that he's succeeded, he's even brewing tea to treat me. "You asked, so in the end he finally succeeded." Professor Varon burst into laughter. "It's all thanks to Ronald. Professor Varon Farnasier is now your mentor in the Special Adventure Club." He continued, after the expedition to the Biden Mountains. "Ronald received a gift from the Temple of Saran and handed it over to me. He said excitedly, 'Without you, I wouldn't have even known this herb existed.' Although it was extremely difficult, I felt overjoyed when I finally managed to cultivate this herb." The two pets also peeked over and savored the aroma of the tea. He said he was glad it would help many people in the future, and found comfort in that thought. In any case, you still wanted to thank him for all the times he had to clean up the mess after each club activity. Ronald covered his mouth and chuckled slyly. "Perhaps now we can repay him at least a few more times." Professor Varon looked slightly confused. "That might be a bit troublesome." Sita took a sip of tea and flopped down in front of the little blue bird. He took out a scroll and said, "Anyway, the real reason I called you here today is this. This is a reply letter. It was sent from the place you want to visit to learn more about your vow. The Tower of Dawn, a mystical tower bathed in red light. It stood tall under the moonlit night, resembling the traditional colors of the Maka tribe." Ronald exclaimed happily. "The visit has been approved," he said excitedly. "I've been looking forward to this so much I could hardly wait." Professor Varon cautioned, "But don't get too excited, remember to stay safe. After the recent unfortunate incident, that place must be quite chaotic." He added that Ronald would not be going alone. "Since a tour of the Magic Tower for elemental students is also being organized this time, you will be going with a fellow student from your department." In the slightly dim corner of the room sat Elizabeth. She wrote someone's name inside a heart on a piece of paper, her gaze somewhat bewitching. Perhaps she would be the one traveling with Luna on a beautiful morning aboard the West Wing airship. It was carrying Academy members toward the Tower of Dawn. Elizabeth was sitting there when she saw Ronald appear. "Goodness, what are you doing here?" He cheerfully raised his hand in greeting. "Oh, just like Professor Varon said. Long time no see, Elizabeth, or should I call you Ezzy?" Hearing that nickname, she snapped. "I told you not to call me that. That nickname is reserved only for my sister Odessa." Elizabeth continued, "Wait, answer my question first." Lunan slowly moved toward the seat. What question? This airship is only headed to one place. Of course we're going to the Tower of Dawn because we have business there. She still wasn't satisfied. Someone from the swordsmanship department has business at the magic tower. Isn't Oz always glued to your side? Ronald sat down and replied, as you know, my situation is a bit complicated. Ozzo was planning to come too, but lately he wants to focus on joint training with Mario. He curiously asked Elizabeth, but where are the other first-year students? Why are you sitting here alone? The professor said a few students from the magic department would be coming along. She smiled, of course I'm going alone. The Tower of Dawn is famous for fire magic, and only the top 10 students in the fire magic program are granted the opportunity to visit. That is a condition that, aside from Elizabeth, who ranks first among all 5 magic disciplines, the other first-year students could never even dream of meeting. She looked proud. That's why I'm enjoying this rare moment of peace. Ronald teased, so you don't have any friends and ended up all alone, is that it? Then he laughed loudly. In that case, come along with me for some fun. I'm alone too, so I'll keep you company. How about it? Sounds great, right? Elizabeth took those words as a challenge. From inside the airship, her voice could be heard shouting outside. Who needs anyone to keep anyone company? Even up in the sky, Elizabeth's voice rang out loudly. Just forget it. Time passed, and the Academy's airship traveled a long distance. Inside, the students were chatting cheerfully, but Elizabeth seemed far from pleased. She complained, we're about to enter the Tower of Dawn, yet they're just sitting there chatting, while many people are bored because they don't know when we'll arrive. Some are even playing cards. Why not think of a few more questions related to magic? Wouldn't that be more useful? Elizabeth brushed her hair aside and sighed. It doesn't make the situation any better. That's why I can't stand associating with these mediocre people. She looked at the group and then asked him, Ronald thinks so too, right? Before he could answer, Elizabeth cut in and answered for him. Of course you think so too. You're the only one who truly understands my worth in this academy, because you're the only one I acknowledge after Sister Adele. She recalled the training exchange at the academy and praised Ronan. Lately, he had several impressive achievements, especially in front of everyone. He didn't hold back in quelling Granch's arrogance. Moreover, he helped Sword Saint Jeppa prevent the terrorism plot by the Tai Dao faction. Elizabeth spoke continuously. Word of that feat reached the royal palace, and the Achilles family is now paying extreme attention to you. At that moment, she suddenly thought of something and grew sharp. By the way, when are you going to respond to the invitation I sent? Do you realize how many months have passed? Don't tell me you're testing Achilles. This is a huge opportunity. If you join our family immediately, Ronald would have almost no chance to step in. He thought to himself, she sure talks a lot despite saying she doesn't need a companion. Anyway, testing me like that isn't bad. All right, changing the topic. He lightly tapped her hand and smiled. Since we're talking about this, let me ask something. Hey Edgy, why do you admire Adessen so much? His question made her widen her eye. Elizabeth looked confused. What? Why ask that all of a sudden? Clearly, Doan was very curious about this. Adessen's efforts are currently being widely recognized. Thinking back by the standards she often mentioned when she was still a repeating student, that Tyne boy wasn't even worthy of the talent title. Yet she worships her so much. She must have seen something different in her. Elizabeth paused a moment, then answered, of course. Her tone softened when talking about Adessen. My Adessen was different from everyone from the very beginning. She recounted, I first met her shortly after enrolling at Fillion. I had gotten lost in the library while looking for research materials. The one who approached and guided me attentively was Adessen. At that time, Adessen talked with Elizabeth. I had seen her performance in the entrance exam, and it was unbelievable, achieving so much as a first-year student. Adessen was very friendly, making me speechless. But Elizabeth considered those words like falling snow. She thought everyone liked adding a few extra lines after praise, like truly from the family bloodline. Calusso was extraordinary, 2 innate talents shining brightly. It sounded like subtle praise, but in reality it was contemptible. Everything I achieved was dismissed, attributed to innate luck, to justify their own meaningless lives. When Elizabeth thought that girl was the same type, Adessen surprised her. It was admirable to have such achievements from a young age. Then she gave her a pure smile. I couldn't imagine. It must have been very lonely and difficult for her. Adessen's sincerity made Elizabeth see her differently. She continued, of course, someone like me couldn't fully understand her feeling. But if it ever gets too hard or you want to talk, come to me anytime. Adessen's closeness made Elizabeth's heart stir. Adding another affirmation, even if I can't help much, as a senior, I can listen and share with you, enough to make your always lonely heart feel alive. The excitement from that day was a private memory, impossible to explain fully. She blushed shyly recalling it and added, but more importantly, Adessen was extremely beautiful. That made Lunan a bit puzzled. Elizabeth described Adessen, hair black as silk, tall and graceful, exuding an exceptional aura. Who in the world could match that beauty? She spoke of her sister as if describing an idol. Not only that, just thinking about her was mesmerizing. I miss you so much, Adessen. Ronald turned pale, thinking, how can a genius like her be like this? He could only sigh and let it be. A relationship with her would certainly benefit Adessen someday. That was enough. The train kept speeding forward. Ronan suddenly sensed something was wrong. He stood up. Ezzy, stop chatting and stand up, draw the leader quickly. She wondered, what do you mean? Lunan was slightly anxious. No time to explain, hurry. He warned while the academy train still raced forward. Something was approaching. In a blink, the two leaped to the front of the train. Ronald didn't give Elizabeth time to prepare, lifted her, and rushed forward. She was a bit annoyed. What kind of rude behavior is this? You dare lift a lady like a sack of flour. No manners at all. Forget the small detail, Edgy. Can you maintain someone suspended with telekinesis? It's coming, get ready. She wondered, what on earth is coming? Elizabeth saw nothing but clouds. Suddenly before them, a fiery sphere with blinding light was racing toward them. Edgy's eyes widened. That's a giant fireball, several times larger than the Academy's main train. Edgy knelt there saying, why would a spell meant for aerial combat suddenly appear here? Lunan prepared to draw his sword. You already know what to do without me saying, right? He gripped his sword tightly, ready to leap. Ronald drew his sword and jumped outward. Now I leave it to you. Elizabeth held her staff, infused it with purple mana, and scolded Ronan. Acting on your own again, she cast the spell Invisible Hand. Purple mana gradually enveloped Lunan. He braced himself on the mast at the bow. Then he leapt forward, heading straight for the fireball in front of him. Ronan faced the threat alone, asking for no help. He swung his sword and hovered in midair thanks to Edgy's magic. Ronald, using what he had learned before, channeled mana into the La Mancha sword. Then came a flurry of sword energy, a net of attacks. His eyes burned with determination as he unleashed a powerful strike straight at the center of the fireball. His strike inadvertently split the large fireball into smaller ones, and they showed no sign of stopping. Ronan gritted his teeth, muttering, damn, more fragments than I expected. Seeing the shards approaching, the ship was in danger. In an instant, something stopped the fragments. Ronald turned around, utterly surprised. Elizabeth stood there saying, what's with that look? Don't think I can't handle these fragments. She raised her hand, summoning a volley of missiles and proudly declaring her name. I am Elizabeth Akalusa. Ronan looked down from above. Elizabeth had used her magic to neutralize the threat. He smiled in admiration. Truly the daughter of the Akalusa family. She was not just all talk. Ronald shouted down, well done, Edgy, she snapped irritably. I told you not to call me that. Then he returned to Elizabeth's side, ignoring her complaints. He exhaled, somehow we got through. It felt like a salute. That was a bit much. He was just wondering, what is happening in the Dawn Magic Tower? The tower loomed below. Finally, the Academy ship had reached its destination. Above the tower, a magical array was present. The ship slowly approached. A voice echoed from the array, hey, can you hear me? A questioning tone continued from the magic formation. Is everyone all right? We confirm that a spell aimed to destroy flying vessels was just launched from the magic tower. Ronald was stunned. This was a wide-area communication spell. Someone inside the tower looked out, trying to explain. However, that was not our intention. This was an unforeseen accident. We implemented the safest measures possible, so please land without worry. We wish to apologize and explain directly what happened. That was the full message from the Dawn Tower. Finally, the ship landed. Many people were waiting below. Academy students asked each other, what was that fireball heading toward us earlier? How could something like that happen at Dawn Tower? They were curious. But who handled it? Is it safe for us to continue like this? Nearby, Elizabeth clicked her tongue. Disappointing. One of the great magic towers caused such a ridiculous accident. She showed her annoyance openly. If there's no reasonable explanation, I'll file an official complaint through my family. Ronan fully understood her anger. However, he suggested, let's hear them first. I think I know what happened. He recalled his conversation with Professor Varen and was quite surprised. He had been shocked to learn why no one was allowed to visit the Dawn Magic Tower previously. The professor nodded. You know better than I do. After the Academy attack and the family infiltration incident, the entire empire was pursuing the church. The professor continued. Meanwhile, the Dawn Magic Tower was also conducting an internal investigation. We discovered 3 church members soon after, but things didn't go as planned. Before we could apprehend them, the church members cornered themselves. They used self-destruction magic. Luckily, the mages on site reacted quickly, so there were no casualties, but about 1/5 of the area around the magic tower was destroyed. Baron continued, although the situation is somewhat stabilized now, you still need to be careful, Luna. He added, we still don't know why they infiltrated here, but because their plan failed, the threat remains. At this moment, he and the students stood before the gates of Dawn Tower. Ronald thought to himself, this is just speculation, but it's highly likely the church was involved. There's no way that fireball was just a random coincidence. He clenched his fists. If he sensed anything suspicious, he had to act first. The tower doors slowly opened. Someone hurried out from inside and blurted, damn it, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. A red-robed member of the tower bowed to everyone. I sincerely apologize for the serious troubles you've endured up to now. He continued, since the master of the Dawn Magic Tower is currently absent, Onphila, the acting tower master, offer my deepest apologies. This man was Anphila, the deputy tower master of the Dawn Magic Tower. Ronald and the others were fairly surprised by his appearance. Ronald seemed to recognize him and wondered, he's here. In his previous life, the most famous fire mage in the entire empire was Firebird Anphila, the man standing flustered in front of him. Ronald hadn't expected him to be from the Dawn Tower. Anphila closed his eyes for a moment, looking apologetic. Explaining the current situation is the right thing to do, but shamefully, we still haven't uncovered much. However, there is one thing we can say for certain. We collected traces of mana in the launch mechanism room, residue we believe belongs to the culprit. We're currently verifying it against every member of the Magic Tower, so the culprit will be apprehended soon. Inside that room, everyone was standing around a blue sphere. Anphila bowed once more. Of course, we will compensate you for the other losses you've suffered as well. And naturally, we will strengthen internal security to ensure no incident affects your tour plan. So please calm your anger. The Philian Academy members were fairly easygoing. If Anphila said so, then of course. Elizabeth still looked puzzled. I never imagined a mage of Anphila's standing would personally apologize. She raised a hand to her mouth. With how sincere he is, I think we can trust him and let this go for now. Meanwhile, Ronald stayed silent, his hand resting on the sword hilt. He thought, if it's Anphila, then he's definitely trustworthy. In his previous life, during the war against Ahea, Anphila had stood on the front lines, one of the vanguards who bought everyone time. In a battle where lives were on the line, he had repeatedly burned his own body to save his comrades. Until his life turned to ash, he never hesitated even once. Ronald's hand loosened from the hilt. There's no way he's on their side. I should look elsewhere. Suddenly, Anphila asked them, you two are the ones who stopped that fireball earlier, correct? He placed a hand over his chest in sincerity. Our magic tower owes you both a great debt. We can't believe you're still students. As the acting tower master, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Hearing that, Ronald and Elizabeth were surprised. Ronald asked, you know me? Ronald continued, it makes sense that Ezzy is an Akalusser. But how do you know me? Anphila smiled. No need to be surprised. Because I've heard about you before. He turned inward and said, would you two come with me? I want to show my gratitude and tell you one more thing. The tower doors were wide open now, and the academy students would be going in. Ronald and Ezzy followed the deputy tower master. As they walked, Anphila began a brief introduction. This is the heart of the Dawn Magic Tower, where we research magic. Elizabeth looked quite astonished by what she was seeing. This was the main hall of the magical research building. It was vast, and many mages were here. They always seemed hurried, discussing magic in low voices. The comparison results for the Sector C mages still aren't out. They said it'll be within 30 minutes. Anphila gave an awkward smile. That's the polite way to put it, but given the current situation, it's a bit chaotic here. Normally it isn't like this. The mages in the hall were moving quickly. They called out to each other, everyone hurry up. We need to confirm the status of the other magical tools as well. Izzy marveled, wow, now I get why the Dawn Magic Tower is one of the 5 great magic towers. It was hard to believe they were all rank 4 mages or higher, people who could jump into a real battle at any moment. Ronald agreed but didn't say it out loud. To him, they clearly weren't ordinary. The problem was, he could tell the atmosphere here wasn't exactly friendly toward them. Many of the mages' gazes were fixed on the group. Now and then whispers drifted over. Why is this happening again? Is it because the tower master is away again? Who knows when he'll be back? Is it really okay to let outsiders in when things are like this? Someone has been missing for a while. We can't let that information leak. If it gets out, we'll be in huge trouble. As he followed along, Ronald wondered, why does it feel like we've just gotten dragged into something messy? Can I really lift my curse here? Somewhere in a corner of the tower, a little girl sat hugging a teddy bear, her face pale with fear. She spoke to herself, yes, I understand, master. She whispered into the teddy bear's ear. As you commanded, I'll light a few sparks paid for with Akalusa's death. Her eyes were terrifyingly eerie and entrancing. Inside the Dawn Tower's grand hall, Ronan and Elizabeth sat facing the deputy tower master. He spoke up first. From everything in here and from what you've told us, I understand this was an accident, but there's still something I can't wrap my head around. Why couldn't you deal with the fireball that attacked us? Honestly, Eggy finds it just as hard to understand. Still couldn't answer. He fell silent, then closed his eyes again, listening as Ronan continued. If you're the deputy tower master, you should have been able to handle it long before it got close to the airspace, right? Only then did he reply, you're right. Resting his chin on his hand, he went on, even if it weren't me, Dawn's mages could have dealt with it the moment they detected it. As long as they detected it. Hearing that, Ronan seemed to grasp the issue. What do you mean? Anphila answered. We didn't notice that fireball at all. Not until it reached the airspace, no one noticed it. His answer stunned them both. Eggy frowned, that's absurd. How could a spell that powerful go unseen by everyone? She turned to Ronald. If that's true, this could be far more serious than we thought. If it fooled all of us, the only explanation is that someone set up a large area perception suppression spell here. Elizabeth added, and if even a 7th rank mage like you, Master Onphila, couldn't perceive it, then it could only be one person in the Empire, the 9th rank archmage Lord Lehan. Hearing that name, Ronald was completely taken aback. In his memory, wasn't that the old man who had once sealed one of the 3 giants in a past life? Ronald thought he was still an ally, so he couldn't be the culprit this time. But if the enemy had power on par with him, then Onphila broke into a sweat. Seeing the 2 students' expressions made him uneasy. He quickly said, "Both of you stay calm." Then he raised a hand and gave an awkward laugh. "It's too early to conclude anything. It's also possible this wasn't magic but something else." He knit his brows slightly, his eyes firm with resolve. "Besides, anything that threatens the magic tower, I will personally wipe it out." Flaming phoenix wings and feathers appeared, and an enormous blaze of spellfire erupted behind him by the tower's outer window. Not just one but many proof of the immense magic coming from the acting tower master, Onphila. "I'm saying this to reassure you, so rest easy and go get some rest." In response, Ronan kept things polite. "If you say so, Deputy Tower Master, then I'm reassured." But he wasn't done. He clapped his hands and said, "And on top of that, I think the 2 of you should be compensated." That caught them off guard and they asked him to clarify, hadn't replied afterward. Onphila said, "That's right. Based on what I was told about you 2 beforehand, I prepared gifts. First, Lady Elizabeth, as a reward for taking first place today, I, Onphila, will personally instruct you in fire element spell. I'll teach you techniques that are rare even in Villian. I hope they'll be useful." Hearing that, Ez was thrilled and excited. As for Ronald, he produced a scroll. "I hear you often go to dangerous places. I prepared something more practical. This is a scroll imbued with high-tier fire magic. It will definitely help in an emergency." He accepted it happily and thanked the Deputy Tower Master again and again. He really needed something like this. Onphila continued, "And as for why you came here, Ronald, I heard you're looking for books on curse removal, correct? The Magic Tower's library was one of the largest in the entire empire. Finding the exact book he needed wouldn't be easy, so Onphila had arranged for him to receive as much help as possible. Over at the library, this person was likely the one assigned to assist Ronald. He also hoped Ronald would accept help from the Magic Library's librarian. That evening in the library, a place truly filled with countless ancient books, Ronald stood there glancing around. The space was enormous. If he searched alone, it would probably take a very long time. He pulled a gold ring from his pocket and wondered, the librarian, he couldn't help imagining what that person would be like. If Solon singled them out by name, they must be trustworthy. He pictured someone with a stern, serious face. Or if they were an acquaintance of Saran's, maybe they were a spirit. He stood in the middle of the library, looking around and muttered, "They're here, so where are they exactly?" A voice sounded behind him. "Over there, excuse me." The Deputy Tower Master mentioned a student named Ronald. "That's you, right?" Hearing someone say his name, he quickly turned around. A girl was floating in midair among a cluster of books. Smiling brightly, she introduced herself. "I'm the one assigned to help you today. My name is R. It's a pleasure to assist you." Ronald stood on the floor, tilting his head up to look at her. He forced an awkward smile, thinking, "Oh man, seriously, there's no way I could have guessed this. A spirit." He asked R, "There isn't another librarian, is there? Like a different fairy or an old, frail mage?" She replied, "No. For as long as I can remember, I've been the only librarian at Dawn Library." "Why do you ask?" Hearing that, he raised his tightly clenched hand. Then he opened his palm, and the ring in his hand gave off a blue glow. He asked the girl, "Then do you recognize this ring?" It seemed to be radiating Fey energy. Ronan pressed on, "My friend, the one I'm looking for, said that if you're the librarian here, you'd recognize it immediately." The moment she saw the ring, Io's expression changed. She lunged straight up to him, eyes wide in shock. "Oh my goodness, that's Saran's ring," she exclaimed, awestruck. "This is his possession. How long has it been since I last saw it?" Seeing the girl's reaction, Ronald thought to himself that there was no need to ask further. This delighted response said it all. Io looked at him, puzzled. "How did you get this ring?" Ronan hesitated, unsure how to answer. It was a long story. She studied him with sharp, suspicious eyes. "This is the ring Saran treasures most. It's not something he would casually hand to someone else." Then a fierce surge of magic poured out from her entire body. Io stared Ronald down and demanded, "You have to tell me the truth." He drew back one foot, gripped his sword and braced himself, thinking, "What is this?" Behind Io stood a gigantic wolf looming over Ronald. It fixed him with a blazing gaze, bared fangs rumbling with a growl. It opened its jaws wide, ready to pounce. Io continued, "If you harmed him and stole that ring, you'll pay the price." Her words were accompanied by the massive wolf's thunderous roar. Ronald wondered, what relationship does Io have with Saran? He slowly loosened his grip on the sword. He seemed certain of one thing, seeing how intense she was. It was obvious she cared about Saran more than anyone. He raised a hand to explain. I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. Ronan lifted both hands in goodwill. Honestly, if a stranger suddenly showed up and presented something that belonged to your friend, I'd draw my sword too. He wanted her to let him explain everything clearly. Io gradually eased up a little. Ronan asked, will you listen to my story? The two of them paused and Ronan began telling Io what had happened to Saran. After hearing everything, she slowly understood. Io asked him, so what you're saying, Sir Ronald, is that on your club's first outing, you happened to meet and get to know Sir Sarante. And then you joined forces to defeat a cult leader who's been causing trouble at the Magic Tower lately. Correct. She looked at the ring in her hand and continued. If that's the case, then I understand why Sir Saran would give you this ring. If you had stolen it from him, you wouldn't know about the relationship between Sir Sarante and me. He smiled in relief. That's right, otherwise how could I have gotten Saran's precious ring? He added, you don't even need me to say it, you already know. Right? No matter what he looks like on the outside, he's terrifyingly formidable for an elf. Io thought for a moment, then agreed. That's only natural. The girl lowered her head slightly. This is clearly my fault. I sincerely apologize, Sir Ronald. I failed to verify the truth, yet I dared to commit such a grave offense against Sir Sarante's friend. He waved it off with a cheerful smile. All right, it's my fault too, I didn't explain properly from the start. Still, he had a question for her. How do you know Sarante? It doesn't seem like an ordinary relationship. And that mana form looked like a wolf. Ronan asked bluntly, could it be that you, Io, are a spirit? The contrast between the petite girl in front of him and that huge, ferocious wolf was hard not to be curious about. Io answered, yes. You figured it out right away, didn't you? As for my relationship with Sir Sarante, you could say it's much like that of teacher and student. He taught me many things. She began her story. Hundreds of years ago, I met Sir Sarante. Back then, I was in my rebellious phase, dissatisfied with everything in the world. So I caused no end of trouble, harassing human settlements for no reason, or seizing their land to claim as my territory. At the time, I foolishly thought it was fine, because no one in this region was strong enough to stop me. Until that day, I was in my gray wolf form when I heard someone approaching. Sarante stepped forward and asked, I heard there's been a brazen wolf causing trouble all across this area lately. He smiled warmly. That would be you, wouldn't it? She replied. Before I met Sir Sarante, yes, that was me. At the time, I reacted harshly. What's this, some elf? Get lost, this is my territory. But Saran remained gentle. I'm sorry, but be a good girl and come with me. The moment he finished speaking, an immense aura of life burst from his body, and a mass of blue energy blanketed the entire area. Smiling, he reached a hand toward the great wolf and said, if possible, I don't want to hurt you. Will you cooperate? His demeanor, his power, and his sincerity made the great wolf obedient. So I followed Sir Sarante to the Magic Tower, where he was the head mage at the time. I followed Sir Sarante to this Dawn Magic Tower. Ronald was quite surprised. Oh, so Sarante used to be the head mage here? Io smiled. Even without using fire magic, he still became the chief mage. Back then, he was the only case like it, proof of just how outstanding Sarante's abilities were. She went on proudly. Of course, at the time, no matter how great that day was, I only thought about how to escape. But Sir Sarante never gave up on guiding me to the very end. He taught me that those who prove themselves only through strength will sooner or later meet a greater strength and be crushed. To live a righteous life, you need a kind heart, one that can get along with others and live in harmony with the world. Thanks to Sir Sarante's guidance, I became a better person every day. Later, following his instruction, I served as both the librarian and the guardian of this place. After reminiscing, she finally remembered to ask after him. Sir Sarante still seems terribly busy, doesn't he? He only sent word through Sir Ronald instead of coming to see me himself. Ronald stammered. The problem was the face in front of him, LS, filled with eager anticipation. He fell silent for a moment, unsure how to speak of the man's death. He told himself, Sarante, if it were you then, you wouldn't want those close to you to grieve, would you? So he decided to lie. He smiled and answered, yes. Io knew it. Sarante was always so devoted to the god Sinian. That's why he said it might be hard to get in touch for a while and asked me to pass along his message. Io, holding the ring in her hand, said, he's always been like that, hasn't he? But I don't feel sad so long as I know Sarante hasn't forgotten me. That alone is more than enough joy for me. All of a sudden, the ring gave off a blue glow that made Ronald's eyes widen in shock. The ring's shape changed in Io's hand. He wondered, what's going on? A book on the shelf with an eye on its cover was drawn to that light as well. It fixed its gaze straight downward, the eye brimming with mystery. 3 days later, even though the staff in the Magic Tower were still busy, luckily nothing went wrong. Only then did Ronald feel at ease enough to look into the vow. Beside a huge tome, he held a pen in his mouth and groaned, oh man, this is exhausting. At this rate, when will I ever finish? Io was still there, asking with concern, Han, any progress, Sir Ronald? He replied, Io, I still haven't found any clue about the curse inside my body, but at least I've started to grasp the basic concepts involved. It's all thanks to Miss Io. Over the past 3 days, She's taught me about the vows attributes day and night without stopping. Ronald smiled. The deeper I dig, the more I realize this field is so full of lies it makes people want to give up on the spot. Elle beamed, eyes crinkling, but that seemed to be typical of prayer research. She asked, Sir Ronald, what are you looking at right now? Is something bothering you? I've got a little free time. He raised the book in his hand and said, really, actually, I have something I want to ask. For a while now, he'd noticed something that stood out. Ayer looked expectant, but her gaze changed the moment she heard what Ronald mentioned. What is it? The forbidden book Bajura. The library air suddenly grew strangely heavy. He leaned back in his chair and asked, what's wrong? Don't tell me you don't know about it either, Elle. She put a hand on his shoulder and leaned in toward Lunan, asking, how do you know that name? Don't tell me you sneaked into the forbidden section. Ronald panicked. The forbidden section? What are you talking about? I've never even heard there was a place like that. He explained, in the books you brought me. I just kept seeing that name show up, so I asked. Elle frowned in doubt. I brought it. No way, there's no way that could happen. As she spoke, she extended her hand and poured magic into the pile of books to check. Sure enough, among the books she'd brought, not a single one mentioned that name. Not one. Ronald was stunned. He pulled out the book he'd been reading and said, how can that be? Right on this page there was clearly a whole lot about it. But shockingly, the text was gone. Elle folded her arms. Her voice turned grave. Ronan, the reason Sir Sarante brought you here definitely isn't just because I'm the librarian or because Dawn Tower has more books about prayers than anywhere else, and its storehouse of knowledge is incredibly vast. But even in Dawn, Bajura is not a word you can mention lightly. The worst forbidden book ever known, said to have been penned by a demon. Bajura seems to be the very book with the eyes from a few days ago. Anyone who touches it is granted limitless power, but at the same time becomes haunted by a terrifying instinct for destruction. Long ago, it drove a prosperous kingdom down the road to ruin. That name is forever tied to the Bajura catastrophe. Deep inside the tower, Anphila stood before someone bound in chains. His eyes were utterly inscrutable. He stood there and said, this is the only choice for tomorrow's dawn. Anphila turned and walked away, saying, I believe you'll understand. The tower master shook his head. The man believed to have been missing for so long was imprisoned here. The tower master's eyes were still open, and he seemed to understand what Anphila was saying. Elle and Ronan's conversation continued. She told him, the Dawn Library's forbidden area is where Bajura and other forbidden books are sealed. Sir Sarante asked a spirit like me to serve as caretaker here, so that instead of humans, who would be tempted by the forbidden book's power, I could guard this place. She stacked the books back into place and challenged him. But you, Sir Ronald, mentioned Bajura, the forbidden book considered the worst of them all. And the disappearances after Nebula's self-destruction. What are all these bizarre circumstances? Ronan was taken aback. He hurriedly said, wait, Elle, what you just said. The disappearances happened right after that terrorist attack. Her face darkened as she replied. That's right, it was such a major incident that I remember it clearly. And the missing people were the ones who helped me with library work every day. So back then, I searched everywhere in the Mage Tower, but I couldn't find a single trace of them, as if they'd completely evaporated. Hearing this, Ronald went from one shock to the next. He wondered, vanishing without a trace in a place like this, was that even possible? And it was like it happened after the self-destruction. Could it be? That self-destruction was just a trap to fool all of us. Cut to the Dawn Magic Tower inside the training hall. Dust and smoke filled the air, and magic circles appeared across the arena floor. Elizabeth stood there with her staff in hand. It looked like she'd just finished yet another training session. Ezgi smiled. The true mastermind must have had a bold plan. Sir Anphila, your fire magic really is on another level. She glanced at the magic circle in her hand and continued, just applying the theory, and you've minimized mana waste to the extreme. To create such a beautiful spell formula, I truly want to invite you to Akalusa, but that may be impossible since you've devoted your very life to magic. Elizabeth stretched. With the time I have left on this tour, I need to learn as much as I possibly can. She stood alone in the middle of a vast training ground. Suddenly, Ezgi's eyes sharpened, but that person lurking silently. She fired magic at the hidden figure and locked him down, then yanked him into view and suspended him in midair with magic. She pulled him right in front of her, grabbed him by the throat and demanded, "Who are you?" Ezgi glared, thinking, "You think you can tell me just by using invisibility magic? I don't know which family's assassin you are, but this is sloppy." She seized his collar and at the same time made his hood fall away. She recognized him and said, "Wait, you're the one who showed up on the Mage Tower's notice board." A young man with short hair, however. Right now his eyes are dull and lifeless. He is one of the missing. Elizabeth asked him, "Why are you here?" Suddenly, an explosion appeared behind her. A blazing red whirlwind rushes forward, dust and debris everywhere. A mysterious hand appears, casting magic. A trio radiates a sinister aura, cloaked in mysterious hooded garments. Perhaps the recent fire magic was created by him, but suddenly his gaze shifts slightly. A burning cloak flies toward the three. They immediately form a shield to block the column of fire. The white cloak falls behind them. Eiji steps forward and asks, "I thought you returned it to save your comrade, but you don't look very pleased, do you?" It turns out what she threw was not a cloak but the observer. They are confused by the girl's decisiveness. Elizabeth stands there, smiling mysteriously. "Well, attacking immediately like this is your own doing." She snorts, looking directly at the mysterious group. "First, let me ask you something because I cannot make sense of this situation. The elder magi of the tower, those who recently vanished without a trace, why are they attacking me?" She stands there with her staff on her shoulder, facing the three, completely calm. "And among them, you are the most mysterious. Why are you with them?" The Grantia sisters, one of them is the girl Cyan Grantia. All fall silent for a moment. Ezzy takes the initiative. "Your attitude shows you won't answer easily." "Fine, that's perfect." She raises her staff and says, "I want to test Lord Unfilla's formula in real combat. There are many more applications I want to verify, so don't turn to ashes too quickly." She finishes with a satisfied smile. Elizabeth raises her staff. A whirlwind infused with fire rushes toward the group. Its power is so great they have no time to react. Two of them step forward, then they strike downward, shattering the training ground. They also create a countering mana stream against Ezzy's spell. The two powers collide, causing massive destruction, but also creating a balance. They praise Ezzy, saying she will be the new pillar of Akalusa, not an empty compliment. "Don't exaggerate, her power exceeds a level 4 mage, but she won't last long." Then he turns to the girl behind. "Grantia, ready, burn her." As he finishes, the Grantia girl summons a fire spear. Seeing it, Ezzy is momentarily surprised. The fire spear flies straight at Elizabeth. It passes through and shatters her fire whirlwind, aiming directly where Elizabeth stands. However, she does not react. Her gaze focuses and she asks, "What is this?" The fire spear stops before Elizabeth, but she remains calm. Edgy smiles, raising his hand mockingly. "Is that all? A mere spark. A spell that does only this, so cute." Ezzy's words astonish Cyan. Ezzy uses her mana to redirect the spear. "Fine, I'll return it to you." She manipulates the fire spear with her mana. Not only that, she creates multiple purple fire spears. She directs them at the three strangers. "Let me show you what it means to become an enemy of Akalusa." With that, spikes emerge from behind Ezzy and strike forward. Elizabeth points at the three strangers and the spikes shoot instantly. These are called fire pins, targeting the group. The pressure creates a powerful aura, making the two at the front wince. They try to form a shield. The sharp fire pins pierce through and the fire shield is fragile. The increasing number reduces their defense. With just their energy, it is hard to stop Ezzy's devastating magical assault. Blood appears at the corners of the strangers' mouths. They realize defending like this will never end. One stands and suggests, "I should close the distance to finish the fight. I'll advance, you stay and protect Grantia." Before moving, he reminds them, "Don't forget this, the Master's core plan depends on Grantia's survival. Akalusa must die at Grantia's hands." But at that moment, a larger-than-usual fire pin pierces their shield. It flies past them, leaving them stunned. One of them is burned by Ezzy's flames, coughing violently. They are stunned, not expecting a full power level 4 mage's fire wall to be breached so easily. The one hit is thrown back. The other's eyes show only shock. He tries to use the remaining mana to launch an attack. He pushes off and rushes straight at Ezzy, thinking, truly unimaginable talent. His eyes lock on her. He sees this as an opportunity, assuming Akalusa is fully focused on attacking. Ezzy was also a bit surprised by his reaction. He assumed she had been so focused on attacking that she forgot to defend. Seeing him rush forward, she quickly raised her hand to prepare a defense, her face showing a hint of annoyance. He shouted, "Akalusa, did you not consider the opponent's ability to dodge?" Arrogant in a life-or-death moment, even a genius is still just a child. A flaming sword appeared in the stranger's hand. He swung the sword, closing the distance. Then he said, "And the price to pay will be high." At this moment, EZ's face darkened. It was uncertain how she would defend against this strike, facing the full force of a red fiery hand. But Edgy moved forward lightly. She simply raised her hand, and immediately violet fire needles appeared from nowhere, piercing upward into the attacker's body. He hovered in front of her. Now it was his turn to be surprised. He was struck without sensing the danger. He knelt before her and Edgy smiled. Interesting. Indeed, a deliberately exposed gap that they mistook for an opportunity, and they charged in recklessly. She looked at him with a mesmerizing, lethal gaze. Just like a moth to the flame, right? The stranger still didn't understand. He tried to ask, "How? Surely there's not enough time to cast the spell again." Edgy laughed and replied, "Why bother recasting?" She controlled the fire needles around him with her hands. "Just adjust the trajectory of the already activated magic." And so, the fire needles pierced through the stranger's body everywhere. He looked like a porcupine with large quills, all controlled by Edgy's will alone. After screaming in pain, he still couldn't explain it. Handling two different types of magic simultaneously, this was impossible. She stepped past him, flipping her hair with style, replying with the air of a genius. "In fact, I can manage 3 at the same time." His body, where the fire needles had pierced, was slowly burning with death fire accompanied by EZ's indifferent voice. Of course, you'll never see it because catching a reckless attacker doesn't require effort. From behind him, a column of death fire vortex appeared and incinerated him. Ezzy continued toward Grantia, seeming to have gone a bit too far. Her silhouette advanced with the powerful flames behind, making her opponent uneasy. Edgy gave a deadly, mesmerizing glance. Then, the noisy nuisance is now gone. Let's finish our conversation, sighing Grantia. As he spoke of the two blackened bodies lying there, they may look dead, but they aren't easy to kill, as fire mage resistance is no joke. Of course, the pain they suffered is unimaginable. She stepped forward and issued a warning. So you'd better speak obediently while I still show some mercy. Though you are young, you surely understand, right? Edgy faced Cyan and continued, Akaluso and Grantia. If these two clans clash, the entire empire will drown in blood. And regardless of who wins, what remains will be near total annihilation. As he observed, such a crude scheme surely isn't the act of an inexperienced person like you. Then is it the will of the leader over there? But even that doesn't make sense. The gains from war are too small compared to the losses, and if this is an assassination plot, it's far too sloppy. Scene remained silent. Edgy continued her reasoning. Though unwilling to admit it, Grantia, you're not the type to make such clumsy plans. If it were that simple, you wouldn't dare think of becoming Akalusa's sole rival. Considering all factors, the most reasonable conclusion is, something appeared in the training ground. EZ believed Cyan Grantia had been manipulated by an illegitimate party, wanting to provoke war between the two clans. She stepped closer, still smiling. Edgy seemed to peer into Cyan's mind with her mesmerizing gaze. And who is inside you? The Grantia girl smirked. From within came a voice, you've realized this much, clever little girl. From that place came an evil aura, continuing. It would be a pity if killing you were only for amusement. Black magical rays appeared, surrounding Ezzy. She was astonished by this malevolent power. Elizabeth's eyes widened as something pressed against her body. The oppressive force made her stumble to her knees. Edgy tensed up, asking herself, impossible, what is this corrupt aura? Her ears rang, her body paralyzed with fear. From the front, the blackness slowly spread toward EZ. She looked up, wondering what exactly stood before her. The evil shadow seemed to engulf the entire training room where EZ knelt. It seemed to want to devour everything. A grotesque hand with sharp claws emerged from the darkness, reaching toward her, accompanied by a voice, Mommy, Akalusser. Oh, lost girl, intoxicated by that laughable power. The voice continued, rising with fear. Raise your head and engrave it in your mind. Her eyes widened at what appeared before her. A figure with outstretched wings stood right there. He hovered in midair. In front of Elizabeth, the space was filled with evil aura. He smiled. Surprisingly, it was the image of Tower Master Lacdan. The voice spoke again, the one who will become the master of this world. On this side, the three of them met in the Deputy Tower Master's chamber. He asked Ronan whether what he said was true. Bajora, that dangerous name, was really found in an ordinary book. He answered honestly, it's true. Otherwise, how would I know the name of a forbidden tome? The Deputy Tower Master pondered, indeed, but how could such a thing happen? Io reasoned. Perhaps the seal holding Bajora has weakened. We need to check immediately. Anphila shook her head. No, that cannot happen. Just yesterday I personally inspected the seal. Everything was intact. Hearing this, Air was somewhat surprised and asked again, what? Personally inspected, what do you mean? She frowned and shouted, could it be that you sneaked into the Forbidden Tome area without warning? Io grew agitated and sharp. That area is dangerous because of the power of the Forbidden Tome. According to regulations, one may only enter with either me or the Tower Master present. The Deputy Tower Master sat quietly while being scolded. You know that. Even Anphila, if unexpectedly enchanted by the Forbidden Tome. Io did not stop. I cannot overlook this. I will report immediately when the Tower Master returns. He clenched his hands on the table and said, I'm sorry I deceived you. That really shouldn't have happened. Anphila held her head bleeding and said, Tower Master Lacton was here all along. He was sealed together with Bajora. Hearing this, both were utterly astonished. Anphila began recounting. A year ago, on the day everyone thought he left the tower to travel, in truth, he never left the tower. On the contrary, he entered the deepest darkness within the tower to break the seal of the Supreme Forbidden Tome, Bajora. He was enthralled by the malevolent power inside the Forbidden Tome and absorbed the great knowledge contained within. Edgy immediately asked, could that be why he hasn't sent any news since then? She looked angry. I cannot understand why he would need to consult the knowledge of a Forbidden Tome. According to Ezzy, Tower Master Lacton had already reached the pinnacle of fire magic and illusions, spoke the Deputy Tower Master. Therefore, he believed he could control Bajora. Anphila added, for a long time he regretted the wasted knowledge in the Forbidden Tomes. That is merely a disaster caused when knowledge falls into unworthy hands. He often said even dangerous power could become a great benefit for the world if wielded properly by the right person. Among them, the knowledge of Bajora is said to have the potential to push a mage's abilities to the limit, surely becoming a great blessing for this land. Ronald crossed his arms and spoke, No need to hear more, I can guess the rest. The Tower Master ultimately failed, right? Anphila replied, at first we underestimated that power. It is a demon no human could ever withstand. Even Master Lacton could only resist slightly, for it embodies the supreme dark magic. At that moment, the Tower Master realized he would soon become Bajira's host, and immediately activated the emergency summoning scroll to call me to the Forbidden Tome area. When I arrived, he was being gradually overtaken by dark magic. I asked the Tower Master, did you really break Bajira's seal? He replied, shame on me, Deputy Tower Master. My foolishness has drawn you into this. With whatever consciousness I have left, seal me immediately, hesitation will endanger the world. At that moment, Anphila asked anxiously, then I cannot save you anymore. How could I, facing extreme danger, the Tower Master ordered. This is no time to worry about my safety. Tower Master Lacton then shouted, if I must witness the dawn being soaked in dark magic due to my arrogance, then I would rather embrace death 1,000 times over. Therefore, for our magical tower, I beg you to heed these words. The Deputy Tower Master's worry was evident. He could only accept reality for the greater good. I understand, Tower Master. Then he reached out and used fire energy to seal the Tower Master, all for the dawn of tomorrow. And so he sealed the tower along with Bajira using powerful magic, no weaker than the original seal. Inside the room, Anphila continued, this is the truth. I have kept it hidden all this time, it should have been made public immediately. He paused briefly, clenching his hands, but I understand the Tower Master's intentions. He did everything for this world, I cannot tarnish his honor with my own hands. Io still could not believe what she had just heard. What? How could such a thing happen? Ronan thought. Everything is in chaos. Though the Tower Master's situation is pitiable. Now is not the time to drown in emotions. All events point to a single conclusion. Bajira's seal has been broken. Anphila said she personally inspected the seal but could not fully trust it. If it is a power great enough to distort everyone's perception in the magical tower, then merely using the illusion of Master Lacton, who has become its host, would be sufficient. That alone was enough to fool Anfia's senses. What was hard to understand was why Bajira, who had hidden the fact that the seal was broken for so long, would suddenly reveal himself now. Why exactly? As he was thinking, something faintly appeared beneath Ronald's feet. A purple mist rose up and enveloped him. Ronald frowned in confusion. What? Why is it Nebula Clause's demonic power? He glanced at the two people beside him. It wasn't coming from them, nor was it emanating from anywhere nearby. Yet it was so strong it flooded the entire area. Even Brizia couldn't release Starmana that powerful. Facing the two-winged monster before her, Elizabeth wondered, what on earth is happening right now? She was far too small before that vast, dark power. Elizabeth dropped to one knee before Bajira, hidden within the outward appearance of Tower Master Lacton. Trembling, she thought, if it's Bajira, then even in Akalusa, it would be classified as information so dangerous that no one could investigate it without the head of the house's permission. Why would an existence like that appear before me? But what confused me even more was that, although the exterior looked slightly different, the figure was unmistakably Tower Master Lacton. He looked at her now and spoke. From that gaze, it was obvious he knew exactly who I was. He stepped down in front of Edgy and continued, very well. You managed to interest me for even a moment, so I'll grant you a reward. The dark presence spoke. This body belongs to Lacton, master of the Dawn Magic Tower, one of the elders who reached the pinnacle of human sorcery. And yet now, someone who dares covet the power of this body without recognizing their own station has become a puppet. He tilted his face toward her with a vicious smile. Just for me to toy with. Elizabeth clenched her fist. That voice continued. Yes, just like you are now. He grabbed her face with his hand. Edgy trembled as she replied, I didn't expect courtesy from an ancient forbidden tome sealed long ago, but you have no restraint at all. When speaking to a lady, quietly she steadied herself. Stay calm if this being truly is Bajiramata. Then even if everyone in this magic tower joined forces, the chance of victory would be nearly zero. Precisely because of that, something didn't add up. Someone that powerful wouldn't need shady tricks like this when showing up and acting directly would be enough. Not doing so meant that, realizing something, Elizabeth gave a faint smile. So that's it. She spoke straight to the heart of the one who called himself a great darkness. You can only hide behind a 10-year-old child and do something this ridiculous. Like attacking that airship, those annoying, underhanded schemes aren't even worth mentioning. The words made Bajira flinch. Elizabeth smiled. They were all things someone who had truly regained all his power would never need to do. There was only one conclusion. Right now, you aren't stable or safe enough to step into this world directly. The sharp reasoning of Akalusa's genius made him pause. Then, wearing the Tower Master's guise, he burst into laughter. Half of what you said is correct. A black force pierced straight through Elizabeth's body. As you've noticed, I still need more time. The moment he finished, more spikes drove into her body. Edgy grimaced, choking out a few sounds in agony. He stepped even closer and revealed his reason. Because the old man's consciousness keeps resisting without end, making it difficult for me to fully merge with this body. The Tower Master's hand flared again with fire magic. With even the slightest lapse, he'll try to burn his own body to stop me. Stupid, yet I can't deny it's troublesome. However, these nuisances will end soon. He used dark magic to suppress that firepower from within with his sharp finger. He lifted Elizabeth's chin. Because a vessel that shines brighter than Lacton has come to me of its own accord. Shaking slightly, she asked, "A vessel, what do you mean?" And she suddenly remembered a familiar name. It was none other than Ronald. He smiled, calculating and sinister. "That child will become the true beginning and the true completion of me." Elizabeth said firmly, "Your beginning and your end are your own doing." "You truly are." Before she could finish, he let go and replied, "Lacton is indeed a man with an annoyingly unyielding will. That's why suppressing his consciousness is somewhat troublesome. But given a certain amount of time, it can be dealt with." He looked at the Tower Master's wrinkled hands. "Even so, having to go to such lengths just to obtain a body. As weak and wretched as this one doesn't please me, but I'll accept it." He stood up, looked down at the wounded Elizabeth kneeling there, and continued. "However, while imprisoning his consciousness to kill time, I triggered a war signal from the airborne ship." He tilted his head back and laughed smugly. "And then, as if by fate, I discovered it. A radiant, vibrant, overwhelming latent power, far beyond this decayed body. At first, I couldn't believe my eyes, because even after reflecting on hundreds of years, I had never seen a treasure comparable to this. But after observing Ronald carefully in the library for several days, he confirmed one thing. He granted himself the right to transform Ronald, the brilliant child in his eyes, into his vessel. He arrogantly decided to bestow that honor upon him. Elizabeth's blood spilled onto the floor. His aged voice continued. "Therefore, the war between these two clans is merely entertainment to me, nothing more. However, I must admit this was a meaningful process, as I had found such a perfect vessel. At present, Edgy is completely restrained by the dark arrows." Badgera clenches his hands and smiles. He snaps his fingers. "Elizabeth A. Calliser, yes, you truly are a precious talent, far beyond mere amusement." The arrows on her immediately transform into magical hands, wrapping around Elizabeth's body, accompanied by his enchanting words. "Therefore, with boundless compassion, I offer you a special proposition." Those hands bind her like strips of cloth, and Badgera demands, "Swear loyalty and become my slave." From Elizabeth's eyes, the image of Sion rushes forward. With a knife in hand, she approached, while Badgera threatened, "Or die by the hands of that Grantia woman, and become the spark that ignites the war, consuming the entire empire." He grins maliciously. "Make your choice." Fear and anxiety appear in Edgy's eyes. The dark magic tightens, preventing her from moving. She grits her teeth, struggling to break free. Then she smiles. "You've lived so long and still can't read people. Do you really think I would be swayed by such a choice?" With the pride of Akalusa blood and her strong-willed nature, Edgy challenges, "Stop talking nonsense and act. I fear no death. For cowards are unworthy of the Akalusa name." His smile fades, but her voice rings out. "Let's see what you can do. After all, nothing goes your way." Behind the Sion puppet, Badgera's image in the Tower Master Lacton's body controls her. He glares angrily. What a boring girl. Then he signals the puppet, "I'm no longer interested." Along with the command, "Die," Sion's deadly gaze looks down, the knife in her hand tightens. As she prepares to strike, cracks appear on the knife. The dark magical barrier shatters, and Ronald charges in with Lamentia in hand. He smashes through it. He appears unexpectedly and rushes from that side. Ronald charges at top speed. He immediately seizes Sion's knife hand and calls out to Edgy. She shows a brief flicker of fear and astonishment. It seemed as if in that instant she had died. Ronald adds, "And that familiar-looking girl too, you each owe me a favor." Without pause, he braces himself and continues the assault. Badgera is utterly surprised, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Ronald continues swinging his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on him. He unleashes a continuous sword strike with abundant mana, cutting into Tower Master Lacton's body. The fragments separate and gradually vanish. Before completely disappearing, he still wonders, piercing Lacton's illusion, enhanced by my power. Even without a physical form and being so easily defeated, he vanishes, watching Ronald carry the Grantia girl on his shoulder as he leaves. He still revels in the vessel he chose. He exclaims with delight, "Indeed, magnificent, my vessel." The dark magic in the training yard gradually dissipates. After Badgera's illusion is removed, Ari and the Deputy Tower Master arrive. He is astonished. The entire training area had been covered by perceptual concealment magic. It seems Ronald's words were true. He raises his hand to feel. Moreover, this flow of mana clearly, Ari agrees. Yes, it's identical to Tower Master Lacton's. Finally, Badgera's seal has been broken. Deputy Tower Master Anphila suddenly exclaims, "Unbelievable." Then Anphila commands, "Assemble all wizards of the magic tower immediately and prepare countermeasures." Elizabeth lies there, breathing in. Honestly, my state at that moment was shameful, almost laughable. She recalls that the pain had felt intense to the flesh, yet it was all an illusion. Edgy raises her hand to look, unaware that the magic had deceived even her senses. She continues, "What a helpless and ridiculous image. If Senior Odessa knew, I certainly wouldn't be at peace, Ronald." He looks at the girl lying there and smiles. Even in that situation you were truly gutsy, Ronald asks edgy. Anyway, is that true? That kid is really Sleeping's sister, she answers. Yes, she's the third daughter of the Grancha family. Beyond Grancha, it is said she has exceptional magical talent and was sent to study magic at a young age. Edgy adds, I didn't expect to meet under such troubling circumstances, but I don't intend to make a big deal. It's clear they were exploited by Badgera. He stood there, gave her a like and praised her. Now that spirit worthy of the house of Akalusa. Amazing, Eggy, she screamed. I told you not to call me that. That nickname is reserved for Senior Adessen, you know. Ronald chuckled softly, thinking, she looks exhausted, but thank goodness she's not seriously hurt. He glanced to the side, and those guys over there, if I'm not mistaken, they're the people who went missing after the terrorist attack that Io had mentioned. Even though Badgera's seal had been broken, there was still that lingering, distinctive mana of their cult, just as expected. All of those missing people were cult moles. No wonder everyone who helped Io work in the library disappeared. I thought it was suspicious from the start, so their goal all along was the restricted area. He reasoned, if that's true, then that day's terrorist incident wasn't just a simple fight, it was a diversion meant to draw every eye in the Mage Tower, including Eo's and Anfila's. After the commotion, the training grounds felt bleak. Everything fell into an uneasy hush. Elizabeth spoke up to warn him, her voice still a little weak. Ronald, get out of here now. She warned him, Badgera's target is you. Ronald flinched. What, Eggy, what are you talking about? Elizabeth replied, there's no time for a long explanation. You already know, don't you? Even what you just cut down was only an illusion, not Badgera's true self. Her eyes showed just how serious it was. An illusion alone pushed me this far. Badgera is something completely different. If that thing takes over your body and reaches true completion, then Dawn will face inevitable annihilation. Hearing that made Ronan truly anxious, along with Ezzy's sincere warning. So leave this place immediately before it's too late. The image of Badgera inhabiting Tower Master Lacton's body appeared again, along with a crafty, sinister smile. The Tower Master's voice rang out again. That won't do, and Ronan froze in place. That dark magic was manifesting right in front of him. Ronald hurriedly asked, what is that, Ezzy? She lay there, motionless, unable to answer. He looked off into the distance. The Deputy Tower Master and even Io were frozen too. While he was still trying to figure out what was happening, that voice rang out again. Not just them, everyone in this Mage Tower except you. Their minds and bodies already belong to me. With that, this tedious wait is finally over. From within the darkness, it looked at him and said, Ronald, child who bears glory, become one with me. Come to me. The entire Dawn Tower was being slowly shrouded and seized by that dark sorcery. From the outside, it was almost completely covered. Soon the whole Dawn Tower would be swallowed by a thick, pitch-black veil. All Ronald could do then was mutter curses, damn it, you bastard. He shouted into the black space Badgera had created. What the hell did you do? Ronald's eyes blazed with rage, sword in hand. Quit playing games, get out here, you bastard, right now. On the other side, deep within the tower, Badgera, wearing the Tower Master's body, was seated on a chair. It chuckled softly, murmuring, how bold to still shout after witnessing my power. It raised a hand and said, but this place is so paltry. To commemorate our important meeting. Footsteps approached, accompanied by that familiar voice. So move to somewhere more fitting, somewhere more worthy. Ronan whirled around in shock. Standing before him was another robed member. It was the last missing person. She spoke. I will lead you to meet our master. Please follow me, Lord Ronald. He was surprised, but he couldn't say anything right now. Everything was spiraling out of control. Ronald forced a bitter smile, so I'm walking into some damn death trap myself. His gaze swept across the training grounds. The two girls lay nearby, motionless. Farther away were Ezzy and Deputy Tower Master Anfila. Either way, right now. He had no other choice. Ronan sheathed Lamentia and continued, fine. If you didn't show yourself, I was going to charge in on my own anyway. He told the cultist in front of him, lead the way to where Badgera is. A while later, deep inside a pitch-dark tunnel, black and crimson currents of dark magic flickered everywhere. Ronan asked, is this the place? Facing a massive door covered in arcane runes, he pressed on. Where that cursed scrap of paper is hiding. The door slowly opened. From within, two figures gradually came into view. They stood before the imprisoned body of Hall Master Lacton. Ronan jolted as he heard groans coming from inside. The Hall Master begged, please spare me, great Lord Badgera. His ashen face and terrified eyes were plain to see. I was far too arrogant. A lowly human like me dared to covet your power, please grant me mercy. Seeing that, Ronald grit his teeth in fury. Then he gathered mana and prepared to draw his sword. He slashed straight toward that body. The image of the Tower Master being split in two appeared, then slowly dissolved. Ronald roared, cut the damn farce and show yourself. Come out, you cursed scrap of paper. No sooner had he finished than that dark presence began to condense again. The Lord's face appeared again, laughing loudly. So this was my way of welcoming you. Seems like you don't find it amusing. Very well, I will indulge you. As he finished speaking, dark magical energy surged from the doorway ahead. You were pushed back, and the magic wrapped around your hand. The Lord's true form appeared once more. He sat on that chair, smiling savagely. "Welcome, Ronald." He looked at you in awe. "My precious vessel," his voice echoed, accompanied by layers of dark, mystical bones. "Meeting you in person like this is truly an unforgettable experience. Because I want to share this special feeling further." He snapped his fingers. "First, let's clean up the things that irritate me." And he demanded the follower before him commit suicide. The person behind Ronan immediately raised their hands and broke their own neck. Blood flowed from her eyes, yet she did not forget to speak her devotion. "May Bajura be honored forever." Then she collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. Ronald looked at him, puzzled. "What is this now? Aren't they your allies?" "Bajuradab, you speak nonsense," he laughed coldly. "They are just like the previous owner of this old body, merely insects who dared to dream of my power." His eyes were dark. I still remember clearly the arrogant words they spoke on the first day they set foot here. They told me to take their power to strengthen my ideals and receive salvation, claiming it was the only way to survive. To me, they were no different from insects, yet they dared to be audacious. Bajura kept mocking. I could turn them into chunks of meat in an instant. But I was generous and spared them. I granted them the honor of obeying my command for a moment. Do you understand now? Ronan had no words before such power and cruel manipulation. He once again gripped his sword and watched my actions, questioning silently. "I could tell for certain you were not of the church." He wondered why Nebula's power emanated so strongly from me. Ronan remained there with a tangle of unexplainable questions in his mind. He sighed, knowing there was only one conclusion. Ronald swung the Lamentia at me. I had heard enough of his arrogance. "Now let me show you what someone like you truly needs." He looked excited, truly brimming with intensity. "If you are worthy to be my vessel, you must at least have such spirit." Bajura did not forget to intimidate. "But do you truly feel no fear facing this absolute power, where I need only a snap to end a life?" As he spoke, Ronald's body and sword struck steel. Against his head, he looked at him sharply and asked, "If you intended that, you would have acted long ago, right?" Yet strangely, despite the imminent danger, Bajura remained calm, smiling lightly. Fascinating. The slash once again split that body in the chair he sat on in half. Ronald was stunned by what he witnessed. He and his chair appeared elsewhere once more. Bajura raised his hand, asserting authority, but that arrogance needed correction. Ronald's eyes showed terror. He unleashed dark magic toward him, a massive mouth seemingly ready to devour Ronald, accompanied by the echoing words, "Try to struggle. Then you will realize your helplessness and the insurmountable gap between us." Ronan's body felt powerless, as if falling deep into the throat of the giant. Suddenly, inside his chest, a blue light appeared. The battle ring Sarante gave him emitted intense energy. The blue magic appeared around Roland. He realized this energy came from the ring. It allowed him to see the giant mouth in front of him. The massive teeth clamped as if trying to trap Ronan inside. The creature noticed the blue magic radiating strongly below. Along with a curse, "Bastard," came a sword blocking the jaws. Ronald strained to pry its mouth open and shouted, "How dare you open that filthy mouth near me? Do you want to die?" His eyes turned blue. The color of light, Ronan swung his sword, this time cleaving the giant head in two, then swept upward along the golden sword, following its direction toward Bajura. He completed the move and dispelled the previous magic. There he sat still on the chair, then tapped the chair a few times with his fingers, when angry, black magic continued to radiate. Ronald quickly realized and looked back. The fearsome giant head appeared before him again. It lunged, attempting to bite the rest of Ronan's body. He hurriedly brought his sword back, preparing to counterattack. Between the large mouth and the snake-like body, blue light radiated, concealing him, and a sword energy ran along that magic, shattering it. Once again, he sliced through his spell, making it gradually vanish. Bajura still sat there, smiling. "Good, that move is simple but not bad at all." Ronan temporarily escaped danger, slowly landing. At this moment, he hovered between the two halves of the split magic. He continued. This time, human-like arms emerged from the entity, along with growing heads. They stretched out, grabbing Roland's body. The humanoid entity held him, accompanied by Bajura's question. "Now how will you escape this time?" Unable to move, Ronald cursed. "Damn it!" More entities grew and enveloped him. Almost his entire body was trapped, but a purple light shone within. Bajura raised his hand, continuing to channel magic. The entity formed by dark magic gathered. He was filling the sphere. Then his hand slowly clenched. The only opening for Ronald was about to be closed. As he clenched his fist, the sphere completed, tightly enveloping Ronan's body. He remained seated, silently observing the sphere. His gaze never wavered, concealing deep malice. The purple magic shone brilliantly above Bajura. Suddenly, from within, blue and red lights flickered intensely. Another long slash is unleashed. The sword's energy shatters the sphere into pieces. Bajura stands up, laughing loudly in admiration. "Well done." He raises his hand, lifts the dark bow, and laughs. "At least you should be able to withstand this much." A large arrow is aimed to counter the incoming sword energy. He releases it, and the dark arrow shoots forward at incredible speed. It collides with the sword energy, producing streaks of light and crackling sounds like electricity. The clash of the two opposing magical forces creates a massive explosion. Ronaldo struggles to defend, while Bajra remains calm. He laughs, savoring it. Excellent. Then he spreads his arms, casting more magic, and shouts, "Marvelous, more of it." He laughs maniacally. "Show me even more. Reveal your full potential, hide nothing." Suddenly, a blazing red flame erupts. In front of Bajra appears an enormous firebird. His eyes narrow, wondering, what is this? He realizes this is the special magic of the Deputy Tower Master, the Firebird. He mutters, truly surprising. How can such a young boy cast a high-level spell? Bajra laughs, then continues, but you've forgotten one thing. The owner of this aged body has reached the highest level of fire magic. Saying this, he raises a finger, directing the crimson flames toward the Firebird to counter it. He releases the fire energy, shouting, "This is nothing to me." The Firebird immediately disintegrates and he smirks coldly. Unfortunately, this must be your trump card, yet it is easily blocked and he shows a smug expression. Nevertheless, I must admit your fighting spirit. The fire fades and he asks, "So, what will your next attack be?" But to his surprise, Ronald is gone. He wonders, has he disappeared? At this moment, he realizes the Firebird was not an attack. He glances around. Ronald used it to conceal himself, consuming a large amount of mana. It was a smoke fire trick. With that thought, Ronan suddenly appears behind him. He swings his sword down with sharp eyes and a yell. Die, Bajra notices, spins around, his face contorting. Ronald strikes swiftly and lands right in front of him. A red magical crack appears on the neck of Tower Master Latdan. Fresh blood gushes endlessly. Ronan turns coldly to watch as the headless body collapses. Ronald stands there as the Tower Master's body falls. Blood pours from his neck, but unexpectedly it is being absorbed back. And a voice continues to sound, though synchronization is incomplete. "You dare harm me." The severed wound and flesh reconnect, astonishing Ronald. "This is probably something you didn't expect." His gaze remains fixed. Bajra turns with a smile, impressive, then two magic circles appear. His grotesque body continues to emerge. Numerous tentacles with vile jaws crawl out from the magic portals. The wound gradually heals. He smiles arrogantly. "Feel free to display everything you've got left." Ronald immediately retracts his sword defensively. The massive tentacles charge at him. Ronald jumps to dodge, but they keep pursuing. He frowns, feeling he is striking the entity, yet it seems ineffective. Ronald thinks he may need to pull the forbidden scroll occupying Tower Master Latdan's body out. He swings his sword. This is exhausting. Sword energies intersect, slicing the tentacles into pieces. He thinks, if so, he might use the scroll on Phila gave him to ambush. But it probably won't be effective anymore. The Tower Master of the Magic Tower is someone who can rival Inquisitor Naviros. Up to now, he can still confront him, because Lord Badger desires his body. Without that, this battle would have ended long ago. Direct confrontation offers no chance of victory, so he attacks frantically. Bajra remains, extending his hands to pour more magic. He creates a massive black-purple spear and hurls it directly at Ronald. The spear pierces the tentacles and targets his body. Ronald raises his sword, thinking, there's only one way. Then he lowers it. He braces his body to absorb the magic. Bajra notices something unusual, and Ronald decides not to defend anymore. He is ready to face death to prevent him from achieving his goal. The spear approaches his neck, stopping just inches away. Then, the magic is fully dispelled. Likely, Ronald's choice was correct. He narrowly escapes death just as expected. Bajra has dispelled the attack himself and shouts, "What do you intend to do?" He grits his teeth, visibly angry. Then he roars, "Do you realize how your foolishness almost caused consequences? You dared touch this great body, the one that will become the start of my glorious rise." Ronald plants his sword in the ground. Absolutely despicable. Looking at it, anyone might think this body was originally yours. He grits his teeth, listening to Ronald. "Anyway, now I am certain of one thing. You never intended to kill me." Then he pulled out a sharp object, aimed it at his own wrist, and continued. "And if this keeps going, sooner or later you'll take my body from me. If that's the case, I'd rather end myself." The moment he finished speaking, blood sprayed from Ronald's wrist. He decided to use it to slash his own wrist. The air in the darkest room of the Dawn Tower gradually fell into silence. Bajra stood there, watching Ronan attempt suicide. He roared in fury, "You think you have the right to act so recklessly in front of me?" He shot the boy a glare, the playful look fading as he turned serious. "You think that little scheme can fool me? The tiny bit of leeway I gave you so I could complete my perfect rebirth. You seem to have mistaken for a chance to mess around. If you kill yourself, I'll just use my power to heal you." Hearing that, Ronald snapped back. "What kind of great forbidden grimoire talks this much? You made it sound like the sky was falling just to dispel a spell. And now you're saying this, who are you even trying to convince?" The words hit a sore spot, his expression shifted. Ronald smiled. So there's a limit, right? If I die I can't be a host, something like that. The change on his face showed Ronald had guessed correctly. Even so, he stood there and said calmly, "Looks like you forgot. Right now, every human in this demon tower is bound by my magic." He tensed, veins standing out on his hands, and threw down a challenge. "That means if I want to, I can make all of them die instantly. So drop the cheap threats, unless you want to watch your companions turn into corpses." Ronald still gripped the sharp object tightly. After hearing him out, he laughed. "Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death?" Bajura stared blankly, confused. Ronald went on, "Hey, you scrap of paper, how stupid do you think I am? You think I've never seen your type before? Just looking at that punchable face and listening to your tone. I could tell, even if I obediently handed over my body or not, you'd never spare them." It was as if he could see straight through him. While Bajura was caught off guard, Ronald read him even further. "Go on, try it. That just gives me an even better reason to do whatever I want." He raised the shard and drove it into an artery. Blood sprayed again. Ronald smiled. "Even if I have to die, I'm going to make you pay for it. That's how I do things." He looked at him, eyes rock solid. "If I'm just bluffing, then wait and see. I'll give you a memory you'll never forget." For the first time today, Bajura froze. Someone had truly seen through his mind. Unbelievable. He thought to himself, "I assumed you were just a lucky brat born with talent beyond your own limits. How could a mere human possess eyes like that? What in the world is going on?" Ronald cut through his thoughts, still hesitating. Then, the instant he finished, he swung the sharp object up decisively and shouted, "Let me make it even clearer for you." Then he drove it straight into his own neck. Even more blood poured out. Bajura, inside the Tower Lord's body, just stood there. He couldn't believe what the young man was doing right in front of him. Bajura lunged forward and grabbed his hand in time to stop the wound from going deeper. In stark contrast to his panic was Ronan's smile. Blood still streamed from his neck. He demanded to know the real purpose behind this death-defying threat. He glared and barked urgently, "Speak, Ronald." Then he yelled into the boy's arrogant face. "Now," Ronald smiled, "so you finally want to talk properly." He stared back in challenge. "Gamble with me, you scrap of paper. We each bet our lives." He faced him without a hint of fear. "Let's make it burn." Bajura was caught off guard by Ronald's proposal and asked again, "A gamble?" Ronald nodded and continued, "Lately I've been studying a lot, especially curses, and there's one like this. An oath covenant curse, a coercive curse that forbids any action that goes against the covenant until the match is decided." Blood kept flowing as Ronald continued. "The terrifying part is that whatever's sworn in the covenant must be carried out, even if it costs a life." He smiled at him. "So let's decide the winner with an oath covenant curse. For you, using that kind of curse should be easy, right?" Ronan's offer made Bajura think. Subduing him wouldn't be difficult. But he thought, "I'm not sure I can recover the body intact. This kid might be ready to choose death if he has to. And there's that abnormal aura I've been sensing all this time. It's feeding him a strange power, still not enough to threaten me, but right now I can't accept any variable. This child is the only treasure I've had to search for across countless millennia." Still brimming with confidence, Ronald taunted with a smile. "A great forbidden grimoire, hesitating over a wager with a little brat." He locked eyes with him and asked, "Don't tell me you're too scared." Bajura slowly let go and replied, "Fine, I'll play along with you." With the experience of a core-refined forbidden grimoire, he laid down a condition. "I set the rules of this match." Only now did his bewitching, pitch-black eyes truly reveal themselves. From within the sinister room, a golden light spilled out. A large golden hand appeared. Bajura asked Ronald, "Are you ready?" An object hung suspended from two chains. The two of them stood on opposite sides of a balance scale. Bajura continued, "Then right now I will enact the oath covenant." He began, "Those who enter this oath are forbidden to violate any term that runs contrary to the covenant until the match ends." If Ronald lost, he would offer his body to Bajura. If Bajura lost, he had to release all the hostages and be sealed forever. He looked utterly confident. The terms were set. "That's how it is," he went on. "The deciding content of the match is, as long as you can endure a single illusion I cast." "Agreed." Ronald answered just as firmly, "Agreed. Why ask something that obvious? Then hurry and stop wasting time." Bajura curved his lips into a sinister, calculating smile and muttered something under his breath. The soul energy of both men surged forth. Bajura's was purple, Ronald's was blue. The two energies were fed into the two pans of the covenant scale, one on each side. And with that, the covenant was formed. Bajura threw his head back and laughed. Ronald hoped it would be a beautiful dream because it would be the last memory of his life. He wasn't fazed either, laughing back. "Better take a few breaths while you can. When this bout ends, you'll regret ever setting your sights on me." A colossal pillar of light appeared in the room. The illusion Bajura had prepared for Ronald also took shape. Blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Valis's voice rang out, "No, I'm telling you, catch just one and your life changes overnight." Do you have any idea how insanely valuable fantasy creatures like Dream Z or sea fairies are? The long-haired man with black hair replied, "You can't even catch a bear and you think you've got a shot at that." Valis snapped back, Damn it, talking to you people is impossible. You hide in this hole all day, so of course you don't know anything about the outside world. Ronald opened his eyes and complained, "You're so loud, you guys heading out to play?" The long-haired man turned and asked, finally awake, then he added, "It's rare to see you sleep that deeply." Having a nice dream, Deputy Captain Ronan. Ronald had returned to the time when he was a sergeant deputy captain of the punishment unit. He lowered his eyes. "Nice dream, my ass, stop spouting nonsense. Check your gear." Then he looked at everyone. "I just dozed off for a second, that's all." Valis started yelling again, by the way. "Say something, Captain. How much longer do we have to keep doing this? As punishment troops, we'll die in action faster than we'll ever get released." He grinned brightly. "Why don't we read the situation and run, all of us? With you leading, it wouldn't be hard. Then come with me on a big poaching job. Making money would be easy as reaching out your hand." Ronald barked furious. "Valis, you dare bring up poaching again? I'll chop your hands off." "Well, wanna try me?" He stared over with a deadly serious look. Valis hurriedly forced a laugh and hid his hands behind his back. "No, please spare me." Ronald continued, "Shut up and endure it. Just 2 more months and the High Commander will grant a special pardon. Everyone knows that, right?" Valis stood there blankly as the deputy captain went on. "Aren't we all hanging on because we want a fresh start? Because we don't want to live like gutter trash criminals anymore?" He snapped at the group. "So quit the bullshit and focus on staying alive." "Got it." From the log lying there, someone answered, "Got it. Deputy Captain, you're right. Everyone just hang in a little longer." He rushed over and threw an arm around Ronald's shoulders. "As long as we stick close to you, our lives will stay intact for sure." Murphy looked at him. "Right, Chief." Deputy Captain Ronan. Min smiled back. "Murphy, you little bastard, staying alive is each man's own business. You planning to cling on and cash in?" Ronald raised both hands. "Do whatever you want. I'm looking out for myself first. If you slow me down, I'll leave you behind. Remember that." He sat there thinking. "I didn't say it because I was afraid you'd lose heart, but the High Commander promised. If we complete this mission, the whole team gets pardoned. That meant this mission was extremely dangerous. Even so, it was almost over." Ronald's eyes were full of grit and determination. He thought of Eero as his motivation. "Just hold on a little longer and I can go back to Nimbus to see my sister." Ronald steeled himself. "No matter what, I have to live." In the empty air, 2 currents of aura appeared. From the purple trail, it linked into a magic circle, firing a barrage of golden spell beams that bound tight. From the sky, a massive pillar of light pierced the clouds and slammed straight into the ground. It triggered a terrifying explosion and obliterated an entire mountain in the forest. Rock and soil shattered and flew everywhere. Ronald's squad sat there, completely frozen. Valis gaped and blurted, "What the hell was that? Did something fall from the sky?" Martin reached for his sword and exclaimed, "Damn it, don't tell me that was enemy magic." Deputy Captain Yunnan barked an order. Ronald opened his mouth, but no words came out. He stared wide-eyed ahead, having no idea what it was. In his mind, his whole body was screaming a warning. Whatever that was, it was extremely dangerous. From that light, the silhouette of a monster emerged, 2 horns on its head. A voice came from within. "Look, those hazy wretches beneath the starlight." Magic circles kept appearing. This was Ahiju's people from a past life. He stood there and declared, "By your wish, I have come to open the path. So accept the fate that has already been decided. I am Ahiju." The soldiers below looked up, trembling. "What the hell is that?" A hand pointed at the sky as someone stammered, "Boss, there's something up above." Summoning gates appeared one after another behind A to D in the sky. Streaks of fire rained down. It looked like fireworks, only with total annihilation behind them. The people below stared up on instinct, still not understanding what was happening. Things fell with blinding light. The moment they hit the ground, stone shattered to pieces. The earth exploded and people were blasted up into the air. Beams of light pierced their bodies. The soldiers only had time to cough once before they died. The rest were torn apart, flesh mangled, bones shattered, without even time to react. A slaughter unfolded as destructive light kept raining down from above. Below were hopeless screams for help. Ronald stood there in terror. "What the hell is this? What is that thing?" A brilliant golden horn appeared and sounded. A group in white stood there blowing it. Van Roos heard it and frowned in confusion. "Isn't that the charge signal? Don't tell me they're ordering an attack on that monster. What kind of insane order is that?" He shouted, "Have they all lost their minds?" Meanwhile, Ronald followed the signal and rushed forward, using his weapon to try to stop the vanguard. That thing still showed no sign of stopping. The ground was being pulverized into rubble. The squad behind saw Ronald and called out to him. "Boss, you're still moving, fall back. You useless idiots." He turned and roared, "Wake up already. What's the point of standing there panting?" Another beam shot down as Ronald yelled, "If you don't want to die for nothing, fight or run." Countless deadly beams were coming straight at them. They had to move first. The instant he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted right in front of him. Ronald froze in shock as his comrades' blood and flesh splattered across him. He stood there, almost numb, rooted to the spot, waiting for the next thing to fall from the sky. Suddenly, a foot landed and pushed off the ground. Then someone grabbed Ronan by the neck and yanked him away, pulling him out of the strike zone. They narrowly escaped death and slid along the ground, sprawled there. The man sat up and looked at Ronald. "First, we get out of here. This enemy isn't something we can fight." Ronald still lay there. His eyes were vacant, his mind gone blank. Beside his hand was a comrade. "We have to wait for reinforcements." He stared into the distance where his comrades, his brothers-in-arms, were pierced through by that light, Ban Rui among them. They died with their eyes still open, faces turned up toward the sky. Ronald murmured, "No, right in front of me, almost all of my comrades are gone." He cried, screaming in agony, "No." His heart felt like it was being torn apart. Even so, Aheju's beams never stopped raining down. Back to the present, in the dim basement of the Dawn Tower. As evil still spread through the air, Ronald stood there with the Tower Master. The third forbidden shackle, Zuraf, had seized control of his mind. It raised a hand, dark mana coiling around it. This illusion infiltrated the target's memories, replaying the most brutal, terrifying moments over and over, drilling deeper into the mind, until the victim had absolutely no escape, trapped in an endless hell. Their will was crushed, their mind shattered, craving death more than anything else, yet imprisoned forever. That was the unfocused, empty look in Ronald's eyes right now. Bajura laughed maliciously and whispered in his ear, "That forever is the one and only thing you'll have to endure, Ronald." Standing before him, he continued, "No mortal can stand against eternity. I don't know what you plan to calculate or negotiate, but the moment you handed me the power to decide this battle, your ending was already set." He sounded utterly confident. He bared his teeth. "So I'm only curious, what kind of mire are you struggling in now?" Back to the battle in his mind, Ronald stood there, staring at his comrades slumped against the ground. His eyes were hollow. What had just happened was more than an ordinary person could bear. The comrades in front of him were dead. The scene repeated again. Ronan rode below on horseback. In the sky, Aheju appeared together with a firebird. Ronan jolted, turning back and looking up. The figure of Deputy Tower Master Anfila appeared, then slowly faded away. Another person died right before his eyes. Ronan still stood there with his sword in hand. Rain fell. He didn't know how he was supposed to escape this. Everyone was dead. Ronald stood dazed in a rain of blood, watching people around him die one by one. Alone in the middle of the battlefield, he was surrounded by death. Ronan told himself, "How many people have died just to protect me?" So many he couldn't even count. Blood is slowly rising past his knees, yet Ronald is still lost in thought. He stands in a sea of blood. From the start, does this hell even exist? Ronan answers himself, "I don't know. I only know the blood of my comrades lies ahead." His face darkens, his endurance reaching its limit. Turning amidst the sea of blood, he thinks silently, "Now I just want, even for a moment, to rest a little." Snapping back to reality, Ronald speaks, "Enough." Then he kneels and continues, "Stop it, whether it's the body or anything else. I give up, I only need." He hesitates, Bajura still standing there listening. Then he flashes a sinister, deadly, demonic smile. An eye appears, producing a sound, finally. Bajura has left the host body, repeating excitedly. Finally, the cursed book manifests its true form, laughing with sharp teeth and a grotesque tongue. Then it unleashes dark magical beams at Ronald and shouts, "Finally, you are mine, Ronald." Immediately, darkness swirls around him. It seems to be entering his body. Ronan still has no reaction. The corner of his mouth shifts slightly, darkness fills the room and envelops him. Bajura suddenly becomes overwhelmingly excited. "Finally, you are mine, Ronan." A stream of dark magic surges around Ronan's body. They quickly wrap around each other, forming a strange vortex. Ronald stands in the center, completely still. Suddenly, a satisfied smile appears on his lips. "Ronald, truly magnificent." Bajura has taken over Ronan's body with limitless potential. Pouring into this body, before Ronan's consciousness completely disappears, Bajura touches the sword sheath. "I will give you the final gift." Look, then he swings at the air ahead. A purple light suddenly flashes in the sky. Then a loud explosion occurs with smoke, showing the devastating power of the strike. Bajura speaks, "This is your true power, unlocked by my favor. Didn't expect this, the despair I will create with this abundant power. But first, on this momentous day, I should fire a few opening volleys. With the death of that worm who wasted my precious time with meaningless lies." He steps toward the Tower Master, still have the will to move. "That spirit deserves the title of sage. What drives you to desire this so much? Responsibility as the Tower Master, or guilt for bringing disaster to this land? Whatever it is, let's sink into despair together." Bajura raises the sword and drives it down hard, permanently. The Tower Master's face remains frozen. Eyes darken, Bajura suddenly freezes, eyes alert. The sword in his hand, despite his effort, cannot reach. The The Tower Master. Bajura cannot believe the current situation. What is this? He tries to control the sword, but it's useless. Bajura mutters, bewildered. His eyes glance at the blood-red sky above. The sword in Bajura's hand has fallen to the ground. He mutters, still confused. What is this? He painfully clutches his head. What is this? Streams of red-eyed magic come rushing in. They quickly wrap around him. Impossible, Bajura thinks. How can the body of an ordinary human contain a supreme aura surpassing Qatar? Ronald's voice suddenly echoes. You truly live up to your name, a weak professor I knew. Just a touch of that magic source would make you collapse straight to the underworld. Yet you swallowed it and swung your sword too. Bajura appears incredulous but cannot deny. Impossible. How do you still retain your consciousness? Ronald replies, yes. That illusion of yours is truly disgusting. Memories of that day come back bit by bit, so vividly that I just want to curse. Honestly, even a slight deviation would have ruined all plans. My consciousness had already shattered. Without this, he takes out a ring, recalling its strange green light. What is happening? Could this be the true form of the ring? E replies, yes. When infused with special magic, it reveals its true form. And I believe this is what he prepared specifically for Ronan, the one imprisoned in suffering. A divine, powerful aura capable of resisting magic. The magic continues to radiate strongly around them. He happily presents it. Cherish this heart, Ronald. When you enter a trial so harsh you cannot escape, it will become. Ronald recalls the despair of sinking into the illusion. At that moment, the ring suddenly emits a green light. It gradually took the shape of a hand reaching toward him. Ronald slowly lifted his own hand, moving closer to it. When he grasped that hand, the red despair seemed to fade away. The immense power aided him. Ronald bowed his head, reflecting for a moment in gratitude, owing another favor again. Thank you, Sarante. Scene change, Ronan carefully examined the ring in his hand. How fortunate. I never expected the curse on my body to be useful in this way. Recalling that spontaneous gamble, Senza had already won, hadn't she? Bajura muttered. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can there exist such an absurd being in this world? Ronald smiled, having heard that line too many times. It no longer surprised him. I told you if you target this body, you will regret it. Bajura screamed in panic as the killing aura latched onto him. No, he shouted in fear. Impossible. The killing aura dragged him deeper inside. The magic swallowed him into a whirlpool of murderous intent. Suddenly, Bajura violently struggled free from it. Impossible. I am the forbidden book of destruction, the embodiment of annihilation, the one who will become the master of this land. Someone like me ending meaninglessly here. Impossible. Suddenly, Bajura noticed a few drops of blood flying toward him. Ronald had drawn his sword and cut off his left hand. This is getting troublesome. Is your nonsense enough now? He looked at him with contempt. If you're out of tricks, disappear, you worthless scrap. The magical shell surrounding the tower suddenly trembled. A flash of light appeared beneath the shell. Cracks began spreading across the layer. The magical shell then shattered, revealing the beautiful tower inside. Deng Zhen quickly approached Ezebet. Then the conversation between the man and woman resumed. The green smoke gradually dissipated from the space. Ronald's figure slowly appeared. He was sitting right in the middle of the courtyard. Ronan exhaled slowly in relief. I almost died just now, all because of a cursed book. What did I just go through? Moreover, everything is truly over now, isn't it? I can no longer sense that foul, unpleasant energy. Ronald glanced around, but what concerned him was that the residual spiritual energy had not yet vanished. Just as I suspected, he's connected to those bastards. Tower Master Latson suddenly spoke, trembling, indeed. I never expected that you alone could repel that Bajura. Ronald replied, you're awake now, Tower Master Latson. He quickly covered his face with his hands. I sincerely apologize. I allowed you to go through that ordeal. I have no excuse left for myself. Perhaps this is the first time I officially meet you. But even when I lost consciousness, I could feel it. I witnessed your admirable skills and unbelievably strong will when facing Bajura. That scene was so astonishing that it was the first time I had witnessed it. Ronald smiled. I've had my fair share of bitter experiences too. By the way, are you all right? Your spiritual energy, Tower Master Latson looked at his hand. Isn't this a small price to pay, compared to nearly causing the collapse of the Dawn Magic Tower and killing innocents? Then it's nothing for this old man to lose all his spiritual energy. On the contrary, I have the chance to survive and make amends for my mistakes. I only feel immense gratitude. Ronald smiled. The Tower Master truly lives up to his title. He must continue to live steadfastly. Unfila hurried over. Tower Master, Ronan, are you both all right? Ronan continued. At least for the sake of those you wanted to protect. Even more than for myself. Ronan squinted, utterly exhausted. Seems like I can finally rest. He quickly lay down on the tower floor. Today has been such a long day. Scene change, sunlight streamed through the window. Ronald slowly opened his eyes, hand raised to shield from the light. He realized he was lying in bed. By the bedside, two men were watching him. Ronald asked, how long have I been asleep? Tower Master Latson replied, a full day has passed. Seeing you sleep so soundly, we intentionally did not wake you. Ronald smiled sheepishly, but seeing the two here also meant the situation had been resolved peacefully. Then Unphila said, "That's right. It's all thanks to you repelling Badgera." The mind control spell vanished with Badgera's death. We still need to monitor the situation here, but fortunately, it seems no one's life was in danger. Elizabeth has also safely completed her treatment, and now she is working hard to help restore the destroyed magic tower. I hoped she would focus on resting and regaining her strength, but she firmly refused. She said that during the chaos. Leading everyone is Akaluja's duty. Moreover, Sun has also awakened, but something strange has happened since opening her eyes. She always follows behind Elizabeth, Ronald thought. I feared this incident might cause a severe conflict between the two families, but it seems everything has been resolved peacefully. And in any case, I feel a great sense of relief. Now I can return with peace of mind. Also, I just wanted to say this in advance. But please don't think about organizing those awkward banquets. I really dislike anything fake and flashy. Tower Masters Loden and Unphila looked a bit embarrassed. I knew you would say that, Ronald. We won't be holding any parties, so you don't need to worry. But in Unphila's hands was a book titled Final Version of the Farewell Banquet Plan, and the Tower Master shook his head as he spoke. But we can't let our guest leave empty-handed. It's not much, but we want to show our gratitude. The box was slowly opened, and a golden light shone from inside. Unphila explained that this high-level magic tower emblem represents the most distinguished guest of the Dawn Magic Tower. With it, you will have special privileges. You can access not only the tower's material wealth at any time, but also special areas, such as dedicated trade stations. Hiremian is also restricted to mages, along with many other places. You will enjoy benefits reserved for high-level mages only. Moreover, just like the magic scroll I gave you last time, I inscribed a few useful incantations on it. I hope they can assist you in critical moments. This is a symbol of the oath that our Dawn Magic Tower will forever remain an ally of Roland. Tower Masters Lacton and Unphila bowed respectfully while lifting the item. We also want to once again express our gratitude, Ronan, for restoring our Dawn Magic Tower. Ronan smiled. Come on. Don't be like that. Why are you bowing? It makes me feel uncomfortable. It's nothing. Unphila suddenly interrupted. And finally, a surge of fiery magic erupted above them. There was still an urgent matter to discuss: how to handle this Badgera spellbook. The morning at the tower passed quickly, and now it was dusk. Air gazed pensively at the ocean ahead. Ronan's voice suddenly called out, "There you are." Air turned around happily. "Ronan, you're awake. Are you okay? Why are you already planning to leave? You should rest more." Ronan replied, "I feel fine. That bastard valued my body so much that I barely have any injuries. Anyway, I need to return to Galilean soon. But before that, I think I need to tell you something. It's about Sarante." A sudden silence fell between them. Air spoke. "Ronan, you don't need to tell me." Ronan was surprised. You already know?" Air's eyes lowered slightly, showing a hint of sadness. She clearly remembered when the ring flashed green. A familiar hand gently rested on her head. Sarante's body was enveloped in a green light. "I'm sorry." Air was astonished at Sarante's current appearance. Sarante smiled. "Forgive this foolish old elf for bidding you farewell this way. Thank you for always being a cherished memory in my ordinary life. I hope you will always be at peace, my dear friend." Back in the present, Air said. Looking back, Sarante really was an odd person. He was eccentric, yet incredibly gentle and warm. They remained silent, watching each other as the sky darkened. A breeze blew, filling the sails ahead. A massive, luxurious ship was preparing to set sail. The chapter about the Dawn Magic Tower had concluded. The scene shifted to a lavish and immense palace. In the regular training grounds for soldiers, Ronan stood in the courtyard holding a sword. He closed his eyes, sensing the surge of power. A swirl of magic appeared within him. Ronan thought, just like any other day, the circulating magical energy kept the sword's aura unchanged, with only one problem. Ronan gripped his sword tightly. What the hell is this thing? Even without looking closely, its magic resembled that used by cults. He gritted his teeth. Badgera, that damn thing. Ronan observed the strange energy emanating from his body. What exactly has it done to me? Back at the Dawn Tower in Ronan's memory, when Unphila's fiery magic flared, Ronan exclaimed in surprise. "You are serious? You're really giving me this Badgera spellbook?" "No, actually I was about to study the book further, but is it okay to hand it over so easily? What if something happens?" Unphila interrupted. "Don't worry about that. We've confirmed the dark magic in the book has been completely eradicated. It's just an ancient tome containing knowledge from the distant past. Of course, if this were exposed, the magic tower could be in trouble. But for now, we felt it necessary to give it to you, Ronan. Because your body still carries remnants of Badgera." Ronan was astonished. Wait, what do you mean?" Tower Master Lacton answered. "We suspect that Badgera was absorbed into your body. Unable to take control of you, it was completely swallowed. Otherwise, dark energy would still remain in the book. Don't be too pessimistic. This might be the only answer to controlling Badgera that we've been seeking. back to the present. Ronan muttered the only answer, what the hell? Yet it was true, his future seemed clear. If he encountered that old bastard in this state, he would surely be torn apart. Fortunately, at least this type of magic could not be seen by others. If it were misunderstood and dragged into trouble, Navi Rose's voice suddenly called, "What do you mean?" Ronan jumped in shock, terrified. He quickly swung his sword toward the voice. "What?" Navi Rose calmly caught it. The sword technique had completely changed. "Could it be that you've had some kind of epiphany recently?" Ronan stared at the beautiful woman before him in astonishment. "Professor Navi Rose, you knew, didn't you?" "Professor, this is clearly your fault for radiating deadly intent." Navi Rose advanced toward him coldly. "What exactly happened at the Dawn Magic Tower? How could you form a core node?" Ronan muttered in surprise. "This thing inside me is a core node, not a tumor." Navi Rose immediately showed anger. "How dare you compare a sacred core node to a tumor? Didn't I already explain this clearly during theory class? Don't tell me you fell asleep, Ronald." I quickly bow my head, apologizing. Navi Rose sighed helplessly. "The internal core is a blessing reserved for true swordsmen, those who have undergone countless cycles of mana training and practical combat. Simply put, a heart that has gone through innumerable mana circulations eventually becomes a vessel capable of storing mana. This is a lifetime achievement for a warrior, marking a milestone in their life, because the mana stored in the internal core is not only of a completely different density than natural mana, but also forms the sole foundation for unlocking sword energy. In other words, forming an internal core means Navi Jones has stepped into a new realm of swordsmanship. But an internal core usually takes decades of rigorous training to develop, yet here it appears in someone like you. Moreover, instead of centering in the heart, it exists as something completely separate. Theoretically, possessing two internal cores is not impossible." Ronald exclaimed in surprise. "Is it really that special?" Navi Rose replied, "All right, let's put that aside. We'll hear about what happened in the Dawn Magic Tower later. For now, let's have a match." Ronald paled instantly. Why did the topic suddenly change? She smiled. "Do I even need to ask? If you have new power, you need to test it. After all, as a trainer, I have responsibilities, and students learn more through their body than their mind." "Right, Ronald," quickly explaining. "First, we need to fight to verify." Yet he immediately raised his sword to block Navi Jones's attack. As the two swords clashed, a powerful vibration erupted. Ronald muttered, "Really?" A stream of red and blue light quickly intertwined. Gray smoke and flying debris scattered in all directions. Ronald jumped out of the smoke quickly. He landed on the ground. Trainer's responsibility. What? Clearly, Navi Rose was charging at him terrifyingly. Ronald thought, this is going to be a total massacre. Another vibration occurred. It would tear apart the surrounding earth and rocks. Ronald thought, in terms of power, I'm completely outmatched if I go head-on. I'll definitely be shredded. Just once, just to bind her legs, I can create an opening to attack. Exactly like last time, daring with strength like a little mouse. Suddenly, the core inside him flared. The surrounding space was covered in an eerie purple glow. Navi Rose stood still before his eyes. Ronald saw her legs wrapped in purple threads. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Huh! The purple threads entwined Navi Jones's feet. She realized she couldn't move, silently astonished. What? Clearly, this was the aura of Dulan. How could this happen? Navi Rose looked around. Was this a binding technique? Seems like you learned quite a few useful tricks in the Dawn Magic Tower. Indeed, in combat, variables like this can decide life or death. If you have more moves, release them all. Because she swiftly launched herself out of the magical threads. Then Navi Rose excitedly charged ahead. I'll get serious now, Ronald yelled urgently. Wait, calm down, Professor. I also need time to assess the situation. Suddenly, a purple light spread from his body, the core, slowly emerging from Ronald's body. He suddenly felt dizzy. The surroundings blurred and his body quickly collapsed onto the training ground. Navi Rose immediately sensed something unusual in his action. She urgently called out as Ronald fell. Inside the Dawn Tower, Professor Geraldine spoke. Swordsmen are truly incomprehensible. This isn't a battlefield. Why torment a student like this, draining his mana completely? Truly crazy with that sword. Navi Rose interrupted. Stop the nonsense and explain. Handled properly, Jard replied. Don't worry, I'm even better in this area than you remember. Just a side effect of excessive mana consumption. A little recovery potion and tonic will fix it. So don't just stand here idly. Go get the medicine. That stern face only slows the patient's recovery. Navi Rose glared. I don't train like someone weakling. All right, what kind of medicine is needed? Navi Rose quickly closed the room door. Ronald said, Thank you, Professor. My head suddenly feels dizzy. Exhausted, I'm really panicking. Jaredon replied, That's my line to say. Ronald, do you realize how rare the things I witness every time you appear? A type of energy crystallization never seen before. Could it be Bajara's power? Ronald, surprised, the professor knows about that. he replied. I've discussed it with Onphila at the academy. He asked me to keep an eye out to prevent Badgera's power from causing danger. Can we take a look? Ronald hesitated slightly. So is this dangerous? Zaladin replied. If you're asking whether it's dangerous, I don't think you need to worry. This forbidden spell has stabilized remarkably. If you weren't someone familiar with Badgera like me, you'd at most notice the core's position seems a bit odd. Further inspection is needed, but if nothing goes wrong, it can function as a core using spiritual energy. Ronan exclaimed in surprise, spiritual energy? Spiritual energy is a world unique to a single person. The key to opening this door lies in the strongest emotions they've ever experienced, their desire for distant goals, a sudden flash of intuition or unrelenting regret. When those emotions resonate with the accumulated magic in the core, true power is unlocked. That is spiritual energy. Ronald thought, so I can use spiritual energy? This is beyond expectation. But what just happened? Clearly, Dalen's spiritual energy just manifested before my eyes. Spiritual energy is unique. How could it be imitated? Can the Badgera core really do that? Jerdon spoke. We should ask Professor Secret, but Senza is still smiling at you. Ronald wondered, is there more? Jerdon replied. Regarding the curse on you, 2 out of the 8 remaining curses have vanished. Ronald was surprised. Vanished? I didn't do anything, did I? Jard smiled. I know this is hard to believe. Let me explain. Badgera and those 2 curses have merged. This is also extremely illogical, as I've never heard of curses merging. The only condition for this to happen is that they share the same origin, the Glacier property. Ronald smiled. How many more strange things does this body hold? Jalrodin reassured. Don't worry, I'll understand it one day. Scene shifts to a small town with houses along a road. Ronald walks down the street, holding a book and with a pipe in his mouth. He looked at the book in his hand and immediately sensed something was off. Definitely wrong. What has this cursed forbidden spell done to my body? Never mind, thinking too much won't help. Although slightly uncomfortable, removing these 2 demonic curses is still a bonus. If I want to wipe out that damn cult. Now is not the time to be picky. For now, just investigate slowly. Suddenly, Azo's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ronan. Ronald quickly turned. Azo, long time no see. You came all the way here to meet me. Nice kid, how did you know I was here? Are you okay? Suddenly a loud explosion rang out and Azo continued running. He shouted ahead in fear. Ronald, help me. Ronald froze instantly at those words. Moments later, he also screamed in panic. Azo, what's wrong? The smoke gradually cleared to reveal strong muscle. A giant monster was chasing Azo. Ronald shouted, what the hell is chasing you? He realized the ground around was shaking with each step of the monster. Am I seeing this right? Just leaving the academy. And already something like this is happening. Why is that thing in the school? No mistake, that is a manticore. Manticore is a high-level, dangerous creature, living in the treacherous northwest and fond of killing, with a body of steel-hard muscle. Especially its scorpion-like tail carries lethal paralytic venom, rated higher than a wyvern. Ronald thought, but it's not entirely bad. This way, I can verify whether Badgera's power truly allows me to use another's aura. He quickly closed his eyes to sense the node inside, not the heart but drawing magic from the Badgera core. Last time, fighting the professor, I couldn't control the magic, and was exhausted and fainted. This time I must correct that. Ronald felt as if lifting his foot, and quickly placing it on a still water surface. Using it, a stream of magic quickly spread around them. Azo was amazed at Ronald's strange power. The manticore was immediately immobilized by the threads wrapping. Ronald cheered, it works, awesome, it really works. But the manticore slowly lifted its foot, and the magical threads were quickly torn apart. Ronald and Azo stood astonished. They quickly showed fear, though it seemed a bit weak. Ronald thought, the magic seems weaker than the original. The manticore rushed toward them. Ronan hastily drew his sword. Still the same outcome. Suddenly a flash of light appeared from nowhere. It struck the manticore directly. Rocks and soil were pierced instantly. Beams of light shone and the manticore roared in extreme pain. Azo gaped in shock at the scene. The powerful golden beam remained before them, gradually dissipating to reveal the clear sky. Varen spoke. Are you too injured? Ronald quickly turned around. This was Professor Varen's voice. The ground still bore signs of the previous battle. The manticore was trapped in a giant cage. Varen touched its mane. Forgive the pain caused, manticore, but if the situation worsened, the Empire would not tolerate it. Please understand this is the best option. Ronan observed him. Is this Professor Varen's aura? Seems like physical enhancement type. Yet it could defeat that terrifying manticore. With a single strike, thought he was gentle but actually extremely fearsome. The army quickly appeared and surrounded the manticore cage. Varen said, apologies, you too. I didn't expect it to break out of a magically reinforced iron cage. As the person responsible for organizing this year's Beast Festival, I'd like to apologize once again. Ronan replied, it's fine. Getting to witness something so rare is fun too. But what exactly is the Beast Festival? Azo answered, Ronald just got back so you wouldn't know, right? Lately, all of Galilean has been busy preparing for it. The Beast Festival, true to its name, is a Galilean celebration that showcases rare monsters and illusion beasts within the Empire's territory. since you can see illusion beasts you might never encounter in your life. It's an event the entire empire has been looking forward to. Ronald muttered, right, I remember, I saw it on the schedule. It was so special that I thought it'd be really interesting to go. But after an accident like this, will it get cancelled? Varen replied, probably not. Kaindo has really high expectations, so this incident alone isn't enough to stop it. Besides, that thing will officially appear at this year's event. The scene shifts to the next day. In Ness, there was a spacious building with a rather unusual design. Ronald spoke up, so nobody needs to worry about the Beast Festival. But there's something I don't understand. Does everyone really have that much to look forward to? Everyone talks about it non-stop. I figured it'd be good, but not to this extent, Maria explained, if it were just a normal Beast Festival. That's true, but this time a special pair will appear. Doppelganger Alpha and Omega. Doppelgangers are illusion beasts that can read the other person's emotions through their eyes and shapeshift into them. Alpha usually becomes the person the viewer loves, while Omega becomes the person the viewer hates, so people can witness that wondrous sight. Some are willing to pay an enormous sum, but because doppelgangers are extremely rare, the chance to see one in person is incredibly slim. And now they're exhibiting a pair and it's free, so of course everyone's excited. So Ronan, are you more interested now? Ronald thought to himself. A shape-shifting creature that reacts to emotion. Then in my case, Alpha would be Sister Iro and Omega would probably be. His face immediately tightened as he thought of that person. At this rate, the Academy is going to attract every kind of weirdo. Professor Varen is probably going to be exhausted. Times like these are when the uninvited show up in the biggest crowds. In a narrow back alley, a hooded figure spoke. The next order from above has been issued. Memorize it and carry it out strictly. Yes, I will complete it without a single mistake for the honor of Karaburo. At a school surrounded by small buildings. Ronan said, let's put the Beast Festival aside for now and get straight to the main point. I asked you two to meet privately today because I have gifts for you. First, Azo, this is for you. I worked hard to get this from the Dawn Magic Tower. Even so, you won't be able to read it right away. According to them, every page is sealed with powerful magic and needs some kind of decoding. Even deciphering a single page takes a full day. So take your time studying it. Azo shouted in a rush, I can't believe this really exists. Ronald was surprised. You can read it. Azo replied, each page is as complex as a labyrinth, but I can read a little, as long as I have enough time. I can read the whole thing. Of course, understanding it will take even more time because every line contains advanced knowledge. Revolutionary, you could say. Incredible, Ronald. How did you manage to get such a terrifying spellbook? About that, Ronan briefly thought of Bajira's book. Better if you don't know. Then he turned to Maria. When you have time, go see Professor Varendi. There's a big business opportunity, she asked. What opportunity? Ronald replied. Recently, the professor succeeded in fully cultivating the Sarante herb. Soon they'll produce medicine from it and distribute it across the empire. So I boldly recommended your Caribal Trade Guild as the distributor. You already know how frightening this herb's effects are, along with what your family's guild is capable of. Sitting on a mountain of money will only be a matter of time. Ronald slowly stood up. And today, in particular, I'll personally test how much your strength has improved. And how far you've come. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Maria grinned, baring her teeth. Sounds good, I've got plenty I want to show you too. Feeling fired up, huh? Then hurry up, get your weapons, and follow me your first sparring match. Azo jumped up quickly. Then I'll also, Ronald cut in, Azo for now, focus on studying that spellbook. It'll make you stronger faster than practicing sword fights, got it? That's all, do your best, Maria added. See you later, cute kid. Ezra watched the two of them cheerfully head out the door. He observed Maria's radiant smile as she talked with Ronald. Azo's face immediately went slightly blank. 15 days later at Galilean Academy on a spacious training ground shaped into a perfect circle. Odessa said, all right, this will be the 514th trial. Are you two ready? Grom answered her at once, of course. Odessa replied, then we begin the countdown. 3. Grom quickly raised his saber. 2. A stream of golden light wrapped around his body. 1. Odessa blew a sharp, loud whistle. Grom instantly shot forward, overflowing with killing intent. His arm swung forward slowly, his hand gripping the sword tight. Ronald remained perfectly still as Grom charged in. His face showed no emotion at all. Ronan focused intensely on the magic within his body. The core inside him erupted with purple flames. A stream of purple light instantly burst outward. Grom's sword froze right in front of him. Purple threads bound his legs and the sword in his hands tightly. Rome chuckled softly. Now I truly cannot move at all. A brilliant technique, Ronan. Ronan also exhaled in relief, his sense of ease unmistakable. You've worked hard, Brahm said. Congratulations, Ronald. This time, both the speed of your strikes and the balance of your mana are perfect. Only 15 days and you've reached this level, unbelievable. Ronald replied, not at all, it's all thanks to everyone's help. Odessa analyzed my technique. not only identifying weaknesses but also suggesting perfect ways to improve. Rom wielded the enhanced sword without hesitation. Thanks to that, I could maintain sharpness in my sense, significantly enhancing the power of my technique, even if it isn't entirely my own mana. Rome laughed heartily, seeing a swordsman maintain composure even with the blade at his throat. Makes me understand the spirit of a true warrior like you. I've found my new target, truly an excellent guild leader. Ronald smiled, you're always full of energy. Well, I'll go train alone now. Rom cheerfully called out, whenever you need someone to test your neck again, just call. Ronald quickly realized, just being able to use this stream of energy is already wonderful. But if there's one regret, it's the golden aura Professor Varen used. No matter how many times I tried, it only drained my mana core and I couldn't replicate it even slightly. It seems the higher the rank of the aura, the harder it is to reproduce. If I could witness it once or twice more, I'd grasp the feeling. But should I cling to the professor while he's busy with countless tasks? What should I do? Suddenly a voice rang out. There you are, Ronan. Ronan quickly turned. You are Professor Varen's assistant, Barry. Barry panted. Thankfully, you still remember me. Ronan replied, we've met a few times. But why are you here? Barry answered, actually nothing special. The professor left some time ago, leaving a letter, saying that if something major happened that I couldn't handle, I should ask for your help. Ronald was astonished. What? Professor Varen has left. Just before the bestiary trials. And what is this major event? Barry explained. Actually, the monster we manage in the Taiwan arena has disappeared, and it's the most important one in this bestiary trial. A doppelganger, a shapeshifter. Odessa and Ronan were extremely shocked by this news. What? Barry continued. In fact, Professor Varen left some time ago. Right after that accident, he immediately departed from the academy. So it's been 2 weeks, Ronald muttered. The accident 2 weeks ago, you mean the manticore that escaped? Barry replied, exactly. The professor was very suspicious of that accident, always saying it felt like something was overlooked. In the end, he went to investigate personally. And though it's unclear what he discovered, I still can't forget his expression that day. For the first time, I saw the professor so angry. Then, the next morning, he left the note I mentioned and departed. It also contained a message. If something serious happens, seek Ronald's help. Ronald remarked, actually something serious has happened. That rare doppelganger smashed its cage and vanished without a trace. So, Senior, any clues? Odessa responded, I don't think this was a random accident. Not an accident. What do you mean? This cage was made from superalloy glass, specifically designed to counter the doppelganger's shapeshifting ability. You know how tough this glass is. But if so, does it make sense for it to shatter on its own? Moreover, most of the shards flew inward, not outward. And you can feel residual dense mana lingering on the fragments. That means an extremely strong force from outside hit the cage directly. Based on these points, it's highly likely this was a deliberate attack aimed at the doppelganger. Barry panicked and attacked. Ronald silently admired, as expected of the guild leader, an impressive analytical eye. Yes, otherwise you couldn't explain the unease I felt upon entering here. If what you said is true, this isn't a small matter anymore. It means a dangerous criminal is hiding in the academy. If we don't pursue immediately, something serious will happen. Right, Assistant Barry? Barry was slightly surprised at the question. Right. Ronald smiled and continued. Then I think we should start the investigation immediately. Can we ask the knights on the other side for support? I fear I can't handle this alone. Odessa hurriedly said, wait, Ronald. Actually, there are a few other suspicious points. Ronald quickly stopped her. Don't worry, Senior. It won't take long as the knights cooperate. After a while, Ronald Genji let out a sigh. Seriously, ever since I enrolled in the academy, something's always happening, even if I'm considered a promising student. What could a kid like me possibly know? Whenever things like this happen, I'm reminded that being in the spotlight isn't pleasant at all. Do you knights think so too? The knight nearby remained silent at his question. Ronald quickly remarked, you're all pretty quiet. Well, that makes sense. If you're knights, you're supposed to carry yourselves with dignity and authority. It's amazing, really cool, but compared to that appearance, your way of working seems a bit sloppy. The knight growled, what are you talking about? Ronan replied, exactly. Even if a teaching assistant brought us here, you still let students rush into the scene without checking anything. Among all the knights here, does no one know what Senior Odessa said? No matter what, this happened because of your negligence. Yet none of you look the slightest bit guilty or embarrassed. That's really hard to understand. Or are your salaries so low that you've lost all motivation? Are you done talking, or do you not know how to shut your mouth? The knight roared. This was just an unexpected accident. We have no obligation to explain anything to students like you. You'd better shut up and get lost. Ronan cut in, my apologies, Sir Knight, but allow me one final question. What's with the bloodstains on your armor? As far as I remember, there's no reason for blood to be spilled in Galilee. Right? Ronan's eyes narrowed sharply in suspicion. You, who exactly are you? A knight immediately drew his sword. Idiot, want to die early, brat? Ronan replied without the slightest hesitation. We'll soon see who dies first. Enough, I'm busy, so let's finish this quickly. Another knight suddenly swung his sword. The head of the knight from earlier quickly fell to the ground. The remaining knights and Ronin had no idea what was happening. What's going on? The eyes of the beheaded man widened in pain. Those around them stirred in panic. What the hell? The leading knight rushed forward. You bastard, how dare you betray us? But the other knight had already turned back. He slashed his sword fiercely into the man's body. Then he grabbed him by the collar and hurled him hard into the knights behind. Two knights crashed into each other, lost their footing, and fell backward. Ban Luz, dressed as a knight, continued charging forward. The knight slammed to the ground, cursed in anger. He panicked when he saw Ban Luz raise his sword. Wait, spare, Ronan muttered. What on earth is going on? Who the hell are you? The knight named Ban Luz's eyes flashed. He looked toward the boy. Ronan warily touched the sword at his waist. Ban Luz slowly walked toward him and Ronald's friends. He suddenly knelt down and bowed his head to the ground. You saw it clearly, didn't you? Lord Ronan, I personally eliminated those filthy criminals. So please, dispel the terrible misunderstanding that I had joined forces with them. Ronald looked confused. What the hell are you talking about? Wait, that voice sounds familiar. Don't tell me. Ban Luz quickly removed his knight's helmet. Ronan exclaimed in shock. Ban Luz, he replied. Yes, long time no see, have you been well? Seeing that the knight was Ban Luz, Ronald immediately knelt down, sat near him, and stared intently. Sitting opposite Ban Luz, Ronald's face darkened as he looked at him, making Ban Luz scratch his head awkwardly and say, well, showing up like this. It's really something new, huh? You'd better be quick with that mouth of yours. Ban Luz, you say not to misunderstand, but you know exactly what's going on, don't you? Hearing Ronald's threatening words, Ban Luz trembled all over. He didn't know how to explain. Ronald's sharp, intimidating gaze bore into him as he continued. I'm not that kind enough to let things slide so easily. Frightened by Ronald's imposing presence, Ban Luz had no choice but to shout, of course. I'll confess everything without leaving anything out. First, let me make one thing clear. I have never forgotten the day you saved my life, Lord Ronald. After becoming a new man, you gave me a special order. Stay in Carry Bolo as a spy and help purge them. So all this time, I've truly worked with all my might, handling everything from A to Z, doing the dirty and dangerous jobs to gain their trust. Ban Luz knelt on the ground, clasping his hands together as he tried to explain. He continued telling Ronald about what happened after he went undercover. Because of that, I earned their recognition and was promoted to the rank of Wolf. With that position, I was able to access top-secret information, such as branch locations and their next poaching plan. And just as you instructed, I regularly reported everything to a man named Varen. Hearing this, Ronald nodded and spoke. The professor did mention several times that an anonymous helper had been providing great assistance in dealing with Carry Bola. Ban Luz broke out in a cold sweat. He pointed to the armor he was wearing and said, and this armor was provided by them. I was just the one receiving it. Just the one receiving it. I only handle communications. As for where the supplies come from, I don't know. Please trust me this time. Hearing this, Ronald could only sigh. He thought to himself, this kid seems to know how to stay alive properly, huh? With that in mind, Ronald spoke to Banris. All right then. I'll admit you've tried hard. Now tell me, what was your purpose sneaking in here? Ronald continued to face Banris and asked him, honestly, I still don't get it. No matter how notorious Caribolo is, they wouldn't be foolish enough to touch the doppelganger, would they? Why take such a risk? Hearing Ronald's question, Ban Ruse scratched his cheek awkwardly and replied, actually, it's because lately, Caribolo's reputation has been plummeting, just like the results of my relentless espionage. And on the day Varen joined forces with the Empire's army, they managed to wipe out half of their branches. I sabotaged all their poaching operations, so their situation started deteriorating visibly. Rumors that Caribolo was about to collapse spread everywhere. At this point, Ban Ruse laughed proudly and told Ronald, that rumor, that was me who spread it. Hearing this, Ronald sighed again. Ban Ruse glanced at Ronald, furrowed his brow, and continued. So the higher-ups began to sense the danger. They decided to launch a campaign to regain their reputation. And that's what this beast-stealing operation is all about. After learning the true purpose of Caribolo's men, Ronald smirked. I see. The Beast Festival is an event monitored by the entire Empire. And if they manage to capture the most prominent creature, the doppelganger, it would be a spectacular display, perfect for gaining prestige. Ronald then stood up. He looked down at Banris and asked, looks like that plan's a bust, huh? Then we just deal with the rest and bring the doppelganger back. Done. Manrus knelt on the ground, head bowed, unable to look up, and said heavily, no, not yet, Lord Ronald. The doppelganger was just the opening act. The true goal of this campaign is to capture all the creatures at the Beast Festival. And to achieve that, Caribolo's main force, Arendelle, has already arrived. At this moment, in the basement holding the doppelganger, a white smoke appeared from somewhere. The other cavalry soldiers had already been defeated, all lying on the ground. Hearing the commotion, Ronald crossed his arms and looked toward Ban Rose, who also looked up in surprise. Bari was also startled, sitting down on the ground. Odessa wiped the sweat from her chin while bracing her sword on the floor and said, they've arrived, Ronald. Just as I expected, these aren't officially recruited knights at all. After you left, I questioned them carefully and their true nature was exposed immediately. All of them were knocked out, so interrogation won't be an issue. Hearing her, Ronald moved toward Odessa and replied, "Excellent, senior. But why does the assistant look so dazed?" He looked at Bari sitting on the ground with a panicked expression. Odessa could only laugh and respond, "I'm not sure." Suddenly my face just went blank. Maybe it's shock from discovering there's a spy. But who was the person following behind? Hearing Odessa, Ronald pointed to the table. "Andrews." He said, "This one." Before Ronald could say more, he hurriedly introduced himself loudly. "Yes, greetings, miss. I bow to you. I used to be a paper minion of Caribolo, but now I've reformed and live as a proper human." As he spoke, Ban Ruse bowed 90 degrees. "My name is Ban Ruse, loyal subordinate of Lord Ronald." Hearing this, Odessa curiously asked, "Subordinate?" Anticipating her question, Ronald replied, "Enough, details can wait. There's something more important now." After a while, one of them spoke up. "Is that true, Banrus?" It was Odessa. She glanced at Banrus and continued, "Not just here, but in other areas. There are also Caribolo agents posing as technicians." Hearing this, Banrus firmly confirmed, "That's correct. The real goal of this plan is to seize all the creatures at the Beast Festival. Letting the doppelganger escape was just a diversion. Because if the most tightly controlled creature, the doppelganger, goes missing, all attention will converge here. That way, security in the other areas will loosen, and they plan to exploit that gap to make their move. The operation begins when the full moon sits directly above the top of Tiagun Tower. If everything is on schedule, the rest of them in the other sectors should be getting ready by now." Hearing Ban Ruse lay out Caribolo's plan in such detail, he stayed silent. Ronald looked at the knights lying on the ground. He thought, if we already know the plan, dealing with each group one by one won't be that hard. But it's better to let them think everything is still going smoothly. The small fry aren't a concern, but Arendelle is a completely different matter. Werewolves are an extremely powerful semi-beast combat race. Among them, the tribe famous for ferocity and strength is Unram, and those very people were wiped out in a single night by just one man. 5 years ago, one of Caribolo's 3 sharpest claws, and also one of its highest-ranking leaders, Arendelle. Ronald couldn't stop thinking. That night's massacre marked the moment Caribolo stopped being a mere common poaching gang and became a criminal organization with terrifying power. The fact that someone like him showed up personally means Caribolo is going all in this time, which also means they've steeled themselves for the worst possible outcome. In that case, what he needs to do is... Thinking that, Ronald glanced toward Bari and spoke to him. "Assistant Instructor, please quietly inform the Imperial Army and simply keep a close watch on the situation. If the doppelganger is released, we will definitely find it and bring it back." As he said that, Ronan, Odessa, and Ban Ruse all looked toward Bari and smiled. After telling Bari what he needed to do, Ronald fell back into thought. Judging by Arendelle's actions, he may be a show-off, but he's not the type to act recklessly. Releasing the doppelganger must mean he's confident in his own power. In other words, if they reclaim the doppelganger first, he'll come looking for them himself. But this time they'll uproot the problem for good. Scene change. Outside, the sunset glow of dusk had already begun to fall. In a forest, Arendelle was sitting on a log, holding a large slab of meat in his hand. He roughly lifted it up and took a huge bite, then chewed noisily with obvious relish. While he was still eating, Arendelle wiped his mouth and said, "This is torture." He tossed away the half-eaten meat and grumbled to himself. Waiting for prey to take the bait is always the dullest part. The manticore, the doppelganger, those are just side dishes. Show yourself already, Varen. This time I'll skin you alive. His eyes and words were overflowing with anger and anticipation. In the forest, the wind rustled as leaves fell and drifted through the air. 3 figures appeared among the trees. Ronan, Ban Ruse, and Odessa. She was casting her magic on the animals in the forest. Watching from behind, Ban Ruse spoke up. "I heard you took down Caribolo all by yourself. I already thought that was impressive, but Ms. Odessa, you're truly extraordinary. What are you planning to do with those animals?" Hearing him ask. Ronald, standing beside them, glanced over and casually said, "To find the doppelganger, obviously." As Odessa continued working her spell on the animals, she said, "I'll have them recognize the residual demonic aura the doppelganger left behind in the pen. Then follow that trail." Hearing that, Ban Ruse stared wide-eyed at Ronald and asked, That's actually possible." Ronald just folded his arms across his chest and said with a smile, "That's nothing. As you can see, she's exceptional. Our future great general." Odessa had her eyes closed, fully focused on her spell. A black current of power gave off a glow as it swirled around her hands. After a while, Odessa slowly opened her eyes, looked at the animals, and said to them, "All right, everyone, I'm counting on you." After receiving Odessa's command, the animals turned and sprinted into the forest, beginning their search. Deep in the woods, something was running at high speed. As it ran, its eyes emitted a purple glow. A white-furred fox kept sprinting deeper into the forest. It was Omega transformed into a fox. Omega inside the fox's body kept running. Up above, a bird following Odessa's order had already found it. The bird dove straight at Omega in pursuit, crying out non-stop. Omega quickly noticed the bird's presence. It shot a sideways glance. Omega turned its head back, its glowing eyes accompanied by a surge of power. It cried out as it stared fixedly at the bird chasing it. Omega suddenly launched an attack at the bird. An explosion sent thick smoke billowing up. The bird had no guard up at all. It was still closing in. Right then, Omega transformed into a snake, its tongue flicking out. It shot straight at the bird and opened its jaws wide, trying to swallow it whole. In that instant, the image of Omega in its snake form appeared clearly before the bird's eyes. In the end, only a blood-soaked scene remained. Odessa sensed it the moment she saw it. She opened her eyes, breathing with great difficulty. Odessa raised her hand, pointed straight into the forest, and shouted, "Found it, Ronin over there." That snake was right in front of all three of them, not far away. A snake was there. Odessa stared at the white snake and kept shouting. That snake was Doppelganger in disguise. Hearing that, Ronald yelled, "Nice work, Senior." From the look of it, it's on Omega's side. So then, Ronald didn't finish before a nimble figure darted past him. It was Ban Ruse rushing forward, saying confidently, "Leave this to me, Sir Ronald." Seeing how eager he was, Ronald didn't even have time to react. Ban Ruse sprinted up and continued loudly, "I'm Ban Ruse. My past isn't much to brag about, but I once reached Carivalo's wolf rank." With a mutt like that, Sir Ronald doesn't need to dirty his hands. The mutt still stood there, its long tongue making strange sound. Ban Ruse charging in startled it. He thrust a hand toward the mutt roughly, making it yelp. He said, "Just me is enough." In no time, Ban Ruse had caught the mutt. It kept yelping non-stop. Ban Ruse gripped its head firmly. He tightened his hand until it writhed in pain. Looking at what he'd caught, Ban Ruse said cheerfully, "Easy, you idiot, I'm not trying to hurt you." Before he could react, he heard someone cursing, "Moron." Ban Ruse turned back, beamed, and waved as he said, "Hey Ronald, look at me, I took one down." He hadn't finished when Ronald rushed over and shouted, "Why are you staring straight into the dog's eyes? I told you Omega transforms based on negative emotions, which can include fear and terror." Hearing Ronald, Ban Ruse finally let out a breath. His face went deathly pale as he blurted, "Oh no." He glanced at the mutt in his hands and muttered, "Fear or terror could it be?" In Ban Ruse's hands now was a Sita, staring at him without blinking. In that moment, Ban Ruse could only hold his breath and stare back. The memory of being attacked by Sita flashed through his mind. Ban Ruse burst into sobs and screamed. The next second, he collapsed onto the ground, letting Omega, in Sita's form, slip from his grasp. Omega took flight. Ronin and Odessa lunged in and met it head-on. In a single second, Sita reached out and touched Ronin's face. Four eyes locked. Staring at Omega right in front of him, Ronald muttered, "What the hell is this?" In Omega's eyes was Ronald's reflection, but it immediately shot away from him. Ronald dodged to the side and shouted, "Good heavens." Turning to look, he clenched his teeth and thought, "This is bad. It definitely looked into that eye. If it turns into some ahate type thing, then cleaning up the fallout will be a nightmare." Before things spiraled out of control, Ronald saw Omega start its next transformation. Ronald was still thinking he had to catch it. With no time to waste, he chased after it. Seeing that, Odessa shouted, "Ronald Sr." While running, Ronald told her, "Take Ban Ruse and go find Alphady. I'll handle Omega myself." Very quickly, the chase between Ronald and Omega played out in the forest. He sped up to close the gap while thinking hard. Why at that speed it should have finished transforming by now? Ronald glanced down, still puzzled. He didn't see anything appear that looked like ahate. At that size, there'd be nowhere to hide. Even stranger, Ronald stopped in his tracks. He didn't keep chasing. He calmed himself and began scanning the area. Ronald saw on the ground human footprints. Following the direction of the tracks, Ronald thought, that leftover aura really is Doppelganger's, but who did it turn into? Ronald followed the remaining footprints while staying on guard. The closer he got, the heavier the killing intent became. The head grew darker and darker, with dense crimson killing intent hanging in the air. Ronald immediately thought of a snake, then the image of a young man. He wondered, could it be? Extremely wary, Ronald moved forward slowly, one hand resting on his sword. One hand lifted the branches above, while the other slowly drew his blade. Ronald stared ahead and muttered, whoever it is, just need to check." Before he could finish, he stopped short. In front of Ronald stood a man in a robe. The sight in front of him left Ronin frozen stiff. He stared wide-eyed at the man before him. Zonin's sword was now drenched in blood. Blood kept dripping down without stopping. The man, his face still smeared with grime, spoke again. "Father," the man studied his reflection in the stream, then continued, "In the end, I couldn't protect anyone at all." Ronald could only stand there with his mouth hanging open, unable to make a sound. The man turned back, glaring at Ronald with a look exactly like his, and said, "Couldn't protect anyone." Ronald was staring at himself, right there in front of him. In that instant, the two of them silently faced each other. Ronin lowered his head, eyes cast down. He clenched both hands into fists, thoughts racing. What the hell is happening? The self he tried to deny. Was it actually him? So that's why that sharp gaze. That insane aura, was it coming from him? Ronan, transformed by Omega, kept muttering under his breath, "I can't protect." At that moment, Ronald, also transformed by Omega, suddenly moved. It kept saying, "Can't protect." Then Omega, eyes blazing with rage, charged toward. "Why can't I protect them?" Ronald was still dazed, until Omega was right in front of him and he snapped back to himself. He reacted at once, raising his sword to block Omega's strike. Under Omega's tremendous force, stones shattered and sprayed everywhere. White smoke billowed thickly. Omega still had the upper hand, using sheer power to suppress Ronald. Ronald gritted his teeth, forcing his blade up to hold off the assault. He thought, they say Doppelganger inherits part of the memories and traits of whoever it copies, but this isn't just part anymore. Ronald looked into his own eyes, warned by Omega, and he was sure that was him, exactly as he was back then. Ronald couldn't hold on much longer. He was driven backward. Ronald thought, if this keeps up, I'm really in trouble. The two blades met, steel scraping and throwing sparks as Ronald calculated. That thing is at its absolute peak, like when it jeweled a hay and his body right now isn't strong enough to contain it. Right now, he had to widen the distance and buy time. Just as Ronald was thinking that, Omega's sword hand slowly loosened off the hilt. It immediately flicked the sword in its hand up into the air with a technique. Ronan lost his balance and pitched forward from inertia. Ronald's mind instantly clicked. He assessed it silently, letting go mid-swing. This is to break my center of gravity. The very next second, Omega brutally grabbed Ronald by the hair. Its other hand seized its own sword, then slammed the hilt down. The motion was lightning fast, one hand yanking Ronald's hair, the other swinging the hilt straight into his head. In Omega's version of Ronald's eyes, there was no life left at all. Ronald quickly raised his scabbard to block Omega's blade, then snorted coldly, "Dirty fighting, yeah, that really is my style." Ronald's sword arm trembled nonstop, but he still forced his grip tight. He used the scabbard in his hand to hold the attack back, while his other hand swung in. Ronald looked at Omega, curled his lip into a grin, and hissed each word. "Thanks to you, the memories I tried to forget are flooding back. You punishment-ridden bastard who had it coming." Roland thrust with the hilt, smashing Omega in the stomach, and shouted, "Much appreciated." Ronald's hilt slammed into Omega's gut. It flared with rage, veins bulging as it glared at Roland. The next second, Omega heaved and knocked Roland flying. He used the momentum to spring backward. Ronald stared at himself in front of him, panting hard, thinking he hadn't let his guard down at all, and he still almost got his head lopped off. There was a small cut on Ronan's neck where the blade had nicked him, oozing blood. Ronald looked at Omega, wearing his face with icy eyes. He thought again, so this is what it felt like. Back then, he tore at his enemies just to survive. No different from a wild beast. Ronald watched his own current appearance, overflowing with killing intent. Ronan gripped his sword with both hands. He stayed on guard, warning himself, "Don't relax for even a second. All it takes is one breath out of rhythm." Right then, Omega lunged at him, closing in incredibly fast. Both of them swung at the same time, and Ronald knocked Omega away. He thought he'd die on the spot. Omega didn't give up. It charged Ronald again. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A red glint flashed in them as Omega rushed in again. It cleaved through the ground, blasting rocks apart, terrifying destructive power. Just as it was about to slash Ronald, a curtain of white smoke appeared in front of him again. The smoke blinded Ronald, leaving only his eyes visible. A sword stabbed through the white haze, driving straight into Ronan. Omega's thrust looked like it had pierced straight through Ronan's head, but Ronan had used the smoke to slip in a decoy in his place. Ronald was crouched low now. He swung his sword in a cut. Omega was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Seeing its stunned eyes, Ronald said, Why are you so surprised? What are you thinking? I know everything." Roland swung the sword in his hand, striking forward. He looked at Omega and shouted, "Because I am you too." Ronald's sword slashed forward, but Omega reacted very quickly. It raised its sword to block his attack instantly. Ronald couldn't do anything more at this moment. He gritted his teeth, thinking, the strike still feels weak. He dodged at the last moment. A wound appeared on Omega's face from Ronan's strike. It passed through, then looked at Ronald with eyes still glowing. Neither said another word. They charged at each other, heads colliding directly. Their heads slammed together, immediately causing a shockwave. The ground around them began to crack, stones flying everywhere. After the impact, Ronald staggered, coughed up some blood, and gritted his teeth. He looked at Omega in front of him and thought, this crazy guy, all stone, all kinds of filth. While Ronan was still thinking, Omega launched another attack toward him. Omega kicked Ronald, sending him flying. He couldn't defend in time and was hurled away. Ronald was knocked back, using both hands to block his chest, but still felt the pain and coughed harshly. Omega's kick didn't just send Ronald flying, he tumbled through the air. He remained alert, continuing to think. Wait, if it were him, he wouldn't stop at a simple kick. If he guessed correctly, Omega had quickly swung the sword for another strike. The sword lunged straight at Ronald. In his mind, he thought, I'm definitely going to be thrown back. His whole body slammed into a rock, shattering it. Omega's sword tip still pressed forward. Ronald opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and endured the pain. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted where Ronald fought Omega. The aftershock spread everywhere. In the forest, white smoke obscured vision, leaving only cries audible. Omega's sword struck forward but hit a trapped rock. Ronald finally exhaled in relief. He collapsed onto the ground, looking around exhausted, muttering, "If I die here, what's the cause?" Ronald glanced at the gleaming sword. He saw himself reflected and muttered, "This is intense. The only way is to lure it to see someone else." As it transformed into something else at that moment, someone approached, saying while walking, "Isn't this the scent I'm looking for anymore?" A fierce aura was present. He thought Varen had finally arrived, but it was Aaron Dallet. Walking, he spoke and Ronald heard the voice. He instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. A strong energy radiated from there. Not far off, Aaron stepped toward Ronald, continuing, "Just another brat, still wet behind the ears, causing trouble in my hunting ground." He looked down at Ronald with a piercing gaze and asked, "What's a kid like you doing here?" Ronald looked at the tall man in front of him. He silently assessed, the stench of blood emanating strongly from him. The ferocious aura, like a wild beast, was right in front of him, exactly as he had seen from Valis. He was Arendelle Rona. He didn't know how to react, thinking this situation was unexpected. He had intended to capture him, but why appear right at this moment? Ronald was lost in thought when Aaron saw him not responding and continued questioning. "Are you afraid I'll eat you? Why don't you answer?" At that moment, a gust of energy swept past Aaron Dallet's nose. He immediately smelled it, froze, and exclaimed, "Wait, that's strange." He covered half his face with his hand, laughed loudly, and said, "I've prepared thoroughly today. I didn't plan to do this, but I can't ignore it any longer. Hey kid, are you giving off Omega's scent?" Hearing Aaron Dallet, Ronald realized something. A fragrance surrounded him. Ronald spoke to Aaron Dallet. "What?" He didn't answer but rushed forward. Smashing the rock Ronald leaned on with his bare hands, then shouted, "This should be easy." Aaron Dallet's radiant power blazed, blinding a whole area. The ground and stones shattered under his power. Veins bulged on his face, eyes full of energy. He turned to Ronald and shouted, "I've just captured Anfa, didn't expect to catch Omega too." Ronald, still recovering, sat on the ground listening to Aaron Dallet. "He just captured Anfa," Aaron Dallet continued. "Hey kid, your fate." He finished speaking, turned, stamped his foot to gain momentum. Aaron Dallet lunged at Ronald, one hand reaching to grab him. His other hand clenched into a fist. He moved like lightning, each strike lethal. Ronald could only raise his sword to defend. He couldn't counterattack, only dodge while blocking the strikes. Ronald furrowed his brow in thought. The highest rank of Carry Bolo, or whatever it was, clearly wasn't just a title. Every strike was powerful and precise. If one hit him with his current body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ronald quickly glanced around and thought. Moreover, there was another problem. The one chasing him should have ended this a long time ago. But he was concealing his killing intent, holding his breath in hiding. If it were his past life self, the only reason would be that he was waiting for the right moment to deliver a lethal strike. So, thinking this, Ronald didn't hesitate any longer. He gripped his sword tightly. Aaron Dallet looked somewhat surprised at his action, speechless. Ronald swung his sword, a horizontal slash toward him while thinking. He needed to quickly deal with this one. The slash Ronan had just made left only a small mark on Aaron Dale's skin, leaving behind. A surge of his power. Aaron Daler placed his hand on the wound, smirking, very real. He spun immediately, throwing a powerful punch at Ronald. He blocked it with his sword. He praised again, not bad. Both launched into fierce combat. Aaron Daly threw an empty-handed punch, Ronan blocked, and he said, "Usually just seeing my face drains others' will to fight. Interesting. Whoever appears here has a reason." Ronald faced Aaron Daly at such close range, observing him and silently assessing. That slash didn't harm him at all. Ronald now spoke. "Is this body powered by aura? Why am I still trying to block his attacks?" The power Aaron Dale radiated now seemed undiminished. Hearing Ronan's curiosity, Aaron Dale replied, "Exactly, my aura infuses into the muscles of my body, making it an invulnerable weapon. Enhancing the body with mana cannot match me. This is the highest power in body enhancement, beyond all limits. If you leave a mark on my body, consider it an honor." Aaron Dallet smiled enigmatically at Ronald and continued, "From now on, I, Aaron Dolly Seth, recognize you as prey. Hunting is the strong chasing, the weak struggling to escape. So, kid, fight until your body is exhausted." As he spoke, he grabbed Ronald's sword. Suddenly, Aaron Dallet launched an attack and Ronald couldn't react in time. His strength was immense. Aaron Dallet shouted, "Struggle." Ronald was thrown back by his tremendous force, gritting his teeth to endure. Ronan plunged his sword into the ground to stop himself from being thrown away. Just as he looked up, Aaron Dallet was attacking right in front of him. Ronald reflexively leaned backward to dodge. He twisted, quickly seizing the opportunity. Ronald's eyes suddenly flashed. He immediately launched continuous slashes at Aaron Dolly. Seeing this, he clenched his fists and struck forward. Ronan refused to back down. Both continued the fierce clash. Aaron Dallier used his iron-like arm to block. Both quickly retreated backward. The clash of their powers pushed Aaron Dalai and Ronald back. He He tried to use his large body to maintain balance. Behind him was a large rock. Aaron Dalit didn't hesitate, grabbing it with bare hands. He lifted it with full strength using one hand. Aaron Dale hurled it straight at Ronan. He reacted quickly, slashing the rock with his sword. Ronald's slashes shattered the rock into pieces. Aaron Dalit used the opportunity to rush at him. He swung his fist, smiling, "Gotcha." But at this moment Aaron Dalit suddenly froze, the smile on his face vanished. Ronald knelt on the ground, raised his sword, unleashing a massive surge of power. "I'm the one who should say that." Both now charged at each other with immense power. Ronan continued, "Let's see." Ronan slashed. Aaron Dalit used both hands to block his chest. Aaron Daly was thrown back by Ronan's slash, laughing heartily. Moments later, his power erupted. Aaron Dalit shouted, "This is exhilarating," against Aaron Daly's berserk strength. Ronald gritted his teeth to avoid being blown away. Watching Aaron Daler, Ronan thought, "He's growing massive." Aaron Dalit's whole body was now vain. His eyes shone as he shouted, "The thrill of the hunt, every nerve on edge like this. How long has it been? Amazing, truly amazing. Kid, you definitely have potential. I'll unleash my full power." He formed a blue light power sphere in his hand. Aaron Dalit charged at Ronald again, shouting, "Receive the ultimate power." As he finished, Aaron Daly's arm was severed. Blood spurted and Aaron Dalit immediately felt it. He turned to look as if he couldn't believe his own eyes and blurted out, "What?" His hand had actually been severed by a tree branch, blood pouring out without stopping. Ronan Omega in disguise appeared, holding that branch in his hand. Aaron stared hard, disbelief in his eyes. Omega had appeared once again. After chopping off Aaron Dalit's arm, it said nothing, only closed its eyes in silence. Aaron Dalit's arm had been completely cut off by Omega. Blood sprayed everywhere. Aaron Dalit clutched his bleeding shoulder with his remaining hand, screaming in agony. Aaron Dalit forced himself to endure the pain. He looked around and thought, what is this terrifying power? He had widened the distance by focusing all his aura into a single point, yet his arm had still been cut off by a tiny branch. Aaron Dalit realized the target was the branch that had just severed his arm. As he thought it through, he realized, so it really is that bastard. A faint scent drifted past Aaron Dalit's nose. He recognized it instantly and thought, wait, this smell coming off him, could it be? Omega, disguised as Ronald, tightened his grip on the bloodstained branch in his hand. Aaron Dalit realized who it was. He ground his teeth in fury, veins standing out across his face. Omega charged at him. Swinging the branch in his hand, he shouted, "Don't kid yourself, you think I'll get hit again." Aaron Dalit didn't back down. He clenched his fist. The two collided in an instant, Aaron Dalit's punch unleashing a surge of power. The immense force made him roar, "You damn monster." The sky over the area lit up from Aaron Dalit's power. Omega and Aaron Dalit lunged into a brawl. Only flashes of their power could be seen as earth and rocks blasted in all directions. After a while, Omega landed. Using his power, he lifted Aaron Dalit's severed arm off the ground. Aaron had just landed too. Holding his injured arm, he saw what Omega was doing and cursed at him through clenched teeth. "Damn it!" Omega pulled the arm on the ground over to himself, raised one foot and stomped. Then he immediately whipped out a kick at Aaron Dalit's severed arm. The arm flew toward him. Aaron Dalit's severed arm spun through the air, blood spraying again. Aaron Dalit blocked the attack with his remaining arm and snarled, "So arrogant, how dare you use my arm as a toy?" Aaron Dalit's eyes were filled with furious rage and seething hatred. Omega seized the opening. After that kick, he dashed in before Aaron Dalit could react and delivered a flurry of slashes. The clang of blades rang out. Aaron Dalit stayed on the defensive, guarding his chest with his arm. Aaron Dalit couldn't take it any longer. With a ferocious face, he unleashed his power and roared, "Omega." Not far away, Ronald watched the fight, sweating, thinking, what the hell is happening? Facing the chaotic battle, Ronald thought, that bastard wasn't just fighting with a few branches he picked up. He was taking on Aaron Dalit at the same time. Countless questions about Omega flooded his mind. He even closed his eyes. Was Omega doing this to maintain the upper hand? To capture Aaron Dalit? But why go this far? Just moments ago, he clearly only wanted to kill Ronald. But now he was targeting Aaron Dalit, not Ronald. Ronald couldn't make sense of Omega's actions right now. Aaron Dalit still kept charging at Omega. He clenched his teeth and thought, could it be Omega? Aaron Dalit seemed to realize something. He opened his eyes and shouted, "I just defeated Alpha not long ago." Yet even Omega's traces were closing in. Omega kept his eyes shut now, veins bulging as if he were furious. Someone's stream of thought flashed by, sharing senses with Alpha, who had been captured by Aaron Dalit. Very quickly, a scene appeared before Omega's eyes, Alpha fleeing nonstop into the forest. While running in terror, an iron rod pierced its cap, making it cry out in pain. Seeing Alpha collapse, a man stepped forward and said with a pleased laugh, "Your scream sounds pretty good too." It was Aaron Dalit. He wore a sinister smile and continued, "Now it's time to come back with us, Alpha." After seeing the whole scene, Omega couldn't contain his rage. He shouted and charged forward, bringing his sword down in a single overhead slash. Aaron Dalit raised his arm to block the strike, letting out a cry. His mind was no longer agile. In Aaron Dalit's head, he thought, Omega had transformed in. Anger, fear, and regret all surged together. That's why it wasn't like Alpha, who was relatively calm. The capture process often encountered fierce resistance. Although this situation was expected, it still made Aaron Dalit cautious and thoughtful. At that moment, a sword swung down, cutting through his thoughts. Omega's attack made Aaron Dalit only think. It exceeded his expectations by far. One slash from Omega shattered the ground around him, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. Aaron Dalit gritted his teeth, trying to endure. At this point, he thought, judging by the appearance, this entity seemed connected to that kid. He looked toward Ronald, who was standing there. In his mind, he thought, though young, the boy could deliver a deadly strike. If he used the same move after growing up, he would become the hunted prey. Thinking this, Aaron Dalit imagined himself being killed by Jonas. With that thought, he finally made a decision. He had no choice but to abandon the poaching plan. With this in mind, Aaron quickly dodged to the side to avoid Omega's attack. He lowered his body, gathered all his strength, and threw a punch. The punch carried immense power, and Aaron Dalit only thought, I have to kill him. Omega, charging forward, was also stunned by Aaron Dalit's action. Aaron Dalit's punch unleashed a tremendous force, terrifying in magnitude. The energy shot straight out, carrying massive destructive power. Aaron Dalit's power pierced through the forest for a long distance. After his punch, it took a while before he landed. Aaron Dalit muttered to himself, I wonder who the original one is, curious. Blocking that hit was impossible, but it counterattacked by striking straight at Omega's hand. Omega remained unharmed, using a half-broken branch to block the punch. Seeing this, he said, it must take immense strength to change the trajectory like that. Indeed, if you hadn't done it, you would have turned to ashes. Aaron Dalit's punch made Omega's arm holding the branch tremble. Dust and smoke filled the forest, and Aaron Dalit continued speaking. Anyway, now you're no different from me. The branch in Omega's hand fell, and it grabbed its injured arm. Aaron Dalit glanced at his veined arm and said, that was quite fun, but this is the end, you monster. Once more, Aaron Dalit clenched his fist. Charging forward, he said, the moment your right hand, your dominant hand, is injured and you lose. Your weapon, this hunt ends. Die. Omega remained still, about to speak, but suddenly drew a sword from somewhere. It stabbed straight into Aaron Dalit's hand, repeatedly chanting, I must protect, I must protect. Blood spurted from Aaron Dalit's arm. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in rage and shouted, cunning, so all this time you were hiding a weapon under your clothes, just to trick me into lowering my guard at the last moment. As he finished, Omega's hand reached toward his eyes. In the next second, Omega unhesitatingly poked Aaron Dalit's eyes. Then Omega grabbed Aaron Dalit's hair. Blood splattered everywhere. Omega tightened its grip on his hair, preventing Aaron Dalit from struggling. Pain hit immediately. Aaron Dalit screamed in agony and fell to his knees, groaning in pain. Pain kept coming in waves, and Aaron Dalit clenched his teeth to endure. Suddenly, Omega spun around. It pinned Aaron Dalit against a rock behind him. Aaron Dalit looked utterly pathetic, with no strength left to resist. At that moment, Aaron Dalit shouted, wait, this can't happen. No sooner had he finished than Omega slashed down. In the space, only Aaron Dalit's screams and splattering blood remained. His head was severed by Omega. Omega's eyes glinted with coldness and hatred. After dealing with Aaron Dalit, Omega panted heavily from the fight. Ronald stepped forward in front of it. Omega looked at Aaron Dalit's head on the ground, eyes still open. Blood had spread everywhere. Omega lowered its gaze, hands on its knees, unresponsive. Ronald, sword in hand, stood a short distance away. Ronald looked down silently. Omega looked at Ronald, recalling the horrific battlefield scene, and said, since Ahijat left, not a corner of the Empire hasn't heard screams. I've repeated that sound in my mind thousands of times. If only I hadn't wasted my life like this, if only I had listened to my sister once when she said to study more, then at least I could have protected someone. I hate myself. Omega covered its face, gritting its teeth in agony. Hearing this, Ronald looked up at it. Omega kept muttering, I must protect, I must. Omega then stepped forward. Immediately, the power surged again, accompanied by a thin cord. Ronald sensed something was wrong and glanced at it. Right in front of him, beneath his feet and Omega's, countless glowing threads spread out. The threads blazed with light, binding Omega's legs and stopping it from moving. Omega clenched its teeth and stared at Ronald. He spoke, eyes fixed on it. Ronan gripped the sword tightly. His power flowed out, wrapping around the blade. Ronald raised his sword. With a razor-sharp gaze locked on Omega, he said, I, and swung, slashing straight at Omega. Ronan's strike carried immense force, cutting across Omega's body. Omega refused to yield. It lifted the sword in its hand and brought it down to block Ronald's incoming power. Omega then suddenly froze, eyes wide as it watched Ronald's relentless slash. Omega went numb, yet it was still held fast by the threads beneath it. Right after that, Ronald lunged in. The two fought fiercely. Omega's vision began to blur. It swung its sword wildly to fight back. Finally, after Omega's flurry of strikes, the threads under its feet snapped. Omega panted, glancing around. It clenched its teeth and fixed its eyes forward. Ronald dove down at Omega from the sky. His eyes flashed, power surging outward. Ronan stared at Omega with unwavering resolve. He thought to himself, Arendale's radiance had a different power and color, but upon collision he could feel it. It was definitely a source of power built on the same principles as Professor Varen. And yet, as that thought crossed his mind, Ronald's body erupted with a brilliant, golden light. Ronald charged in with his sword, shouting. His mind was still racing. He had truly felt it. Faced with the astonishing power Ronan was radiating, Omega could hardly believe his eyes. He stared wide-eyed as Ronan came plunging down from above. He drove his sword straight at Omega. The force released was enough to crack the ground. Omega quickly raised his own blade to block the strike. Against Ronan, he could no longer hold out. In no time, Omega dropped to one knee. Kneeling on the ground, he struggled with everything he had to withstand Ronan's assault. Ronan suddenly spoke to Omega. Before I came to the academy, I thought anything I could get my hands on could be a weapon. As you can see, that was a stupid idea. Ronan remembered the moment Navi Jones drew her sword, how Ronald had been stunned and couldn't stop admiring. Ronald replayed those images in his mind and continued. After that, I realized a sword is always. Before he could finish, Omega's sword was locked in place. Unable to endure any longer, cracks began to spread across it. The instant Omega's blade finally shattered Ronan. Ronan said, something beautiful, something worth beholding. Shards of the broken sword flew everywhere. Ronan even caught a glimpse of his own shape reflected in them. Omega's eyes were wide as he stared at Ronan. When Ronan's sword thrust in, he didn't hesitate. He reached out his hand to catch it. The blade pierced straight through Omega's palm. Ronan, carried by momentum, couldn't stop. Omega pushed his hand in even deeper, catching Ronan off guard. Seeing Omega's hand pinned through his sword, Ronan froze. A thought flashed through his mind. This bastard actually sacrificed his right arm. Could he really be Omega? His eyes flickered. With his other hand, he swung with the motion and drove a punch straight into Ronan's face. Omega threw all his strength into flinging Ronan away, sending him crashing to the ground. He slammed into the earth. Ronan cried out in pain and spat up a mouthful of blood. Omega seized Ronan's sword. He pulled his hand free and looked down at Ronan. Then, gripping the blade, Omega raised it to stab down. Ronan forced himself upright, cursing, "Damn it." He backed away, thinking that at this rate, his only option was to cross the line. With that thought, Ronan pushed himself to his feet. Just as Omega's sword was about to thrust toward him, a shout rang out from not far away. Someone yelled, "Ronan, Ronan." Hearing the voice, Omega stiffened and stopped mid-swing. He looked up and said suspiciously, "That voice." Hearing someone call him, Ronan let out a relieved breath. They came at the perfect time. Thank goodness you can still hear those voices. At least for now, you're still the me from that day, aren't you? Omega saw figures running this way. Ronan spoke to him again. Look closely at the people standing before you. It was Odessa and Banris both sprinting over. Odessa was even carrying something in her hands. Lying on the ground, Ronan looked at Omega and continued, "Well, what do you think? These faces are familiar to you, aren't they? That general is still as formidable as ever, but his personality has changed completely. Not only did Banris give up poaching, he even became a leader in overthrowing Caribola." Hearing this, Omega seemed unable to believe it. He stayed silent. Ronan kept going. The Demon Hawk and the others are also living well somewhere out there. And most importantly, Iro finally has a happy life. I promise you, this fate won't be the same as before, trust me and leave. After hearing Ronan's words, Omega's body suddenly began to glow. A dazzling purple light poured out from him. Then someone's voice rang out again, "Ronald, the Punisher." Before vanishing, Omega, in the form of Ronan from his previous life, kept muttering non-stop, "Protect everyone, I'll trust you." After saying that, Omega's body slowly faded away. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Ronan lay there on the earth. He looked up at the sky, one hand on his chest, and said, "Good. 10 years from now, let's meet again with smiles on our faces." Just then, Odessa finally ran up. The moment she saw him, she called out, "Ronald." Scene change. In town, the sun was shining beautifully. Many stalls lined the streets. Academy cadets wandered around browsing the booths, and townsfolk brought their children along to see everything. Everyone chatted and laughed happily. Azo and Maria were there at the fair too. As they walked, she said cheerfully, "What a relief, isn't it? If Ronald and his group hadn't found the imposter, and Professor Varen hadn't suppressed the Caribolo gang, then we wouldn't be able to make memories like this today." Right on the street, people bustled about, laughing and playing. Azo and Maria even bought 2 ice creams. Maria turned and asked, "Let's see, what's Ronan doing?" Hearing that, Azo told her. He said he'd be a bit late because he has an interview with Professor Varen, and he'll come in the evening for the parade. Maria asked again, "Really?" Hearing her say that, Azo just stared wide-eyed and said nothing. The two kept walking forward. As they went, Maria said, "What a shame. It'd be so great if we could watch this together. Azo glanced at her without speaking. Maria suddenly turned to him, smiled, and shouted so loudly it made him jump. In that case, let's just have even more fun, just the two of us, so Ronan gets jealous. Ready, babe. Hearing Maria say that, Azo suddenly blushed, shyly touching his cheek and stammering in reply. Then immediately, Azo turned and walked away to avoid being noticed. Maria followed behind, still cheerful, raising her hand and saying, "Let's go visit the Star of the Beast festival." Scene changed, now inside a greenhouse garden, warm sunlight flooding everywhere. Suddenly, a voice spoke. I didn't expect them to prepare such an elaborate garden. It was Azo and Maria who had just entered. Maria looked around and said, as expected, they treat them worthy of the festival star. Azo also observed and spoke up. Clearly, these imposters are sensitive to their environment, so people tend to pay special attention to them. That's also why they limit the number of visitors and inspect more thoroughly. Hearing this, Maria exclaimed, I see. At this moment, Maria and Azo widened their eyes in amazement at the sight before them. Maria pointed ahead and said, then, over there. It was a twin beast. Not far away in front of them, a pedestal displayed something green. Seeing the twin beast transform into the shape of a girl, Maria couldn't help but say, something strange, who is it trying to become? Hearing this, Azo could only smile and reply, perhaps that's its original form. They said that after a long enough time they returned to that shape. Azo seemed excited as he spoke. They said Omega is resting, so this must be Alpha. As soon as he finished speaking, Azo's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing this, Azo suddenly grasped a truth he hadn't realized. Alpha, the twin beast, reads the target's thoughts and transforms into their shape, the shape of the one they cherish most. Understanding this, Azo blushed deeply, embarrassed to the point of confusion. He waved his hands frantically and shouted, Wait, Maria, there's an emergency, can you go ahead? Hearing Azo, Maria curiously asked, Why all of a sudden, we're already here? Maria's gaze turned unusual. She looked at Azo and smiled mischievously. Maria placed her hand on his shoulder, teasing him intentionally. Hey boss, are you feeling shy? Have you fallen for another little cutie? Azo jumped at her words. He waved his hands and said, No, it's not that. But Maria wouldn't let him leave and pushed him closer to Alpha. Then she said loudly, All the more reason we can't leave. I wonder who made our innocent Azo so smitten. I must investigate this properly. Finally, under Maria's insistence, Azo had no choice but to look directly at Alpha. In Azo's eyes, the shape of a girl immediately appeared. Right after, Alpha instantly transformed. Maria, standing behind Azo, laughed happily and said, Now, let's see who our little one truly loves. After a moment of transformation. Before them now was a long-haired girl turning her back to them. Surprisingly, it was the image of Maria. She stood there, neatly tucking her hair. At the sight, Azo dared not look and covered his face with his hands. Maria froze, speechless. She blushed and forced a smile, unsure how to react to this situation. After a while, Maria calmed down enough to speak. That is, Azo interrupted, shouting, So, you mean that's why you said we shouldn't be here? Seeing Azo's reaction, Maria followed, calling out loudly. Wait, cutie, I mean, Azo. After Azo left, Maria was left alone, muttering, Does Azo like me? I never imagined this would happen. Just after saying that, Maria looked straight into Alpha's eyes. Immediately, Alpha emitted light and began changing shape. Maria pulled her hand away to look, and the shape of a man appeared, causing her to freeze. She immediately reacted, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Azo, after running outside, continued shouting loudly. Passers-by immediately took notice. Scene changed, night had fallen. In Professor Varen's research lab, a voice was heard. You should be enjoying the festival by now, but I apologize for calling you here, Ronald. It was Professor Varen speaking to Ronald from the chair across. I really have no excuses, let alone anything helpful. As a professor, I'm always the one receiving help. Hearing him, Ronald just smiled and replied, Here we go again. You're not here because of excuses, right? When the Manticore escaped, you found traces of Caribolo in the destroyed cage, and you had no choice but to hurriedly follow their trail. Moreover, outside the academy, there were traces of someone preparing to smuggle a rare species out. Ronald raised his thumb in admiration and continued, You handled everything on your own. Hearing Ronald, the professor smiled back. I'm glad you think so. Then, let's leave the past behind and wrap this up neatly. After a while of chatting, Ronald asked the professor again, I'm curious about one thing. How long have you been standing there? Van Luz was startled when Ronald called his name, turned around, stood at attention, and replied loudly, Yes, Ronan, let me answer. As Ronan. And now, thanks to Professor Varen as well, I am deeply grateful. As a result, I am honored to report that, starting today, I have been appointed as Professor Varen's teaching assistant. Professor Varen, sitting in his chair, spoke up. I made the recommendation for Banris. Normally, the assistant position is reserved for students from Philian. But until now, he has been the main contributor in providing intelligence on poachers and played a crucial role in eliminating Caribola. Not only that, he also made significant contributions in handling the Twin Beast incident. For that reason, I made an exception and accepted him. After speaking to Ronan, the professor turned to Banris, smiling warmly. You have no idea how surprised I was to learn that inside the cruel Caribolo organization, and inhuman as it is, he was taking on such a dangerous role, and as a boy no less. I cannot let such a brave and promising talent slip away. Don't you agree? Let's work well together in the time ahead. Ban Ruse was extremely surprised by the professor's words, his eyes wide. Then his eyes welled up and he bit his lip to reply. Yes, Ban Ruse could not hide his emotion. He spoke through tears. I will rely on you, sir. The professor just looked at Ban Ruse and smiled. Seeing them like that, Ronald thought only that the diligent Banro had become the professor's assistant. Thinking of this, he just smiled faintly. He breathed a sigh of relief, still thinking, it suits him perfectly. Across from him, Ban Ruse was still making promises to the professor. I will do my best. Professor Varen seemed very pleased with Ban Ruse. Ronald stood up from his chair and said, all right, do well, Banrus. His gaze fixed on Banrus, threatening, if you dare speak nonsense, it won't be pleasant. Prepare yourself. Understood. Hearing this, Ban Luz turned pale and hurriedly replied, yes, please don't worry. After speaking to Banrus, Ronald turned to Varen. Professor Varen, could I ask for your help with something? Hearing this, the professor cheerfully agreed. Of course. Go ahead, Ronald. Ronald made his request directly. May I see the twin beasts one last time? I heard that after their active hours at the stalls, they rest in this tower. Hearing this, the professor immediately agreed. Yes, that's correct, but you shouldn't expect them to transform anymore. Omega is busy healing and Alpha is about to sleep, Ronald replied. That's fine, I just plan to drop by. And I also want to say goodbye to them a little. Scene change, now in the basement of Professor Varen's lab, both Alpha and Omega are present. Ronald has also come down. He looked at Omega and said, it's a relief that he's recovering. Good job, little Omega. Once the 100 Beast Festival ends, the Empire will protect you with the highest level of security, so just relax and rest there. At this moment, Alpha not far away also saw Ronald. It immediately called out to get his attention. Ronald heard it and turned to ask, Alpha, aren't you asleep? Do you have something to tell me? At that moment, Ronald looked into Alpha's eyes and quickly noticed a change. Ronald observed silently and then saw Odessa's image through Alpha. He just smiled slightly. After looking for a while, Ronald said, it seems I must have respected you greatly. Long time no see, General Odessa. Scene change, a few days after the 100 Monster Festival ended, now in a wooden house. Inside, two people sit facing each other across a table. The person opposite spoke, it's been a while, Ronald. I heard from Professor Geraldine. The two vows harmonized with Bajura's power and merged. That combination has stabilized like a power source functioning as a core. Maya Sigrid looked at Ronald, raised her hand, and continued speaking. Of course, we can only consider it a temporary measure. The seal imposed by the vow still remains, if we compare. It's like mixing several poisons together to create a new type. You could think that the effect of that poison is unpredictable. Hearing this, Ronald glanced at the core on his chest and said, seeing the professors calmly talk about it like that means it's not a serious problem, right? Maya Sigrid replied. Actually, it has always been useful all along. Ronald lifted his head, his gaze serious. I still want to properly remove the vow. Is there a plan for this? Hearing his question, Maya Sigrid tilted her head, thought for a moment, then asked, you seem more determined than before. What happened? Ronald sat silently across from her. He recalled Omega's gaze from before when it looked at him during the battle, and then responded. More than that, I just thought I needed to adjust myself. Saying this, Ronald suddenly pressed his lips together. He seemed to have made a decision. Ronald declared firmly, there's one more promise I must keep, no matter the cost. Seeing Ronald's attitude, Maya Secret was a little surprised. He reacted quickly. Maya Secret smiled slightly and said, exactly, I understand. You came at the right time, I've just completed it. The research to find a way to break one of your vows. Hearing this, Ronald couldn't contain himself. He stood up excitedly and shouted, really? Tell me quickly, what should I do? Seeing his urgency, Maya Secret waved his hand. He laughed and said, calm down, Ronald. The process of breaking it is the same as before. Reveal your vow in your inner world. Then find its source and defeat it. But if I could point out a few problems, Maya Secret frowned as he spoke. This time, the vow that needs to be broken won't reveal itself easily like before. It will do everything necessary to protect itself. That's why maintaining your inner world requires a large amount of mana and a catalyst. Mana we can control. But the catalyst is the problem. Have you ever heard of a place called Din-A? Hearing this name, Ronald immediately asked. Din-A, Ronald asked. The place full of monsters in the desert and evil native spirits. The place where explorers' bones are buried deep under the demonic sands to the southwest. Ronald placed his hands on the table, clenched them, and asked seriously. You mean the rare dark stone I need, even there? Maya's secret responded immediately without further explanation. You already know, yes, that's it. The Din, a mountain demon stone. The Din, a mountain demon stone, is a top-tier magical material. It contains dense mana and hidden power inside. Whenever it appears at the Imperial auction, people believe it will break the record for the highest price. Maya's secret took out a small demon stone and held it in his hand. He looked at it and said, "That's why I had to spend many years of the professor's salary, just to get a fragment this size." Hearing this, Ronald could only force a smile and ask, "Is there a way to save as much as possible and still do it?" Maya's secret shook his head. "No, this is not enough. It must be at least the size of a thumb. That's why, even after completing the removal, I still can't contact you. Can you wait a little longer? I'll do my best to find a replacement catalyst." Hearing this, Ronald could only cross his arms, close his eyes, sigh and think. You have no other choice. It was one of the 3 worst places you never want to return to, but surely the one at a disadvantage had no other option. Scene change. At this time, Odessa suddenly appeared on the school grounds. Walking, she silently recalled that day. Back then, Odessa looked up and saw something. In front of her was a large cave. Outside the cave, there were countless bodies lying on the ground. Banris was also with Odessa. Seeing her observing something covered with a white cloth, he asked, "Is it real, sis? The thing inside really Anfa?" As she lifted the white cloth to check, Odessa nodded. "Yes, based on the animal's senses, it must be right." Odessa placed her hand on the box on the ground and said, "It might have been damaged during the theft. Let's check its condition." After speaking, she immediately opened the lid. Light instantly shone out. Odessa was startled, stammering, "I don't know how to handle this." "Wait, don't tell me." Before either could react, Anfa flew out of the box and began to change shape. Banris could only stand in shock while Odessa blushed and shouted. Anfa in the cave gradually took form. Banris exclaimed, "Could it be Ronan?" By then, Anfa had transformed into Ronan and smiled at them. Seeing this, Odessa immediately grabbed the cloth that covered the box and threw it onto its face. Then, reflexively, she hugged Anfa to cover it and shouted. No, Banris also gaped. He still couldn't get used to it, sweating profusely, stammering. Odessa, embarrassed. She hugged Anfa and shouted, "No, don't let anyone see what I just witnessed." Back to the present. Odessa stood on the school grounds. She raised her hand to cover her face, ashamed, and thought. She kept recalling that accident and couldn't meet Lona. No, the form Anfa took back then must have been the gratitude of the only person who believed in her dream, right? Yes, it must have been. Odessa clenched her hands, comforting herself. There's nothing to be embarrassed about next time I meet. Greet him proudly, happily, as usual. Just then, Ronald happened to pass by. Walking, he looked up at the sky and said, "The weather is beautiful today." Seeing him, Odessa couldn't hold back her mind, screaming, "Ronald, Ronald!" Ronald seemed to sense someone, turned to look, but saw no one standing there. Ronald was suddenly drawn to something and blurted out, "What's that?" Odessa was hiding behind a tree, her face flushed crimson, wondering to herself, "Wait, why is he showing up right now?" Odessa closed her eyes, forcing herself to breathe and steady down, telling herself, calm down, calm down. Stay calm, just commit, step out naturally and say hello." Just then Ronald spotted her. He peeked over and greeted her. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Odessa yelp, Ronald reached out and ruffled her head, saying, "You startled me. Did you see something you weren't supposed to?" Odessa still couldn't calm down. Her voice trembled as she said, no, that, no, it's nothing." Odessa stammered, unable to form a sentence. Ronald replied, "Oh, okay, well, if it's nothing, that's a relief. Anyway, you're here at the perfect time. There's a place we have to go together." With that, he reached out and took Odessa's hand. Ronald looked at her and smiled. "Odessa, come get weapons with me." Odessa met his gaze, cheeks burning, and asked wide-eyed, "Weapons? What do you mean?" Ronald said to her, "I can't bring you there without it weighing on my mind. Just trust me and follow me. I'll give you something you'll love." With that, Ronald flashed a strange smile. Scene change. Near a cliff stood a massive building, gloomy and steeped in killing intent. Inside were countless human bodies hanging suspended in midair. Below lay a pool of water, and a woman appeared in the room. The woman wore a white robe. It was Iyuria, holding something in her hand as she said, "The leader personally issued a direct order here." After speaking, Leon stepped toward the pool. At that moment, a silhouette suddenly rose from the blood-stained water. A tall man slowly stood up, his body slick with red fluid from the pool. The man flicked his finger, casting a spell, and said, "A strict agent of the star is needed. After the string of failed missions by Brea and Baron, and the obstacles in our plan." A white coat rose from the floor and floated up. The man put it on while Iyuria remained standing there. After he finished dressing, the man stepped forward and said, "This time there's no room for even the slightest mistake." His bare feet touched the ground. He walked past Iyuria and said to her, "Time to depart, Iyuria, to the demon realm to A." His coat swept in a circle across the floor, soaking up the blood-red stain. Scene change. The sky was still bright at a wooden house. Inside the house, the lights were still on. The room displayed a model of the city. This was the largest workshop in the capital, Grand Cappadocia. Inside, voices chatted. After the cult's terrorist attack, they began rebuilding with support from the Croatia family. Adessa and Ronald were here. As she studied the model, she spoke to Ronald. But this isn't just reconstruction. Hearing that, Ronald crossed his arms over his chest and chuckled. That old man Doron really knows how to spend money. Ronald and Adessa walked farther inside. Not far away, Didikan spotted them. The moment he saw them, Ronald broke into a smile. Didikan called out loudly, "Hold it, look who it is." Didikan ran over, slung an arm around Ronald's neck and said cheerfully, "Isn't this the hero who saved Grand Cappadocia, Ronald?" After Didikan let him go, Ronald greeted him. "Long time no see, Didikan." Seeing how energetic he was, Ronald said, "You've been doing well, I take it." Didikan replied, "Well, not at all. I've been hammering iron nonstop. I'm exhausted." Didikan turned to Ronald and said, "I heard from old man Doron. You came here to forge a new weapon. He stayed up for several nights to make it." Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped. Didikan noticed Adessa standing behind Ronald. Adessa looked at him, their eyes meeting. Didikan looked thrilled, while Adessa stared wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. Didikan stepped closer to Ronald, threw an arm around his shoulders and teased, "So that's why you've been so busy lately. You little brat, who's this beautiful young lady? Your girlfriend? And what about Maria, the one who came here with you last time? You're really a bad kid." Hearing that, Ronald waved his hands in denial. "Hey, if she heard you, she'd probably cry. I just brought a close senior here to find a weapon for her." Ronald glanced at Didikan and grinned. "And besides, doing something reckless doesn't do you any good." Didikan didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Ronald brought up what happened between them before. "Do you remember the first time I came here? You said I had to prove myself and test the gear. Didn't you end up getting hurt?" Ronald kept teasing. "If she activates her power, who knows what'll happen. Sometimes a single strike could knock him out instantly." Remembering the first time he met Ronald, he broke into a sweat. Seeing this, Ronan laughed with delight and continued, "If that happens, I'll personally put you away. Don't worry." Hearing this, Didikan could only stammer. That Adessa, standing nearby, was still bewildered, not understanding what the two were whispering about. On the other side, Didikan forced a smile and said, "What are you talking about? We got rid of that barbaric custom long ago. Let's go inside, the old man is waiting." Saying that, Didikan extended his hand. He looked at Adessa hesitantly and said, "Miss, you should come too." Adessa still wondered about his attitude. Inside the forge, the lights were still on. Someone called out, "The old man, it's Didikan." He kicked the door open and cheerfully called inside. "We have a guest, Ronald," he said, eyes expectant. Before Didikan could finish, a hammer flew through the air, striking him in the face with a loud clang. "This bastard, I told you not to kick the door." Seeing Didikan fall to the ground, Ronald bent down and said, "He hasn't changed a bit." Inside the room, voices scolded, "You stupid wolf, you never listened to me, damn it." Adessa finally looked up at the person in front of her and asked Ronald, "Is this the person you mentioned?" Hearing her question, he replied, "Yes, that's old man Doron." Doron also looked up. He smiled at them and said, "Ronald, you contacted me, I'm ready. I can't wait to see." Doron and Ronan exchanged eager glances. Doron asked Ronan, "Did you bring something this time?" In Doron's weapon forge, he said, "All right, Ronan." On the table lay a blueprint. Doron leaned on it with both hands, looking at Ronan. "After several sleepless nights, this is the design for my new weapon." Looking at the blueprint, Ronald couldn't help but cheer. Doron pointed at the drawing and explained in detail, "According to this design, it will have many interesting features. Of course, depending on the special materials you bring, like last time in La Mancha, the results will be completely different." At this, his eyes lit up with excitement. "I assume you've already planned it, right?" Hearing this, Ronald smiled in response. Doron couldn't hide his excitement. He curiously asked, "What is it? Is it the same as last time?" "If it is, the more the better." Ronald reached into his shirt, searching while speaking. "I don't have those anymore, I used them all before. But don't worry, I brought something even better." Saying this, Ronald pulled out a pristine sheet of paper. Doron saw it and reached out to touch it. "Isn't that just a piece of paper? How could it be better? What could it really be?" Before he finished, Doron paused while touching it. Instantly, he felt countless souls screaming from the paper. Doron was stunned, speechless. In his mind arose the question, what is this? It was as if countless vengeful souls were screaming and tearing at his hand. What is this deep, malevolent force? Angrily, Doron immediately pulled back his hand and the paper floated up. He shouted, "What on earth is this? Where did you get it? This malice and endless power. I've never seen anything so terrifying in my life." To Doron's astonishment, Ronald held the paper up before him. He said, "Truly the greatest blacksmith of the generation. Just touching it, and you can see the essence of the material." Raising his thumb in approval, Ronald continued with a smile, "It's worth coming here with everything I have. I'm eager to see what kind of weapon will be created." Hearing this, Doron gaped at him and said, "It will be created by whose will, you bastard?" Then Doron turned away, refusing to speak. "No, this isn't a material I can use for a weapon. Who knows what effect it might have on the user?" Then Doron hesitated slightly before continuing. "Of course, using a material of this caliber could create an amazing masterpiece. I'm sure of it. But conflicted, Doron finally held his head and shouted, "No, I still won't do it. This goes against the conscience of a blacksmith." Hearing this, Ronald spoke up, "Relax, don't worry, this material can't harm me." As soon as he said that, Doron turned to him and asked, "What do you mean?" Ronald knew he was curious, so he set a condition. "I'll explain it to you, but can you answer me first?" Ronald pressed the paper close to him. His voice carried a threat. "You say you can't do it, but your face says the opposite." He had drooled a little just thinking about creating the masterpiece of his life from this. Hearing that, Doron felt uneasy. He raised his hand, taking it, and stammered in denial. "I didn't drool." Ronald understood and kept moving the paper back and forth in front of Doron, saying, "Come on, old man, stop denying it. Be honest about what you want." Despite Ronald's coaxing, Doron shook his head frantically. Ronald looked downright sinister. He kept using provocative words toward Doron. "Say it, say you want to make the ultimate weapon from this. Beg me to give it to you." Doron's eyes darted back and forth, glued to the paper in Ronald's hands. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Doron yelled loudly. His scream echoed through the space. After a while, the forge door opened. Didika saw Ronald step out and asked, "That sound was terrifying. What did you bring that made him like that?" As he walked out, Ronald replied, "It's just something small. If you saw it, you'd be surprised." He then approached Diddy Khan. Walking, he asked, "By the way, where is Edessa? I thought you were showing her the village." Hearing this, Diddy Khan immediately replied, "She's surrounded by other artisans. They suggested other weapons would suit her better than a sword. She's probably still being bothered. Lucky she's with me." Ronald approached, looking at the camera around Diddy Khan's neck, and asked, "But what's that around your neck? It doesn't look like a necklace. Is it a bead?" Holding up the camera, he pointed. "I was hoping you'd ask. It's called a spatial storage device. Time. It can capture a moment you want to save with just one button. This is my masterpiece." Diddy Khan lifted the camera around his neck proudly and said, "See, impressive, right? Even quite fun, isn't it? Do you want to try it?" Hearing that, Ronald touched his chin and asked, "Is that allowed?" After thinking a moment, Ronald laughed loudly, full of implication. He asked seriously, "Can I borrow it, Diddy Khan? I need a big bait like this to lure that guy to pique." Scene changed, now night inside a forest. Moonlight shone down, the silhouette of a young man walking through the woods. It's Chili Fane walking in the forest. Suddenly, someone appeared ahead and said, "Training this late, you're diligent." Chili Fane frowned and asked, "What's the matter? Did you come to finish all the duels you've been putting on?" Ronald leaned against a tree, arms crossed, smiling. "Sounds about right, but I came for something else today." Ronald approached Chili FFN and extended his hand. "Want to work with me? I'm heading to a very dangerous place. And you're really the only one I can go with. Will you come?" Hearing this, Zilly Friend waved his hand. "You're talking nonsense again. If it's not a duel, I refuse. I don't even have time to train." After saying that, Chili FM turned and walked away. At that moment, Ronald called, "You really won't regret it." Then Ronald opened his hand. Inside, a dazzling light burst out, forcing Chili Fen to shield his eye. Silly Fen looked angry, staring at the light, and shouted, "What is this? This blinding light, could it be?" Scene changed, now in a desert, the scorching sun beating down below. This is Calizio, a desert region in the southwest. A vast, barren desert. Two men stood high, looking out over the desert sea. Ronald raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun and said, "Still scorching as ever." Sita came along, resting tiredly on Ronald's shoulder. He muttered, "Who knew I'd come to this damned place again?" Ronald turned back, looking at Chili Fen, and said, "Honored to have you accompany me all the way here." "Sir Chili FN." Chili FN felt a bit embarrassed, clearing his throat softly, "Just as I heard. This palace seems like a good environment to gain combat experience. First, will you really keep your promise once this trip ends? You promised to give me that." Hearing this, Ronald smiled confidently. He reached into his jacket pocket and said, "Of course, you know I'm trustworthy. I've prepared a high-end, luxurious bait, I mean a very special gift." Ronald took something out. He held it and shook it in front of Chili Eiffel. Seeing this, Juliet Fan's eyes immediately sparkled. He nodded loudly. Ronald smiled triumphantly, for in his hands were the complete set of 8 photo cards of Ear. Seeing this, Chili FN suddenly blushed, feeling shy and stammering unusually. Chili Eiffel reached out toward Ronald and spoke. "Let me take a closer look." Ronald didn't let him, immediately putting the photos away and said, "No, save that sentiment for the end of our journey. Now, if we want to reach Mount Dingay, we still have several days of walking through this desert ahead. Until then, don't even think about it." Hearing Ronald, Chili FN felt a bit reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. Chili Fen then gazed out over the desert and spoke seriously. "By the way, this place may look desolate and peaceful, but in reality, it is not. Not only is there the smell of blood in the air, but bodies are scattered everywhere." Hearing this, Ronald responded, "It's only natural." He looked down at the vast desert below and continued. "Calizio is where those who come seeking the magical stones on Mount Dinga end their journey after failing. Usually, there are only 2 outcomes. Either they regroup to try again, or they settle here and become bandits. Usually it's the latter. They're filthy, persistent, and very cunning. So if we encounter them, it's best to wipe them out. Hearing this, Chili Fen tightened his grip on his sword. So that means they are villains, yet capable of doing something good. By eliminating others, Ronald found Chili Fen's reasoning reasonable and nodded. You could say that, but what are you doing now? Chili Fen slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Chili Fen's power immediately radiated around him. He said, I count about 30. Before Ronald could react, Chili Fen swung 2 sword strikes forward. Ronald frowned and asked, what's going on? Why are you suddenly using sword energy? Quickly, Chili Fen's 2 streams of sword energy cut toward the desert. Immediately, a powerful blue light flared. Very quickly, the sword energy formed a swirling vortex. Wherever the vortex passed, it swept people away. In the silent space, only cries remained. Ronald and Chili Eiffel stood on the cliff observing. At this moment, voices cried out repeatedly, save me. Ronald was also shocked by the scene he had just witnessed. He glanced at Chili Fen and asked, what did you just do? Chili Fen answered frankly. More of them dodged that move than I expected. We'll have to deal with the rest ourselves. Ronald was astonished by Chili Fen and continued asking. You sensed their movements from afar and struck first. Could that be possible? Chili Fen remained calm. He looked up and said, just expand your senses with mana. That's the basic and simple application. Any problem with that? Chili Fen replied, die accordingly. Ronald was speechless. He thought to himself, does this bastard even realize what he just said? Moreover, the previous attack initially looked like normal sword energy, but as it reached the target, it turned into a whirlwind. So he condensed the blade of the violent wind into a tornado. Was it really possible to focus and release sword energy like that? Last time he wasn't that skilled. How much had he improved? Thinking this, Ronald looked at Chili Fen and forced a smile. In his mind, he was still skeptical as usual. But moments like this made it clear. This bastard would reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a future sword saint. Scene shift 5 minutes earlier. Chili Fen's blade of the violent wind appeared not far away on another rock. A man was using binoculars to scout. Seeing Ronald and Shirley Fen, he contacted others, saying, look at these guys. They look dazzling. At that moment, Ronald was teasing Chili Fen using pictures of his sister. The man with the binoculars was Scout Pip of the Zisha gang. After observing, he muttered, perfect for stripping them. Pip raised his walkie-talkie to his mouth. He told his comrades, 2 handsome gentlemen up front, both with swords. No other forces detected. Then the boss. Down in the desert, his gang lay in ambush. At that moment, a voice rang out, looks like some rich kids came here to train swords. In that case, they deserve a proper welcome. First, cut off each limb and send them home as ransom. The gang smiled with sheer delight. The man at the head chair smirked and continued speaking. Strip them to the bone and throw them to Jun for cutting. This man was the Zisha leader, Kang. He then stood and gave orders to his subordinates, prepare. Finally, after a long time, it was time to return to the main task. Above, the sunlight shone down. Kang smiled with excitement, but before he could enjoy it, he sensed something off and narrowed his eye. Kang looked up secretly. Cold sweat ran down as he thought, why is there such sharp cold air? What is that? Don't tell me. Before he could think further, Chili Fen's sword energy had found them. The sudden whirlwind struck, catching everyone off guard. They could only think, a storm such a huge tornado. Kang raised his shield, yelling, everyone hide behind me. The subordinates panicked and ran toward him, but it was too late. The whirlwind swept them all away. Pip above saw the whirlwind and couldn't react in time. He was instantly thrown off, still clutching his walkie-talkie. He shouted, what the hell is this? Where did this tornado come from? Pip sat on the ground, lifted the binoculars, and muttered while looking. What's happening? Did that kid activate some kind of magical roll? At this point, Ronald and Shirley Eiffel were no longer in his view. They had vanished. Pip lowered the binoculars, bewildered, muttering, they were just there, where did they go? Before he could calm down, Ronald's sword pierced his throat. Pip couldn't believe it. He wanted to scream but couldn't. His head was swiftly cut off. Blood splattered everywhere. Ronald retracted his sword and said, just as you said, Chili Fen, there are more of them. Ronald stood above, looking down at the gang. After the whirlwind and witnessing what happened, some of the thieves were filled with anger. Others were so scared they trembled uncontrollably. Observing them, Ronald spoke again. We think he drew another sword from behind and continued, but that's fine. Coincidentally, I have something to test. Above, 2 figures stood watching the thieves. It was Shirley Eiffel and Ronald. He looked at his companion, puzzled, and asked. So, the other understood. These guys just happened to be perfect for testing my new weapon. I've sensed the fierce energy just now, Shirley asked seriously. From your weapon, I knew that Zendal and Craftsman would make something unusual again. I'm eager to see it. At once, he took a stance. Ronald confidently boasted, consider yourself lucky for being my first audience. Watch me take them down. Hey. They had not yet recovered after seeing our actions. From within the dust, a figure gradually appeared, speaking the rest of his words with a grim expression. So we must defeat them, like a sharp sword rushing forward. A single strike was enough to pierce the opponent's body. Unfortunately, this sentence was also Kalen's last. Meanwhile, those behind were so terrified they remained frozen, unable to recover. But that strike never ceased. Every moment it sought to take a life. After a series of flashy maneuvers, it stopped at a rock. The other group was already far from intact. One screamed in pain, making Kim tremble and my hands shake. Ronald was blunt to an unusual degree, leaving an extremely strong impression. He pierced the opponent ruthlessly yet smoothly. Indeed, the weapon made all the difference. From now on, I'll rely on you, Emir, perhaps because it was made from unusual materials. Not only does it have aura, it is also heavy. It will take some time to get used to it. Everyone, let's get acquainted. His words made everyone step back, preparing themselves. He was furious, wanting to kill him. They did not wait and immediately charged. A terrifying gleam flashed in Ronald's eyes. One strike cleaved an opponent in two. Blood splattered everywhere, showing the extraordinary power of this sword. It was truly well used. The sharpness was excellent and the grip perfect like a glove. I really liked it. Two others, overestimating themselves, charged. Die. In panic, their eyes widened. They only realized when something cold pressed against their neck. He vanished, not allowing the opponent to speak further and finish them off. Ronald saw the blood but remained extremely calm, as if accustomed to it. Another person tried to manage the team. Everyone gather. If you lose focus, you'll all die. Don't panic like fools, stay calm. Support your nearby teammates. By doing so, that bastard cannot wreak havoc as he used to, but you had approached him from behind, Ronald praised. Not a bad judgment. This person must have considerable experience in looting. Suddenly, he saw death right before him. Damn, you are the... What kind of monster is this? All they saw was a flash of red flying through the air. They could not believe reality. He killed the deputy leader immediately. The person who spoke was also dealt with on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all were eliminated. Suddenly, Ronald's eyes flashed golden as he leapt to attack. Bastard Ronald quickly retreated and asked, "Are you the leader of this gang, Fatso?" He gritted his teeth. "What? How dare you mess with us, Caligul?" From Caligul. "Show your face again. I don't know who you are, but you've chosen the wrong target. You know what happens to arrogant bastards who dare oppose us up to now. They were all crushed by the blood shield. Now you too, along with that bastard on the hill. I'll smash you into dust." Ronald disdainfully replied, "Fine, try it." Upon saying this, his shield cracked in multiple places and eventually shattered. If you could do it without using that shield, even more unexpected. The blood shield was made from high-grade steel. Why, how impossible? In that brief moment, he counterattacked, precisely as he dodged the incoming strike. Realizing the seriousness, Gao Shichuo turned his feet and yelled to himself, "Run," Ronald silently assessed. That quick judgment matched that of a leader, but if they lived, they would continue looting. Best to clean out all this trash. And use that skill one final time on the other side. He ran while cursing under his breath, damn it, that bastard suddenly appeared from nowhere. No time to think about that now. It was necessary to seriously gather the remaining subordinates, neighboring gangs, and organize a full assault. A sword fell from the sky, cutting off Kang's escape route. He asked in doubt, was that from the dagger the bastard used? Did he accidentally throw it? Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Aura number 1, spider web." They were startled, trying to flee but unable. Damn, someone's magic just shot out from the dagger. I can't move, what should we do? Ronald slowly stepped forward and asked, "How do you all feel now?" I was told it retains the user's mana. It allows activation from a great distance, but indeed, Old Man Dalan is the best. Right at this moment, everyone was stuck in the web, unable to move. Direct tension left them petrified. As he intended to beg, the sword had already moved faster. "Please spare me." Blood once again dyed the space red. Zilli Fen repeated the opponent's words, "Imi." "What? This integrated attribute is really interesting." Ronald seemed to enjoy it, his eyes on him. Imin smiled, pointing. "You can channel weapon tech mana into it to attack from a distance, creating a surprising variable." While they were talking, Sita took the opportunity to eat. Each drop of blood flew up, converging into droplets. Chili FM paid no attention. With that ability, it surely requires special resources. He proudly and boastfully showed it off. Of course, this is a trade secret, so I can't go into details, but there's something really interesting inside. By now, Sita had also finished gathering everything. It sucked it all up in just a few seconds. She smiled with satisfaction, utterly happy. Ronald praised her. "Well done, Sita. Seems your vampire magic has improved since last time, I can see that. You weren't just out having fun. With Ophelia, you might even surpass me someday." He spoke again. "I have one more question." Ronald looked curious. Moreover, Chili Fen didn't hold back. "The suppression technique you used on the battlefield. Both its range and force are different, but that is definitely the aura of a traitor of Dalan. It's no surprise you sense the aura, but the fact that it matches a traitor's aura is troubling." "What on earth happened?" Ronan smiled, not hiding anything. "This is why I dislike clever people. Let's go, I'll tell you on the way. It's a long journey." By evening, the two of them sat around the campfire with the group. Zilli Fen finally understood. "So that's what you went through when facing Bajura. Even more dangerous than what I heard from Sion. You can relax. Yes, but thanks to that I unleashed what you saw. Overall, it still worked out in our favor. How's your sister? Is she stable now? He explained seriously, don't worry. Branch's specialists all checked her and confirmed there's no issue. But she keeps talking nonstop about you and Elizabeth, calling you a hero. The savior saved her. She even acted like Akaluja was her real sister. But from what I heard, it seems it was just her admiration. But it doesn't seem bad, because I think this might be a chance to mend the rift between the two families, and above all. Ronan asked curiously, why are you hesitating? Chili Fen cleared his throat and turned away. Nothing, just thanking you for saving my sister. Ronald smiled, unusually gentle. That came from your mouth, I'm a bit touched. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll hand them over to you. He shouted angrily, what do you take me for? I'm not a treacherous bastard. Your teasing attitude is the problem, especially when someone's vulnerable. As he spoke, a strange creature suddenly zipped past. It drew a breath from afar. Then it shot powerfully toward both of them. Unexpectedly, it missed and crashed straight into the ground. They stared at the creature, unsure of its form. Chili Fen spoke first. I feel something is charging this way, an attacking monster, Ronald guessed silently. With that loud sound, it's more like something fell rather than attack. Let's check it out. With agreement from both sides, they approached. He looked at the pink object in front of him. What is this? A robot? Why is the Deha people's riding bird here and badly injured? Then he spoke again. I think this is complicated. I only vaguely sensed it, so I just noticed, but there's also a child here. Ronan commanded as soon as he saw it. Sita, healing magic. Warm purple light covered the two on the brink of death. The bird showed signs of waking, and the boy gritted his teeth in pain. In a daze, Thunder called, bro, the scene was ablaze. Raging Gust yelled, go Thunder, that's the last robot. But the boy sobbed, no bro, I'm not leaving, I'll fight too. He angrily intervened. Stop being childish, you have to survive. At least one of you must survive, think that way. Thunder hesitated, unable to decide. But Ragnarok strained with all his strength. There's no time. Move before they arrive. As he finished, a pillar of light struck down. He turned, cursing, damn it, how did they? The sharp spike, a threat to all of them, had arrived. Euria sneered, blood-sucking pests of the starland. It's time to be purged. Everyone tried to raise their weapons, preserving their last dignity. Thunder shouted, go fly, take Thunder away now. At that moment he was sent to the heavens. Blood splattered right before his loved ones. A step down like an embodiment of evil. Thunder realized the danger. Bro, why? Raging Gust couldn't explain. We'll buy some time. Go quickly, he struck the bird's back, making it fly. The boy sobbed, no, do, bro. Every scream turned into despair. Thunder looked back at the place where he grew up. Back in the present, he jolted upright, eyes wide, fully open, searching for something. Suddenly a voice beside him startled Thunder. Are you okay, kid? Luckily, you both look nothing like the bad guys pretending to be good. At least the kid regained consciousness quickly. Suddenly he went pale. Thunder tossed the sand aside. Move, stay away. Die monsters, give me back my brother. A strong hand grabbed his own. Ronald shouted impatiently, wake up, kid, they're not your enemies. The boy calmed gradually, eyes glistening again. Who are you? He calmly said, stay calm and talk. I have a feeling we're about to be caught up in a mess. Night gradually fell and the enchanting moonlight quietly illuminated all the streets. The three of them remained silent. Only after a while did Thunder begin to speak. 2 nights ago, late at night, those monsters appeared. They seemed to rise from the ground suddenly. That sharp gaze flashed through the boy's mind. In Thunder's land, their warriors had sensed it. These creatures were dangerous. So the brave warriors lured them away. But that was the most terrifying smile the boy could never forget, with overwhelming power. Step by step, they severed the warriors' arms. They were all defeated without being able to inflict any damage. The boy gasped and asked in doubt. What? They were defeated so easily? All of Deha's warriors were veteran fighters, trained from childhood to risk their lives. To protect the tribe from the harsh desert, their strength matched that of the Empire's elite soldiers. Even in my previous life, I struggled to face them. Because of them, a task that should have taken 3 days dragged on for months. But an enemy they couldn't harm, Ronald muttered, trying to find an answer. What exactly were these invaders? What could they be? Thunder exclaimed in despair. There was no way to know. We were defeated before we had a chance to find out. All I know is they were covered in white cloth. Ronald's eyes flashed as if he had realized something. They used mysterious power to render every attack useless. Chili Fen nearby flinched and introduced himself as the one who summons the stars. His anger was faint yet present in his eyes. The boy's anger was obvious on his face. Tin Van Glacier. That's all I know. Thank you for healing me. I will repay you. If I survive, I will go save my older brother. Go back if you don't want to die. Ronald hurried to stop him. Wait, slow down, don't tell me. You insist on returning alone. Thunder felt nothing wrong. Of course, I'm also a warrior of Deha. I won't run away. I can't drag outsiders into this danger either. Besides, you two look so frail you'd be helpless. If you follow me, you'd die. The moment he said this, both were angered. The boy, scared, spoke honestly. I don't want you to die foolishly. Go back before you get involved. Return to your land. No need for any more pointless sacrifices. Suddenly, a giant hand struck Thunder from behind. The boy froze as he saw sharp claws. Luckily, Fan blocked the sudden strike with his sword. Ronan pulled him back. A loud cheer echoed around. It was a cold and indifferent creature. He sneered and asked, an armored beast in the desert storms. It didn't fit at all. Sensing danger, it retreated, creating distance. Thunder trembled as he looked at what had attacked him. That was one of that woman's monsters. Why was it here? He observed and concluded. Judging by its gaze, it came to capture the boy. Damn, those wicked creatures, they must pay. For their crimes, the boy hurried to stop his companion. This isn't the time to be reckless. Run, many of our warriors have been torn apart by that beast. Before he could finish, the monster disappeared. It quickly set up a barrier, blocking every direction. Ronald realized immediately that it wouldn't let them escape easily. Thunder froze, muttering, impossible, sorry that you're in trouble because of me. Silly Fee looked at those familiar moves, such crude and clumsy techniques. Feels like I'm watching you during midterms. Back then, Ronald was like an assassin striking all directions, unstoppable. Ronald, right? The opponent blinked in confusion. What did you just say? He continued without waiting. Looking back, I was too inexperienced. I had no way to surpass those techniques. Instead, I chose the most foolish option of all. An action that would destroy both. It was all just. The beast lunged, ignoring any irregularities. Chili Fen went still, saying nothing. He whispered to himself, just the past. Then he thrust his sword straight into the ground. A demonic energy surrounded them both. In an instant, it defeated its target. It couldn't believe it was taken down so quickly. From afar, it looked like a massive whirlwind. Thunder was stunned. What is this? The beast was reduced to unrecognizable fragments. Suddenly, a click sounded and its barrel emerged from its body. The beast gathered all its strength for a powerful strike, but Ronald had already moved behind it. His words were calm but intimidating. What an entertaining display. But don't you see I'm busy today? Playtime's over. The beast's body was sliced into pieces. It screamed in pain, then exploded, creating a towering column of light. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. He grinned proudly. So, Thunder, do I still look weak to you? On the other side, the mysterious figure sensed a broken connection. Ada asked in a deep voice, what's happening, Commander Yuria? Yuria explained awkwardly, that seemed linked to my item. The escaped child was cut off. Neither the child nor that robot could defeat it. I suspect the guest you mentioned earlier had a hand in this. I'm not the unreasonable type. Chances are I'll know soon enough. Did that boy have the potential to earn a starlight amid his sins? It spread its wings beneath a blazing sunset. On its back were 3 people, each with different emotions. Ronald stared at it, thinking, that's the armored beast I saw in the desert. It moved with surprising agility, its body was tough, and it even had some strange hidden weapons, like a killing machine that spits out hardware. But this monster was never something the Deha warriors could deal with. Even so, there was only one reason they were defeated. Its master possessed a giant strength, a blessing of the stars. In other words, what had appeared in Deha was command class. Because the beast and its controller were far apart, the blessing had no effect. Maybe that's why Chili Fen's strike was able to hit it. But from now on, it would be different. Suddenly Ronald spoke up. Thunder, you said there were 2 ambushers back then, right? One controlled the armor. Steel Beast, what about the other one? Did he have any special weapon or technique? The kid stammered but answered honestly. That, to be honest, I'm not sure either. The one who fought the warriors was the beast's controller. The other man only watched from afar. A golden flash flared from a large ring and then he just stood there without doing anything. Chili Fen joined the conversation too. He only watched. With just that clue, it was hard to guess how strong he was. The girl didn't look worried. Nothing we can do. In the end, the only way is to face him head-on. On the other side, corpses lay scattered across the ground. There were even a few on top of the large crates. Ronald's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Who would have thought it was this serious? Is there any sign of life from Sita? It shook its head sadly, matching the gloom in the air. He clenched his teeth, burning today's scene into his memory. Those bastards, damn them. They'd stop at nothing to get what they wanted, but they weren't the type to stir up chaos for no reason. After all, they didn't want their existence discovered. But from this incident, it was clear they didn't care about that at all. Was something unfolding differently from the previous life? Was there something here today that had to be erased, even at the risk of being exposed? Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind Thunder. Ronald turned around but still couldn't tell when the man had shown up. Chili Fen was a beat late too, but the other side had already scooped the kid up. Both of them thought the same thing. Since when had he, Ronald, swung his sword at once to fix that mistake? A fierce sword aura burst from the blade. The man's eyes went wide, killing intent poured from him without end. He lightly sprang into the air, dodging Chili Fen's strike. Chili Fen slashed without hesitation or fear, but before he could finish his vow, it was cut off. The sight made him freeze. A smoke bomb, smoke billowed from ahead, cutting off our view. Right before Chili Fen's eyes, the man seized the chance to carry the kid away. Ronald ground his teeth in fury. You little punk, where do you think you're running? With that, the two of them sped up and gave chase. After a long sprint, they finally caught sight of him. The distance kept shrinking. Unexpectedly, the man turned back, several sharp knives in his hand. He flicked his arm and hurled them straight back. The two had to slow down the moment they saw it. Ronald lunged forward to block the volley of blades. Ronald was certain every one of those knives was heavy. He'd never seen throwing skills at this level, not even in his previous life. And the accuracy, how he predicted movements and reactions, even Chili Fen and I can barely keep up with that speed. He's no ordinary opponent. Thunder was in danger. The three-person chase whipped up a powerful wind that swept between the buildings. The man never hesitated for even a second, feet pounding the ground in rapid bursts. Only then did Thunder shout, "Let me go," I said, "let me go. You're with those invaders, aren't you? Let go, fight me. I'll take revenge for my brother with my own hands." The man stopped helplessly and cursed, "Idiot." Then he threw the kid down without the slightest mercy. "So that's why you came all the way here yourself, for a flimsy chance at revenge." Thunder still didn't recognize him and stubbornly snapped back, "Yes, I'll avenge my brother and the warriors of my tribe with my own hands. On my tribe's honor, I swear I will." Suddenly the kid fell silent, as if shocked. Thunder stared blankly, still unable to believe what he was seeing. The other man stood there like a solid, reliable pillar. Then he suddenly turned his back, sensing two other presences. Ronald attacked without holding back. That really was unexpected. He caught up to us that fast. Ronald was so angry he laughed. "Thanks to you, I actually broke a sweat, you bastard." "Are you ready?" Chili Fen had also closed in from behind. The man gained a new realization. That other one too, they both looked like nothing more than young warriors. How could they have reached this level already? The man raised his hand to counterattack, but at the critical moment Thunder rushed out, Don't. He's not our enemy." The words made Ronald freeze in place. "And you're no weaker either, listen to me first. This person." The kid spread his arms to shield him behind his back. "He's my brother, Rajangus." Memories of a previous life during a scouting mission. What impressed Ronald the most in Deha was not the scorching desert heat, nor was it the crazy bandits, but the rulers of this desert, truly deserving of their dominance. "Are these the warriors here?" Rajangus spoke with praise. "Not bad at all, foreign warriors, especially you. The leader among them, compared to our tribal warriors, is by no means inferior." "What's your name?" he arrogantly replied in this kill or be killed moment. Why bother asking? "Well, consider it my final wish before dying. I'll tell you I am Ronald, damn barbarians." Hearing the answer he wanted, he smiled. Rajangus suddenly spoke up. "That furious stone-headed guy is the heir to a great title from his ancestors, and the protector of this land, the strongest warrior of Deha." Back to reality, Ronald recalled helplessly. "At that time, I ultimately couldn't finish everything, as we were ordered to retreat, interrupting the campaign. I thought coming here might lead to a confrontation, but this was beyond imagination." "He's Thunder's brother," Rajangus shouted angrily. "Thunder, what are you doing?" Though the kid was scared, he said firmly, "He'll come too. He's the one who saved my life, also an ally who will help us. These guys are insanely strong." One of the armored beasts once controlled by the invaders was felled with just a single sword strike. He was amazed by this feat. What, though they said the attack would be useless against that demon tower magic. But the speed of that beast was such that ordinary warriors like us couldn't react. Those kids actually defeated it. Rajangust fell silent, clearly struggling internally. Finally, he decided, "If Thunder's words are true, I have been far too rude. I apologize to the foreign warriors and thank you for saving my younger brother." Scene shifts to a gigantic rocky mountain. At the base is a large, wild cave. All four entered inside. Thunder was astonished at the sight, his voice trembling. "You're still alive." They were equally stunned. "Thunder, why are you here?" They quickly gathered, concerned. "Were you captured and brought here? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, don't worry. It's good that everyone survived." Ronald asked suspiciously what happened here. "From what I heard, the situation back then left no chance of survival. How did you escape from them?" Rajangus did not hide it, telling the whole story. "Even we weren't sure. After sending Thunder to escape, we threw all our strength against the invaders, all ready to face death. But even that sacrifice against the abnormal power of the invaders was as meaningless as the death of ants. We sensed a massacre was about to happen because there was absolutely no way to stop it. Yet, for some reason, he said nothing, only pursed his lips. He continued, the invaders stopped attacking. At that time, when Rajangust had no strength left, he could only look at Ayuria with hatred. Said nothing, only gave a chilling smile. Only Rajangust's words echoed before fading. "We were just lucky to survive thanks to their unpredictability. Then we went to find the remaining villagers and brought them to this shelter. But holding out here is almost at its limit. The injured, the elderly, and children, those untrained, were exhausted. So once we settled this place, the warriors and I would evacuate the villagers and settle our blood feud with the invader." Ronald asked bluntly, "Even though you knew you couldn't win?" He replied proudly, "We have never learned to live on our knees, but for the sake of our pride. We cannot let our loved ones die as well. I entrust them to you." Both were intimidated. One bravely asked, "Is this the Deha magic stone?" Rajangus admitted honestly, yes, this is probably what you are looking for. I'll hand it over to you. Take Thunder and the rest of your tribe out of here. We will risk our lives to hold the invaders back. Ronald stayed silent, a faint smirk on his lips. He grimaced angrily, saying, I don't like this. Rita on his shoulder cooperated closely. He hissed like an angry cat, you dare trample on a warrior's pride. His expression alone made you want to punch him. You've thought this through carefully. As you said, I came for that stone. But these fanatics have been really annoying us, understand? So we can't leave empty-handed. Moreover, that ability to nullify all their powerful attacks, I can break that. So Rajangus, keep the magic stone safe. That thing, after we deal with them, I'll take it as the price for their necks. The wind outside howled incessantly. But now the three of them had found a quiet spot. He kept fidgeting nervously. You, foreign warrior, you weren't lying just now, were you, you mean? You can cut through that wicked magic of theirs. Ronald spoke a few words to reassure the opponent. I anticipated coming here. Am I really supposed to lie my way to certain death? Moreover, ever since I crushed that armored monster, it was already certain. Rajangust calculated silently, then lifted his head as if remembering something. Right, asking now would be disrespectful to my benefactor. Let me explain. That place is a land protected by our clan's warriors across generations. It's a holy temple, unmatched by any. All outsiders outside the Deha clan are forbidden to set foot there. That is the heart you peek out and observe, amazed. It's even more majestic than the great temples in the imperial capital. How could something like this exist in the middle of such a barren land? He spoke plainly. I don't know for sure. I only know it has existed since ancient times, until the day of the covenant arrives, apart from the law demanding life itself to protect it. Even warriors like us are not given more knowledge, and those invaders differ from other foreign forces, seemingly unconcerned with mana stone. Yet they still seek something here, and it can only be one thing worth seeking, the heart. They moved toward the holy temple together. Raging Gust confirmed that the invaders are behind this gate. Suddenly an innocent voice rang out. Exactly. Smarter than they look, savage. This caught him by surprise. Hello everyone. My name is Ayuria. Nice to meet all of you. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an unusual silence. Ronan guessed internally, recalling the usual attire of those damned church members and their crazed expression, and the grimacing face of Rajangus. Just by looking at Gus, I can tell she's the main culprit behind the massacre. Hello, two kids. You are the ones who destroyed my beloved armored beast, aren't you? You know how angry I am? Creating one requires enormous resources. You did the same, right? Suddenly the ground split into huge chunks. I will punish you personally. Hedgehog, everyone stepped back from the area. Rajangus was filled with hatred and rage. He shouted at the thing before him, an armored demonic beast. Raging Ghost was still sulking. Outsiders, be careful. Countless warriors of mine have already been killed by that monster. It may not be as agile as the demonic leopard beast, but its destructive power comes from its gigantic size and extremely hard armor. Spikes shoot out like arrows, all coated with deadly poison. One hit from a spike and you're done. Ronan stepped forward. Its dominance means it's as horrifying as it looks. He calculated silently. She can use blessings, so at least she's a high-ranking member. That dark memory surged again as Brian EA raised his sword. She smiled angrily. Anyone who can use blessings is very strong. He recalled Baron, a cunning man with cold eyes and a smile on his lips. Also their arrogance and carelessness, which I can exploit to defeat them. So I must be careful. I still don't see where the other guy went. I still don't fully understand their strength. I need to grasp the situation first. Ronald's mind was still asking. King Vor, this fight will be fierce. So before we start, I want to ask you something. As far as I know, you bastard don't like noise or attention. But this time you made a much bigger scene. The bloody scene is still etched in memory. And an empty land with not a single living fear. In the end, what was your purpose? Tin Van Classier. Uria lifted their chin in disdain without hiding it. Even a kid like you knows our names. We really aren't what we used to be. Perhaps that's why the two high-ranking members had to act together. Seems you know quite a lot about us. If you're that curious, I'll teach you. I have no reason to hide anything. You know it, right? When you want to sleep, there's a buzzing insect by your ear. It's nothing major, but oddly annoying. Some things just exist to irritate people, right? I think for our superiors, Deha is just like that. So that day we were ordered to eliminate everything here, that's all. One statement hit all three of them directly. Ah, no big deal, still smiling. I'd like to explain more, but that's all I know. Honestly, I'm not very curious about the reason. As for why I temporarily delayed executing the order, it's because my companion was interested in the heart or something. And I am also intrigued by you two kids. Hedgehog, you should be grateful. That's why you bastards are still alive. Just out of curiosity, my colleague. Rajangus flinched in surprise. What? Euria smiled, but her words said otherwise. All right, the friendly explanation ends here. From now on, the spines on the beast's back spin at full speed. It's hedgehog time. The sound echoed throughout the space. A shouted an order, avenge our iron-armored leopard. Thousands of sharp spines flew straight at the three of them. Ronald stared seriously at its movement. In an instant, he slashed multiple powerful sword strikes but couldn't stop the beast's assault. He glared sharply and asked, do you even value human life? Before finishing, Chili FN leapt forward while Ronald blocked the opponent. Fly, the immense power combined with a cold gaze instilled fear. The sword slashes cut through the air, aiming straight at the enemy. It blocked the attack, creating a loud impact. The beast was pushed back several meters. Euria suddenly spoke. Is the sword force strong enough to push back my hedgehog? But it still wasn't enough to weaken it even slightly. At first, she had underestimated him. A murderous aura flashed, startling Euria and making her eyes widen. Juliet's blue eyes glowed with strange power. A massive storm, as if intending to sweep everything away, appeared. It grew larger and showed no signs of stopping. In that whirlwind, the beast shattered into pieces. Stood bewildered as if witnessing a fascinating game. Euria laughed like a child. The sword energy turned into a storm. No, from the start, you let the sword energy become a storm. Even so, she retained some awareness. They were strong enough to destroy the hedgehog with one blow without even using blessing. You all strike harder than I imagined. Now I understand why the iron-armored leopard. Before finishing the words, she attacked from behind. That was Deha's missile technique. The violent wind, a small iron blade, flew swiftly without any resistance. As if unconcerned. Right, I almost forgot about you. That savage back then, now meeting you like this, I find you quite capable. I said I wouldn't use blessing, so there's no other choice. He looked astonished as if discovering something. One arm covered in sturdy iron armor, legs fully equipped. A massive aura radiated from Euria, terrifying everyone. Rajangus and Shilifan took defensive stances, each on a side. Lunan remained calm at the back. Just landing created a hole in the floor. Euria silently admired. It's been a while. Time to use all my strength to enjoy this fight. Euria unleashed full force, radiating a kind of sharp. Scary enough, Ronald carefully asked the person beside him, what is that? As she merged with the iron beast, Chili FN wasn't entirely sure. Seems like it. I only destroyed part of the beast's glove. The rest seemed to have been dismantled by her at will. To form its current shape, Euria's whip struck freely. At this point, Raging Gus spoke up, be careful. These outsiders, I've never seen that form before. And that whip is no ordinary weapon. Before finishing, she attacked. Raging Woods was shocked, unable to defend, staring at the sharp object nearby. A loud crack sounded, he was pushed back. Luckily, Zilif assisted. The whip swung again, the other two managed to dodge. Rajangus turned around in shock. One strike nearly pierced an entire mountain. Boom, the mountain split along the path. Rocks and earth flew everywhere, creating dense dust. Heavier stones fell straight to the ground. He truly didn't expect it. What, in the previous battle, she didn't have this speed or strength. Ronald was slightly dissatisfied. Could she be hiding her power? The whip swung wildly. Euria knew what they were curious about. Those two entities were her limbs, specialized in doing dirty work for her. But at the same time, they were mobility devices enhancing her power, although she didn't often want to wear them because the shape wasn't attractive. But these are special items, capable of amplifying her strength many times over. Yet someone avoided her attack since Brizia. Indeed, you truly have talent. Put strength into your legs, spring up, I can't comprehend it. No one expected Euria to attack at this moment. They tilted to avoid each sharp move. Can't help but despise. Miserable wretches struggling to survive yet exhausting. Vermin not worthy to be equal to me. The entire scene fell into chaos. A single second's delay threatened safety. Euria bluntly criticized, that's exactly your level. How could I understand that? Not to mention that one showed interest in you, saying that without blessings I could lose. Why make such insulting assumptions? But not bad, because in exchange for that insult I received a certain promise. That if I defeat someone without using blessings, I will be recommended, becoming a Lycophos, the star sword. Therefore, stop struggling and just die. Vermin quickly become stepping stones for my glorious rise. Ronan didn't reply. Skillfully dodging all moves, he muttered, Lycophos or whatever, I don't understand what she's been doing all this time, but I've grasped a few things. First, that madwoman is undergoing some trial, so she's trying to defeat us without using blessing. That means the attacks from these two will definitely affect her. Not to mention, she's so intoxicated with her own power that she underestimates us. I'm sure she's never really felt threatened before, always protected by blessing. So it's understandable. Perhaps that's why. Euria's whip was about to clash with the sword when Ronald began his counterattack. Seeing the sharp blade before her, she widened her eyes. What? This strike directly knocks away Euria's weapon, he thought. Your technique still lacks sharpness, just a guess. But I was right. Compared to the speed and power of your attacks, your technique is far from refined. It seems the standard to become a high-ranking officer isn't just strength or martial skill. No, the type of recognized power is different. Some are recognized for swordsmanship, like Brizha. Others are acknowledged for crafting abilities. Like you, without your equipment, even children could crush you. Then there's no need to waste time probing further. Ronan snapped his fingers, a chilling smile appearing. I alone am enough. Iuria's anger surged, veins bulging on her forehead as she screamed, unleashing all her strength. You bastard, how dare you humiliate me without knowing your place? I'll tear you to pieces. The purple power nearly reached him, yet he remained still, unmoving. Sita's eyes suddenly flashed with furious purple light. A blood-red wall rose up. The blood wall directly repelled Iuria's whip. She screamed in rage, unable to restrain herself. What? Impossible. Maka's blood magic lineage. How could someone like you wield that power? Sita confidently displayed her strength and Lunan shared her pride. That's thanks to my efforts. Anyway, let's end this. Without another word, the two who had always been silent suddenly surged forward, quickly closing in on the enemy. They charged without hesitation. Iuria clenched her hands. Damn it, the blood magic is gripping the whip. It won't release. I have to abandon the whip and focus all my strength on defense. Her eyes finally lost composure. Those pests won't be able to penetrate the armor I created. Rajangus and Zilifan struck simultaneously, forming a perfect dual sword attack. The armor on Iuria shattered instantly. She froze, unable to believe it. You weren't supposed to break this. Ronald surged forward without hesitation to finish her off. Iuria coughed up blood with no chance to resist. He disdainfully responded to her prior insults. See, without equipment, you're nothing. A deep slash appeared on Iuria's body, but she refused to yield, gritting her teeth. You'll pay, she lunged with her sharp claws. Ronald remained utterly calm. Fine, you want to finish it yourself. Raging Gus suddenly appeared from behind, pressing Iuria down. He said angrily, I've waited a long time for this moment. She trembled but had no chance to resist. Raging Gus raised the sword in his hand. Iuria struggled with all her might, yelling, You intend to gang up? How dare a brute like you? The blade retracted, reflecting her desperate shadow, the death of the innocent. For your crimes, blood debt must be paid in blood. Each sharp, forceful strike pierced her body relentlessly. Iuria's body, her eyes rolled back in pain. Finally, he delivered a strike more excruciating than the previous ones. The blade Raging Gus wielded was stained red with blood. He frowned, speaking sternly, Let me ask one last time, why did you spare the others? What is your goal? If you don't want more pain, answer quickly. Iuria slightly opened her mouth as if to speak. Suddenly, her face twisted as if cursed, but I don't like it. Do you think a high-ranking member of the Stellar Guild would yield to this kind of pain? More, come on. Do as you please. Too bad, I have to tear your little brother apart. Too bad. Each word ignited Raging Gus's fury. He didn't ask anymore, swinging a powerful strike. Iuria grinned in delight seeing the tip approaching. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the void, directly stopping Raging Gus's action. The space seemed to fall into a silent void. The opponent showed no worry, looking quite relaxed. Things were bad, it would be hard to remedy this situation. This is exactly what I said. Zilifan and Ronald froze in surprise, using it in danger while Raging Gus maintained a complex expression. But the opponent ignored everyone, even you. Without the stellar blessing, it would be very hard to defeat them. Are you satisfied, Captain Iuria? He couldn't help feeling uneasy. This one got close, yet I couldn't sense him. I can't give them another chance. As soon as he lost his guard, he suddenly punched Rajangus in the stomach. He had no chance to resist, only endure. Still, the opponent spoke gently, I'm sorry. Step aside, warrior of the lower ranks. To Ronan's astonishment, Rajangus slammed straight into the wall behind. Both turned to observe the opponent. They shouted anxiously. He dropped straight to the ground as if he had no strength left. On the other side, the mysterious figure spoke again, and I couldn't deny it. Iuria, even though you failed to claim the title of the sharpest azure sword guardian, you still shine so brightly, so nobly. Murmured as he glanced over. You knew it would end up like this, didn't you? Once again, I'm nothing but a tool in your experiment. So that man was Terranin. He wore a chilling smile. Thank you for supporting me all this time. Now you can rest. Terranin raised his hand and touched Iuria's forehead. I hope so. His finger slowly bored into the center of the other man's brow. Rest well among the stars. Iuria gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, this isn't fun at all. As soon as he finished, a mouthful of blood sprayed straight onto the ground. Terranin took out a handkerchief, slowly wiped each finger clean, then tossed it away like he'd just thrown out trash. Coincidentally, the assistant position, along with my branch head, has just opened up. Any of you interested? The moment he turned around, both Ronald and Shirley Eiffel charged in. Two different forces struck in unison, slashing at Terranin. But he remained utterly calm. This isn't a suitable place for interviews. That attitude made him stare in disbelief. Even I broke into a nervous sweat. Terranin leaned back and smiled. Let's go somewhere else. He poured strength into his legs and sprang up. First, the two of you save them. Terranin softly added the rest. There's something I want you to see. The figures of all three vanished, their positions impossible to make out. Flickering in and out, their silhouettes reappeared mid-clash. Ronan was forced back, unable to gain the upper hand. A huge explosion suddenly rang out, dust and smoke billowing everywhere and blotting out everyone's sight. Exhausted, Ronald braced himself with his sword, damn out of the frying pan into the fire. Chili Fen couldn't land a hit either. He has to be from the same cult as that Yuria guy. Careful. Ronald, he's far stronger than that one. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Seeing something wrong, Ronan asked suspiciously, "What is it?" "Chili Fen, what do you see?" Behind them loomed a massive, bizarre structure. The thing called the heart. Beneath it, a strange face screamed as if trying to break free. It looked like a horror-themed sofa. Ronan stood frozen at the sight. Then Taranin's voice rang out again, "I'm curious. If there were a chair sturdy enough, I wondered what it would feel like to sit on it, so I made one. In the end, I concluded it's not bad at all." Impressed, I forgot to introduce myself. "My name is Taranin and I oversee the church's laws and discipline. A bishop, as you like to call it." The air suddenly sank into an eerie silence. Taranin acted as if he noticed nothing. "What's wrong with everyone? Why do your faces all look so strange? Did something make you uncomfortable?" On the other side, the two of them were already scowling with rage. Putting on a friendly air, he continued, "Is it because of the material this chair is made from? To me, it's no different from animal hide, but I understand why it might disgust you. Still, obsessing over such petty things is meaningless. So why don't we talk about something more worthwhile and spend this precious time together instead? There are enough seats for everyone." It looked utterly vile, yet the chair was surprisingly comfortable. Chili Fen couldn't hold back anymore, invoking his family name. "I swear it," Sword Aura erupted, fierce and overwhelming. The strike tore through the air and cleaved straight at him. He roared in fury. "I'll use your life to soothe their soul." Taranin raised an eyebrow. "Remarkable, your sword aura is refined to an exquisite degree. Truly worthy of the title Young Master of House Grant. An extraordinary talent." Chili Fen didn't bother responding, only fixing him with a razor-sharp stare. Each swing spread across the sky, successfully forcing Taranin back several steps. "Your presence is unquestionable, utterly ferocious. Your technique is flawless, splendid. And most of all, even with rage clouding your reason, you didn't so much as chip the chair. Your mind is truly steady, isn't it? With talent like this, you're certainly qualified to become the star's azure sword." By then, Ronald had already closed in from behind. He cursed furiously, "Stop it, you bastard." Taranin lifted his foot and stomped down on Ronald's blade. Taranin calmed down again, deciding to hide his presence and ambush me from behind with a storm of sword aura. "Good, very good." He smiled, thoroughly satisfied. "But it's still within my expectations." Taranin didn't even notice that gloomy gaze. "I'd be happier if you could show me more of your work." Then he slowly loosened his grip on the hilt. He used force to fling the scabbard aside, catching him before he could react. Taranin stared at the sharp edge about to reach his face, eyes wide. Time seemed to slow by several beats as dust and smoke whipped everywhere. A blazing red power ripped through space, carving a long, straight line. Everything it passed through shattered into fragments, and he dodged clumsily. "I didn't expect you to have that move." Suddenly, Taranin's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. He tilted his body to dodge a powerful sword strike. Even with only a minor wound, Taranin kept a furious smile. "What trick are you planning next?" Ronald was irritated at letting his opponent escape. He tightened his grip on the sword. In the blink of an eye, he planted his hand on the ground and used force to lift his body up. No need to hide anything. The movement was so fast that no shadow could be seen. Ronald raised his weapon to block. Taranin remained carefree, freely dominating the field. He frowned, thinking with difficulty, "What? He only kicked me. Why does it hurt so much?" This strike directly pushed his body back. He continued his move as if unaware that his opponent had been pushed back. Chili FM didn't think twice and rushed up to support him. Yet the leftover force made it impossible for both to stop. First, he called out, "Are you okay?" Ronan gritted his teeth, but his words were cool. "Of course not, this guy is too strong, but I will." Ronan's gaze gradually took on a fierce aura, ready to tear that bastard apart piece by piece. Taranin still smiled as if unaware of that anger. He looked at his own fingers. "I don't even remember the last time I shed blood. Now I am even more convinced that today's encounter is truly a blessing from the divine. Think about it. In such a remote place, I have encountered not just one, but two candidates of Lycophos. If this isn't fate, then what is it?" Withdraw the words, the strange power radiating from him. Ronan had noticed this. That madwoman said the same. After all, what is so special about Lycophos that everyone exaggerates? Are they really that formidable? Taranin suddenly changed his tone. Of course, Lycophos are swordsmen personally selected by the leader. Chosen from outstanding talents, carefully selected among the faithful. They carry the mission to eliminate forces that hinder the rise of the star. An elite corps of knights. Captain Euria was once a devoted follower. Her talent greatly contributed to the southern district, but ultimately she failed the trial and returned to the light of the star. That sacrifice was regrettable but also sacred. Her death clearly demonstrated my discernment. Selecting 2 individuals as offerings, speaking of which reminds me of the first moment I sensed our fate. Do you remember? Rizia and Baron, these words startled Ronald. He continued calmly, judging by your reactions, I am sure you were present. Do not worry, I do not blame you. They were key forces of the Southern District. Those disciples who perfectly executed every difficult task were my hands and feet. Yet when I heard they had fallen during missions, I felt some doubt. Of course, their deaths were not unreasonable. Rizia was sent to Mount Vadian, where the ancient mage Sarante resides, while Baron went to the Lomra range. Clearly, they could encounter the Sword Saint rank Fa. Even blessed by the star, against an opponent of that caliber, they might not summon divine blessings in time. For an unexpected incident to occur is unprecedented in the history of the Church. I sought the cause, and thus I came to you. From 2 completely different locations, I discovered the same traces, all residual mana not belonging to Sarante nor to Fa. The moment I saw it, my suspicion expanded to an entirely new possibility. Could it be mere coincidence? Could such coincidence repeat? If not, who is the master of the mana opposing the star? Following the traces, investigating time and again, I finally realized it was you. Do you think I am unaware of your existence? Lon and Aphelion Academy, Terranin asked calmly. Judging by your expression, it seems you know nothing. Perhaps I accidentally caused you to draw your sword. Do not worry, Ronald said irritably. Stop the nonsense. Answer me. If you knew me earlier, why did you let it go until now? From your standpoint, I must seem quite lingering. Why? He remained indifferent, seeing it unworthy. In the Church's eyes, you are not yet a concern. That's what I thought. Until facing you directly today. Indeed, seeing this, I am certain that one day you will become a major threat to my Church. Enough, leave that for later. Isn't there a tomorrow? In the Church, only I truly understand you. I also do not wish to make a big deal out of it. Above all, it has been a long time since I felt such interest in someone to the point of wanting to monopolize them. So open your heart and get to know each other. Let me answer your questions first. For example, why the Deha is still alive until now. Before arriving here, I received orders from the leader. Eliminate everything. The instruction was to wipe out all existence here. It was not a difficult mission, but during the process, a small ripple arose within me. Why must this place be erased? He raised a finger. I was consumed by intense curiosity. Even though the task was critical enough that I had to intervene personally, you still did not state the purpose. Isn't that odd? So while carrying out the sacred command, I also sought the answer to that question. And then I understood this place, a realm entirely separate from the rest. With the pristine nature of this land, there was a glimpse of extraordinary technology. The moment I saw it, I realized this was the sanctuary of the heart. I sensed that the answer surely lay within this space, especially what rested at its center. It was hidden within relics. I brought the captured residents here and politely asked them questions, but they claimed that the secret was the fate of this land, passed down through generations. And none of them would give me an answer, not only the powerless elders. Even the young children were the same, no one at all. I questioned a total of 182 residents, but, unfortunately, I only ended up with those 3 sofas. The investigation dragged on without result, always a torment for a researcher like me. Thankfully, this time even the long hours weren't too tedious, because I could feel the owner of the mana source I found so fascinating. That person was walking toward this place on their own. I've been this forthright, it should prove my good intention. Terrania raised a hand, so I dismissed this obstacle as well. Before us, the 3 sofas had turned to dust. Apparently, they didn't suit your taste. He turned, showing his sincerity. The obstruction has been cleared. Now let's officially discuss joining the Church. Should I not have removed it? Leafin's gaze sharpened like a sword, icy and unyielding. Ronald beside him couldn't stay calm either. He suddenly spoke. You know, Ronald, that bishop is different from the woman who controls the magic beasts. Those reflexes and physical abilities only come from martial skills, honed to perfection. Clearly, he is a first-class warrior, having faced countless battles. Not a moment to hesitate. You didn't look back, needless to say, I knew. I will go all out. With that, both assumed combat stances, ready to strike. Their feet smashed the stone floor. Surely Eiffel and Ronald charged forward, unconcerned with anything else. You attacked from the left. The same move still blocked by Terranin's leg. He grinned slyly, unconcerned. Ronald's hatred for the opponent reached its peak. 2 forces collided, tearing the space apart. You held your ground, restraining Terranin. At that moment he leapt from above, his sword energy so fierce it seemed to cleave everything. Ronald timed his retreat perfectly. In an instant the stone floor shattered beyond recognition. Terranin's voice remained oddly calm, truly a ferocious strike. If I hadn't focused my mana on one point for defense, I would have been split in 2. Terranin blocked that attack with just one hand. Chili Fen furrowed his brow, unable to react. He tossed him like a weightless cloud. Ronald tried to support Chili Fen but was affected too. He widened his eyes, watching each movement. Before them stood a relentless giant. Don't exhaust yourselves both. A sudden force struck. Dust and smoke shrouded everything, blurring the scene. 2 figures emerged amid the ashes. Chili Fen and Ronald charged again. This time they attacked simultaneously. Taranin smirked. Compared to the initial encounter, his murderous aura sharpened, and a strange scent of blood intensified. This comes at the cost of draining life to amplify one's power. The blood magic of the blood-sucking demon. So young, yet revealing such reckless resolve. Hard to resist the urge to satisfy curiosity at this level. The radiant crystals shone brilliantly. Good, show me everything. He assumed a stance to block all of your light. Three powers clashed, creating a massive explosion. In the end, only a strange blue light remained. Rocks shattered and piled up. Taranin slowly brushed dust from his shoulders, stepping on chilly fen. Even Ronald had fallen, only Taranin remained, smiling to the end. He grinned grimly. You've worked hard enough. Ronald gripped his dagger hilt tightly, striking suddenly. He aimed straight for Taranin's foot. The impact shook the ground violently, cracking it in long streaks. Taranin exclaimed in surprise, though injured and barely able to maintain his stance. Yet he still seized a chance to counterattack, a truly remarkable fighting spirit. If it had been slightly sharper, I would have been hit. Ronald's dagger struck the ground just inches from his opponent's foot. His other hand clenched Taranin's leg. Taranin struggled, barely freeing himself, and offered a verdict. At this point, it's enough to understand each other. Best to follow me obediently. Ronald ignored him and called out to Sita. Now, as soon as he finished, a surge of purple energy appeared, radiating immense power. Quan An blazed with dazzling brilliance, releasing an oppressive power that made people deeply uneasy. Taranin froze for a moment, not yet understanding what had happened. He lifted his head with a curious look and saw Sita diving down at breathtaking speed. Taranin thought to himself, could it be ancient blood magic? His dazed gaze reflected an irresistibly bewitching light. A magic array formed in midair. He couldn't believe it. How could such an ordinary beast release such a blazing crimson aura? A blast fired down from the array's core, triggering a massive shockwave. Taranin couldn't hide his alarm. Just looking at the mana structure was enough to tell this was the ultimate offensive technique of blood demons. He immediately raised a hand, calculating in his mind. Even preparing to cast a spell like this required a long diversion to draw people's eyes away. Were they planning to use them as expendable pawns? Taranin launched a brutal strike at Ronald, and Ronald swiftly raised his hand to block it. Taranin felt this kid was far too sharp. Even the slightest mistake could become an unstable factor, enough to shake the sect's very survival. A smug glint flashed in Taranin's eye. Even so, those zealots still clung to their habit of arrogance. He was certain he was more than capable of sounding the alarm. With a sigh, he mused with curiosity, what kind of future would you drag in? As the surging force was about to hit the ground, Taranin moved at once. He leapt aside, leaving Ronald sprawled on the ground. Taranin laughed loudly. Come on, dispel the magic. If you keep it like that, you'll vanish without a trace. Isn't that exactly what you're aiming for? Ronald pushed himself up. The surging force was already right above his head, his pupils brimming with killing intent. Ronald replied coldly, that's just your assumption. The power that had been bearing down on the ground instantly turned 90 degrees. It didn't hit its caster at all. Seeing it rush toward him, Taranin was stunned. He burst out laughing. It even has a guidance function. So you predicted from the start that I'd dodge? Taranin kept casting to block the blow. That's right. If you want to take someone's life, you have to prepare a dagger this sharp. Truly exquisite. He gathered energy into his palm and muttered, if it's come to this, then I'll have to use it. A blinding halo erupted violently, spreading through the entire space in an instant. Taranin unleashed his ultimate move, the blessing of the stars, to block the ancient blood magic. With a dull boom, the crimson power slammed in. The world shaped by the blessing of the stars rapidly held it back, like a huge sphere tightly wrapped by blood demon power. Taranin grinned smugly. Now, what will you show me? Donald, do you still have any moves left? Even if you do, none of this will go the way you want. He basked in his own pride. As long as he didn't withdraw his protection, every attack would be useless. But the moment he said it, his face went rigid. The barrier rippled and showed signs of breaking. He saw a blade pierce through. Taranin cried out in shock, this! Ronald was pressed right up against the protective layer, attacking nonstop to carve a path. A heavy slash punched straight through the barrier and carved a deep wound into Taranin's chest. Fresh red blood sprayed everywhere. He was stunned, the blessing had been broken too. Only then did Taranin realize. This was exactly why Briar and Baron had been taken down. Ronald forced out, I wanted to split that rotten thing in two. Guess I was still short on power. I'll leave the finishing blow to you. After speaking, his whole body went limp and he dropped. Chili Fen struggled to his feet, sword in hand, lifting it as he spoke slowly. Not enough, then I'll add more. His eyes blazed brightly, his voice brimming with confidence. Leave it to me. He unleashed a chained sword technique, and in an instant chopped away at the last thin, fragile layer of the blessing of the stars. Chili Fen poured all his strength into the assault. His sword moved again and again without pause. The barrier endured terrifying pressure. After holding out for so long, Taranin finally faltered. A wave of sword aura slammed straight into his face. The confidence drained from his eyes and he fell like a stone. The blessing of the stars barrier convulsed violently as if it were about to detonate. He no longer had the strength to resist. His body was covered in countless slashes from Chili Fen, his head as well, even his pupils were destroyed. Taranin was in unimaginable agony. He never expected to be beaten this badly. That world swelled to its limit, fury overflowing. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, the pressure surging outward and blasting even Ronald away. He crashed down in front of Chili Fen. Ronald frowned, pain etched across his face, and braced himself as he slowly sat up. Taranin fell from above and landed before the two of them, clothes torn to shreds, his body devoid of life. Suddenly the ground shook violently as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Sita urgently warned, "We have to pull out." Taranin's lying motionless in a pool of blood. He murmured, "How long has it been since I was forced into defense like this?" Unconsciously, Taranin curved his lips into a sinister smile as a strange radiance spilled from his body. Feathers drifted and scattered through the air. He exclaimed, "Truly a day of grace." A pillar of light burst from Taranin's body, making the space tremble. Seeing what was happening, Ronald couldn't hide his shock. He blurted out, "This is absurd." Taranin rose to his feet and a pair of enormous angel wings appeared behind him. Ronald guessed, those wings, could it be? He stared hard. Who else could possibly have angel wings? Could they belong to A or U? Ronald still seemed unable to believe it. He asked again, A or U? Taranin said in a low voice, "Carelessness in the face of an enemy is the shortest road to death. That's what I've always warned the faithful. And yet the one blinded by arrogance was me." He lifted a hand to his face in a cute gesture, then flashed an upbeat smile. "But with my head still on my shoulders, I suppose that must be the stars' mercy." Taranin twitched his blood-soaked eyelids and spoke with confidence. "Even if my eyes are blind, don't worry." Both sides began to gather their energy, casting spells as they charged into the next exchange. Though badly wounded, neither one's offense weakened. As he struck back, he declared, "I won't let this newly kindled flame be extinguished." Two surging forces collided with a horrific, ear-splitting screech. The blast flared with blinding light. Zilly, Eiffel, and Ronald attacked in tandem without pause, unleashing a devastating sword strike. Ronald frowned, thinking to himself, "Damn it, both of his eyes are clearly smashed to pieces. And yet he's already moved higher up, diffusing the attack with ease." Ronald gasped, "He still dodged that." Taranin laughed proudly. "For a warrior, seeing the world isn't limited to the eyes." Silly Eiffel and Ronald froze for a moment at those words, as if they wanted to understand the details, pushed to the very edge of perception. Even the flow of mana alone is enough to grasp the world with clarity. Sure enough, Taranin truly sensed his opponent's mana with uncanny precision. He affirmed that both of them carried truly beautiful currents within. Taranin suddenly turned toward Chili Fen in praise. "Young Duke. Rangia, your storm is fierce, seamless, lethal, and razor-sharp, to the point that I'm certain that name should have been among the Order's foremost pillars long ago. And Ronald, truly, you inspire not only admiration but astonishment. That wild fighting instinct alone is enough to leave me stunned. And on top of that, a power that concentrates blessings into a single cut. In that case, I can confirm the deaths of the two warriors, Drea and Baron, were absolutely no accident. The two of you will one day become indomitable warriors beyond compare." At that, he paused briefly and gave his angel wings a faint flutter. "That's why I regret it. This battle with you, I wanted to see it through honorably. To the very end, as a warrior." As he spoke, he focused his mana, and the space behind him blazed with light. A tremendous power surged into being. Taranin swung his arm and struck. Starborn punishment. Chili, Eiffel, and Ronald immediately sensed the danger closing in. Both took a stance to meet it head-on. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance. A massive vortex of mana shot from Taranin straight at them, whipping up earth and stone into a choking haze. In an instant, Shirley, Eiffel, and Ronald seemed to be swallowed by the halo of light. Thunderous booms erupted, blinding glare and dust briefly blanketed an enormous area. The terrifying shockwave relentlessly tore through the ground. Wherever it went, it shattered everything in its path. A vast, bottomless trench now gouged the earth. Taranin descended slowly into it. Ronald's face was soot-black and bruised, breathing hard without stop. He sat collapsed on the ground. Beside him, Chili Fen lay sprawled out, seemingly gravely wounded. Taranin ground his teeth, his whole body trembling, his internal injuries clearly severe. Taranin said slowly, "If blessings are the shield that protects the faithful, then wings granted by a bishop are the instrument for passing judgment upon heretics. Simply unfurling them is enough to bring down ruthless, heaven-ordained punishment upon an entire sky." Watching feathers from the angel wings drift down through the air, he continued, "That overwhelming might is proportional to the price that must be paid. An immense amount of mana and life itself is drained away. In my current state, even I can barely sustain this oppressive authority. I never wanted to use it, because it is power that can overturn everything, making any struggle decided by risking one's life." Meaningless, Taranin unconsciously clenched his hand, his voice turning bitter. "But now I am a believer of the stars. No longer someone who puts a warrior's pride first, but a bishop. You must place the execution of orders above all else." Ronald braced a hand on the ground and clambered up with his sword. Chili Eiffel also forced himself to grip his hilt and stay standing. Helenin suddenly seemed to realize, saying that any more words of consolation would only be a trick that insults the noble will of both of them. I will discard false words and from now on fight with all my strength. His angelic wings suddenly vanished. Karenin watched the feathers hovering in the air slowly turn into thin mist and said, "Let's end this." Ronan slightly moved his arm. In his mind, he thought, damn it, in this situation I can't rely on Sita's healing, and if I take another brutal hit like that, it'll be disastrous. Rana gritted her teeth and tried to control herself, but her body refused to obey. Her hands holding the knife trembled uncontrollably, and no escape could be found. If this keeps going while lost in these thoughts, suddenly a rustling sound came from ahead. He looked up and saw Chili Fen standing right in front of him. He lowered his voice and said, "Stand up, Ronald, this is disgraceful. But I alone can't defeat him. I'll create an opening so your blade can reach him." Hearing those words, he hurriedly shouted, "What the hell is this, you lunatic? Wasn't I the only one who took that damn storm head-on just now? How is that something you did alone?" Chili Fen gathered his energy, channeling magic into his sword as he explained. "It seems you forgot. The one standing before you has lived his entire life alongside tempests. Reading the flow of the wind is as natural to me as breathing." He stated with certainty that although his storm could not swallow the other's tempest, opening even a single gap was still within his power. However, there would only be one chance. Chili Fan added, "Remember that, Ronald, if we still can't finish him this time." A faint, gentle smile appeared on his lips. His sea-blue eyes gleamed sharply. "Have 10 sets of Eros photos ready, got it?" Hearing this, Ronald froze for a moment. Seeing him remain seated in silence, Chili Fen urged, "Get up, Captain of Punishment. The enemy is right in front of you. How long are you going to sit there?" As if recalling something, he fell silent for a moment before explaining, "I still cannot acknowledge you as a knight, because the blade I once saw in your hands contained no pride, only the intent to kill." That judgment had not changed yet, sadly. On this battlefield, what was needed was precisely such a sword. Zilly F looked toward Terranin. "I will open a gap no matter the cost." He had completed his transformation, 2 additional wings sprouting from his back. His power had increased significantly. He took a deep breath at this moment. "I'm betting everything on you." Shirley FN smiled confidently and said to Ronald, "Move forward." He still seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. His gaze felt frozen. Chili FN strode forward boldly, magical power radiating outward in swirling streams through the air. Ronald heard his comrades call, "Advance, Swordsman." He suddenly understood, having someone advance alongside you at the brink of life and death was something precious. Ronald found himself smiling and replied, "That so-called authority of mine, I won't hand it over to you so easily. Let's fight side by side and see this through to the very end." Chili Fen moved his blade swiftly, blue magical currents growing stronger by the second. He quickly took an offensive stance and unleashed a ferocious sword storm. The space began to fill with sword energy. Terranin immediately countered. The 2 streams of magic collided, producing a piercing sound. Both sides continued pouring more power into their attacks, the pressure mounting. In the blink of an eye, the 2 streams of magic transformed into violent tornadoes of terrifying might. Chili FN struggled to hold the line. He thought to himself that although he could read the flow of the storm his opponent created and touch its weak point, all he could do was stand firm. By now, Chili FN was beginning to falter. Numerous wounds appeared across his body. Chili Fen grew deeply anxious. "If this keeps up, I'll be swallowed whole." Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to think, "What do I need to do to overcome this crisis? I am the sword that protects the Empire. He must be the sharpest enemy blade I have ever faced. A sword is merely a tool to destroy and punish enemies. But what I need now is not destructive power. What I need is just a small measure of strength to carve a path for my comrade." Chili FN's body was battered and torn, yet his steadfast eyes still burned brightly. The tip of his sword suddenly emitted a strange white light. Then the entire blade flashed like a ribbon of light. Chili Fanzer raised his sword high, the magic radiating ever more densely. Lunan was utterly astonished and guessed, could it be an aura awakening? Zilip Fan gripped his sword tightly, repeating to himself. More, he drew the sword back, pouring all his strength into this final strike, hoping only that the blade would grow sharper still. The moment had come. Chili F. Fan gripped his sword and slashed forward. A final glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Wind!" The vast sky trembled with magic. Sword energy shot straight toward Terranin, unstoppable like a raging storm. Terranin suddenly froze as if sensing something incredibly strange. He could not believe it. Even if his power had been reduced by his injuries, for that brat's aura to break through his attack was absurd. This was something beyond aura itself. It was a force as mighty as nature. Terranin tried to steady himself and judge the situation, but this power seemed beyond his comprehension. Terranin kept asking himself, what the hell is this? No matter how talented he was, countless strands of sword energy surged forward, surrounding him with shocking destructive force. Only when struck by the wind sword did Terranin cry inwardly, I didn't expect him to enter the stage of aura awakening. Chili Fen let out a sigh of relief. He murmured softly, I've successfully opened the path. His breathing grew weaker. I'll leave the rest to you. As he spoke, Chili Fen collapsed. He was completely exhausted. Before losing consciousness, he used the last of his strength to call out, Ronald, and at that moment, Ronald seized the opportunity his comrade had created. He immediately leapt into the air. His eyes filled with determination. He would win no matter what. At that moment, the wind sword in the sky was still disrupting the enemy. Terranin muttered, You must have planned to blur my vision with the storm and strike the moment I slipped up, but I won't be careless anymore. He narrowed his eyes and steadied his focus. He could clearly sense the mana of someone charging at him with furious aggression. Terranin thought Ronin had already closed in right in front of him, so he gathered his power and ready to punch to attack the boy. He was completely confident. Given the opponent's current physical condition, there was no way he could endure this blow. With an arrogant grin, he said it was an explosive burst of power, then thunk. Terranin's fist was stopped by a dagger. The blade radiated a dense, blazing red blood aura. Pain shot up his arm, freezing him in place. Slightly dizzy, Terranin thought to himself, What's going on? Did I misjudge it? Did that brat's mana seep into the dagger? He couldn't stop wondering. Everything around him was now the mana of guardian stars. I have sight, so why can't I sense that brat's energy anywhere? What the hell is happening? As that thought flashed through his mind, a footstep into the protective barrier. Lunan moved like lightning, sliding his sword to Terranin's throat. He sighed, Who would have thought I'd have to use that lousy mana I got thanks to Bajora? In this way, Ronald shot his opponent a fierce glare and pressed the blade tight. At this moment, Terranin could no longer resist at all. With one clean, decisive strike, the boy ended it here. Terranin showed one last smile. Even in defeat, he was never afraid. The sharp blade in Ronin's hand brought the battle to a close. Terranin's head flew aside, and the stench of blood filled the air. His lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but he no longer could. In that instant, Ronald thought it was an honor. Who would have guessed the final knowledge he had studied would reach such a brilliant conclusion? He collapsed to the ground beside Chili Fen. Terranin's head dropped into the water and rolled around in a few circles. A sudden notion surfaced in his mind. I truly look forward to that person's bright future. A moment later, the surroundings fell quiet. Ronald twitched and let out a soft ah. Propping himself up with his sword, he sat up, panting hard. Blood kept seeping from his eye sockets and the corners of his mouth. Ronald glanced around and thought, I can't feel his energy anymore. I finished him with a single strike. He lowered his head, recalling the moment just before. That was dangerous. Ronald started laughing. Chili Eiffel, you really put in a lot of work this time. As promised, I'll give you a photo of my older sister. So what do you think? You like it so much you're dying for it, right? As he spoke, he looked toward the dream grass. Sita deserves praise too. Honestly, once we're back at the academy, I'll brag to Ophelia about what you managed to do. So wake up. Chilifin and Sita still lay motionless on the ground. They didn't move at all. Ronald planted the tip of his sword into the earth. Metal clinked sharply. He forced himself to stand, whispering hoarsely, We have to go back together. As he staggered toward his teammates, Ronald called weakly, Chilifin, Sita, but no one answered. His trembling voice urged again, Come on, answer me any way you want. Please. Ronald's hand clenched the sword hilt. The veins on the back of his hand bulged more and more. Suddenly, a blazing red aura surged violently from his body. Lunan's eyes went rigid. Damn it, why now? He dropped to one knee and quickly realized it was a reaction from blood magic. It felt like something was tearing through his body. He guessed that reaction was what had strengthened his physique. Ronald tightened his fist and told himself, No, don't let it be now. He looked toward Chilifin and Sita. I need to treat those two quickly. But Ronald's gaze grew heavy, his eyelids drooping. Inside, he screamed, No, don't, they still need help. The scene before him blurred and Ronald cried out silently. In helplessness, don't, his hand had no strength left, and at last it went limp. Ronald collapsed face first to the ground, leaving everything else to fate. A moment later, someone appeared. Thunder hurried forward. The boy called out in a clear, bright voice, Brother. On Thunder's forehead was a seal mark completely different from yours. The boy touched the huge stone on the altar, then looked to Raging Gust and asked again, Can we really activate it? In a grave tone, the man said, Thunder, the vessel for the activation spell can only be placed inside your body, yours alone. You're the only one in our clan who can control it. That's why everyone has prepared themselves to face a massacre and clear an escape route for you. Your survival is how we preserve our essence and carry on the tribe's legacy. Raging Gust looked at the wreckage around them and sighed. We couldn't protect this place, and that also means. That's it. Ronald lay not far away, and Xyli Fen was also unmoving, eyes tightly shut. If it weren't for them, everything would already be over. Raging Gust's voice grew urgent. Don't hesitate, Thunder. Our clan is a clan of loyalty and honor. I'll take responsibility for failing to uphold our oath." So the boy pressed his hand against it and the large stone immediately shone brightly. Raging gusto echoed, "Open it." In an instant, a strange energy flowed into Thunder. The boy's eyes radiated a mysterious light, the same color as the energy core. The mark on his forehead began to glow intensely. The altar shook violently, opening a complex ancient formation. The light grew ever brighter, filling the vast space. The formation took shape, countless ancient symbols swirling, emanating unprecedented power. Thunder stood beneath the altar, looking up, never having witnessed such a miraculous sight before. Rajangas implored, "Please protect them, spirits of Din-A," he whispered, and the entire ancient formation blazed with intense light. Countless shockwaves radiated from top to bottom, accompanied by streams of great spiritual power. All of it combined into a powerful force, pulling Chili Fan, Ronald, and Sita inward. The miraculous light quickly awakened. He opened his eyes slightly and wondered, "What is this warmth?" Suddenly he heard a voice, "You're awake. Ronald, it's fortunate I can bid you farewell." He looked down and exclaimed. Thunder, Raging Ghost quickly reassured, "Chili Fan and Sita will also be healed soon. So don't worry." Ronald was somewhat astonished. "What? Those wounds are not easy to heal at all." How could, seeing himself inside this strange formation? He wondered, what is this immense power? Raging Gustata replied, "I told you already, I don't know the origin of this power either. I only know that this temple called Heart is a designated mission to prepare for the promised day. It contains the necessary power to activate an ancient time machine to counter the great threat that will come in the future. Our rules forbid using this power before that day." He suddenly smiled with relief. "But I am certain the ancestors of Din-A will not punish what we have done today. After all, I am acting on behalf of the tribe to thank you for your kindness." Hearing this, Ronald broke into a cold sweat. "They have broken the rules to save me." Suddenly, the formation shook violently and the surrounding space seemed to ripple. He continued to instruct Ronald to restore the energy used today and protect the temple from enemies. A sealed shield that prevents entry or exit will cover Din-A. As fellow warriors, I trust you understand our intentions." The blinding light almost pushed them apart. Knowing time is short, Rajangas spoke urgently, "And I promise you one thing. In the future, when we can step into the outside world again, if enemies appear and threaten you, no matter who they are, Din-A will stand shoulder to shoulder with you." The altar flared and quickly vanished, leaving only Rajangast's voice echoing, "Farewell." My friend, when the dust settled, only the sight of a desolate land remained. Chili Fan and Ronald stood silently, still overwhelmed by recent events. Ronald's gaze was dazed, staring into the distance. The moon had risen high, illuminating the vast land. The space was eerily silent, only the sound of wind and sand over the mountaintop. Both fixed their eyes on the rocky cliff before them for a long time. They waited to see if anything unusual would happen. Finally, Chili Fan said, "It seems we can no longer enter Din-A." A pale blue aura quickly spread, covering the entire mountain. A strong shield enveloped the area. Considering that our awareness of Din-A is fading, it must be an ancient grand spell. They intended to make us forget its existence. Ronald sighed, "That's probably for the best for those people." He suddenly remembered the adversaries he had faced. "We never know when such monsters will appear again." Chili Fan agreed, "Exactly." Naturally, his gaze paused for a moment, reflecting, then slowly analyzed. "That Terranin is very strong, even though we were prepared to face death. If fortune had not been on our side, we would not have won. The issue is the man who calls himself the Southern Bishop of DLC, meaning there are even stronger ones than him. Above all, there is also the Star Sword, an anonymous entity called Lycophos." Chili Fan suddenly felt worried. "At this rate, can we fail to protect the ones precious to us?" He said sternly, "Therefore, listen, Ronald, we will become stronger. Strong enough that we can win easily, even without relying on each other." This left Ronald stunned and speechless. Seeing his expression, Chili Fan lightly punched his teammate's chest and smiled confidently. "That's the solution I can offer," Ronald replied cheerfully. Truly a descendant of the Grancia clan. "All right, this time let's not face any difficulties." He quickly turned to leave, time to head back. "Our business here is done." Before he finished, Chili Fan grabbed Ronald's shoulder. "Wait, done? What do you mean?" With a dead serious look, he reminded him, "You still haven't paid me." Ronald let out a little huh, like, what is this supposed to mean? Chili Fan stepped forward and said coldly, "Lady Ero's photos, 8 of them, keep your promise, Ronald." That tone made him break out in a cold sweat. He muttered a curse under his breath, "Lunatic." The moon was already high, casting their shadows across the gravelly sand. After that, the trip back to the imperial capital was fairly peaceful. Of course, Ronald didn't forget to scatter those bastards, mana residues everywhere. It was to keep the church from tracking them. Even Terranin would be fooled by this trick, so they didn't need to worry about being tailed. When Chili Fan received Lady Ero's photos, he was ecstatic. seeing how lovesick he looked. Ronald flared up in anger and socked Chili Fen so hard his jaw went crooked. After that, everyone climbed into the carriage and hurried off. Ronald propped his chin in his hand and stared out the window. Luckily, he'd been able to bring along Ding A's magic stones. The whole purpose of this trip was thanks to Gogus not forgetting his promise. Even in these circumstances, he was genuinely grateful. And somehow Ronan's group had come away with spoils of war, but Ronald planned to use it as a surprise gift. Ronan also suddenly remembered the perfect person for it. While he was lost in thought, Chili Fen kept staring at the beauty's photos. On the way back, Shirley Eiffel and Ronald sparred in training, maybe because of the helplessness they'd felt in that battle with the bishop. The session was even harsher than usual. Both sides threw heavy blows, hoping to sharpen each other's combat ability. Leaves drifted down through the air and dusk deepened. Ronald stopped, lightly wiped his sweat, and said, Chili Fen, when you delivered the finishing blow on that bastard bishop, at that moment of enlightenment, do you remember what you went through? Hearing the question, he fell silent for a moment, gaze lowered as if replaying it. Then he answered slowly, I heard the sound of the wind. Not a furious, world-ending storm, but the sound of nature embracing everything in absolute peace. The moment I heard it, I knew for sure I could land the killing strike. But only then, it might have been nothing more than a fleeting insight born of despair. Now I can't hear it anymore. Chili Fen clenched his fist, his voice lacking confidence but resolute. Since I'm walking this path, I'll make it mine. Ronald swallowed hard. That brat had no idea what those words really meant. To hold that power in his hand meant unleashing the storms that once covered the earth in his previous life and single-handedly turning the tide of war. He would become a calamity himself. He smiled, eyes full of hope, maybe a bit ridiculous. But yes, if it was the current Chili Fen, he would reach it soon enough. Meanwhile, the guy sitting in front of Ronald went right back to staring at the photos. A dazed look, cheeks flushed, and every so often he'd let out a shrill giggle. Ronald gave a bitter smile. Right. A few days later, Shirley Eiffel and Ronald stopped before a huge wooden gate. He blurted out cheerfully, It feels like I'm coming home or something. Long time no see, Fillion. Ronald suggested, Let's split up here. Chili Eiffel asked, You're going straight there? Ronald's eyes gleamed as he answered confidently, Yeah, I've got to uproot this damned vow as soon as possible. He hurried toward a small wooden house in the forest. Inside, the lamps were blazing and the ceiling carvings were surprisingly intricate. May Accrit rested his chin on his hand and smiled warmly. So you've made it back from the desert, Ronald. Well, what about the magic stones? Ronald immediately dumped the little pouch onto the table. This trip had brought in quite a haul. Seeing the pile of stones, he was utterly shocked. Ronan asked, This should be more than enough, right? Ronald laughed brightly. Let's start right away, Professor. Break the next vow. Now in Professor Maria Secret's cabin, Ronald was talking with him. So you mean this magic circle is an enhanced curse-breaking technique powered by Great Zia's magic stones, and using that power this was extracted, the true essence of one of the vows. At that moment, a profoundly mysterious force filled the room. Maria Secret hovered in midair. The stones on the floor were arranged into some kind of pattern. Ronan stood below, looking up at the power above, and said, It looks insane. I can't believe I've lived with something like this my whole life. Maria Secret also looked upward, silent. After watching for a while, Maria Secret finally spoke. Ronald, when you went to collect the magic stones, I weighed every possibility and prepared for the worst. But seeing it like this now, I can't help worrying, facing Luan N and the power of the magic stones. He continued, Once we start breaking the curse, there's no turning back, and the process could take a full week. He added, and during that time, we may have to endure whatever comes with it. A month or even several years. Maria Secret said that, yet Ronald's gaze was steadier than ever. Maria Secret hovered in midair. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at the boy and said, You've already been an outstanding student at the academy, even with that vow inside you. You'll become a swordsman written into history. Do you really have to go through this, even when a brilliant future lies ahead? Hearing that, Jonan lowered his head in silence and didn't answer. He stared at the floor, and Ronald began thinking. He had already surpassed the growth rate of his previous life, so does that mean stopping the evil church won't be a problem? But the real danger was the past made flesh. Advent's massive army. Their sheer numbers were already an issue. More than that, there were also those 8-winged giants, ones with more than 2 pairs of wings compared to their kind, as well as a mysterious enemy. The one that bastard mentioned before he died. Time wasn't on his side. Thinking of that, Ronald finally raised his head. Step by step, he walked toward Professor Maria Secret. Maria Secret knew he had made his choice. He closed his eyes and said, Looks like you won't change your mind. At the very least, go and say goodbye to the people you love. In the room, there were only Ronald and Maria Secret, along with the immense power of the magic crystal. Maria Secret reminded him again. This could take a very long time. Scene change, night had fallen. Inside a room, the table was covered with countless dishes. Maria and Azo were there. Azo turned and asked, Do you know why we're here today? Maria brushed her hair back and smiled. Not really, I thought we were just hanging out. Odessa, Chili F, and Iro were also at the table. Everyone was laughing and chatting happily. As Chili Fen put food into her mouth and savored it, she thought, these are dishes Arrow made. Besides them, Brahm and Ophelia Denai were there too. Along with Sita, everyone was here. Ronald sat in the center seat. He'd been silent the whole time. While everyone was still chatting cheerfully, Ronald cut in. This is going to be a bit abrupt, especially after I suddenly brought everyone here. But I think I'll be away for a while. At most, it could take a few years. When he finished, everyone at the table turned to look. Ozzo froze with food in his hand, his voice trembling as he asked, Ronald, what are you talking about? If you're going exploring somewhere, we can go with you. Before Ozzo could finish, Ronan spoke up. His voice was firm. I appreciate that, but you can't. Ronald extended his hand, looked down at it, and said, I'm trying to break one of the remaining vows inside my body, and I don't know how long it'll take. So when I brought it up with Iro, she prepared this meal for everyone so I could say goodbye here. Hearing her little brother say that, Iro only turned away, staying silent. Chili Fen glanced after her. Brahm, holding food in his hand, also paused. Ronald continued, addressing everyone at the table. Since it's come to this, let's enjoy this moment while we can still see each other. After hearing that, Maria quietly lowered her head. Ozzo noticed her expression and glanced over. After a long silence, he finally asked, Is it dangerous? Ronan saw Ozzo staring blankly. He held a plate of food in his hand and waved it lightly in front of him. He said, Professors always make everything sound worse than it is. It'll all go smoothly again, so don't worry, anyway. Remember what I said, everyone do your best. Ronald then looked to Brahm and said, Brahm, you're already an outstanding warrior, but sometimes you focus on offense and neglect defense. Study that, it'll make you stronger. Brahm smiled at Ronald and replied, Thanks, Ronald. Ronald looked to Ophelia Dina and said, This is embarrassing for me, but Ophelia, please take care of Sita. She listens to you. Hearing that, Ophelia Denai merely smirked in agreement. Sita is always welcome. Rana looked toward Ozzo. He gave instructions to each person at the table. Ozzo, study the grimoire I gave you. It's extremely valuable, so don't skip a single line, okay? Maria still kept her head down. After finishing with Ozzo, Ronald turned to her and said, And Maria, work hard on your swordsmanship. When Maria didn't respond, Ronald pointed at her and teased, But if you only focus on swordsmanship, you'll never be able to date in your whole life. Hearing that, Maria immediately blushed and snapped, What does that have to do with you? Right after, she lowered her head again, pursed her lips, and muttered, So annoying. In the end, Ronald smiled again. He swept his gaze over the last two at the table and said, Odessa and Juliet Fan. I'm sure you two will do your jobs well. But if there's anything to add, Odessa, keep an eye on everyone's training with your keen judgment. You'll be a huge help to everyone. Chili Fen, just keep doing what you always do. As he mentioned Chili Fen, his older sister Iro happened to come out at that moment, carrying food. From the kitchen, after saying everything he wanted to say, Ronald smiled and said, All right, everyone remember it all. Right, I'll check everything when I get back, so don't slack off. With the time they had left, everyone in the room reacted differently to Ronald's words, each with their own feelings. Ronald lowered his head and gave a faint smile. Then he continued, telling everyone, Let's just talk and eat. After they finished eating, Ronald took out the camera he'd borrowed from Diddy Kong. He took photos with everyone in the room to preserve today's memories. The night was short, and there were still things they hadn't had time to say. But they still parted with smiles. Hopefully this goodbye wouldn't last too long. Scene change. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ronald had also returned to Professor Maria Secret's room. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Maria Secret floated down beside him and said, You seem more clear-headed now. Lunch must have gone well. Hearing that, Ronald just smiled and replied, Even without me, they'd still do fine, honestly. I was most worried about my sister, but it turns out no one is stronger than she is. After saying that, Ronan looked up at Maria Secret and spoke. I just need to take care of myself. Hovering in the air, Maria Secret wanted to confirm with Ronan, You've said goodbye to your family, right? Now then, as he finished speaking, the power of the Mana Stone appeared in the room. Maria Secret guided it, gathering it into a sphere. He said, Let's begin the ritual to break the vow. The Mana Stone's power began to be released. At that moment, Maria Cedric said to him, Let's meet again with a victorious smile. Ronald, hearing the professor say that, Ronald smiled back and replied, Of course. Back then, he didn't know that Ronald's firm promise to the professor, I'll be back soon, would take a long time to keep. Scene change. By now, it was morning outside and Ronald was lying on the bed. He heard barking right by his ear and jolted awake. Ronald sat up, staring blankly at the dogs that were on top of him and said, What is this? Why is there barking? Ronan suddenly panicked. It took him a few seconds to steady himself before blurting out, Wait, this goofy look with those blue eyes. Could it be? He stared at the black-furred dog with big round blue eyes looking at him. Luna, looking at the dog, he couldn't help asking himself. Hearing Ronald call its name, the dog barked happily. Holding Sita in his arms, Lunan glanced around and said, And this place? Isn't this the village where we were captured? The scene felt painfully familiar in his memory. On the streets, people were moving about. Right there on the road, Ronald looked around and muttered, This feels awful. Ronald sat by the street, watching people pass by and said, even if this is an imaginary world made real by the vow. Why did it bring me back to this exact moment? Ronan glanced at Sita beside him and continued, but it's not so bad, at least I get to see you again. Come to think of it, your life really has been miserable. When Ronald first found Sita on the street, it had been inside a jar left by the roadside. He muttered, why do I always have to get tangled up in? Why do I always have to get tangled up in this dog's fate? Back then, Ronald was being chased by a huge bear, and he ran off in a hurry with Sita in his arms. He'd hidden in the corner of an alley. He covered Sita's mouth so it wouldn't make a sound and said, I've suffered enough already. Lucky for you, in this life you don't have to get mixed up with me. Sita, huh? Ronald sat down. He reached out to rub Sita's head and said, you must be living well fed and warm with a much better owner. Ronald's eyes held feelings he couldn't put into words. Seeing Sita sitting obediently on the ground, Ronald spoke to it. How about we take a walk for a bit, Sita? It's been a long time. Hearing that, Sita immediately wagged its tail in response. Right after that, Ronan and Sita strolled down the street. As they walked, the dog barked happily. Two figures, one big, one small, moved through the neighborhood. While walking, Sita spotted a branch on the ground. It ran over and pointed at it with its paw as a signal. He understood right away. Ronald immediately picked up the branch and threw it far away. Sita happily ran to fetch it. Seeing how lively it was, Ronald crouched down and rubbed its head. Ronald looked around, carefully scanning the area. He thought, I've made a full loop around the village, but I don't see anything unusual. If anything, this place was strangely peaceful. If he remembered correctly, the lord who ruled this land was a real bastard. All in all, this was a truly terrible place. The professor had told him this vow would guide them by any means necessary, unlike last time. Ronald observed his surroundings, still thinking about how it hadn't appeared directly like before. This time, it seemed he'd have to find it himself. With that in mind, Ronald extended his hand. A surge of power spread out as he said, Sita, give me a hand. Ronald brought his hand close to Sita and asked, can you track the scent coming off this aura? Sita cooperated obediently. It lifted its nose and sniffed the aura flowing from Ronald's hand. He thought again, Sita's sense of smell is second to none. Maybe it really can find something. Right after Sita caught the scent, it immediately changed, its eyes widening. Right after, Sita turned and ran, barking nonstop as she dashed forward. Seeing this, Ronald exclaimed, found it. He smiled slightly and said, looks like things are going smoother than I thought. Ronald quickly chased after the dog. As he ran, he called, come on, Sita. Unexpectedly, as Sita led Ronald by scent, it was drooling hungrily. Seeing the scene, Ronald could only helplessly say, I thought things were already chaotic enough. Ronald approached the stall that smelled delicious and said, well then. He looked down at Sita, tightened his hand, and said, I asked you to find mana, not that nonsense, right? Seeing Ronald like this, Sita just stared and barked once. Seeing its sincere posture, Ronald could only laugh helplessly. He raised two fingers as a sign to the vendor and said, 2 sausages, please. The vendor immediately handed him 2 sausages. Ronald sat in a corner giving Sita one while turning back to ask the man at the stall, Sir, I'm a bit confused. Could you tell me what day it is today? Hearing this, the vendor replied enthusiastically, Of course, no problem. Today is the 20th of the 20th month, year 20 according to the imperial calendar. Ronald put the remaining sausage in his mouth and listened intently. After confirming the date, he thought to himself, Indeed, it's this day. Sita happily enjoyed the sausage. Ronald recalled the bloody scene and still thought Sita would die. At that time, Ronald was extremely sad, kneeling before Sita. A group of people mocked and laughed at him. Thinking back to that moment, Ronald's eyes showed a glint of blood. He remembered the first time he killed someone. Ronald recalled how he had slaughtered that entire group. Scene change on the street, a carriage was running by. The horse lost control and the townsfolk hurried to the side. A man shouted, What is this? Who would leave a carriage in the market like this? A woman, ignoring others trying to stop her, shouted, No, Camilla on the street. A little girl was passing by, holding a plate. The carriage rushed toward her, leaving her no time to react. She just stood there crying. Calling Mom, Ronald recalled and thought, Right, this happened then too. The Baron Dandelion drunk boasted of his carriage handling skills, grabbing the reins and causing disaster. A similar situation occurred then. At that moment, Sita suddenly dropped the sausage she was eating and ran forward. Ronald followed Sita's direction and thought, You did the same then as now. As the carriage approached, Sita jumped out and pushed Camilla away. At that moment, Ronald reacted in time, running out with one arm around Camilla and the other pulling her away. The carriage rushed past them and landed. Ronald had saved Camilla and Sita. Otherwise, a major accident would have occurred. After everything settled, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. He stood there watching the carriage depart. Holding Sita in his arms, Ronald looked straight into the dog's eyes and said, Don't do that again, understand? Sita wagged happily, barking. Just then a voice called out nearby, Hey! Camilla bowed her head and said, Thank you for saving me. Camilla smiled warmly at Sita and continued, You helped me too, right? Thank you. Hearing this, Sita barked twice. Camilla reached out towards Sita as she spoke. I have something for you to eat. Before she could touch Sita, Ronald instinctively pushed her hand away. Seeing his fierceness, Camilla became scared and asked, why? Ronald immediately looked at her with disgust and said coldly, stop the meaningless act. I find it repulsive. Hearing this, Camilla's eyes welled up. Her attitude changed instantly. She stopped pretending. Her face grew strong like the power of a mana stone and she said, you've truly matured a lot, looking like a proper young man now. At this moment, only Ronald, Sita, and Camilla remained on the street. The sky darkened. Camilla asked, since when did you figure it out? Ronald stared alert and said, no need to mention it, it's obvious. I chose this day to prepare for this moment. Of course, I knew you would be here. You emit that disgusting aura. His words made Camilla immediately respond, so that's it. Then Camilla pointed toward the departed carriage and asked, but why did they let me go so easily? They might be the beginning of the cracks that push your life off course. Hearing this, Ronald just let out a sigh. He smiled faintly and said, what's the point of cutting away illusions? It's useless. You're only struggling in vain. Besides, I know that if you cling to the past, you can't move forward. Hearing his words, it didn't know how to respond. Ronald was holding Sita in his arms. It also smiled softly at him. Ronald sat down on the ground, setting the puppy down. Then he stood up and continued, get straight to the point, Val. That's all, that's not enough, right? Val realized he had figured it out and without beating around the bush said to him, finally, you have gained the sharp insight to make the right decision. The growth of mortals never ceases to amaze me. The main issue is very simple. I will show you how to break this curse. Hearing this, Ronald was slightly surprised. He couldn't believe what he had just heard and asked again. What? Val reached out toward him and continued speaking to Ronald. But before that, there is something you must confront, the source of your existence and the starting point that determines the fate of this land. Hearing this, Ronald's eyes immediately became vigilant. Val looked at him and continued, you must decide where you will lead yourself and the world, the final destination of this truth. Scene changes, the sky is still bright. In a room, sunlight streams through a window. Inside, someone is writing something with a pen. Thoughts drift through. Whose hand is that? Where is this? The body cannot move at will. Could it be that this time, inside the room, Ronald is floating in the air? He looks around, observing the man in a robe writing. Ronald couldn't help but wonder silently, has he possessed this man? What exactly are you planning to show him? Just then, a noise came from outside. The door opened and a woman stepped in, speaking. You stayed up all night writing books for this land again. A girl with long hair entered. Seeing the man not respond, the white-haired girl continued. I'm worried that overworking will affect your health, Savior. The man put down his pen and said, don't worry, Elsha. My hardships bring them peace. He stood up, pushed the chair aside, and continued. There is no greater joy than this. Around his neck, he wore a necklace with strange patterns that glowed. The man turned and said, I lead them, praying that the stars bestow blessings upon them. Jonan witnessed this and opened his eyes wide in amazement. Scene changes outside in the ruined building. Enchanted beasts are repairing the structure. They work in harmony. One carries wood, another transports materials. Everyone is astonished. At this time, LCA had also finished. Far outside, Ronald followed them, witnessing the beasts in action. The power controlling the beasts still radiated. Elsha was not surprised, silently observing. Standing nearby, someone spoke. Communing with dozens of intermediate spirits, LCA has matured. Holding the book, LCA looked and replied, it's all thanks to the Savior. The completed magic book was very helpful, incidentally. Have you named the book yet? Hearing this, the Savior remembered. He turned to Elsia and said, call it that. Hearing the name, Ronald gaped, screaming internally. What? That extremely refined forbidden book, that blank and cold tone. Looking at the book before him, Jonan couldn't believe it was the same one he had. Comparing the two, Ronald was stunned, wondering, how did it turn into that? Could anything be more surprising? Previously, Iyer said that Vira completed it at least 2,000 years ago. So now how ancient is it? Not far away, someone was fitting something, saying, done, now move. The person had just attached an iron leg for the girl. She said, you can move as strongly as a real leg. She tested moving it, immediately exclaiming with joy. She stood and tried walking, her face radiant, shouting, I'm really walking. Hearing this, the other said, of course, who else would make prosthetic legs? The Savior stepped forward, saying, truly impressive craftsmanship, Aelbrige. Seeing Nebula Clacky, Aelbrige cheerfully greeted, our Savior has arrived. Ronan saw this person and reached out to shake hands, thinking, Aelbrige, this was the name he had seen in Rodaland's interrogation report. This person created all kinds of destructive equipment used by the Nebula. Aelbrige's best technician was extremely cheerful. He smiled and said to Nebula, it's all thanks to your teaching. Where did you learn these things? Nebula Claky just smiled and replied, it's nothing. I just have more experience than you. Aelbrige laughed at his words and asked, if I asked where you gained that experience, this time you'd answer with silence again, right? Hearing Aelbrige's question, Nebula Claky remained silent. Seeing that, Aelbrige didn't press further. He laughed heartily and said, exactly. Putting his arm around the Savior's shoulders, Aelbrige said, all right, I won't ask further. I just need to know this. You are the strangest person I've ever met. Nebula Clakey just smiled and said, I wouldn't say that to anyone else. But perhaps I shouldn't hear these words from you. The two of them were chatting very cheerfully. Who would have thought that there was a black dragon serving as a proxy for humans in this land? Hearing the savior say this, Alebrije just patted his head and laughed. You are right. Listening to their conversation, Ronan couldn't help but be amazed. In his mind, he thought from Vera to Alebrije. They only helped people. Is this the Nebula Clakey he knew? While the three were chatting happily, not far away, someone called out, You've arrived, savior. All three turned to look. At that moment, villagers had gathered here. They pressed their hands together and said in unison, Thank you again. We thought everything was over because of the beast attack. But you came all the way here to bless us. The savior then approached the villagers and said, I am only doing what should be done. It's no favor. You just focus on rebuilding the village. At that moment, a child sitting on the ground grabbed the hem of Nebula Clakey's robe and asked, Savior, what if the monsters destroy the village again and come back? Nebula Clakey immediately turned, placed his hand on the child's head and kindly said, It will be fine. The strongest swordsman in this land has gone to exterminate the beasts. At this moment, a plume of smoke appeared. Seeing this, everyone said, Just mentioned him and he arrived. A man in a full-length robe had brought back the head of a monster. He stepped forward and said, Savior, I have destroyed the beasts as instructed. Due to their numbers, I could not bring all of them back. The villagers were extremely surprised. The robed man continued, I only beheaded the leaders. I hope you are satisfied. Nebula Clakey heard this and quickly said, All right, you've worked hard. Ronan also sensed this man. He didn't know the robed man's name and his gaze became more scrutinizing. In his mind, noise scrambled his thoughts. He could not recognize the name. It felt like the first time in Haichu. Ronan still remembered the image of his sister as a child. Back then, Iro had been terrified. That image appeared in his mind again. He thought, That swordsman is my father. Thinking this, Ronan seemed affected. He clenched his teeth, balled his fists, and reassured himself. Calm down, this is only a distant past and an illusion. You must stay calm in this situation. At this moment, Nebula Clakey stepped forward and said to the man, Facing so many dragon clans and not a drop of blood on your robe, your sword is becoming sharper. The man replied, You flatter me. It is only thanks to the Savior's guidance. Nebula Clakey continued, Rebuilding this place only requires us. You must be tired, please go rest. At that moment, a large dragon appeared in the sky. It flew in and opened its mouth to breathe fire. The dragon's fire shot straight toward the robed man. He immediately sensed it and turned, meeting it with a sharp glare. Alebrije and Elsia saw this and said, This magical energy flow, the dragon's fire erupts in an instant and cannot be stopped. The dragon continued to attack. At this moment, a voice rang out. Magic Father's command. Ronan's father, the robed man, drew his sword. Very quickly, Ronan's father leapt forward, shouting, Danger, step back. From now on, the villagers witnessing this began to panic. Nebula Clakey turned and caught the terrified gazes of the people. A man suddenly grabbed his head and ran, screaming in panic. What is that? The children huddled to their mothers and cried, Mom, I'm scared. At this moment, Nebula Clakey spoke again. You are the one I chose in the path of salvation. He finished speaking and ran to stand in front of Ronan's father. The man had no choice but to face the challenge. There is only the mission, Nebula Clakey said as he raised his hand and began to cast a spell. Shimmering strands linked together. This was the blessing of the stars. At once, Nebula Clakey's power clashed against the dragon's flame. Nebula Clakey swung his hand, and the glowing strands shot straight forward. A surge of violet light radiated around Nebula Clakey. He suddenly clenched his fist. The shimmering strands immediately shot into the sky. Brilliant light shone down below, leaving everyone stunned. The townspeople clasped their hands before their chests and said, We have received another blessing. Elsia smiled as she looked ahead. She gazed at the radiant light and said, As expected of the savior, he can easily wield dragon magic. Alebrije, standing behind, sensed that something was still wrong and spoke up. No, we cannot relax yet. That is a very troublesome one. The Red Death, Gagaret. In the sky, Gagaret was furious. It said, A mere human dares to block my flames. Impressive. Ronan's father asked Alebrije, Do you know that dragon? Alebrije lowered his head and replied, Yes, it has always been extremely violent by nature. He scratched his head and continued, In any case, it belongs to the lineage of Navador. Hearing this, Ronald could not help but wonder. What? The leader of the dragons once roasted one of the three giants in a past life. The mother of fire, Navador. Facing the enormous dragon before him, Nebula Clakey showed no fear and said, O noble dragon. Can you hear me? Seeing such an attitude, Gagaret lowered its head and asked, Are you a transcendent? Unbelievable, a mere mortal. Yet you possess such immense power and command over time. Narrowing its eyes at Nebula Clakey, Gagaret continued, Recently, someone has been leading those insects in pointless action. Was it you? In any case, I have no quarrel with you. But the one who slaughtered my subordinate, Nebula Clakey then turned his gaze toward the dragon that Ronald's father had brought back earlier and asked, "Is the subordinate you speak of this beast?" Gagaret replied, "He served me for hundreds of years." Then Gagaret roared in fury, "You dared, while I was away from my cave, to massacre them all. Such a crime deserves punishment by the flames of eternal hell." In contrast to the dragon's threats, Nebula Claki showed not the slightest fear. He answered, "My comrades were right to do so, for your subordinate earlier trampled upon their territory and slaughtered their families and friends for food. They merely sought revenge. This time, how about we acknowledge each other's faults and put an end to everything?" Hearing this, the dragon fell silent. After a while, it let out a furious, piercing roar. "The only role you are permitted to have on this land is to serve as toys for our fleeting amusements." Immediately after, it vented its rage by spewing flames to attack. LCA saw this and used his power to block it. Gagaret, still enraged, said, "Otherwise, you are nothing but worthless lumps of flesh. You dare compare yourselves to my subordinate." Nebula Clachi stood below, unmoving before the fury, and spoke to it. "At least to me you can." Hearing that, the dragon gathered its power into a sphere of darkness and said, "Since you have chosen, then turn to ashes, you fool." With that, it released the sphere of power. Seeing the situation, Alebride shouted a warning. "It is dangerous, do not just stand there. This flame is completely different from the one before. The most devastating destructive technique permitted only to dragons, that is the breath." The purple sphere continued to condense as the dragon roared without cease. Ronald's father slowly drew his sword. Knowing what he intended to do, Nebula Clachi spoke up. "If you intervene, this will escalate further." Nebula Clachi raised his hand and began casting again, the shimmering strands appearing once more. Nebula Clachi's power formed into a sword of light. Then he continued, "Leave it to me." The dragon's power was now overwhelming, illuminating the entire space. Standing before it, Nebula Clachi remained silent. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Then Nebula Clachier raised his sword high. A single downward slash made the entire space blaze with light, blinding everything. Nebula Clachier's shimmering strands intertwined into countless lines. The dazzling clusters of light bound the dragon and left it utterly stunned. It widened its eyes at the strands before it. In its mind, the dragon thought, "What, even if he is a transcendent, he still should not be able to surpass the difference between our species, and yet he blocked my breath." While the dragon was still thinking, Nebula Clachier unleashed a flurry of slashes toward it. At once, the dragon let out a pained cry and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Its breathing grew heavy. Nebula Clachi seized the opening as well, moving like lightning as he lunged in, trying to finish the dragon off. In midair, every slash from Nebula Clachi looked like it could tear the sky apart. The dragon saw him charging straight at it. It immediately threw its head back and roared terrifyingly. It glared at Nebula Clachi, eyes bloodshot, then spoke. "Stop," but it was already too late. Each strike from Nebula Clachi landed, and the dragon was wounded again and again. Blood sprayed everywhere. Watching this clash, Ronald could only stare wide-eyed. He could hardly believe what he was seeing and thought, "No way. In the real world, it would be impossible to follow with the naked eye. A sword at such a far-off realm." And because he was linked to that person, he could sense a strangely familiar feeling. That's right, even if the dimensional layer of the realm attained was different. Ronan looked at Nebula Clachi, and now he could say with absolute certainty. Nebula Clachi had landed on the ground. Ronan stared at him, even more certain. This was Instructor Naviro's swordsmanship. Ronald's mind kept spinning. "I think I've heard the professor talk about this before." He recalled training on the practice field with Navi. Back then, Roscoe had told him, "The beginning of my swordsmanship came from the great jungle in the south. I learned it from a man I met there, him, and my first defeat in life." Navi Jules raised her sword, looked at it, and continued. "They laid the foundation for my swordsmanship. Of course, compared to him, my sword is still lacking by a lot." Hearing her say that, Ronan couldn't help asking curiously, "You speak that highly of him. Just how great is that swordsmanship?" Navi Rose slung her sword over her shoulder, curled her lip into a smile, and said, "I hope one day you'll have the chance to meet him too. You can tell just by looking." That is, snapping back to reality after witnessing Nebula Clachi's display, Ronan immediately realized it and blurted out, "The pinnacle of swordsmanship." After being defeated by Nebula Clachi, Gagaret spread its wings and flew into the sky before leaving, its mouth still running. "Damn it, just you wait." The dragon was furious at being beaten by a mere mortal. Ronald looked up and saw the dragon's silhouette gradually fade away. He thought again, even a dragon deemed a calamity could be suppressed this easily. Only then did Ronald lower his gaze. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He sighed and thought again. The professor was right. This man's sword is completely different, unlike anything Ronald had ever seen. The townspeople, seeing the dragon had been defeated, were still dazed, not knowing how to react. After a while, everyone finally burst into cheers, overjoyed at Nebula Glacier's victory. The crowd around them shouted at the top of their lungs for this moment. The savior has defeated the dragon. At this moment, Nebula Clachi also withdrew his power. The radiant sword in his hand vanished as well. Nebula Clachi pointed at the dragon's horns, the ones he had just chopped off onto the ground, and said, "Remember to pick up the broken horn pieces carefully. They're valuable materials. Hearing that, Elsha bowed respectfully and replied, yes, you've worked hard, sir. No need to be so formal. Alebrije folded his arms across his chest. He smiled and said, even a dragon. I'm honestly starting to doubt whether you're human. No. Ronald's father stood to the side, watching the whole time without saying a word. When Nebula Clatchy was about to leave, he finally spoke. I can handle it myself. Nebula Clatchy simply nodded and replied, but suppressing it without killing it is probably beyond you, isn't it? If Navador comes here in a rage over losing a clansman, can you bear the consequences? Hearing that, Ronald's father looked displeased. His gaze sharpened as he said, even if it's beyond me, it's not beyond the savior, you. Hearing him say that, Nebula Clatchy finally turned back, his voice carrying a hint of warning. That's enough. At that, Ronald's father could only fall silent. Right after, he changed his attitude, bowed respectfully and said, I apologize. I spoke out of turn. Nebula Clatchy turned and left, only tossing out one line. Alebrije, keep an eye on the construction for me for now. I'm going to the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Why head there all of a sudden? Hearing that, Alebrije spoke up. I plan to go apologize to Navajo. Hearing that, Nebula Glacier said again, even if it was self-defense, hurting her clansmen is still a fact, and your manners are truly admirable. Alebrije rubbed his chin, laughing as he said, with her temperament, she probably won't take it to heart. But it's safer this way. When you pass through the Central District, be careful. Not long ago, a hot-headed kid went there and made it his turf. His name is Oz. He has 2 special pairs of wings. You'll recognize him immediately. Ronald hovered in midair, hearing their entire conversation. Hearing the name Alebrije had just mentioned, Ronan forced a wry smile and thought, Oscar, this keeps getting more interesting. That's the demonic dragon the Empire's first emperor had. And the demon dragon was driven west after the great battle. Is it the same demon dragon from the old fairy tale? That dragon was once called a little brat. Ronald's mind was flooded with countless questions he was curious about, but there was no one to answer them. At that moment, Ronan saw something. His whole body froze for a moment. The space around Ronald suddenly grew pitch dark. He couldn't see anything anymore, so he spoke aloud. What's happening now? What's going on this time? Ronald's hand regained movement in an instant. He looked down and murmured, the feeling is back, escaped from the one standing as the savior, huh? Ronald's eyes were full of caution as he glanced toward the source of the light and asked, what trick are you trying this time? Ronan turned to look. Before him was a massive block radiating emerald green light. Ronald couldn't contain his curiosity. He stared at the glowing block and exclaimed, what is this? Immediately through the block, he saw the images of the people outside. Outside, the people were gathering, standing before Nebula Clatchy. A girl with red hair wearing a cloak stepped forward and asked, do you truly intend to leave, Savior? At this moment, Nebula Clatchy, Elsha and Alebrije were both present. Nebula Clatchy looked at the people before him and, I told them the reconstruction is complete and the foundation for development is prepared. Now this territory, even without us, can prosper on its own. It's time for me to leave. The girl who once injured her leg from a magical beast and had to wear a prosthetic has grown into an exceptional lord. Time flies so fast. Hearing this, the girl shyly scratched her cheek and replied, since you say so, we cannot hold you back. All the people here folded their hands before their chests and said in unison, we will pray that the path you choose as savior will always be protected by the stars. After bidding farewell to everyone, Nebula Clatchy, Elsha, and Alebrije turned and left. Inside the space, Ronan, seeing this, wondered if this was the image of the first village decades later. Ronald then turned back to the dark space and murmured, I think I understand now. He looked at the block's radiating light floating in space. Ronald asked, is this the life of that man being realized? With no one answering, Ronald looked up and said with a weary expression, life is really busy. Scene changes now in the desert. Barren land, scorching sun. 2 people were sitting against a rock, exhausted from the burning sunlight. A hand reached toward a white-haired boy. He slowly opened his eyes and seeing the figure was told, don't give up on life. It was Alebrije, Elsha, Ronan's father, and Nebula Clatchy. He reached toward the boy and continued, the stars are watching you. In this windswept desert, a city was built. Nebula Clatchy, with others, after saving the boy and his companion, helped them build a city. Once completed, they moved on. They always continued their journey after helping others. Next, Nebula Clatchy helped someone with a serious illness. Afterwards, the 4 of them left for a new land. Upon arrival, they were ambushed and then Nebula Clatchy departed. He then went to the Gen Furnace. Scene changes, now in a vast desert, sand blowing. A group in white cloaks appeared. Someone said, I am not a great man you should worship. It was Nebula Clatchy and his 3 companions. Facing the group, Nebula Clatchy told them, saving you was guided by the stars. There's no reason to worship me. Return to your homeland, enjoy peace, and pray to the stars in your place. That is enough to repay your salvation. A man standing before Nebula Clatchy raised his head and said, Savior, among the children on this continent, no one is unaware of your miracles. If we cannot gaze at a star together, please allow us to follow you. That is our salvation. the man clearly declared, but Nebula Clachy remained silent. Nebula Clachy always wore his strange-shaped necklace around his neck. Scene changes, night has fallen. The four stood on a rock in the desert. Looking at the starry sky, someone said, "Savior, it seems we need a proper name for the group." Nebula Clachy, hearing this, turned to Alebrije and asked, "Is it necessary? I know the world calls us the Nebula sect." Alebrije sighed and said, "Isn't that the name the heretics gave us? The group has grown this large without a proper name. What good is it?" Elsha stood on one side. Hearing this, she smiled and continued, "I agree. After all, the reputation of the church can still provoke caution." Ronald's father remained silent. Nebula Clackier was looking behind. One of the three then spoke, "Should we give ourselves a proper name? Or should someone assign a fitting name to us?" Nebula Clachy stood silently. After a moment of thought, he spoke, "Carry the will of the stars and bring down those three lights to the world." Nebula Clachy. Below them, countless people had followed them out of reverence for Nebula Clachy. Cut to 1,000 years later, gray smoke blankets everywhere. A soldier rushed forward, slashing at a young girl. The entire kingdom was gradually engulfed in flames, and the savior stood in the distance. Alebrije stood next to him, silently observing the scene. He muttered, "Is this war? How many times has it happened? We have seen our nation rise and fall so many times." LCA continued, "I know counting the times is meaningless, but to be honest, it has been dozens of times, not few." Behind them, Ronan in the form of a soul thought, "So this cycle has continued for 1,000 years. Is that why? Probably." The atmosphere around them felt strangely different. "I want to see the Savior's face, but as I suspected, I cannot sense what that face looks like." The Savior moved suddenly. "Come on," Alebrije, amazed, "don't tell me. You want us to go toward that burning palace?" Elsha spoke. "There is only a sea of fire and bloodthirsty raiders murdering innocents there. What must be done now is to return to the sanctuary and ensure the safety of the believers." The Savior interrupted LCA, "Your eyes see only flames and iron. The aura of that land, your ears hear the will to survive of those who want to live, along with the cries of those who are broken and desperate from a massacre they never wished for. Salvation is more urgent for those on the brink of extinction. Therefore, we have a duty to respond. For 1,000 years, we have tried tirelessly, yet humanity, without exception, has slaughtered each other and driven itself toward ruin. This tragedy is not an unavoidable fate." Alebrije roared, "It is their destiny, brought upon by their own hands. Self-destruction is part of human instinct. Saving them is not salvation, it is foolishness. We cannot keep repeating this useless action. Our church must make a choice now. We must choose to save those more worthy." The Savior calmly replied, "More worthy, you say? It seems you all share this thought." Elsha and Alebrije bowed slightly. The Savior continued, "Then we will part ways here." Alebrije showed surprise, "You mean you will leave us now? How can you do this to believers who have placed their trust?" The Savior interrupted, "Acting based on judging the value of others does not lead to salvation. What you intend to do is a human purification, full of arrogance. Rearranging the world according to dogmatic standards is wrong for everyone. I, on the other hand, believe they can create a brighter future. They just need a little more time and they will awaken. I understand your feelings, but we cannot share the same path when looking at. Because the stars are different, you must find your own path. I will follow the guiding star for myself, praying that the stars bless and guide you." Suddenly, a sword stabbed across his body. The Savior was shocked by this situation. Alebrije's face was almost pale. A man's voice rang out, "I warned you, did not?" "Elsha, Alebrije, those are not the kind of people to be transmitted. I will respect your will, O Savior, but please leave your power here for the salvation of us all." The Savior wondered, "What sword is this?" He replied, "It is what we prepared for today, a divine weapon, created from materials not of this world. It can absorb all kinds of power, including yours." The Savior muttered, "Centuries have passed, now I understand our path. It seems we will walk different paths from very early on. Shamefully, I failed to notice the corruption of those close to me." The man in black, Ronan's father, faltered at the Savior's words. A purple magic force quickly threw him aside. "You fools will pay." Ronald's father's feet slid quickly across the ground. He braced his sword to stop. "You are truly formidable." The Savior, Elsha, roared, "What are you doing?" Alebrije charged. "Even if you say you don't share his ideal, I will never accept you harming him." "How dare you touch the Savior? That bastard, this should not have happened." The two were quickly forced to stop. Elsha could not believe her eyes. How is this possible? The Savior's power. The blessing from the stars. Ronald's father had just created a barrier isolating the two of them. Even though you still haven't absorbed all the power in this world, how can you possess an omnipotent source of power? With power like that, you still make those foolish decisions. Looks like I was right. You were never qualified to lead this world to salvation. The Savior muttered, "So this is the path you chose. Then this moment will be the last time we ever meet." Show me. Ronan's father instantly went on guard and returned to a defensive stance. The savior spoke, "This will be the final lesson I teach you." The sky around them quickly shifted from red to black. The savior raised a hand. A lotus-white violet beam burst forth. Ronan's father coldly lifted his hand as well. A violet flash flared like a blazing star. The two of them surged into battle. Ronan thought to himself, "So this is the truth I'm seeing." He glared in fury at the man's white hair. Then the two blades collided, sending out violent shockwaves. The space around them seemed to be torn apart. Ronan's father seized the chance to step back and draw his bow. The sword in his hand began to glow, almost the same as the savior's. The blade turned black as if piercing through the stars. He hurled it straight at the savior. The savior calmly caught the sword and charged in barehanded. One streak of light shot out, then another streak shot back. Swords flew like interwoven beams of light. The savior raised his blade again, aiming at his opponent. He slowly placed 2 fingers on the edge. Then the savior slid his fingers from the guard up to the tip. The sword shot toward Ronan's father. On the other side, Ronan's father lifted his sword like a starry sky. He met the savior's strike head-on. Powerful violet light flooded the space around them. Ronan's father remained unscathed after that attack. He watched the savior warily. The other man showed no expression at all. 2 flashes suddenly erupted from both sides. They charged at each other again. Ronan stood above, watching everything. I know both of them possess unbelievable skill. Their swordsmanship has reached a realm beyond words. I can tell through the shared senses with the savior. Every crossing of blades hides thousands, tens of thousands of techniques. It's as if they're using swordplay to tug at the entire starry sky. This is the pinnacle of the sword path. Donald's father kept pressing forward. The savior still didn't move. The swords in their hands collided again. A shockwave erupted, shattering the space around them. The pitch-black night sky turned red again. A butterfly gently fluttered its fragile wings and flew away. The barrier around Elsha and Alebrije rapidly dissolved. As it vanished, Alebrije said, "It's only been a brief moment since I was trapped in that blessing. From that battle, I can see both of them have been hiding their true strength all this time." Ronan's father's voice rang out slowly. Why hasn't this ended yet? You know it clearly, don't you? That everything tied to us is beyond saving now." The savior replied slowly, "Us. Do you still remember the moment the two of them fought together? We went through so many places. Those beautiful scenes are like frosted glass now." Then, without warning, a sword stabbed straight through it. Ronan's father murmured, "You stayed naive right to the very end." His sword was wrapped in streams of light. Deep violet, that's right, this too. It must all be guidance from the stars. The savior coughed up a large mouthful of blood in agony. Ronan's father spoke coldly. "Rest now, I will inherit your mission to save this world." He drew his sword and slashed hard into the savior's body. However, just as he was about to bring the blade down, something surged between them. A gigantic clay golem suddenly appeared. Ronan's father swung his sword up. Brilliant arcs of blade light wrapped around the golem's body. It shattered in an instant. Earth and stone fell like rain to the ground. Ronan's father narrowed his eyes warily. A blue and white bird suddenly shot upward. Elsha hurried to tend the savior's wounds. Ronan's father said coldly, "You still don't understand, Elsha. We will never truly understand what they did." Ronan's father, furious, slashed toward them. "Don't get in the way." Alebrije immediately stepped in to block. An arm was cut off and sent flying. Ronan's father's eyes went wide at the sight. He stared at Alebrije's arm as it hit the ground. Alebrije said, "Just let them go. If you want to lose me too, then come at me." Elsha lowered her head over the savior's body. Tears streamed down her face. Ronan's father looked at them coldly. No one could tell what he was thinking. Behind them, the flames continued to devour the human kingdom. Scene shift. Nguyen asked Ronan, "Do you like the birth and fading of nebulae? It's time for you to give your answer." "Ronald, what will you choose?" Ronald remained silent, only observing the hand extended. "I have a question. What ultimately happened to the one who ascended? Is he still alive?" "My wish laughs. I cannot be certain. If luck favors him, perhaps he is still breathing." Ronald continued, "Then allow me to ask one more thing. Is the swordsman who betrayed the savior the same person now leading the classier nebula?" The other replied, "Is he really your biological father? Why bind yourself to something so trivial? Blood ties are merely shallow chains forged from flesh and bone." "Ronald, that isn't something you should dwell on when making a choice. Let me ask you in return, do you still regard that swordsman? I mean the cult leader who stabbed the savior in the back. Is he simply a threat to humanity, a truly evil man?" Ronan couldn't hide his astonishment at the question. "What?" The vow responds, "Humanity cannot control its own desires. They are never satisfied with what they have, greedily taking everything and tearing the world apart. In the end, they still cannot escape the path to self-destruction. That is the unchangeable nature of mankind. That is also why they turn their backs on the savior. For humans, justice is merely a pretext used by those in power. Absurdity, compounded contradictions, the lack of a clear measure to judge right from wrong. That is why humanity needs absolute order to guide it." The savior has power but does not understand the hearts of men. The cult leader may be weak in power but understands the human heart. Thus, a decision was made. For true salvation, do you really see this as merely a battlefield? Don't you think it is the only way to sever humanity's fate, which is bound tightly in its own chains? Answer me, Ronald. What is good, what is evil? Who truly is humanity's savior? Ronald pondered the vows, questioning. Perhaps I cannot deny that. Even against my own will, under someone else's orders, I fought, I killed just to survive, massacring all in my path, clinging desperately to life. That was who I once was. If it were me, I would have had no other choice either. In fact, the most surprising thing is that he endured for so long. Of course, in a sense, I speak of my former self, the vow said in astonishment. What? Ronald smiled. Seems that's not the answer you were hoping for. My present self is different. I've met friends to talk and laugh with, and real adults who give me advice out of genuine concern. Images of Navillos, Professor Secret, and Sarante flickered through his mind. Ronald continued, I also know someone who has repeatedly risked their life for this world, even when it seemed meaningless in the eyes of others. That is the potential that humanity possesses, not standing as saviors without knowing how. He simply understands that to speak of control or evolution while ignoring human potential is to turn away from what matters most. So whether he is that damned cult leader or my biological father, I will destroy him myself. The vow paused at Ronald's resolute declaration. I understand, that is your choice, very well. Then I have no other option either. The vow snapped its fingers forward. I will grant you power, Ronald. Ronald could not hide his surprise at what lay before him. What is this boulder? The vow replied. This is the source of the vow. If you shatter this stone, the vow under my control will be fully released. Ronald asked cautiously, what are you plotting? The vow replied, I'm not entirely sure. In human terms, consider it a kind of love affair. Ronald muttered, love, what? The vow continued, you've only just become aware of my existence, but I have watched over you your whole life. When you were born, the long wandering journey, all the suffering you endured, everything. And before I even realized it, I had developed these feelings for you. I wished you could find some peace. That is why I once hoped you would see their strength and abandon your desire for revenge. I hoped you would stop this meaningless resistance and look elsewhere. But it seems I cannot make you give up. I think I have no choice but to lend you my power. You can feel it, can't you? The vow's energy is imprisoned within you. Shatter this boulder and continue on your journey. It will be a long and brutal battle. You will be injured countless times, you will fail, but based on what I have seen of you until now, you will surely overcome. Ronald's face was stunned by these words, yet the corner of his mouth twitched in a small smile. Ronald raised his sword with its red blade. Thank you, Vow, for giving me suffering but also strength. Ronald rushed toward the boulder ahead. The stone showed no cracks. Ronald called out, let's end this. A flash of red light suddenly appeared. One of the Vow's arms dropped from its body. The Vow was bewildered by this unexpected scene. Ronald had just struck and severed the Vow's right arm. He smiled and said, I mean, thank you very much. The Vow's arm fell to the ground. Black smoke swirled around them both. Ronald's eyes glinted with determination as he prepared for the next strike, ready to confront whatever trials lay ahead, wielding the Vow's borrowed power. The voice of the Vow spoke. Ronald, what are you doing? I'm trying to help you. Why like this? Ronan continued to slash through the Vow's head. Stop babbling, this is so boring. The Vow growled, a mixture of annoyance and anger. Ronan lunged forward, striking at the body before him. Black smoke rose from what resembled the Vow's blood. The Vow muttered, Why would you make such a foolish choice? There's already a path for all of you, isn't there? Ronald replied. Professor Secret's words were indeed correct. He said this time there would be someone very green. Even in this situation, still pretending for me, planning to act it out to the end. Shit, I almost got fooled. That this stone is actually the root of the curse. But this stone looks horribly ugly. The more I look, the more familiar it feels. The Sarante Temple, this is the statue of the god Sinian I saw in their hideout. Blood Cells, the statue of Sinian. I don't know why it's here, but I became clear-headed just in time. Perhaps this statue is the final barrier, holding back the curses. I thought so, from the start. Blindly trusting the so-called curse was foolish, wasn't it? Seeing you tremble like this looks like I guessed right. So you intended to use me to remove this statue. And you too, you've gone too far, you imitated very skillfully. Ronald recalled the Vow's words. A long and grueling battle would take place. I would be injured countless times and suffer many losses. But if it's the person I've seen, you would definitely succeed. Ronald spoke slowly, the message was. He remembered Sarante's fatigue. At that moment, Ronald's face showed a trace of grief. Before dying, Sarante smiled, holding his hand tightly. Ronald muttered, Sarante left a final message. Prepare yourself. I will make you realize what you did wrong. The curse did not respond to his questioning words. Yes, that's just your misconception. Everything is only arranged for you. What you're trying to confront is a transcendent being beyond human perception. An existence humans cannot touch. You should know that yourself, no matter how much you struggle. The outcome of that battle will only be a horrific death. Don't try to deny it, Ronald. You just need to accept it. Just by doing so, the curse's body instantly transformed into a monstrous form. Ronan frowned, carefully observing his opponent. The vow's body grew larger, making him appear smaller. The vow continued, I will grant you salvation. So right now, consume that stone and return the power to me. Ronald smiled faintly. That's well said. All right, now you're acting like a true vow. I'm pleased you've revealed that. Just charge straight ahead, discard all foolish thoughts. The curse angrily lunged. Fool, still stubborn to the end. Ronald narrowed his eyes, silently assessing his opponent. Even after being cut to pieces, it kept regenerating. This means my current swordsmanship cannot reach its core. Then there's only one answer. Ronald recalled the Savior's combat style, slashes that sent light flying around, defying physics. Cutting through the essence, the Savior's swordsmanship. I need that power. This power, a sudden burst of violet-white light erupted. It filled the space, leaving the curse utterly astonished. This power, no, impossible, how can this be? This is only a mortal soul, how can it possess that power? Ronald smiled, surprised. Didn't you already see it when you were inside me? That I'm someone who, even from one glance, can steal tenfold? The curse roared in anger and charged at him. The sword in Ronald's hand radiated a pale violet aura. He raised the sword, a star-like spark appearing behind him. Ronald calmly swung it horizontally, like the Savior's combat style. The curse's body instantly froze. The sword in Ronald's hand slowly dissolved into nothing. The curse seemed unable to move anymore. The curse's bizarre head slowly vanished. You will regret it, you will despair. On the land destroyed by the stars, you will be abandoned in the most miserable form. That is the fate destined for you. Ronald quickly replied, that is not predestined, I must change it. The regression too, and in the future I will continue likewise. Now only one thing is certain. Whatever the outcome of my fate, you will not be there. Never meet again, ever. White light quickly shone through the window. Ronald realized he was in a large room. He slowly got off the bed, walking toward the window. Ronald carefully drew the curtain aside. He saw that snow had blanketed everything, creating a pure white landscape. The academy and surrounding towns showed no trace of spring. Ronald could not help but be astonished at the sight. Winter. It took him a while to slowly realize something. He had no idea how much time had passed.